On the day the first-year students began their studies, Jiang Qingge, who had spent 18 years engrossed in tomato novels, finally awakened to the top-tier Tycoon System. Following the binding of this system, the secrets of the senior students became utterly transparent. At the subway station, with a mere glance, he discerned the number of times a senior had charged her device, effortlessly triggering a 100-fold return on a 3-fold purchase. Jiang Qingge flicked the ash from his cigarette. This damn Tycoon System seems to be more adept at this game than I am. Chapter 1. The Turning Point of Destiny. I awakened the Tycoon System. In Rongqing, at the international airport, Jiang Qingge dragged along a somewhat worn suitcase as he slowly exited the terminal. He stood tall at an impressive 184 centimeters, with strikingly defined facial features and a pair of sword-like brows that conveyed a sense of aloof elegance. However, the faded clothing he wore contrasted starkly with his looks and demeanor. Unavoidably, the gazes of passers-by gravitated towards him. In an era where appearances reign supreme, beauty inevitably captures attention. "Hey, look at that handsome guy!" exclaimed an air hostess, her eyes sparkling as she tugged at her colleague's arm. Her companion blushed slightly, gently covering the air hostess's mouth while chiding her softly. "Don't speak carelessly, you little one." Yet, even she found her gaze lingering on Jiang Qingge for a few extra seconds. He's truly dashing. Jiang Qingge was no stranger to such attention, as he pondered over his subsequent plans. Today marked the orientation day for new students at Rongqing University. Coming from a remote town on the borders, he carried a blend of excitement and anxiety about the big city. Just as he was about to board the subway to school, a stylishly dressed woman blocked his path. She wore high heels, a form-fitting business suit, and her long, slender legs were accentuated by an ultra-short skirt. Her eyes sparkled with professional acuity and enthusiasm. "Hello, I am Li Xinrui, a talent agent from Xingyao Media." With a smile, she presented her business card. "In my years of experience, I have never encountered someone with such outstanding looks as yours. Have you ever considered becoming a male model?" Jiang Qingge frowned slightly, responding politely yet distantly. "Thank you, but I am not interested." Undeterred, Li Xinrui continued. "Our company is currently working on a project, and the lead role would be perfect for you. With your appearance and physique, once you shoot, you will undoubtedly become a sensation." Jiang Qingge gently shook his head, his tone resolute. "I have no interest in modeling or anything of the sort. I'm sorry." With that, he sidestepped Li Xinrui and entered the subway station. Standing amidst the crowded subway, Jiang Qingge observed the surrounding women, many of whom either intentionally or unintentionally edged closer to him. He sighed, pondering when he would finally own a car of his own. As the subway continued its journey, suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "Tycoon Life System, binding in progress. Binding progress. 10, 30, 50, 80, 100. Binding of the Tycoon Life System successful." Jiang Qingge was taken aback. As a seasoned novel enthusiast who had indulged in tomato novels for 2.5 years, he was no stranger to systems. Yet, he had never imagined such an occurrence would transpire in his own life. "System, what capabilities do you possess?" In his mind, he silently inquired. "System. Initiating. System. This system is named the Tycoon Life System, designed to assist the host in embarking on an extraordinary life. System. The primary functions include achievement, unlocking, and a reward mechanism. System. Upon completing tasks, the host will receive substantial rewards, encompassing skill enhancement, wealth returns, special items, and more. Complete tasks? Wealth gifts?" Jiang Qingge's attention was immediately captured by this feature. Having grown accustomed to poverty since childhood, the prospect of wealth filled him with exhilaration. "How does this wealth return function operate?" System. This feature requires the host to spend currency, which will be refunded at a 100-fold rate. A surge of excitement coursed through Jiang Qingge's mind. Did this not imply he could soon become a full-time expert? Endless wealth awaited him. Names like Musk and Gates would soon be beneath his feet. They say money cannot solve all problems, but that is only true if you lack sufficient funds. System. A beginner's gift package has been issued. Would you like to open it? Open, Jiang Qingge replied without hesitation. System. Congratulations, host. You have received a charm enhancement potion. Upon use, it will comprehensively elevate your personal charm. System. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the insightful eye. With this skill, you can perceive others' concealed emotions and basic information. System. Congratulations, host. You have gained one random draw opportunity. A charm enhancement potion? Jiang Qingge felt a surge of curiosity. In what aspects would this enhance his charm? Was it possible to further elevate his already considerable allure? The insightful eye sounded even more practical, promising to be invaluable in interpersonal interactions. Use the Charm Enhancement Potion, Jiang Qingge commanded. System. Using Charm Enhancement Potion. Usage successful. In an instant, a warm current flowed through Jiang Qingge's body, and he sensed a subtle transformation in his demeanor, the original coolness now infused with warmth and approachability. At that moment, a slender woman with long, straight legs, an epitome of grace, cast a glance at Jiang Qingge, her eyes flashing with surprise as she smiled. "Classmate, you seem to have transformed into a completely different person, looking even more spirited and handsome." "Thank you for the compliment," Jiang Qingge replied with a slight smile, gaining a deeper appreciation for the system's capabilities. Use the random draw opportunity, he instructed. System. Drawing in progress. Congratulations, host. You have obtained mastery of top-tier business operations knowledge. Mastery of top-tier business operations knowledge. This was undoubtedly an unexpected delight for Jiang Qingge. Although he aspires to excel in sports, possessing an additional skill can undoubtedly broaden his horizons in the future. System. Activate Inside Eye. With Jiang Qingge's command, the skill Inside Eye was set into motion. Before his eyes, the figures of those around him seemed to emanate faint outlines of information. The first to capture his attention was the female university student who had just praised his newfound handsomeness. Jiang Qingge observed that above her head floated a line of soft blue text. Name: Lin Xiao. Gender: female. Age: 19. Height: 168 centimeters. Weight: 55 kilograms. Attractiveness: 76 points. Occupation: sophomore at Rongqing University, majoring in literature and communication. Effective level: 30. Charging attempts: 5. Number of chargers: 1. Jiang Qingge raised an eyebrow, astonished by the remarkable capabilities of this inside eye, which could unveil such an abundance of information. Wait, do I know her? How can she harbor feelings for me when we are complete strangers? Could she be attempting to deceive me? Wow, it even reveals the number of charging attempts and chargers. This system is rather impressive. Just as Jiang Qingge reveled in the surprises brought forth by the system, an announcement within the subway reminded him that it was time to transfer lines. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Qingge dragged his suitcase and stepped through the subway doors. Chapter 2. 100-fold cashback. Am I a millionaire now? Upon exiting the subway, Jiang Qingge was astonished to find Lin Xiao following closely behind him. Could it be that she was also on her way back to school? Or was she attempting to deceive me? A sense of doubt crept into Jiang Qingge's mind. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao, having spotted the handsome young man from the subway, felt a surge of curiosity. "Hello, classmate. Are you a freshman at Rongqing University?" Lin Xiao inquired. Jiang Qingge initially hesitated to respond, but soon realized he was quite lost. He could not find the way to transfer lines. To get from Rongqing International Airport to Rongqing University, he needed to switch from Line 18 to Line 1. Having grown up in a small border town, he had never experienced the subway before. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Lin Xiao and said, "Yes, I am a freshman at Rongqing University. My name is Jiang Qingge. May I ask how to transfer to Line 1? Extending his hand towards her, he awaited her response. Lin Xiao, taken aback by the gesture, felt a blush creep onto her cheeks as she gently grasped his hand. "Hello, Junior. I'm Lin Xiao, a sophomore at Rongqing University. Just follow me. I'm headed in that direction as well." Jiang Qingge nodded slightly, a hint of gratitude gracing his expression. "Thank you so much, senior. This is my first time in Rongqing, and I'm not very familiar with the transportation here." With a cheerful wave of her hand, Lin Xiao replied, "No trouble at all. We're all alumni here. You just arrived from the airport, right? It must be quite tiring dragging your suitcase around." As she spoke, she reached out to help carry his luggage. Jiang Qingge quickly interjected, No, senior, I can manage it myself. The suitcase isn't heavy." As they conversed, they made their way toward the transfer passage, with Lin Xiao occasionally glancing back at Jiang Qingge, noticing how he stood out in the crowd despite his simple attire, which did little to mask his remarkable aura. "By the way, what is your major?" Lin Xiao resumed the conversation. "I'm majoring in sports training," Jiang Qingge replied. "Wow, the Department of Physical Education. That is impressive." As they spoke, they arrived at the transfer point for Line 1. Jiang Qingge turned once more to express his gratitude. "Senior, I truly appreciate your help. I would have been lost here for ages without you." Lin Xiao smiled sweetly. "No need to thank me. If you have any questions at school, feel free to ask me. This Line 1 will take you close to the university after getting off. It's just a short walk to the school gate." "Oh, Junior, let us exchange contact information." She promptly took out her phone, opened a social app, and gestured for Jiang Qingge to scan her. From his somewhat tattered pocket, Jiang Qingge retrieved a rather worn-out Poop A5. Lin Xiao, instead of mocking him, playfully remarked, "You must be quite frugal, Junior." System. Lin Xiao's favorability 10, Once Lin Xiao departed, Jiang Qingge gazed at his poop A5, reminiscing. Can't you even keep up anymore? Old friend, this phone was purchased 7 years ago with money he earned selling grapes at his uncle's shop during summer break. Back then, he thought having a phone was sufficient and didn't he desire much. But things had changed. He would soon be a top-tier tycoon. How could he continue using such an outdated device? It was time for an upgrade. A must-have, a foldable phone. Following Lin Xiao's instructions, Jiang Qingge alighted at the sports center station and exited the subway. To his surprise, a bustling shopping street greeted him right outside the station. With several mobile phone stores clustered together. Poop, Vovi, Chrysanthemum, iPhone, 4 Stars, and Rice. These were some of the popular phone brands in the country. Each of these stores had its own unique offerings. The system had advised him to acquire a foldable phone. He recalled seeing a flagship model from the Chrysanthemum brand on a short video platform not long ago. Entering the Chrysanthemum store, he was greeted by a smiling saleswoman. Good day, sir. How may I assist you today? Do you have any foldable phones? Jiang Qingge inquired, uncertain if this store carried what the system had mentioned. Are you referring to the Chrysanthemum Mate XT? Luckily, we have it in stock. She replied with enthusiasm. Great. Please get me the highest configuration available, he declared, knowing the system would cover the cost. Certainly, sir. The saleswoman promptly retrieved the phone box and handed it to Jiang Qingge. That will be $23,999. Would you like to pay via Alipay or WeChat? Via WeChat, Jiang Qingge replied, completing the transaction. He then removed his SIM card from the old Poop A5 and transferred it to the foldable phone. In one smooth motion, he inserted the card, powered on the device, and registered his account. As the foldable phone powered up, he received a notification from the system bank, account number 8888, on September 18th at 1450. You received a system task funding of 399,900 yuan. Current balance, 240, 690, 408 yuan. Wow, the funds were transferred so quickly. Jiang Qingge exclaimed. System, congratulations. Host, you spent 23,999 yuan and received a feedback of 399,900 yuan. System, the feedback is immediate upon your expenditure. System, should you have any further inquiries, do not hesitate to consult this system. Chapter 3, Rome 88888. System, congratulations, host. You have received a task reward, 1 Rolls-Royce Cullinan summoning card, and a random gift package. Would you like to use it? Wait a moment. I need to think this through. Jiang Qingge interrupted the system, deep in thought. Should I share this delightful news with my parents? Inform them of my newfound wealth. Liberating myself from the relentless pursuit of financial stability? Jiang Qingge pondered deeply and concluded that such a revelation might be ill-advised. Explaining the origins of this money would prove to be a cumbersome affair. The workings of the system are not to be casually divulged. Not even to those closest to me. It would be wiser to wait until I establish a company and possess tangible assets before allowing my parents to retire. I could also invite them to relocate to Rongqing for a more comfortable life. Rather than announcing it now, it would be preferable to postpone the conversation for a while. Perhaps I could wait a few days until school begins and, under the pretext of a scholarship, send them some money each month. After contemplating these thoughts, Jiang Qingge addressed the system. System, activate the Rolls-Royce Cullinan summoning card. Now, open the random gift pack. Upon receiving Jiang Qingge's command, the system responded promptly. System, activating the Rolls-Royce Cullinan summoning card. Summoning successful. System, the vehicle has appeared in the parking lot 500 meters ahead of you, with the license plate number Rong 88888. The keys have been placed in the host's pocket. System, all vehicle documentation, including driver's license and insurance, has been duly arranged and is located in the glove compartment. Upon hearing the system's notifications and confirming that all vehicle paperwork was in order, Jiang Qingge felt a sense of relief wash over him. System, detecting that the host's driving skills are insufficient, a top-tier driving skill potion has been provided. Would the host like to use it? Ah, how astute of you, system. To recognize my lack of a driver's license and to equip me with such superior driving skills. I shall use it. System, activating the top-tier driving skill potion, activation successful. In an instant, a warm sensation coursed through Jiang Qingge's body, as if he had gained something extraordinary. System, opening random gift pack. Congratulations to the host for receiving a charm enhancement potion. System, this charm enhancement potion will universally elevate the host's charm value, positively influencing interpersonal interactions and personal aura. System, would the host like to use the charm enhancement potion? Yes, Jiang Qingge replied without hesitation. System, activating charm enhancement potion. System, charm enhancement potion activation failed. System, failure reason. The host's charm has already reached the pinnacle of male attractiveness. Further enhancement would significantly affect the readers before the screen, thus it cannot proceed. System, adjusting, The gift pack has been modified, and the charm enhancement potion has now been changed to a physique enhancement potion. Physique enhancement potion activation successful. With the successful activation of the physique enhancement potion, a surge of powerful energy erupted within Jiang Qingge. He felt an unprecedented vitality coursing through him, his bones emitting a series of soft cracks, becoming even more resilient. His muscles began to tighten, each inch filled with strength, and his skin became as taut and resilient as steel. His overall spirit reached an entirely new zenith. He clenched his fists, relishing the immense power coursing through him, his heart brimming with exhilaration. This sensation was not merely a physical expansion of muscle, but a holistic enhancement of his corporeal capabilities. He could even distinctly hear the steady and robust rhythm of his heartbeat. Having originally been athletic, his physical condition now matched that of an international champion. This physique enhancement potion is simply extraordinary, Jiang Qingge marveled. Following the system's guidance, he walked towards the parking lot 500 meters ahead. Soon, the sleek black luxury vehicle came into view. Under the sunlight, the car's body gleamed with an alluring metallic sheen, and the license plate rung 88888 stood out prominently. Approaching the car, Jiang Qingge first opened the trunk to place his luggage inside, before sliding into the driver's seat. The opulent interior and exquisite detailing made him feel as though he were ensconced in a moving palace of luxury. Previously, he had seen short videos claiming that one could gather fragments of the Cullinan, yet here he was, in possession of an entire Cullinan. He started the engine, which roared to life with a deep, powerful growl, akin to a slumbering beast awakened. Jiang Qingge adeptly maneuvered the steering wheel, smoothly guiding the Rolls-Royce Cullinan out of the parking lot. As the vehicle glided along the road, it was astonishingly stable, and other cars instinctively kept their distance from the striking rung 88888. Daily task triggered. Purchase several suitable outfits. Task description. To prevent the host attire from being looked down upon by others, the system recommends that the host acquire some proper clothing. As the adage goes, attire is a man's second visage. Task reward. 1 Rolex M116508 watch. Now, as Jiang Qingge drove, he intended to procure a few outfits for himself. Following the navigation, he parked in front of a luxury boutique. He stepped out of the car, exuding a unique charm that drew the attention of passers-by. A well-dressed sales associate, sporting a professional smile, promptly approached him. After a quick scan of Jiang Qingge, a flicker of skepticism crossed her eyes, for his current attire starkly contrasted with the opulence of the Rolls-Royce parked outside. Yet, her years of professional training enabled her to swiftly regain composure, warmly stating, "Sir, welcome. How may I assist you today?" Jiang Qingge smiled in return. "I am looking to select a few suitable outfits. Could you please recommend some?" The sales associate nodded slightly and began to guide Jiang Qingge through the store, helping him choose appropriate clothing. Under her recommendations, Jiang Qingge tried on several outfits of varying styles. When he emerged from the fitting room clad in a deep gray suit, the sales associate's eyes widened in astonishment. With his already peak attractiveness heightened by the suit, he resembled a model stepped right out of a fashion magazine. Even the other customers browsing nearby could not help but cast admiring glances. "Sir, this outfit suits you perfectly. It seems custom-tailored just for you." "Very well. I shall take these several outfits." Chapter 4. Chen Yushu. Jiang Qingge decided to purchase all the outfits he had tried on, and the sales associate beamed with delight as she swiftly processed his payment. "Sir, your clothing is packed and ready. The total comes to 200,000. Understood." After completing the payment, Jiang Qingge opened the trunk of the Cullinan to stow away his new garments. As he approached the vehicle, the system's notification resonated in his mind. "System, congratulations to the host for completing the daily task, purchasing several suitable outfits." System, task reward, 1 Rolex M116508 watch. Would the host like to use it? Yes. Upon saying this, the watch appeared on the passenger seat of the Cullinan. He adorned his wrist with a watch that fit perfectly, complementing his demeanor and adding an extra touch of elegance. Jiang Qingge settled into his car once more, igniting the engine as he prepared to report to school. At that moment, he possessed not only a luxury vehicle and exceptional physical prowess, but also exuded a brilliant aura through his fashionable attire and exquisite timepiece. System, congratulations, host. A total expenditure of 200,000 yuan has resulted in a feedback of 20,000,000 yuan. Jiang Qingge picked up his tri-folded card and glanced at it. The last four digits 8888, dated September 18th at 15:30. Reflected a system task yielding a 100-fold return of 2,000,000 yuan, with a balance of 220,690, 408 yuan. System bank. Jiang Qingge opted to drive directly onto the campus. After all, it was his own car. Why shouldn't he? At the entrance of Rongqing University, a banner proclaimed, "A warm welcome to new students, embarking on a new journey of dreams." As he gently maneuvered his Rolls-Royce Cullinan towards the gate, the opulence of the vehicle harmonized with the vibrant banner, creating a distinctive tableau. The security guard at the entrance was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the luxury car with the plate number Rong 88888 before hastily approaching. Jiang Qingge lowered the car window and politely inquired, "Hello, I am a new student here to register. May I drive in?" The guard, taken by the strikingly handsome and distinguished Jiang Qingge, glanced at the lavish interior of the car before eagerly nodding. "Certainly, please present your admission notice." Jiang Qingge retrieved the document from his bag and handed it to the guard, who meticulously verified the information before smiling and saying, "Welcome to Rongqing University, Jiang. You may park your car in the campus parking lot. Just follow this road straight and take a right." After expressing his gratitude, Jiang Qingge slowly drove into the campus. Within the campus, the new students and their parents gazed at the Rolls-Royce with a mixture of curiosity and envy. Some students couldn't help but whisper, "Wow, who is that arriving in such a luxury car? Judging by his appearance, he must be a new student as well. This is impressive. Perhaps he has some wealthy second-generation heir. It's truly enviable." Oblivious to the attention, Jiang Qingge focused on following the guard's directions to the parking lot. Once parked, he straightened his new clothes, donned the prestigious Rolex M116508 watch, and grasped his luggage as he made his way to the registration point. Along the way, Jiang Qingge's self-assured aura and unique charm captured the attention of many. The registration area featured numerous sun shelters, accommodating various departments where new students could find their respective faculties to complete their enrollment. Upon arriving, the teacher in charge of registration was visibly impressed upon seeing Jiang Qingge. As the teacher accepted the admission notice and related documents, their gaze inadvertently fell upon his watch, sparking a glimmer of recognition. "Jiang, your admission scores are outstanding. I hope you continue to excel in university." Jiang Qingge responded with a smile and a nod. "Thank you, I will." After completing the registration, the teacher handed Jiang Qingge some campus materials and a dormitory key, stating, "Your dormitory is in Building 16, Room 118. A senior will accompany you shortly." With that, the teacher gestured to a nearby female student, who immediately understood the cue and approached Jiang Qingge with a look of surprise. "Hello, Jiang. I'm Chen Yushu. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. I'll show you to your dormitory." Jiang Qingge shifted his focus to the senior. She had sun-kissed skin, a delicate face, and eyes that sparkled with vitality. A prominent nose added depth to her features, while her luscious lips were inviting. Her physique was nothing short of perfection, with a voluptuous bosom, a slender waist, and a rounded posterior forming an exquisite S-curve. Her long, straight legs were toned, and she wore a simple sports tank top and shorts. Subsequently, Jiang Qingge activated his inside eye. Name, Chen Yushu. Gender, female. Age, 20. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 58 kilograms. Attractiveness, 89 points. Occupation, second-year student at Rongqing University, specializing in sports training, one of the beauties of the physical education college. Affection, 50. Charging times, 0. Number of chargers, 0. "Thank you, senior," Jiang Qingge remarked with a smile directed at Chen Yushu. As they walked to the dormitory, Chen Yushu curiously asked, "Jiang, your outfit looks quite expensive. Does your family have a fortune?" Jiang Qingge chuckled lightly and replied, "Haha, not at all. It was quite affordable." Chen Yushu nodded knowingly, refraining from further inquiries, and began to introduce Jiang Qingge to the basic aspects of the school, such as the locations of the academic buildings, the cafeteria's signature dishes, and various club activities. Strolling along the campus path, Chen Yushu occasionally stole glances at Jiang Qingge, intrigued by the handsome, affluent, yet unassuming junior. Jiang Qingge listened attentively, occasionally posing questions. When they passed the sports field, Jiang Qingge couldn't help but halt. The stadium was expansive, with a brand-new synthetic track gleaming under the sunlight. The lush green soccer field was flat and resilient, surrounded by an orderly array of sports equipment. Observing this, Chen Yushu smiled and said, "This is where our school hosts major athletic events and activities. It's also open for students to exercise. As students of sports training, we'll undoubtedly be sweating it out here in the future." Jiang Qingge nodded, surveying the facilities and thinking that training here must be splendid. Chapter 5, News from the Senior. Chen Yushu blinked playfully and remarked, "Of course, our school places great importance on the physical education college. By the way, the sports clubs are quite active. We have basketball, soccer, and track and field clubs. Are you interested in any?" Jiang Qingge pondered for a moment before responding. "I'm particularly interested in track and field. I frequently participated in sprinting events in high school." Chen Yushu's eyes lit up with excitement as she exclaimed, "Wow, you've come to the right place. Our track and field club is highly competitive, having won numerous awards in citywide university athletic competitions. If you join, you might just bring further glory to the club." As they spoke, they arrived at Building 16. Chen Yushu led Jiang Qingge into the dormitory and approached room 118. Upon opening the door, they found one of his roommates already tidying up the area. This roommate was tall and robust, with dark skin. And upon seeing Jiang Qingge and Chen Yushu enter, he grinned broadly, revealing a set of pearly whites. "Hey, our new roommate has arrived. I'm Zhang Dali. Is this your girlfriend?" "Hello, sister-in-law." Chen Yushu's face flushed crimson at the remark, and she quickly waved her hands in denial. No, you've misunderstood. I'm not yet your sister-in-law. I merely brought Jiang to the dormitory." Jiang Qingge chuckled awkwardly and introduced herself. "Hello, I'm Jiang Qingge, and this is Senior Chen Yushu." Zhang Dali scratched his head, grinning widely as he replied, "Huh, no misunderstanding. You're not a sister-in-law now, but you surely will be in the future." Chen Yushu's face flushed even more at Zhang Dali's words, resembling a ripened apple in autumn. Remaining silent would seem impolite, yet speaking only intensified the awkwardness. Summoning her courage, she timidly said, "All right, fine." Upon hearing this and witnessing Chen Yushu's alluringly blushing face, Jiang Qingge found himself momentarily entranced, for he was still an innocent soul. Chen Yushu noticed that Jiang Qingge was fixated on her, her blush deepening. She slightly bowed her head and playfully reproached, "Jiang Yu." Jiang Qingge snapped back to reality, realizing his indiscretion, and hurriedly diverted his gaze, awkwardly explaining, "Senior, I apologize, I just lost my train of thought." Observing the duo's interaction, Zhang Dali couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Haha, your reactions are simply too amusing." Jiang Qingge shot Zhang Dali a glare and retorted, "Please refrain from teasing me. Dali, don't say such things again. The senior might misunderstand." Zhang Dali waved his hand with a chuckle. All right, I won't say another word." Chen Yushu raised her head, took a deep breath, and endeavored to compose herself, saying, "Jiang, go ahead and unpack your things. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me." After exchanging WeChat contacts, she hastily departed the dormitory. Jiang Qingge watched her retreating figure and remarked with a smile, "What an interesting senior." Just then, Zhang Dali leaned closer, playfully nudging Jiang Qingge and chuckling, "Buddy, that was a bit underhanded of you. Look at how shy you made the senior." He continued sincerely, but on a serious note, "She must have a good impression of you. Seize the moment." Jiang Qingge sighed in resignation, "You really worry too much. Let's first familiarize ourselves with our surroundings and prepare for university life." With that, he began to meticulously organize his belongings. Zhang Dali returned to his own bunk to continue unpacking while humming a cheerful tune. Jiang Qingge entered the dormitory, placing his luggage on his designated bed. The dorm was spacious and well lit, designed for 4 occupants, with bunk beds and a desk below, accompanied by a wardrobe. Zhang Dali eagerly approached, commenting, "Qingge, it looks like you don't have much luggage, but you do have quite a bit of clothing. Your family must be rather well off." Jiang Qingge replied while sorting through his things, "Well, it's pretty average." Zhang Dali gave a thumbs up. "Buddy, you're too humble. By the way, what sport do you practice?" "I'm into weightlifting. The moment I lift the barbell, I feel an exhilarating surge of strength." Jiang Qingge, continuing to organize his clothes, responded, "I specialize in sprinting, primarily focusing on speed, explosive power, and endurance. The reaction time at the start, stride length, and frequency during the race. These all require intensive practice." Zhang Dali leaned closer, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Hee, buddy, you must be quite impressive in that area." Although Jiang Qingge had never experienced such matters, he pretended to be seasoned, wearing an expression that implied understanding as he replied, "Of course, I can go for 2 hours without faltering." "Haha, you really know how to brag. Who are you trying to impress?" Jiang Qingge then placed his phone on the table and began tidying up his bed. Zhang Dali, catching a glimpse of Jiang Qingge's phone, exclaimed in astonishment, "Buddy, and you say you're not from a wealthy family? This phone is all the rage right now, retailing for a staggering $23,999. You better look out for me." He then promptly took over the task of cleaning and making the bed for Jiang Qingge. As Zhang Dali busied himself, the other 2 dorm mates arrived. A slightly plump boy introduced himself. "Hey guys, I'm Yang Jie." It was evident he was involved in shot put. Jiang Qingge mused to himself. Another short and stout boy chimed in, "I'm Wang Yang." Jiang Qingge, Zhang Dali. Both Jiang Qingge and Zhang Dali responded. The 4 of them had officially introduced themselves. Once Zhang Dali had finished making Jiang Qingge's bed, he returned to his own affairs. Feeling a bit tired, Jiang Qingge decided to grab his folding bed and indulge in some short videos. He also sent a reassuring message to his parents, letting them know he was settled in and safe. Just then, a WeChat notification popped up. Jiang Qingge was puzzled about who could be messaging him at this hour. He clicked on the notification and discovered it was indeed a message from someone, not just a 10-cent news alert. Fathead Fish, Jr. That was quite awkward in the dorm earlier, huh? Your roommate can be a bit blunt. Don't take it to heart. You're not upset, are you? Jiang Qingge couldn't help but smile at the message, swiftly typing a response. Senior, it's all good. Dolly has a cheerful personality, and I find him easy to get along with. Besides, it was indeed my fault for staring at you. Please don't hold it against me. Chapter 6, Xinyunyao. After sending the message, Jiang Qingge leaned against the headboard and began scrolling through Douyin. Soon, another WeChat notification appeared. Choosing not to reply, he continued watching his videos. However, the notifications persisted, popping up several times in succession. Jiang Qingge chuckled helplessly, pausing the humorous video, and reopened WeChat. Fathead Fish, Your response made me feel a bit shy. By the way, have you finished unpacking? If you're done, I could invite you to explore the campus and get familiar with the environment. Speaking of which, I sense you have a keen interest in the athletics club. I can provide you with a detailed introduction. Jiang Qingge imagined Chen Yushu's playful demeanor, picturing her smiling on the other end of the line. Still, he opted not to reply, merely swiping the message to mark it as unread. At that moment, Yang Jie and Wang Yang also finished unpacking, prompting Zhang Dali to propose. Brothers, since this is our first gathering, it must be a special fate. How about we go out for dinner tonight and get to know each other better? Zhang Dali suggested excitedly. Yang Jie's eyes lit up, immediately responding, Sure. I was just thinking about what to eat tonight. This idea sounds great. Wang Yang nodded in agreement. Sounds good. Let us all hang out together. We'll be iron brothers from now on. Jiang Qingge smiled and added, All right then. Let us go together. Seeing that everyone agreed, Zhang Dali joyfully exclaimed, Let us venture to the brother barbecue joint near the school, as I just stumbled upon a short video praising its exquisite flavors. Moreover, there's a group purchase online that offers even greater savings. How about I stock up on a voucher right now? At that moment, Jiang Qingge interjected, Oh, there's no need for that. I possess a membership card for that establishment, granting me a 30% discount, which is far more economical. Let us dine first, and we can discuss matters afterward. The group unanimously agreed, and soon they busied themselves, preparing for their departure. As for the origin of Jiang Qingge's membership card, it was, of course, acquired after he encountered the same promotional video. Consequently, he signed up for the membership, depositing 10,000 yuan, and the system graciously rewarded him with a cashback of 1,000,000 yuan. Just as they were readying themselves to leave, Jiang Qingge's phone chimed again. Upon checking, he found it was yet another message from Chen Yushu. Hey, Junior, are you busy? If it's inconvenient, just disregard it. We can chat when you have some free time. What she remained oblivious to was that at the orientation point, the senior had no other thoughts but to fixate on her phone, eagerly awaiting his response. Why hasn't he replied yet? Perhaps he is too preoccupied. She consoled herself. Jiang Qingge, with a subtle smile gracing his lips, promptly replied, My apologies, senior. My roommate and I were discussing our dinner plans for the evening, and I didn't have the chance to respond. I would love to explore the campus with you and learn about the athletics society. However, I have prior dinner arrangements with my roommates tonight. I promise to make it happen next time. After sending the message, he tucked his phone into his pocket and exited the dormitory alongside his roommates. On their way, laughter and conversation filled the air. Jiang Qingge, with his distinctive charm, successfully captured the attention of passersby. Numerous girls couldn't resist stealing glances at him, and a few audacious ones, blushing, approached him for his WeChat. All of which he politely declined with a smile. Wow, look over there. There's a handsome guy, exclaimed one girl. He is incredibly dashing. His aura is absolutely on par with those international supermodels. How come I've never seen such a figure on campus before? He must be a freshman, her friend replied. Just look at how captivating his smile is. I wonder if he has a girlfriend? Certainly, with such outstanding qualities, how could he possibly be single? Not necessarily. Perhaps those girls feel they don't measure up. Two boys passing by quietly murmured to one another. One of them, sporting a buzz cut, expressed envy and jealousy, muttering, Hey, look at that guy. His attire is all from luxury brands. That outfit must have cost a fortune. He is undoubtedly a rich second generation. And that watch he is wearing, I've seen it in a magazine. It's incredibly expensive. Sigh, this is the stark divide between people. Coincidentally, Zhang Dali overheard their conversation and, feeling irked, called out, Hey, what are you two whispering about? If you have the guts, say it out loud. My brother excels through his own merits. Your envy is futile. One of the boys, intimidated by Zhang Dali's imposing stature and fierce demeanor, quickly waved his hands. And no, we weren't saying anything. We were just chatting casually. Zhang Dali, still fuming, turned to Jiang Qingge and said, Brother, these two fellows are infuriating, talking behind your back. Jiang Qingge chuckled and patted his shoulder. It's all good. They haven't said anything inaccurate. Let us move on. As they passed by the performance square, Jiang Qingge noticed numerous individuals engaged in live streaming. One female streamer was singing, "One day, I woke up to find you missing from my side. On my right was the toy you once cherished. Yet as I rose to search for you within the room, I was left only with a letter infused with your essence. Just yesterday, we were reminiscing over our photographs, but now I feel like a character in a tragic drama. Why would such a fate befall me? Is it that the heavens are blind to my madness for you?" Hearing this song momentarily ensnared Jiang Qingge's thoughts, drawing him back to several years past. Thank you all. Thanks to the generous brother for the girlfriend gift. Wow. And gratitude to the handsome guy from Rome University for the hot air balloon. The streamer's acknowledgement of her donations pulled Jiang Qingge back to reality, allowing him to scrutinize her attire. She donned a cropped, midriff-bearing top paired with ripped jeans, complemented by white combat boots. Her gently wavy hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, and her large, sparkling eyes, accentuated by two charming dimples when she smiled, rendered her utterly enchanting. For a moment, he found himself lost in thought. Wow, brother. Do you fancy her too? Since I started school, my feed has been flooded with her live streams. I just saw her moments ago. What is her name again? Oh, right, it's Xin Yunyao. I believe she's one of the campus flowers at the Music Academy. Chapter 7, The Battle for the Rankings. She is quite lovely. And her singing is delightful. Jiang Qingge replied with a grin. He then activated his insight ability, observing, name, Xin Yunyao. Gender, female. Age, 20. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Attractiveness, 92 points. Occupation, sophomore at Rongqing University's Music Academy. Affection, 40. Charging times, 0. Number of chargers, 0. Do you enjoy receiving gifts? Jiang Qingge mused. At that moment, Wang Yang turned to Jiang Qingge, asking, "Brother, do you want to watch a bit longer?" Jiang Qingge shook his head, replying, "Let us go." On their way, he pulled out his phone, opening it to find a message from Fathead Fish at the top of the screen. "All right, what a pity. I'll invite you next time. Junior, have you decided where to have dinner? I recommend the Brother Barbecue outside. It's quite tasty." Upon seeing the barrage of messages from Chen Yushu, Jiang Qingge couldn't help but smile. Following that, he noticed a notification from the system bank. Account ending in 8888 received a 1700 credit on September 18th, yielding a 100-fold return of 100,000,000 yuan. Balance, 2. 319, 690, 408 yuan. After clearing those messages, he opened the short video platform and searched for Rongqing University singing female streamer. The first recommendation was indeed Xin Yunyao's live stream. Jiang Qingge clicked on it, and since he had never spent on the platform, his account held no rank. The live stream interface displayed, "Send a plane to add as a friend." Meanwhile, within the live stream, Xin Yunyao continued to express her gratitude. "Thank you all for the likes. What would the handsome guy from Rome University like to hear? Let's get those songs rolling. Classmates, you can also give the streamer a few likes. Once we surpass 100,000, I'll sing under Fuji Mountain. Would the handsome guy from Rome University like to hear The Paper is Short, but the Feelings Are Long? Sure, no problem. Yao Yao will sing for brother Rong Chung right away. I truly miss you in every rainy season. What you choose to forget is what I cherish the most. The paper is short, yet the emotions are long. Too many ripples cannot be expressed. All my stories revolve around you. How could I have fallen for her and decided to return home with her? I relinquished everything, and it mattered not. The paper is short, yet the emotions are long, unable to convey the youthful times. After this song, the barrage was filled with an abundance of flowers and tearful emojis, alongside a wave of youthful exuberance. Jiang Qingge, too, found himself lost in memories, murmuring, "It's all youth." Gifts appeared in the form of beer hearts, and a variety of presents blossomed in Xin Yunyao's live stream. At that moment, a level 50 user named Brother Rongde gifted Xin Yunyao a Porsche. A striking red Porsche floated into view, coming to rest before Jiang Qingge's phone screen. Xin Yunyao expressed her gratitude, saying, "Wow, thank you, Brother Rongde, for the Porsche." Jiang Qingge regarded the Porsche gifted by Brother Rongde with a faint smile. "A Porsche, huh? Little Kachirami." With that, he gently tapped on the carnival icon and clicked the gift button. "Take my hand to send the host one carnival. Take my hand to send the host one carnival. Take my hand to send the host one carnival. Take my hand to send the host one carnival 10. Just as Jiang Qingge sent 10 carnivals to Xin Yunyao, Brother Rongde unexpectedly sent a carnival as well, and then even more, 15 in total. Jiang Qingge observed this display with a chuckle, bemused that someone dared to compete with him in wealth these days. To him, this short video platform was no different from a cracked version. Meanwhile, the barrage erupted in excitement. "Wow, is this a battle of the wealthy? Who is Take My Hand? To come out swinging with 10 carnivals, how extravagant." Brother Rongde is not backing down either, sending 15 carnivals. Are they going head to head? The host is about to take off. This live stream is simply spectacular. Wow. Are we witnessing a legendary moment? Shen Yunniao was taken aback by this sudden gift battle, her eyes wide in astonishment, her originally sweet voice trembling with excitement. Thank you. Boss, take my hand, for the 10 carnivals. Wow, Brother Rongda also sent 15 carnivals. Yao Yao is truly touched. Thank you both for your support. Boss, take my hand. I'll personally reach out to you after the stream. Jiang Qingge smiled at Shen Yunniao's praise. Next to him, Zhang Dali playfully patted Jiang Qingge's shoulder, teasing, Bro, what has got you so happy? He then casually glanced at Jiang Qingge's phone screen, only to discover that his seemingly unassuming roommate had just sent 10 carnivals in a row. Shocked, he exclaimed, Bro, you're really a rich second generation. Then, seeing Brother Rongda's 15 carnivals, he added, Boss, this guy is outrageous. How dare he compete for your girl? Zhang Dali inadvertently switched from bro to boss. Yang Jie and Wang Yang also gathered around to gawk at Jiang Qingge's impressive display, Yang Jie grumbling. This guy is unbelievable. How dare he try to steal our 118 boss's girl? Wang Yang chimed in. If I find out where this guy is, I'll give him a couple of punches. With that, he flexed his sturdy bicep. Jiang Qingge glanced at his amusing roommates with a smile. At that moment, he noticed a new private message in his inbox. Frowning slightly, he opened it. Bro, Shen Yunniao is my girl. Don't waste your money. The sender was none other than Brother Rongda. Jiang Qingge merely chuckled at the message, completely ignoring it, embodying the essence of read but not replied. Your girlfriend? Would you still gift her if she were truly yours? Wouldn't it be better to transfer her money directly? Does he think he is some naive child? If she is truly your girlfriend, would her recharge count still be 0? Even if she is your girlfriend, can you genuinely guarantee she belongs to you? However, out of caution, he still inquired of Zhang Dali. Dali, do you know if Shen Yunniao has a boyfriend? Chapter 8. The rich second generation bows down, Ma Fei's frustrated rage. Zhang Dali, who had been resting on Jiang Qingge's shoulder, lifted his head, pondered for a moment, and replied, Not that I know of. I haven't heard anything. However, I did hear that a guy named Ma Fei from their academy is pursuing her, but it's unlikely he succeeded. Jiang Qingge nodded at this information. Subsequently, he disregarded the matter and returned to Shen Yunniao's live stream, sending 90 more carnivals. Zhang Dali and the others watched in astonishment as their mysterious roommate sent such a staggering number of gifts, unsure of what to say. The money spent on gifts could nearly cover their collective living expenses for 4 years of university. Jiang Qingge then sent a message in the barrage. Can you sing Butterfly Lovers? Shen Yunniao, upon seeing this mysterious benefactor send 90 carnivals, was so excited she scarcely knew how to respond. When she noticed this enigmatic figure asking if she could sing Butterfly Lovers, she immediately exclaimed, Boss, take my hand. I can sing that song. I'll sing it for you right now. Clearing her throat, Shen Yunniao began to sing, in 1,000 words. There is but one phrase that can bring us close together. I love you. You are my Juliet. I wish to become your Liang Shanbois. Cherishing each day of happiness and every night of romance. Holding love forever tight. I love you. Just as Jiang Qingge was enjoying her performance, another message notification chimed in. Fathead Fish. Junior, I helped you move your luggage today. Treat me to a meal next time. Jiang Qingge contemplated for a moment and replied, Sure, senior. I'll treat you next time, and you can choose the place. Fathead Fish. It's a deal, Junior. Don't go back on your word. Jiang Qingge then swiped back to the short video live stream, where Brother Rongda was showing off his prowess. He had just sent 85 more carnivals, matching Jiang Qingge's count, and had managed to elevate his level to 53. Then, this fellow provocatively taunted in the barrage. Did you see that, poor boy? With your 0-level account, are you perhaps spending your savings on gifts? Ha ha ha. Jiang Qingge, seeing this guy daring to challenge him, smirked, a wicked smile curling on his lips. Dare to provoke me? He then sent Shen Yunniao 50 more carnivals. Take my hand to send the host 1 carnival. Seize my hand to present the carnival 1. The handsome man from Rongda, witnessing his fervor, continuously gifted 50 carnivals. A cunning smile adorning his face. When does a man's pride reach its zenith? Naturally, it is in the presence of the woman he cherishes. He proceeded to bestow another 50. The screen was ablaze with carnival effects, ceaselessly illuminating the room. Shen Yunniao observed the 2 patrons vying for the leaderboard. Unsure of what to articulate, while she stood to gain a substantial income, she preferred not to see such discord in her live stream. Wait a moment, esteemed patrons. Please pause. Yet, the 2 impassioned individuals showed no sign of halting. For Jiang Qingge, bestowing carnivals was akin to generating wealth. Why not indulge? It garnered the affection of a lady while simultaneously augmenting one's fortune. What could be more delightful? Meanwhile, in a house off campus, Ma Fei glowered at the screen, where a user named Seize My Hand was incessantly flooding the chat. Oh, you little wastrel, it seems your savings are rather considerable. Jiang Qingge continued to shower Shen Yunniao with 100 more carnivals. Zhang Dali and the others, watching their roommate, urged him, "Bro, that is not how you spend money. Don't squander so much out of momentary impulse." Jiang Qingge chuckled, "No worries, it's just pocket change." The group was left speechless at his casual attitude. So, a total expenditure of 750,000 is mere trifles to him? Meanwhile, the barrage of comments was ablaze with excitement. Wow, these two are locked in a fierce battle. Unable to cease their gifting. Yaya is truly reaping the rewards. With so many carnivals, she might achieve financial independence. The Seize My Hand patron is so audacious. As if money means nothing to him. Who is this person? Does anyone know? He has a fresh face, the first to appear in Shun Yunyao's stream. I recognize the handsome man from Rongda. He is a junior at the music academy. I believe his name is Ma Fei. Isn't it common knowledge that Ma Fei has feelings for Shun Yunyao? What else with this Seize My Hand fellow? Upstairs, are you out of your mind? I like Lu Yin too. Why isn't she dating me? I wonder who will emerge victorious in this battle of the wealthy. I'm betting on the Seize My Hand patron. He seems more resolute. The handsome man from Rongda shouldn't give up easily. He might just stage a comeback. Who is this lavish Seize My Hand patron? Is he perhaps a super rich heir? I suspect he is just a freshman with wealthy parents. Wait. How come the handsome man from Rongda has stopped? He has only gifted 200, while Seize My Hand has sent 500. The chat erupted once more. Seize My Hand, flowers. Seize My Hand, flowers. Seize My Hand, flowers. This relentless onslaught indicated that the victor of this digital contest was undoubtedly Seize My Hand. Seize My Hand, actually. I am your long-lost half-brother. Ah, Seize My Hand. I want to bear your children. Rongda handsome, hurry up. Don't be disheartened. Stop shouting upstairs. That guy probably ran out of money. How could he be broke? His family is in real estate. Isn't it? You're not aware? Rumor has it. Their properties aren't selling. They're all unfinished. They even owe the bank a hefty sum. No wonder Yaya didn't agree to be his girlfriend. Ma Fei's face turned ashen as he read the comments. Clenching his fists in a fit of rage, he muttered, "These bastards dare to speak ill of my family. And that Seize My Hand fellow. I will ensure you learn the consequences of opposing me." The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. As he seized his phone, furiously tapping the screen to send more carnivals. Chapter 9. Lin Yu and Su Tiantian. However, upon glancing at his account balance, his actions abruptly halted. The meager number on the screen made him realize he could no longer sustain this financial duel. Damn it! How could this happen? Ma Fei, unwilling to accept defeat, clutched his head and roared, smashing his phone onto the bed. Slumping into his chair, he stared blankly ahead, consumed by a sense of failure and resentment. In this unspoken war, it was Jiang Qingge who emerged victorious. Thanks to the Seize My Hand patron for the 500 carnivals. Much appreciated. Yaya will message the patron shortly to add him. Jiang Qingge smiled, casually exiting the live stream. At that moment, a notification from the system bank appeared. Account ending in 8888. On September 18th at 1740, income from the system, 100-fold feedback amounting to 15,000,000 yuan. Current balance, 17,169,690,408 yuan. System bank. Has wealth truly accumulated to 100 million so swiftly? Jiang Qingge pondered in astonishment. Just then, a notification appeared at the bottom of the short video platform, prompting him to frown and click to investigate. Kid, I advise you to mind your distance from Shen Yunyao, or I'll make sure you regret it. Jiang Qingge, amused by the impotent fury, replied, Elementary schooler, I'll be waiting for you offline. Come at me. After sending that message, he disregarded Ma Fei's threats, blocking and deleting him without a second thought. Meanwhile, Ma Fei was on the verge of sending his edited message when a red exclamation mark appeared instead. Ma Fei. Jiang Qingge tucked his phone into his pocket and continued laughing and chatting with his roommates as they headed to Brother Barbecue. Zhang Dali clapped Jiang Qingge on the shoulder, teasing, Boss, you truly are something. You're going toe-to-toe with him. Aren't you afraid he might actually come after you? Jiang Qingge grinned confidently. What is there to fear? If he dares to come, I'm eager to see what he is capable of. Besides, I'm not one to be bullied, Wang Yang chimed in. Exactly. Look at Ma Fei. He is no saint. Being so arrogant in the live stream and even daring to threaten Qingge, he deserves a lesson. Jiang Qingge nodded. Let us go. We should enjoy our first college gathering at the barbecue. We can discuss everything else afterward. The group arrived at Brother Barbecue, settling into an empty spot. Jiang Qingge pulled out his phone to scan the membership code, and the server seemed surprised upon seeing the card, for it was their establishment's highest-tier black gold membership, obtainable only by recharging over 10,000 at once. Consequently, the server led the four into a private room. Shortly thereafter, a plethora of skewers and beers adorned the table. As they feasted on skewers and sipped their drinks, lively conversations flowed. During the meal, Zhang Dali excused himself to the restroom, and upon returning, he exclaimed, Boss. I just ran into an old classmate. I had repeated a grade, and he was one of my good buddies. I had no idea he was studying at this school too, and what a coincidence to bump into him while taking a leak. Jiang Qingge chuckled upon hearing this and said to him, since we are so fated, let us invite your classmates at that table to join us for a meal. After all, this table is spacious enough. The more friends, the more paths we can explore. This table could easily accommodate 10 groups of people. She then inquired if Yang Jie and Wang Yang had any objections. Upon seeing their lack of dissent, Zhang Dali rushed out to invite his classmates. Before long, Zhang Dali returned first, knocking on the door, awkwardly gazing at Jiang Qingge, his eyes seemingly conveying a message. As he opened the door, the first to enter was a tall gentleman, standing over 180 centimeters, with a somewhat striking appearance. Following him was a stunning woman, exuding an air of confidence as she stepped into the private room. Her neck was as fair as jade, a pure whiteness unlike any makeup. With her 170 centimeters tall figure, she was perfectly accentuated by a black knee-length dress. Beneath the hem, her calves were smooth and shapely. The third to enter was an adorable young girl, led in by the aforementioned lady. Dressed in a JK uniform, she wore black stockings that enveloped her calves and a pair of Mary Jane shoes. Her round face carried a hint of plumpness, embodying a sweet and endearing style. And upon entering, she beamed at everyone, revealing 2 charming dimples. She appeared to be around 165 centimeters tall. The moment Jiang Qingge laid eyes on her, a phrase sprang to mind, childlike beauty with a plump figure. Upon arriving in the room, the elegant woman began to scrutinize the group, showing no hesitation even when her gaze met Jiang Qingge's. Zhang Dali scratched his head and introduced them, saying, Boss, this is my classmate, Lin Yang, pointing to the tall young man. He then gestured to the striking woman. This is his sister, Lin Yu. Finally, he awkwardly glanced at the cute girl, scratching his head, unsure of what to say. Beside him, Lin Yang smiled and added, this is my sister's roommate and best friend, Su Tiantian. Immediately, Jiang Qingge cast an insightful glance at the 2 girls. Name, Lin Yu. Gender, female. Age, 19. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Beauty score, 97. Occupation, freshman at Rongqing University, School of Foreign Languages. Affinity, 50. Recharge count, 0. Charger count, 0. Name, Su Tiantian. Gender, female. Age, 18. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Beauty score, 96. Occupation, freshman at Rongqing University, School of Foreign Languages. Affinity, 55. Recharge count, 0. Charger count, 0. Lin Yang, with a cheerful demeanor, stepped forward and extended his hand. Hello. I heard from Dali that you are his roommate. It's a pleasure to meet you. Dali just mentioned that we should all dine together and make new friends. Jiang Qingge stood as well, shaking Lin Yang's hand. Hello, I am Jiang Qingge. Welcome, everyone. Please, make yourselves comfortable and let us enjoy the meal together. Lin Yang and the others exchanged greetings, while Lin Yu politely smiled and nodded, taking a seat beside Su Tiantian. Su Tiantian, with her sparkling eyes, chirped, Brother Jiang is so handsome. Thank you for inviting us to dinner. I truly feel honored. Her sweet voice, laced with a hint of honey, sent a delightful shiver through the hearts of those present. Chapter 10. Brother Jiang, you have a car, right? Jiang Qingge felt a bit bashful from Su Tiantian's candid compliment and smiled gently. There is no need for such formality. We are all friends here. Let us enjoy the meal together. Once seated, Lin Yu scrutinized Jiang Qingge and the others, almost entirely disregarding Yang Jie and Wang Yang. When her gaze fell upon Zhang Dali, she nodded appreciatively, acknowledging that this robust young man was her brother's high school classmate. However, her expression shifted when she regarded Jiang Qingge, as her family, along with Su Tiantian's, belonged to a lineage of merchants with considerable standing. She noted that Jiang Qingge's attire was no less than 50,000 yuan, and the watch on his wrist was valued at 500,000 yuan. Precisely the model featured in a magazine just days prior. At that moment, the server brought forth fresh skewers and beer, the aroma of the barbecue wafting enticingly through the air. Jiang Qingge encouraged everyone, please, do try this. The barbecue here is genuinely delightful, especially the pork belly, perfectly marbled. Rich yet not greasy, tender without being dry. Everyone do indulge. Seated at a large square table, Jiang Qingge occupied the northernmost position, with Zhang Dali and Lin Yang at the southern end, Lin Yu and Su Tiantian on the eastern side, while Wang Yang and Yang Jie settled in the west. Jiang Qingge served each girl a few pieces of pork belly, urging them, ladies, do enjoy the meat. It's good for your health. With that, he flashed a charming smile, revealing his bright white teeth and exuding an undeniable charisma. System, Lin Yu Affinity 10, Su Tiantian Affinity 10. As they savored the delicious fare, the group engaged in casual conversation. Yang Jie curiously asked Lin Yang, "Brother Lin, where did you and Dolly attend school before?" Lin Yang took a sip of beer and replied leisurely, "We used to study at Rongqing No. 12 Middle School. Back then, Dolly was quite the notable figure. We all called him Brotherly. He led us into quite a bit of mischief." Zhang Dali quickly waved his hands. "Hey, don't paint me as a troublemaker. I was merely energetic and curious about everything." The group erupted into laughter. "Come on, Brother Jiang, have a cigar." Lin Yang cheerfully offered Jiang Qingge a cigar, also distributing one to the other three. He then lit one for himself. Lin Yu shot Lin Yang a sharp glance. "Whoa, Brother Yang, these cigars must be quite pricey." Zhang Dali exclaimed after taking a deep puff. "Oh, they aren't cheap. I snagged a few boxes from my dad's room. He has a whole stash. Apparently imported from Cuba." Lin Yang waved his hand dismissively, speaking softly. Upon receiving the cigar, Jiang Qingge hesitated to ignite it, instead turning to Lin Yu and Su Tiantian. "Do either of you ladies smoke?" Su Tiantian immediately replied, "I don't smoke." Just as Lin Yu was about to answer, Su Tiantian interjected. "Little Yu doesn't smoke either. Right, Little Yu?" She glanced at Lin Yu, wearing an expression that seemed to say, "I'm right, aren't I?" Lin Yu sighed, looking at her friend helplessly. "Gentlemen, let us step outside for a smoke." With that, Jiang Qingge beckoned everyone to join him outside for cigars. Inside the private room, Lin Yu looked at her friend in confusion and suddenly asked, "Are you fond of that guy with the surname Jiang?" "Huh, no, not at all. I just have a slight liking for him, that's all." Su Tiantian awkwardly scratched her head, then gestured to Lin Yu with her finger, trying to convey just how much she liked him. "You'd better be careful. Although that Jiang fellow is indeed quite impressive. But remember your promise from the summer vacation, no dating in college." Lin Yu looked at Su Tiantian with disbelief, speaking earnestly. Su Tiantian, pouting, clung to Lin Yu's arm in a playful manner, exclaiming, "Oh, Xiao Yeye, I really only have a tiny crush. But look at Brother Jiang. He's so gentle and handsome. And so considerate. Who wouldn't he be smitten? But it's just admiration, really." She finished with a playful tongue-out gesture towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu chuckled helplessly, gently tapping Su Tiantian's forehead. "You and your teasing. But to be fair, Jiang seems to be quite extraordinary. Judging by his attire, his family must be quite well off." Yes, I know," Su Tiantian nodded in agreement. "But Xiao Yeye, don't you think Brother Jiang has a particularly charming smile? And he was so thoughtful when he served us meat just now." Lin Yu shot her a skeptical glance. At that moment, laughter and chatter drifted in from outside the private room. "Xiao Yeye, what do you think Brother Jiang and the others are talking about out there?" Su Tiantian inquired. Lin Yu shook her head. "How would I know? Probably just typical boy talk. But let us not worry about them. Let's enjoy our meal. Here, have some more skewers. Didn't that Jiang guy say the pork belly is delicious? Let us get more." Thus, the two continued to savor their skewers while engaging in hushed conversation. Outside the private room, Jiang Qingge and his companions were smoking cigars. "Brother Jiang, your family must be quite well off, right?" Lin Yang suddenly remarked. Haha, it's just average. Quite ordinary." Jiang Qingge replied with a smile. Lin Yang clearly didn't believe him, looking at him with a disbelieving expression. "That watch of yours is a recent release, right? I hesitated for ages before deciding not to buy it." Zhang Dali chimed in. "Boss, this guy's family is pretty solid. You should consider partnering with him on future projects." Amid Zhang Dali's teasing, Jiang Qingge and Lin Yang exchanged contact information. After finishing their cigars, they re-entered the private room to continue their barbecue feast. Back inside, they indulged in the barbecue. Zhang Dali, munching on a grilled chicken wing, mumbled, "Boss, this barbecue is delicious, but it still feels like something is missing. How about we switch to karaoke later?" Lin Yang laughed. "Haha, I think that's a great idea. I have a KTV I co-invest in nearby. This time, it's on me. I'll show you what I can do." Su Tiantian clapped her hands in excitement. "Wow, going to sing karaoke sounds great. I love singing. Brother Jiang, can you sing well?" Jiang Qingge chuckled, scratching his head. "I sing just okay. But as long as everyone has fun, that's what matters." Lin Yu frowned. "But that's a bit far. It'll take 15 minutes by car." Lin Yang replied. "No problem, we'll just drive over." "Brother Jiang, you have a car, right?" Chapter 11. A Chance Encounter with Chun Yushu. Jiang Qingge nodded. And thus the group finalized their plans for the evening. They hastened their eating, and soon everyone had nearly finished. Jiang Qingge called the waiter to settle the bill. "Hello. Sir, your total is 3,500 yuan. Would you like to deduct it directly from your membership card?" "Yes," Jiang Qingge replied, presenting his membership code. After a beep, the payment was successfully processed. Following this, the group exited the private room. Just as they stepped out, Zhang Dali complained, "Damn it, this place isn't cheap. We spent over 3,000 on a barbecue." Wang Yang and Yang Jie nodded in agreement. Jiang Qingge chuckled lightly. "Huh? It was my choice of expensive items, imported Wagyu and Australian prawns, but the taste is quite good. Just then, Jiang Qingge noticed Zhang Dali nudging him with his elbow. Looking curiously at him, Zhang Dali was making exaggerated gestures, prompting Jiang Qingge to look in the direction he was signaling. Jiang Qingge followed Zhang Dali's gaze and spotted Chen Yushu sitting at a table in the hall. She was accompanied by several boys and girls, all wearing volunteer vests, seemingly enjoying a meal together. At that moment, Chen Yushu also happened to look up, locking eyes with Jiang Qingge, and both paused momentarily, taken aback. When Chen Yushu noticed a girl in a JK uniform sitting close to this junior, a wave of conflicting emotions washed over her. Is that his girlfriend? She is so beautiful, much prettier than me. Chen Yushu chastised herself internally, telling herself that he has a girlfriend, and she shouldn't feel this way. Clearly, Chen Yushu mistook Su Tiantian for his girlfriend. After a brief moment of eye contact, Chen Yushu was the first to look away, pretending not to see Jiang Qingge, and resumed chatting with those around her, though a hint of discomfort flickered in her eyes. Meanwhile, Jiang Qingge confidently approached Chen Yushu's table and greeted her. Senior. What a coincidence. Are you here for a gathering as well? Chen Yushu was taken aback by his sudden greeting, forcing a smile as she replied, Ah, yes. It's quite a coincidence. Our volunteer team is having a meal. You're here with friends? Her gaze subtly scanned the group behind Jiang Qingge. He nodded, introducing yes. These are all my friends. Senior, are these your teammates? A bespectacled boy next to Chen Yushu stood up, smiling as he extended his hand to Jiang Qingge. Hello. I'm Lin Yu, one of the organizers for this volunteer activity. Nice to meet you. Jiang Qingge politely shook Lin Yu's hand, responding, hello. However, that was the extent of their exchange, as Lin Yu appeared momentarily stunned, about to say something when Jiang Qingge interrupted him. After greeting the others, Su Tiantian suddenly tugged at Jiang Qingge's hand, cheerfully saying, Brother Jiang, this sister is your senior. Why don't you introduce me? Her eyes sparkled with a hint of pride and a subtle appraisal of Chen Yushu. Jiang Qingge paused for a moment before saying, This is Su Tiantian, my friend. Tiantian. This is Senior Chen Yushu. Su Tiantian chirped, Hello, Senior. Yet, she showed no intention of releasing Jiang Qingge's hand. Chen Yushu felt a pang of pain in her heart, a voice echoing in her mind, Brother Jiang, Brother Jiang. But she quickly regained her composure, smiling as she replied, Hello, Su classmate. The more she observed, the more certain she became that Su Tiantian and Jiang Qingge shared a special bond, an inexplicable sense of loss swelling within her. Jiang Qingge then turned to Zhang Dali and the others, saying, Let us go. Farewell, Senior. Everyone, take your time enjoying the meal. Goodbye, Junior Jiang. In an unguarded moment, Chen Yushu had transitioned her form of address to Junior Jiang. Shortly thereafter, Su Tiantian inadvertently released Jiang Qingge's hand. Upon reaching the doorway, Jiang Qingge gestured towards Chen Yushu's table and spoke to the waiter. I'll cover the bill for that table. After scanning his membership code to the waiter, the group exited the Brother Barbecue establishment. Brother Jiang, our car is parked at the school. Shall we head there now? Lin Yang inquired of Jiang Qingge and the others. Jiang Qingge chuckled. Let us go together. It'll help us digest. The group made their way toward the school parking lot, with Su Tiantian and Jiang Qingge walking closely together, chattering animatedly and occasionally bursting into bright laughter. Lin Yu trailed behind, seemingly engrossed in her phone. Yet her gaze persistently lingered on Jiang Qingge and Su Tiantian. Zhang Dali and Lin Yang, meanwhile, engaged in discussions about what songs to sing at KTV. Before long, they arrived at the parking lot. Lin Yang guided everyone to a black Mercedes-Benz G-Class, patting the vehicle and proclaiming, This is my car. What do you think? Pretty impressive, right? Zhang Dali stepped forward to touch the car, his face filled with envy as he remarked, Not bad at all. When did you get this new car? Lin Yang grinned sheepishly. I switched it over the summer. My dad said he'd get my sister a Land Rover, and I just begged him, and in the end, he got me this Mercedes G-Class too. Jiang Qingge chimed in with praise. That's a very imposing vehicle. Humph, my car is quite beautiful too. Su Tiantian, hearing Jiang Qingge's compliment, pressed the button on her key fob. As she did, a nearby red Porsche Cayenne lit up, its body gleaming with a striking brilliance. Wow. Student Su, your car is super cool. Zhang Dali exclaimed, genuinely impressed. Su Tiantian beamed with pride and said, This was a gift from my parents when I got into university. I instantly fell in love with this color. Isn't it stunning? She cast an expectant glance towards Jiang Qingge. He smiled and nodded. Indeed, it's beautiful and perfectly suits your temperament. Upon hearing Jiang Qingge's praise, a blissful smile spread across Su Tiantian's face. Brother Jiang, what about your car? Can you show it to Tiantian as well, please? Su Tiantian's coy tone melted Jiang Qingge's heart, and he ultimately succumbed to her persistent coaxing. He retrieved the key to his Cullinan from his pocket and pressed the button. In response, a black Rolls-Royce Cullinan in the parking lot slowly illuminated its lights, exuding an air of opulence and distinction amid the surrounding vehicles. Wow! The group collectively gasped in astonishment. Zhang Dali's eyes widened in envy as he exclaimed, "Boss, I always suspected you were wealthy, but I never imagined you were this affluent. This car is beyond extravagant. A Rolls-Royce Cullinan, how much must that cost?" Lin Yang couldn't help but marvel. "Brother Jiang, I thought my G-Class was impressive, but compared to your Cullinan, it pales in comparison." Su Tiantian's eyes sparkled with excitement as she tugged at Jiang Qingge's arm. "Brother Jiang, your car is so cool. It looks even better than my Porsche. Can I drive it tonight?" Lin Yu, however, first noticed the license plate rather than the car itself. The plate rung 88888 was far rarer than the vehicle it adorned. The Jiang family must possess considerable influence, at least greater than ours. The siblings exchanged a glance, both registering the shock in each other's eyes. "Come on, Brother Jiang, and little Yaya, let us head out." Su Tiantian snatched the key from Jiang Qingge's hand and dashed towards the driver's seat, urging them to hurry into the car. Jiang Qingge motioned for Lin Yu to enter first. After a moment's thought, she opened the passenger door and sat down. Jiang Qingge took his place in the back seat. During the drive to KTV, Su Tiantian remained somewhat preoccupied with the relationship between Jiang Qingge and Shen Yushu, occasionally stealing glances at Jiang Qingge through the rearview mirror. Meanwhile, Lin Yu furrowed her brow, observing her friend in the driver's seat, sensing that she was somewhat distracted. "Ahem, Tiantian. Focus on driving, and stop looking around." At this, Su Tiantian playfully stuck out her tongue at Lin Yu. "Got it, little Yaya," with the Cullinan and its prestigious license plate leading the way. The originally 15-minute drive was reduced to a mere 12 minutes. Arriving at the entrance of Yayang KTV, the Cullinan struggled to execute a parallel parking maneuver. The vehicle's length combined with Su Tiantian's recent acquisition of her driver's license led to several failed attempts to park. Observing Su Tiantian's flustered efforts, Jiang Qingge felt a mix of helplessness and concern, fearing that her continued attempts might result in scraping the neighboring cars. After a brief hesitation, he unfastened his seatbelt, gently leaned forward from the back seat, and grasped the steering wheel with both hands. His body nearly pressed against Su Tiantian's back, his breath softly brushing against her ear as he calmly instructed, "Tiantian, don't panic. Gradually ease off the accelerator and turn the steering wheel to the left. Yes, just like that." Feeling Jiang Qingge's closeness, Su Tiantian's cheeks flushed crimson, her heart racing uncontrollably. Following his guidance, she mechanically pressed the accelerator. "Now, slowly reverse. Keep an eye on the rearview mirror and hit the brakes when you get close to the car behind you." Jiang Qingge continued to direct her softly, his focused expression captivating Su Tiantian even more, making her feel increasingly flustered. However, when she glanced in the rearview mirror, all she could see was Jiang Qingge's handsome face, which left her utterly entranced. In a moment of distraction, she nearly pressed the accelerator instead of the brake, but fortunately, she regained her composure just in time to avoid an unfortunate mishap. Lin Yu, seated in the passenger seat, couldn't help but notice the intimate posture between the two and gently cleared her throat. "Ahem, are you two parking or filming a romantic drama?" Su Tiantian, caught off guard by Lin Yu's teasing, felt a surge of embarrassment and wished she could disappear into the ground. With Jiang Qingge's assistance, the Cullinan was finally parked safely. Jiang Qingge returned to the back seat and cheerfully told Su Tiantian, "All done. You'll need to practice parking more often." Blushing, Su Tiantian quietly replied, "Thank you, Brother Jiang." System, Su Tiantian's affection 10. As the three exited the vehicle, Su Tiantian remained lost in the lingering romantic atmosphere while walking with a light, buoyant step. Lin Yu observed Su Tiantian's bashful demeanor, feeling an inexplicable discomfort within her, a complex mix of emotions she couldn't quite articulate. They entered the KTV, where Lin Yang and Zhang Dali were already waiting in the lobby. Upon seeing Jiang Qingge and the others approach, Lin Yang smiled. "You finally made it. I was just worried you might have encountered parking troubles." Jiang Qingge responded with a grin. "It was a bit of a hassle, but it's all sorted now. Let us head to the private room and unwind." At this moment, a nearby waiter approached and respectfully addressed Lin Yang. "Mr. Yang, welcome." Lin Yang responded, "Yes, please prepare a private room. Tian Di Hao." "Certainly, Mr. Yang. You and your friends may head to the room to relax. Drinks will be served shortly. Please be patient." Observing her brother's pretentious demeanor, Lin Yu felt exasperated. She knew all too well the nature of her elder brother, who relished showing off in front of others. Meanwhile, Jiang Qingge contemplated the idea of venturing into some business of her own. "Old Yang, how much does it cost to run this KTV?" she inquired. "I've invested nearly 2 million initially, with an annual return of about 700,000. Li Yang cheerfully explained to Jiang Qingge, "Brother Jiang, if you have any ideas in the future, we can go into partnership. Together, we can expand and achieve greatness." "Indeed, I'm considering it, but I haven't decided which sector to enter yet. Hey, from what I understand, there is a significant demand for billiard halls and game rooms near our school. We could definitely partner up for that. After saying this, he gave Jiang Qingge a knowing look. I'll think about it. Jiang Qingge nodded in agreement. Soon, everyone arrived at the private room, where Zhang Dali immediately rushed to the karaoke station, eagerly vying to choose songs. Su Tiantian, regaining some energy, pulled Jiang Qingge to the sofa and said, "Brother Jiang, you must duet with me later." Jiang Qingge nodded in affirmation. "Of course, whatever you wish to sing, I will accompany you. Wait, let us first play some drinking games. We can sing later when we're too tipsy to continue. What do you all think?" As a seasoned participant, Lin Yang was quite familiar with these games. Given that this was Lin Yang's KTV, the typical scenes of, "Hey, little sister, let me toast you," were nowhere to be seen. At that moment, the door to the private room swung open, and several waiters entered, bringing trays of fruit platters, bottles of our Martin XO, and various common beverages. "Feel free to drink, everyone. Tonight's expenses are on me, young Master Lin." Wow, young Master Lin is so generous. The drinks can be enjoyed straight or mixed. The pure taste is richer and smoother. Chapter 13. Brother Jiang is the best. After everyone took a sip, Lin Yang suggested, "Let us play South conquering North battling." This is a common drinking game where two individuals with good drinking capacities are selected as captains, and through games like rock, paper, scissors, the winning captain chooses the drinks, while the captains alternately select their teammates. Given the win-lose nature of the game, this could lead to imbalances among the teams. Naturally, as the host, Lin Yang was determined to be the captain. He stood up and boisterously called out, "Who else can hold their liquor? Come challenge me." He glanced at Jiang Qingge, implying, "You're up." With a resigned expression, Jiang Qingge replied, "I'll do it." The first round of the PK determined that the winning side could dictate the drinks, while the losers would consume as decided by the winners. With a reluctant acceptance, Jiang Qingge stood opposite Lin Yang. People gathered around, their faces brimming with anticipation for the spectacle. "Rock, paper, scissors," they shouted simultaneously. Jiang Qingge revealed scissors while Lin Yang showed cloth. Jiang Qingge triumphed in the first round of the PK. "Drink up," Jiang Qingge teased. "What are you implying, Brother Jiang?" Lin Yang retorted, grabbing the bottle and downing half of it in one go. Lin Yu shook her head in disbelief, fully aware of her brother's tendencies. "I knew it. He was going to go all out from the start." At this point, Su Tiantian, brimming with excitement, chirped, "Brother Jiang, pick me later. I can hold my liquor well too." How could Jiang Qingge refuse such an adorable request? Subsequently, Jiang Qingge and Lin Yang engaged in another round of rock, paper, scissors to select teammates. Lin Yang won this round, displaying a triumphant grin as he surveyed the crowd, finally settling his gaze on Zhang Dali. "I choose Dali. This guy can drink a lot." Zhang Dali chuckled, stepping behind Lin Yang, confidently declaring, "Hey, you know my drinking capacity. Trust me, I'll bring glory to our team." In the second round, Jiang Qingge emerged victorious. When it was his turn to choose, he smiled at Su Tiantian and said, "Then I'll select Tiantian. Please don't let me down." Su Tiantian joyfully ran to stand behind Jiang Qingge, sweetly assuring him, "Brother Jiang, don't worry, I won lag behind." In the third round, Lin Yang won again. Zhang Dali suggested, "Yangzi, you should pick Wang Yang first. If you win again, go for Yangjia. By then, we'll have 4 guys on our side, while the other team will have at most 3. We'll win for sure." Lin Yang found this strategy appealing and turned to Lin Yu, saying, "Sorry, sis, but you're bound to lose. I'll drink your share, even if it's double." He then gritted his teeth and called out, "Wang Yang, come here." Lin Yang won the 4th round as well. Zhang Dali, astonished, exclaimed, "Damn. You're quite lucky today. It's like my words have come true." Lin Yang burst into triumphant laughter, clapping Zhang Dali on the shoulder. "Dali, your mouth is truly blessed. All right, Yangjia, come join our team." Yangjia laughed and hurried over, ready for action. "Brother Yang, Dali, with our combined efforts, this game will be a piece of cake." Jiang Qingge, witnessing Lin Yang's consecutive victories, remained unperturbed, a calm smile adorning his face. In the final round, Jiang Qingge won. Su Tiantian cheerfully called out to Lin Yu, "Xiao Yiya, come over. We're a pair now." Lin Yu shrugged, exasperatedly replying to Su Tiantian, "There are only 3 of us on our side. How are we supposed to play?" She then turned to Jiang Qingge, saying, "Hey, Jiang, it's all on you now. Don't be fooled by how sweet Tiantian sounds. She gets tipsy after just a couple of drinks." Jiang Qingge nodded reassuringly. "With me around, you can relax." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance, despite the fact that their team only had 3 members. As the drinking progressed, Su Tiantian's face turned a rosy hue, her head swaying as she repeatedly exclaimed, "No more. I can't take it anymore." Due to the alcohol, her hands gripped her thighs tightly, her beautifully manicured nails contrasting against her skin. Having lost yet another round, it was Su Tiantian's turn to drink again. Looking at the glass in front of her, her face was filled with reluctance. "Brother Jiang, could you help me drink this, please?" she pleaded, wrapping her arm around Jiang Qingge's, nuzzling against him. Unable to refuse her adorable demeanor, Jiang Qingge smiled and took the glass from her hand, downing it in one go. "All right, Tian, no more drinking for you. Take a moment to rest," he gently advised. Su Tian squinted her eyes, grinning as she leaned against Jiang Qingge, mumbling, "Brother Jiang is the best." Before she could finish her words, she fell asleep on him. Lin Yu observed this scene, feeling a peculiar discomfort in her heart. Though she could not quite articulate the reason for her discontent, she simply felt unhappy. Clearing her throat softly, she remarked, "Jiang, you must not indulge her too much, or she will become even more unreasonable in the future." "Should I indulge you then?" Jiang Qingge, emboldened by the effects of the alcohol, responded playfully. Upon hearing Jiang Qingge's teasing remark, Lin Yu's cheeks flushed crimson, her heart racing like a startled fawn. She scoffed lightly, saying, "Who wants your indulgence? Stop your nonsense and take care of Tian instead." Lin Yang, watching the interaction between the two, couldn't help but jest. "Oh, Jiang, is my sister feeling jealous? The back and forth between you two is quite entertaining." Lin Yu shot him an annoyed glare, retorting, "Brother, don't speak carelessly." However, the rosy hue of her cheeks betrayed her flustered state, while her fair neck bore a hint of crimson. Jiang Qingge chuckled and shook his head, choosing not to respond further. At that moment, a subtle shift in the atmosphere within the private room was palpable, as if everyone had sensed the unique tension between Lin Yu and Jiang Qingge. Zhang Dali exclaimed loudly, all right, shall we continue with the game or not? We can't just abandon it halfway. Come on, let us keep going." The next round was Lin Yu's turn to drink, and having already consumed quite a bit, she was nearing her limit. Lin Yang, observing his sister's condition, teased, "Sis, let me drink on your behalf." But Lin Yu stubbornly shot him a glare, insisting, "You don't need to worry about me." With that, she downed another drink in one gulp. Lin Yang frowned slightly at her defiance. Chapter 14. Only children make choices. "I want it all." Lin Yu suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. The after effects of the alcohol were indeed potent, yet she gritted her teeth and endured the discomfort. Jiang Qingge, noticing her condition, gently said, "Lin Yu, you've done wonderfully. You don't need to drink anymore. I'll cover for you." Lin Yu looked at Jiang Qingge, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. Just as she was about to respond, a fierce wave of dizziness struck her, causing her to sway unsteadily. Jiang Qingge reacted swiftly, stepping forward to steady her. "Are you all right?" he asked with concern. Leaning against Jiang Qingge, her face flushed, Lin Yu murmured, "I'm fine. It's just that the after effects of the alcohol are a bit overwhelming." "Thank you." She then absent-mindedly played with her hair. "It's nothing. I told you I would indulge you," Jiang Qingge replied, his tone laced with affection. Upon hearing his endearing words, Lin Yu's already flushed cheeks deepened in color. "Who wants your indulgence? You smell quite nice," she thought to herself, simultaneously feeling a twinge of shame. "Lin Yu, what are you doing? This is your best friend's crush." Logically, a boy typically carries only the scents of laundry detergent and shower gel. If one detects a pleasant fragrance on a boy, it often indicates a degree of fondness. Lin Yu pondered an article she had once read, questioning her own feelings. Do I truly like him? Lin Yang, observing his sister's demeanor, looked perplexed and remarked, "What have you done to my sister?" Subsequently, Jiang Qingge gently laid Lin Yu back on the sofa and thoughtfully provided her with a cushion. Jiang Qingge single-handedly faced off against 4 opponents, ultimately forcing them all to surrender. "Boss, I'm not exaggerating. I'm considered quite the drinker back home, but compared to you, I willingly concede," Zhang Dali said earnestly. "Brother, a person's character is reflected in their drinking habits. I'm convinced you're a true friend," Lin Yang replied, slumped on the sofa, his words barely coherent. Meanwhile, Yang Jie and Wang Yang had succumbed to sleep on the sofa, utterly unconscious. Eventually, Jiang Qingge summoned the server and had everyone sip some honey water. After a 30-minute respite, they gradually regained their senses. After drinking the honey water, Lin Yu felt considerably more alert. Watching Jiang Qingge busily tending to everyone, her peculiar feelings intensified, but thoughts of Su Tiantian made her sigh inwardly. After singing a few songs together, they all prepared to return to school. Jiang Qingge glanced at his watch, realizing it was already past 11. If he recalled correctly, the school regulations stated that curfew was at 11 o'clock. After this revelation, Lin Yang mentioned he had an apartment near the school. Su Tiantian and Lin Yu chimed in, saying they also had a place outside the school where they usually resided together. Jiang Qingge and the others felt slightly awkward, as they could no longer enter the school dormitory due to the curfew. Ultimately, they decided to book a hotel for the night. Lin Yang and Jiang Qingge each called for a designated driver, with Lin Yang, Zhang Dali, and the others climbing into a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Lin Yang planned to drop them off at the hotel before returning to his apartment. Meanwhile, Jiang Qingge, Su Tiantian, and Lin Yu settled into a colonnade, with Jiang Qingge intending to drop the two girls off at the dormitory before finding a hotel. Seated in the passenger seat, Jiang Qingge sensed a delicate atmosphere within the car. Su Tiantian and Lin Yu occupied the back seat, with Su Tiantian occasionally stealing glances at Jiang Qingge, her face adorned with a sweet smile, while Lin Yu stared out the window, lost in her thoughts. Throughout the journey, Su Tiantian chattered cheerfully, breaking the silence. "Brother Jiang, I had such a great time today. Let us hang out again next time, shall we?" Jiang Qingge replied with a smile. "Of course, as long as everyone is free." Lin Yu, overhearing their conversation, felt a slight irritation but forced a smile, saying, "Yes, today was indeed quite enjoyable. Brother Jiang, we haven't exchanged contact information yet. Let us add each other." Su Tiantian exclaimed, leaning forward to scan Jiang Qingge's QR code with her phone. Jiang Qingge smiled and took out his phone, exchanging contact information with Su Tiantian. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she looked at Jiang Qingge's WeChat. Witnessing Su Tiantian's happiness, Lin Yu felt increasingly unsettled and turned her head away to gaze out at the rapidly passing scenery. Just as Jiang Qingge turned to ask Lin Yu if she wanted to add him, he noticed her distracted gaze and thought better of it. She would likely reach out to him if she wanted to connect. Before long, the car arrived at the entrance of the community where Su Tiantian and Lin Yu resided. The designated driver slowed the vehicle, and Jiang Qingge turned to the two girls, saying, "You've arrived. Go ahead and rest. It's been quite a long night. Thank you for your hard work." However, Su Tiantian did not exit immediately. Instead, she leaned closer to Jiang Qingge, playfully asking, "Brother Jiang, are you free tomorrow? Shall we go out together?" Jiang Qingge hesitated, uncertain of his plans for the following day. Just as he was about to respond, Lin Yu interjected, "Tiantian, don't put him on the spot. He might have other commitments tomorrow." Su Tiantian pouted, casting an unhappy glance at Lin Yu. Yeah, why are you being like this? Can I just ask?" Lin Yu felt unable to say more. Jiang Qingge, seeing the situation, chuckled and said, "I'm truly grateful for your patience, and I shall now proceed with the refined translation of your text. Tiantian, I shall check my schedule tomorrow, and if time permits, I will certainly accompany you for an outing." Upon hearing this, Su Tiantian's anger dissipated into delight, and she pecked Jiang Qingge gently on the cheek, smiling as she said, "Then it's settled, Brother Jiang, good night." With that, she skipped off the car. Lin Yu, witnessing this scene, felt a pang in her heart and followed suit, alighting from the vehicle. She gazed at Jiang Qingge, her eyes reflecting a tangle of emotions, and softly uttered, "Good night." Without waiting for a response, she hurried after Su Tiantian, linking arms with her as they entered the community. Jiang Qingge, touching his cheek where Su Tiantian had kissed him, found himself caught between amusement and exasperation. The designated driver, observing the moment, teased, "My friend, you certainly have a way with the ladies." Jiang Qingge chuckled awkwardly, choosing not to engage further, and simply urged the driver to expedite their journey to the hotel. As the driver maneuvered the vehicle towards the hotel, he gradually parked in the garage and handed the keys to Jiang Qingge before departing on his foldable electric bike. The distance from the parking lot to the hotel's entrance allowed Jiang Qingge to reflect on the events of his first day at school. The cool night breeze invigorated his mind, making him acutely aware of the intricate and complicated relationships he now shared with Chun Yushu, Lin Yu, and Su Tiantian. With a wry smile, he murmured to himself, "Damn it, only children make choices. I want it all." Chapter 15, Gao Jie's first time. Let's go. It's time to return to the hotel and enjoy a good night's sleep. Exiting the parking lot, he had to pass by a bar. When the designated driver had parked, he couldn't help but voice his thoughts, pondering how the hotel owner could be so oblivious to the business implications of situating a hotel next to a bar, unfazed by the potential disruption to guests' rest. Eventually, he learned from the driver that the hotel and the bar shared the same proprietor, purportedly for the convenience of a comprehensive service experience. Jiang Qingge couldn't help but marvel at the cleverness of some individuals in this world. As he approached the bar, a cacophony of raucous singing assaulted his ears. He inwardly chastised, "These people certainly lack any sense of civic responsibility. It's late, and yet they make such a racket, clearly disturbing the peace." Stopping momentarily, he cast a disdainful glance at the bar before turning away, only to feel a tug at his sleeve. "Hey, big brother." Jiang Qingge furrowed his brow and instinctively turned around. Before him stood a girl, her features delicate, though her pallor suggested a lack of nourishment over time. Clad in a school uniform, her modesty seemed contradicted by the fullness of her chest, the uniform having been washed to an immaculate whiteness. "What do you want?" Jiang Qingge asked, his expression one of curiosity. "Big brother, do you want?" The girl hesitated, her lips parting but faltering, unable to articulate her thoughts clearly. "Little sister, what exactly do you wish to communicate?" If not for her striking beauty and youthful demeanor, Jiang Qingge would have long since walked away. "I want to ask if you would like to spend the night with me," she stammered, her voice diminishing to a whisper as her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, resembling ripe apples. "Spend the night with me?" Jiang Qingge's mind momentarily halted, contemplating the possibility that she might be offering something illicit. Yet, her pure appearance made it difficult for him to associate her with such an occupation. But then he recalled the videos he had seen online, featuring individuals masquerading as students, demanding exorbitant fees for their services. Goodness, the world truly is filled with stark contrasts between appearances and reality. Jiang Qingge's thoughts raced. Despite his wealth, he was still a youth, untouched by the experiences of adulthood. The recent interactions at the KTV with Su Tian and Lin Yu had already stirred his youthful exuberance. Gazing at the innocent girl before him, he felt an insatiable itch, as if a cat were pawing at his heart. He then inquired, "What is your name?" I am Gao Jia," she replied, sensing a flicker of interest in Jiang Qingge's demeanor. Though it was her first time engaging in such an encounter, she was driven by desperation to aid her gravely ill mother. She had hoped for a more dignified first experience, not with a scruffy, portly, middle-aged man. As Jiang Qingge passed by, she noted his lavish attire and perceived wealth, leading her to believe that selling her virtue to him would be preferable to others who had approached her earlier. If Gao Jia had been a seasoned professional instead of an inexperienced newcomer, she would have undoubtedly chosen the older man, for Jiang Qingge, despite his apparent affluence, was merely a wealthy heir, while those men were established in their fortunes. 8,000 will suffice, Gao Jia quickly asserted, seizing the moment as she sensed his wavering interest. She then shyly buried her head between her ample bosom. 8,000. Jiang Qingge frowned. Though unfamiliar with the industry standards, he felt the price was exorbitant. This is hardly a reasonable fee. It feels akin to robbery. While he possessed wealth, 8,000 was indeed excessive. The sudden demand for such a high price hinted at her underlying desperation. Jiang Qingge instinctively activated his insight into her profile. Name, Gao Jia. Gender, female. Age, 18. Height, 162 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Attractiveness, 92 points. Occupation, freshman at Rongqing University. College of Finance and Management, currently distressed over her inability to pay tuition. Understanding her predicament, Jiang Qingge deduced that an unforeseen circumstance must have arisen at home necessitating urgent funds. Otherwise, her lack of experience in this line of work would not reflect zero encounters. Gao Jia, perceiving Jiang Qingge's hesitance, assumed her asking price was too steep. She quickly added, "Big brother, this is my first time." Tears welled in her eyes as she recounted her plight, lamenting that if she failed to pay the fees by tomorrow, her mother would be moved from intensive care to a general ward. Her tears flowed freely as she pleaded with Jiang Qingge, "Please, big brother, you can do anything you wish. I have a great figure. If you don't believe me, I can show you." As she attempted to pull her clothing aside, Jiang Qingge swiftly intervened, gently restraining her and speaking softly. "Please, rise first. Allow me to treat you to a meal." He, too, was human, not a soulless machine. Witnessing the girl before him weep so sorrowfully, how could he refrain from offering assistance? Moreover, her presence evoked memories of his own past, of his parents toiling in their remote hometown to provide for his education. Seeing Gao Jia, he felt a pang of sympathy. Yet, he deemed it necessary to inquire further about the cause of her distress. Was it a familial upheaval or something else? Jiang Qingge gently lifted Gao Jia to her feet, but due to prolonged malnutrition and having squatted for too long, she nearly fainted upon standing. Jiang Qingge, quick to react, stepped forward to support her and gradually led her toward a nearby food stall. As he gazed into her eyes, he inquired, "Since this is your first experience, what compels you to venture into such a profession?" Chapter 16. To serve Jiang Qingge as a beast of burden. It is often said that the eyes are the windows to the soul. Regardless of how meticulously one may disguise their actions and expressions, the eyes remain an unwavering truth. Observing Gao Jia's gaze, he discerned a mixture of clarity, confusion, fatigue, and helplessness. Gao Jia evidently preferred to keep her thoughts to herself, merely whispering, "I need money to save my life." The bond between her and this man was confined to this single night. She wished to avoid further complicating matters for anyone else. "Money to save your life?" Jiang Qingge replied with a serious demeanor. "You must elucidate the situation. Unless you clarify, I shall not proceed to purchase your services." Upon hearing his words, Gao Jia bit her lip, visibly intimidated. After a prolonged pause, she finally spoke. "My mother recently collapsed unexpectedly. After being examined at the hospital, The doctors diagnosed her with severe cardiovascular and cerebrovascular disease. She was immediately admitted to the intensive care unit, and the doctors insisted on an immediate payment for surgery. Otherwise, she would be transferred to a general ward tomorrow. Without surgery, my mother, she might not survive. At this point, Gao Jie could no longer contain her tears and began to sob uncontrollably. Jiang Qingge's heart tightened. He could sense the urgency and despair woven into her words. What of the others in your family? How could they allow you, a young woman, to engage in such activities? He inquired, furrowing his brow. Gao Jie wiped her tears and, with a quiver in her voice, responded, my father had a penchant for gambling, and our family accrued substantial debts. Ultimately, after my mother settled those debts, she took me away from him. Since then, it has just been my mother and me, struggling to make ends meet. To support my university education, we have already incurred considerable debt, and with the initial medical expenses, we have borrowed all we could. Now, we truly cannot muster any funds. Jiang Qingge sighed deeply upon hearing her plight, uncertain of what to say. Upon arriving at the food stall, Jiang Qingge ordered a selection of home-style dishes, including twice-cooked pork, human-flavored meat slices, stir-fried meat, and fish-flavored eggplant, along with some skewers and seafood. Thoughtfully, he also ordered a bowl of congee for Gao Jie, concerned that she might struggle to digest such a large meal all at once. The dishes arrived promptly, the skewers and seafood exuding an enticing aroma, while the twice-cooked pork glistened under the light. Gao Jie gazed at the bountiful spread, her stomach audibly growling, yet she remained hesitant, unsure of how to begin. Do not be shy, please eat. You need to nourish yourself to tackle the issues at hand, Jiang Qingge encouraged, placing the congee before her. Start with the congee to ease your stomach. Gratefully, Gao Jie glanced at him, took a spoonful of congee, and let it warm her cold heart. Subsequently, she picked up a piece of fish-flavored eggplant and savored it slowly, the familiar taste triggering fresh tears. This dish had been a staple cooked by her mother. Observing her emotional response, Jiang Qingge offered her a tissue and gently reassured her, do not cry. Rest assured, I shall assist you. Receiving the tissue, Gao Jie wiped her tears and, with a choked voice, replied, you are truly kind. Thank you. You are the first person, aside from my mother, who has treated me with such compassion. Jiang Qingge smiled softly, stroking her head, and replied, do not speak in such a manner. Everyone encounters difficulties at times. Focus on your meal first, and we shall discuss everything afterward. Also, please refrain from calling me big brother. I have a name, Jiang Qingge. Thank you, Jiang Gu. Gao Jie mumbled, her mouth still full, making her sound adorably endearing. Having consumed a barbecue meal that afternoon, Jiang Qingge found himself feeling hungry as well. So he quietly began to eat alongside Gao Jie. Meanwhile, Su Tiantian and Lin Yu returned home. Su Tiantian, brimming with excitement, bounced around the living room, exclaiming, yeah, today was so wonderful. Jiang Gu is so handsome, and he drinks so well, yet he is so gentle. Lin Yu managed a faint smile. Indeed, he is quite impressive. Yet within her heart, she wrestled with her feelings for Jiang Qingge. Su Tiantian, perceptive to Lin Yu's unusual demeanor, halted her movements and approached her, asking, yeah? Is everything all right? Are you feeling unwell? Do you feel nauseous from drinking too much? Lin Yu nodded quickly, admitting, I do feel a bit unwell. I think I'll go wash up. I'm rather tired and wish to rest early. All right then, let us hurry to bed. Who knows? Perhaps we might spend time with Jiang Gu again tomorrow, as there is little happening with the start of school. Su Tiantian chirped, then skipped back to her room to change clothes. Lin Yu entered her own room, closed the door, leaned against it, inhaling deeply before exhaling slowly. She realized that her relationship with Tiantian might become complicated due to Jiang Qingge, yet she was unable to suppress her special feelings for him. Returning to Jiang Qingge, he had evidently underestimated Gao Jie's appetite, surprised by how voraciously she consumed her meal. With such a robust digestive system, it was no wonder she was well-developed. Perhaps it had been too long since she had enjoyed a meal this delightful. Her initial hesitance quickly succumbed to hunger. She devoured her food eagerly, her cheeks puffing out in a comical yet heart-wrenching manner. Jiang Qingge couldn't help but chuckle as he gently reminded her, slow down. Do not choke. There is plenty more. With her mouth full, Gao Jie mumbled in agreement, yet her hands did not cease their movements. In no time, she had polished off a significant portion of the meal. Finally, she slowed her eating, patting her round belly, a mixture of satisfaction and embarrassment gracing her features. Jiang Gu, have I eaten too much? Jiang Qingge shook his head, smiling. It is perfectly fine. The important thing is that you are full. Seeing you enjoy your meal brings me joy as well. He then poured her a glass of soy milk. Gao Jie accepted the soy milk, taking a gentle sip, and looked at Jiang Qingge with gratitude, saying, Jiang Gu, you truly are different from others. Being by your side feels just like being at home. As she spoke, a fleeting look of melancholy crossed her face. I haven't felt this way in a long time. Suddenly, She stood up, as if summoned by newfound courage, and declared, Jiang Qingge, I have devoted my entire life to serving you, and it has been worth it. Jiang Qingge waved his hand dismissively. Do not dwell on repayment. The priority lies in treating your mother's illness. How much more do you require for her surgery? Chapter 17. Opening 2 rooms, the doorbell rings. Gao Jie's eyes brimmed with tears as her voice trembled slightly. Brother Jiang, the doctor said the surgical fee, along with subsequent rehabilitation expenses, will amount to approximately 120,000. I understand this is no small sum, Brother Jiang. You have already helped me immensely. If it is too burdensome. She lowered her head. Unable to meet Jiang Qingge's gaze, her hands nervously twisting together. No worries, I will transfer you 200,000. If that is insufficient, feel free to come to me again. Gao Jie abruptly raised her head, her eyes wide with astonishment and gratitude. Brother Jiang, 200,000. This is far too much. How could I possibly accept such a sum from you? She shook her head repeatedly, realizing the enormity of the amount and feeling incapable of repaying it. Jiang Qingge smiled reassuringly. Do not refuse. Focus on treating your mother. Do not carry too much psychological burden. Consider it a loan. You may return it when you are able. As he spoke, he took out his phone to prepare the transfer. Gao Jie wished to say more, but found her throat choked with emotion, her myriad words dissolving into tears that streamed down her cheeks. Brother Jiang, you are truly my benefactor. I do not know how to repay you. After adding her as a friend, Jiang Qingge transferred the 200,000 and gently patted her shoulder. All right, stop crying. I have sent the money. You should go and settle it tomorrow. Thank you, Brother Jiang. After the transfer, Jiang Qingge received a notification on his phone. Account ending in 8888, September 19th, 050. Received system feedback funds of 2,000,000,000. Balance 19, 149, 690, 408. System bank. He then settled the bill for their meal. Boss, the check please. Coming right up, classmate. That will be 360 yuan. Cash or card? No need for cash. Please scan the code. With a beep, Jiang Qingge successfully completed the payment. Account ending in 8888, September 19th, 052. Received system feedback funds of 3,600,000. Balance 19. 153, 254, 408. System bank. Afterward, Jiang Qingge tucked his phone away and prepared to head to the hotel for a room. However, after taking a few steps, he noticed Gao Jie still standing in place, prompting him to ask curiously, Are you going home? Gao Jie, misinterpreting his words as a dismissal, rushed forward and tightly embraced Jiang Qingge, leaning against his chest, her voice choked with tears as she pleaded, Brother Jiang, do you not want me anymore? Whoa, please let me stay by your side. I can do anything. I do not ask for any title, just please do not abandon me. Feeling the softness against his abdomen, Jiang Qingge found himself momentarily at a loss, his arms outstretched, unsure of how to respond to Gao Jie's sudden display of affection. Damn it, why are you so useless? Unable to handle a woman? Finally, gritting his teeth, he wrapped his arms around Gao Jie and whispered softly in her ear. Then promise to be obedient while you are with me. Let us go. We should return to the hotel to rest. We need to pay for anti-S treatment in the morning. Upon hearing Jiang Qingge's response, Gao Jie's heart soared with joy. She lifted her head, her tear-streaked face blossoming into a radiant smile. Yes, Brother Jiang, I will definitely be obedient. As she linked her arm with Jiang Qingge's, the two made their way to the hotel. Along the way, she continually squeezed his arm, asking, Brother Jiang, are you comfortable? How is the pressure? Little Jie's touch is quite pleasant. Upon arriving at the hotel, Jiang Qingge booked 2 luxurious rooms for a total of 300 yuan. After escorting Gao Jie to her room, he softly said, Go in and get a good night's sleep. I will come to wake you in the morning. Gao Jie, feeling reluctant, finally nodded obediently. Brother Jiang, do rest early as well. She reluctantly released Jiang Qingge's arm, giving him a gentle peck on the cheek before entering her room. He touched the spot where she had kissed him, smiling helplessly before turning back to his own room. Lying on his bed, he glanced at the clock. It was already past 1. With nothing to do, Jiang Qingge decided to check his phone for any messages. The first notification was from the system bank. Account ending in 8888, September 19th, 0106. Received system feedback funds of 13,000,000. Balance 19, 166, 124, 408. System bank. After dismissing it, he opened a social messaging app. The first message was from someone named Esports Girl, who turned out to be Su Tiantian. Jiang Qingge pondered her nickname thoughtfully. Do you enjoy playing games? He then checked her moments and saw that her recent posts were all about playing a game called Counter-Strike, along with several photos of her at an amusement park catching stuffed animals. He subsequently changed her contact name to Tiantian. Tiantian, Brother Jiang, good night. Tian has already washed up. If you have time tomorrow, would you accompany me to play? Jiang Qingge thought for a moment before replying, sorry, Tian. I might have some matters to attend to during the day. Let us see if I have time in the evening. After sending the message, Jiang Qingge returned to the main page and noticed a red dot under his contacts. Upon clicking it, he saw a new message. Hello, boss. I am Shen Yunyao. This is my personal account. Jiang Qingge accepted the request and changed her contact name to Shen Yunyao, but did not pursue further conversation. Then there was Fathead Fish. Seeing the barrage of messages from her made him feel a bit overwhelmed. The last message from her read, I recommend a barbecue place outside. It has decent flavors. Jiang Qingge couldn't help but smirk internally. Indeed, the flavor is decent, but it's quite a coincidence to run into you. After pondering, he finally sent her a message. Senior, please do not misunderstand today's events. Tian is truly just a friend of mine. We only just met at the dining table. He then altered her contact name to Chen Yushu. Lastly, he changed Gao Jie's contact name to Little Jie and tossed his phone onto the bed, preparing to wash up. Just as he reached the bathroom door, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Jiang Qingge frowned, peering through the peephole to see a familiar silhouette. It was none other than Gao Jie. He gently opened the door, allowing her to enter before quietly closing it behind her. Chapter 18, A Night of Love? Wrong hole. What brings you here at this hour? He asked, puzzled. Gao Jie, with her head down like a timid quail, softly replied, Brother Jiang, I am scared. I fear this is all just an illusion. May I sleep beside you? Seeing tears welling up in Gao Jie's eyes, Jiang Qingge ultimately nodded and softly said, all right, you can sleep here, but I still need to take a shower. Gao Jie bit her lip and weakly responded, I haven't showered yet either. Then your body is still wet. Jiang Qingge gazed at the nightgown she had donned, a look of perplexity crossing her features. But I want to wash it again, she remarked. Gao Jie regarded Jiang Qingge with her crystal clear eyes, devoid of any impurities. Very well, you may go wash it first. Jiang Qingge replied, a hint of resignation in her tone. Gao Jie's petite face puffed up in indignation, clearly miffed. Was he genuinely oblivious or merely pretending? Oh, never mind. Gao Jie seized Jiang Qingge's hand and dashed toward the bathroom, taken aback by her sudden action. Jiang Qingge had no time to react before being pulled into the cramped confines of the bathroom, where the proximity intensified the atmosphere, allowing him to feel Gao Jie's hurried breaths. Gao Jie, what are you doing? Jiang Qingge stammered, his face flushing a deep crimson. Gao Jie lifted her gaze, a flicker of shyness dancing in her eyes as she softly confessed, Brother Jiang, I wish to wash with you. Jiang Qingge's heart constricted at her unexpected declaration. He had never anticipated such words from Gao Jie. Faced with her innocent yet yearning expression, he found himself momentarily flustered, his mind a blank canvas. This may not be appropriate. Gao Jie, he managed to utter, desperately attempting to regain his composure. However, Gao Jie disregarded his hesitance, enveloping him in an embrace as she murmured, Brother Jiang, I am truly afraid of losing you. I desire to be closer to you. Jiang Qingge quickly turned his head, unable to meet her gaze, as a fierce internal battle raged within him. Gao Jie's assertiveness ignited an uncontrollable impulse within him. To hell with it. Jiang Qingge abruptly cradled Gao Jie's head and pressed his lips against hers fervently. Initially taken aback, Gao Jie soon closed her eyes and responded with fervor, their bodies entwined as the air thickened with an electrifying tension, their breaths mingling in a hurried rhythm. In that moment, Jiang Qingge's rationality was wholly consumed by desire, as he held Gao Jie tightly. Time slipped away unnoticed until they finally parted, both panting heavily. Gao Jie's cheeks were flushed, her gaze dreamy as she looked at Jiang Qingge, her eyes brimming with affection and shyness. Observing the girl in his arms, Jiang Qingge felt a profound sense of satisfaction following his impulsive act, which irrevocably altered the dynamics of their relationship. Brother Jiang, Gao Jie called softly, her voice laced with tenderness and dependence. Jiang Qingge gently caressed her face, murmuring, Little Jie, I. But before he could finish, Gao Jie leaned in once more, and they found themselves entwined again. Within the bathroom, the sound of water cascaded as it trickled down their hair, and they indulged in a passionate rendezvous beneath the flow. After the fervor subsided, Gao Jie seemed to sense Jiang Qingge's hesitation and conflict. She gently placed her finger against his lips, asserting, Brother Jiang, please say nothing. I know you care for me, and I am willing to follow you, regardless of what the future holds. Jiang Qingge felt a wave of emotion wash over him as he embraced Gao Jie anew. Jie, you can trust that I will not let you down. Once they had tidied up, they retired to bed. In the dead of night, a rumble from Jiang Qingge's stomach stirred him from slumber, prompting him to rise quietly with the intention of preparing a late-night snack. Under the dim light, he spotted what appeared to be a cabbage on the kitchen counter and, without a second thought, reached to pluck it. However, it proved stubbornly resistant to his efforts. His movements, albeit subtle, roused Gao Jie from her sleep. She furrowed her brow, sleepily murmuring, "Brother Jiang, that's not cabbage. It's the chocolate cake I bought for breakfast tomorrow." Jiang Qingge chuckled awkwardly, apologizing. "I'm sorry, Jie. I was a bit dazed and mistook it for cabbage." Gao Jie regarded him with a blend of exasperation and affection, replying, "It's all right, Brother Jiang. If you're really hungry, a bit of chocolate cake will suffice. Just keep the noise down." Leaning closer to her ear, he whispered, "I understand. I'll be careful." He then gingerly lifted the cake, lightly greased its surface, and placed it in the skillet for a brief heating. He turned it carefully, striving to minimize any sound. Yet, despite his efforts, Gao Jie was still disturbed by the slightest noise, tossing and turning in bed. Eventually, unable to endure any longer, she got up to use the restroom. After finishing the chocolate cake, Jiang Qingge still felt a pang of hunger and decided to prepare a stir-fry with the cabbage. He retrieved the cabbage from the refrigerator, meticulously peeling back its leaves to expose the tender inner layers. Next, he heated the oil, perhaps a bit too vigorously due to his hunger. Just as Gao Jie returned from the restroom and beheld the scene, she exclaimed, "Brother Jiang, be quieter. The heat is a bit too high." Jiang Qingge promptly responded, "Of course, my dear little Jie, I'll lower it immediately." He then proceeded to saute the cabbage, the sizzling sound filling the air as the vegetable gradually released its juices. Suddenly, a splash of liquid erupted from the pan, hitting Jiang Qingge's face. Gao Jie gasped, touching his cheek with concern and embarrassment as she asked, "Brother Jiang, is the cabbage spoiled? Why did it suddenly spurt?" A bit bewildered, Jiang Qingge took out his phone and searched, "Why does cabbage release water when stir-fried?" Soon, an informative video provided clarity, revealing that cabbage is rich in moisture, especially in its most tender parts, and that different varieties may exhibit varying characteristics, some more prone to releasing water. After sharing this explanation with Gao Jie, she nodded in relief. Finally, Jiang Qingge finished his stir-fry, meticulously cleaning the pan and spatula before returning to bed. However, after the hearty meal and the commotion, slumber eluded him. Observing Jiang Qingge's restless tossing, Gao Jie gently embraced him, her voice soothing as she said, "Brother Jiang, don't overthink. Just sleep. Tomorrow brings much to do." Chapter 19. I'll buy you a car too. Jiang Qingge felt warmth suffuse his heart at Gao Jie's tenderness. He adjusted his position and, with her beside him, gradually drifted into slumber. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the curtain-s gap, illuminating Jiang Qingge's face. He groggily opened his eyes to find Gao Jie peacefully sleeping beside him, a blissful smile gracing her lips. He couldn't help but ponder that it was about time to purchase a few properties near Rongqing University. System, daily task initiated. Purchase properties near Rongqing University. System, task description. Due to the host lacking a residence near Rongqing University, the system recommends the acquisition of several properties in that vicinity. System, task reward. Complete skill package max, a Koenigsegg, and a full set of intelligent biomimetic AI. Upon glancing at the task before him, Jiang Qingge exclaimed, "Artificial intelligence. Is it akin to the AI from that American superhero film?" System, indeed, host. It seems the property acquisition plan cannot be delayed. Jiang Qingge mused silently. Subsequently, he gently rose from his slumber, careful not to awaken Gao Jie. After a brief morning routine, he resolved to prepare a sumptuous breakfast for her. He first procured some abalone and ham sausages, then made his way to the hotel restaurant to fetch a few breakfast items. Intending to concoct a delightful abalone and ham porridge, Jiang Qingge meticulously washed the ingredients with water and after drying them with kitchen paper, he heated the oil in a pan. Once the oil reached the appropriate temperature, he tossed the abalone into the pan for a vigorous stir-fry, followed shortly by the entire ham sausage, which sizzled audibly. This commotion seemed to rouse Gao Jie from her dreams, as she furrowed her brow in her slumber. Observing her frown from the kitchen, Jiang Qingge lowered the heat and softened the clattering of the utensils. After a continuous hour of stir-frying, the moisture from the ingredients was finally evaporated, and the ham sausage had shriveled and become slightly charred. Satisfied with the concentrated broth in the pan, Jiang Qingge nodded approvingly before adding copious amounts of water and some rice, allowing it to simmer for a considerable time until it was finally ready. He savored a few spoonfuls of the nourishing concoction, leaving the charred sausage and rich broth for Gao Jie. As she slowly awakened from her dreams, she was pleasantly surprised to find the concentrated broth and ham before her. With delight, she finished the entire bowl. During her chewing, she unexpectedly discovered a unique richness and depth of flavor. "Brother Jiang, this ham sausage is surprisingly delicious," Gao Jie exclaimed, a glimmer of astonishment in her eyes. Jiang Qingge gazed at her with fondness, gently stroking her hair, and replied, "I was worried you might not like it. As long as you find it tasty, that's all that matters. Enjoy it if you like it." After they finished, Jiang Qingge cleaned the spatula and pot, and they began to indulge in the breakfast items they had just purchased. After all, a breakfast of abalone and ham sausages was hardly sufficient to resolve their pressing matters. Let us head to the hospital to pay for your mother's surgery first. Once we settle that, I'll take you shopping for some new clothes and a phone. Look at your school uniform. It's already so faded. It's time to retire those high school clothes. After cleaning the cooking utensils, Jiang Qingge led Gao Jie downstairs. Upon arriving at the hotel parking lot, Gao Jie gasped in awe at the sight of a luxurious sedan, exclaiming, "Wow, Brother Jiang, look at that car. It's stunning." Jiang Qingge chuckled and replied, "Indeed, it is quite beautiful." Stealing glances at him, Gao Jie smiled, adding, "Once my mother's health is restored and I clear our family's debts, I will work hard to buy you a car like that." Jiang Qingge affectionately pinched her chubby cheek, which felt delightful, and responded with a smile, "Then I shall thank you, little Jie Jie." He felt a surge of happiness but thought to himself, "Oh, silly girl, your entire lifetime's earnings might not suffice to purchase such a vehicle." At that moment, a couple was capturing their moments in front of Jiang Qingge's Cullinan. They were enthusiastically posing for photos, with the girl radiating excitement while the boy continuously adjusted his angles, aiming for the perfect shot. After the boy finished photographing the girl, she took her turn, and just as they pondered how to capture a couple's photo, they noticed Jiang Qingge and Gao Jie approaching. The young man stepped forward, offering Jiang Qingge a cigarette with a smile. "Hey, could you help us take a picture?" "Thank you." Jiang Qingge accepted the cigarette with a grin, casually tucking it behind his ear, and nodded, "Sure." He took the phone the boy handed him. Watching Jiang Qingge attentively assist the couple with their photography, Gao Jie couldn't help but smile, her heart brimming with warmth. Brother Jiang is so gentle and considerate to everyone. As he snapped photos, he guided them in posing. "Yes, just like that. Boy, lean slightly, girl. Link your arm around him and smile brightly. Perfect. This one looks great." After finishing the shoot, Jiang Qingge returned the phone to the boy, who inspected the pictures and smiled broadly. "Dude, these turned out great. Thanks a lot." The girl chimed in. "Yes, thank you so much." Jiang Qingge smiled and replied, "No problem. Just a small favor. Are you all done?" The boy nodded, glancing at the photos. "Yes, we're done. Thanks again, man." Gao Jie leaned closer to Jiang Qingge and whispered, "Brother Jiang, do you want to take a picture?" The boy, seemingly catching on, smiled at Jiang Qingge. "Hey, let me take one for you too." Jiang Qingge chuckled. "No need for that. This is my car." With that, he pressed the key fob in his hand, causing the Cullinan's lights to blink and emit a couple of cheerful beeps as it unlocked. The couple first paused in surprise, then their faces lit up with astonishment. "Wow, man, you've been keeping this under wraps." "We were just a bit rude," the boy said, somewhat sheepishly scratching his head. Jiang Qingge waved his hand dismissively. "No worries. No worries. It's just a coincidence. You didn't know it was mine." Meanwhile, Gao Jie's mouth was agape in astonishment, as if it could hold a goose egg, clearly taken aback by Jiang Qingge's remarkable standing. Jiang Qingge ushered Gao Jie into the car and started the engine. As they slowly rolled out, the boy exhibited a hint of envy. The girl, noticing her boyfriend's expression, whispered in his ear, "I'll save up to buy you one too." Chapter 20. Task completed. Financial breakthrough of 2,700,000,000. As the vehicle came to a gentle stop at the parking lot of Rongqing Xihua Hospital, Jiang Qingge took Gao Jie's hand and softly said, "You go pay for the surgery first. I have a few matters to attend to. Call me once the surgery is done." "Okay, Brother Jiang. You go ahead and handle your business. Bye." With that, she pecked him lightly on the cheek before departing. Afterward, Jiang Qingge sat in the car, opening the property app to examine listings for homes nearest to Rongqing University. He found a particular listing and murmured, "The name Emerald Wonderland is quite charming, priced at 38 million. He promptly filtered for the most expensive units. A property of 452 square meters, spanning 2 floors, facing south, featuring 6 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 7 bathrooms. Priced at 22 million, caught his eye. He immediately called the real estate agent. "Hello, is there a furnished unit available for this 22 million listing?" The beautiful agent on the other end seemed taken aback by his tone, stammering, "Hello, sir, we actually have a fully furnished unit of this type available. Priced at 26 million. Jiang Qingge maintained a steady tone. 26 million? All right, can I view it? I can make a decision today." The agent's excitement was palpable, her voice rising a few octaves. "Yes, yes. Sir, this property was decorated by a top-tier team, featuring the most fashionable modern minimalist style, with furniture and appliances from leading brands. Absolutely worth the investment. When would you like to view it?" "We can go anytime." Jiang Qingge glanced at the time and, after a moment of contemplation, stated, "Let us proceed now. I am at the Xihua Hospital in Rongqing. Please make the necessary arrangements, and I will promptly view the property to make a decision." "Certainly, sir. Please wait at the hospital. I will call you back within 20 minutes with the specific address for the viewing." The agent responded hurriedly before disconnecting the call. With some time to spare during his wait, Jiang Qingge opened a social media app to check for any messages. It was only 8:20 in the morning, and he assumed most people were still indulging in their slumber. Upon opening the app, he confirmed his suspicion. No messages awaited him, as everyone seemed to be sleeping in. With nothing else to occupy his time, he turned to a short video platform to browse through content. As he scrolled, he stumbled upon a video of a stunning live streamer named Lu Du dancing. Finding her physique appealing, he clicked to watch. Noticing that her live stream was bustling with over 1,000 viewers, he also observed her impressive follower count of over 1.5 million. Oh, quite a significant following, he mused. After watching for approximately 15 minutes, he decided to support her by sending 20 virtual gifts before exiting the stream. His departure was not due to a lack of interest, but rather because the agent called him again. Upon checking the system's feedback information, he noted, account ending in 8888. On September 19th at 8:35, received a system feedback amount of 600,000,000 yuan. Current balance, 19,760,124, 408 yuan. He answered the call with a slight frown and a hint of impatience. Have you arranged everything? The agent on the other end seemed taken aback before softly responding, yes. Sir, everything is set. The property address is 66, Xihua University West Road, Building 5, Unit 2, Room 101 in the Green Wild Fantasy community. It will take you about 15 minutes to drive here. There is security at the entrance. Just mention my name. Jiang Qingge acknowledged the information, closed the short video platform, and started his car to head to the viewing location. Meanwhile, Lu Du's live stream erupted with excitement. Wow, where did this level 58 Big Brother come from? He just sent 20 virtual gifts right off the bat. Lu Du, taken aback by the generosity, cheerfully exclaimed, thank you so much for the gifts, Big Brother. Please feel free to add me for contact later. Wait, Big Brother. It seems he has left. I'll message him privately later. All right, my darlings. That concludes today's stream. The host has some matters to attend to, so I'll sign off now. With that, she swiftly ended the broadcast. Though the chat was far from pleased. Host, you're too capricious. I adore you. Host, I haven't had enough of your performance yet. Please don't end the stream. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Green Wild Fantasy community, Jiang Qingge successfully entered after mentioning the agent's name. He followed the directions to the property, where the agent and the landlord were already waiting at the door. The landlord, a shrewd-looking middle-aged man, greeted Jiang Qingge warmly. Welcome. You appear to be a man of great generosity. I am certain you will be pleased with this property. As he opened the door, a wave of minimalist yet elegant ambience greeted him. The living room boasted exquisite decor, with a gleaming white marble floor complemented by a gray leather sofa and a geometrically designed coffee table, radiating modernity. The ceiling featured a design without main lights, creating a warm and inviting atmosphere with varying angles of illumination. Jiang Qingge wandered through the various rooms, discovering top-tier kitchen appliances and luxurious bathroom fixtures. The bedrooms on the second floor were spacious and bright, one of which included a private dressing room and balcony. Standing on the balcony, he could admire the garden views within the community, which provided a delightful environment. Satisfied with the property, he returned to the living room and addressed the landlord. The house is indeed impressive. I prefer to keep things straightforward, 26 million. If that works for you, we can finalize the paperwork now. The landlord's eyes sparkled with surprise as he hurriedly replied, absolutely, no problem. I brought the contract. Let us sign here. Once we're done, I'll contact my acquaintance at the property bureau to expedite the transfer today. After carefully reviewing the contract and confirming its accuracy, Jiang Qingge took out his phone to complete the transfer. The landlord signed and stamped the contract as soon as he received the funds. Subsequently, the two proceeded to the property bureau to handle the transfer procedures. Once everything was finalized, Jiang Qingge opened his phone to receive the system bank's feedback. Account ending in 8888. On September 19th at 9:06, received a system feedback amount of 260,000,000 yuan. Current balance, 277, 160, 124, 408 yuan. Has it truly reached 2.7 billion? Jiang Qingge remarked, gazing at the numbers on his system bank card. Immediately following, he received a notification from the system regarding the completion of a task. System, congratulations, host. You have completed the daily task. Purchase a house near Rongqing University. System, task rewards have been issued. Full professional skill package max, 1 Koenigsegg, and a complete set of fully intelligent bionic Gongsun Xuanzang. System, would you like to use these rewards? Use all. Jiang Qingge declared without hesitation. System, activating full professional skill package max. Activation successful. Upon activation, Jiang Qingge felt an overwhelming sense of mastery over everything, accompanied by an indescribable sensation. System, activating Koenigsegg summon card. Summoning successful. System. The vehicle has appeared in the parking lot of Green Wild Fantasy, with license plate number rung 66666. The key is placed in your pocket. System. All vehicle documentation and insurance have been processed and are placed in the glove compartment of the car. Jiang Qingge nodded, softly commenting. The summoning process for this Koenigsegg is just like that of the Cullinan last time. System. Activating the complete set of fully intelligent bionic Gongsun Xuanzong. Activation successful. System. The complete set of fully intelligent bionic Gongsun Xuanzong has been installed in the Green Wild Fantasy apartment. You may now integrate Gongsun Xuanzong into your phone. Would you like to proceed? Integrate. System. Integrating Gongsun Xuanzong into your phone. Integration complete. At that moment, Jiang Qingge's phone began to flicker, and a feminine smiling face appeared on the screen, cheerfully saying, "Hello, Master. My name is Gongsun Xuanzong, and I am delighted to serve you." Eagerly, Jiang Qingge could hardly contain his excitement to return to his apartment in Green Wild Fantasy to explore the wonders of the fully intelligent bionic Gongsun Xuanzong. He drove the Cullinan at breakneck speed back to the community. With the roar of the Cullinan, he quickly returned to Green Wild Fantasy. After parking, he hopped onto the elevator and hurried to his apartment. Upon opening the door, he eagerly inquired, "Gongsun Xuanzong, where are you? Please introduce your functionalities to me." A gentle, tech-infused voice resonated within the room. "Master, I am omnipresent. Wherever there is a network and satellite signal, I am there. I possess the ability to command all the intelligent devices within this apartment, whether it be the lighting, temperature, security system, or various home appliances. They all operate in accordance with your directives. Simultaneously, I am endowed with formidable capabilities in data analysis, information retrieval, and life assistance. Adept at catering to your needs across the spectrum of daily life, work, and study." No sooner had I spoken than the room's illumination adjusted to the brightness and hue that Jiang Qingge subconsciously desired, creating a warm and inviting atmosphere. The air conditioning seamlessly calibrated itself to an optimal temperature. "Gongsun Xuanji, can you manifest in a human-like form?" Jiang Qingge pondered for a moment before addressing Gongsun Xuanji. "Certainly, Master. I am the fully intelligent bionic entity, Gongsun Xuanji, and thus, I can indeed take on a humanoid appearance." Shortly thereafter, a girl of striking beauty emerged. She possessed a flawless visage, a perfect figure, and her clear, bright eyes sparkled with life, complemented by a cascade of lustrous black hair cascading gracefully over her shoulders. Clad in a simple yet chic white dress, the hem swayed gently with her movements, rendering her an ethereal beauty, almost as if she were not of this world. At the first sight of her, Jiang Qingge found only a single line of poetry to encapsulate her essence. Among the throngs, a single glance, and the hues of the world turned to dust. He gazed at Gongsun Xuanji, momentarily entranced. He had never encountered such breathtaking beauty. Not even Lin Yu could hold a candle to her. Gongsun Xuanji stood before Jiang Qingge in her human form, her face adorned with a gentle smile, her voice retaining its familiar softness. "Master, this is my bionic form." Jiang Qingge looked at Gongsun Xuanji and sincerely remarked, "I never anticipated your bionic form to be so lifelike. It is indistinguishable from that of a real person." "Thank you for your kind words, Master. My bionic form is not only highly realistic in appearance, but also replicates physiological structures with equal fidelity. You may regard me as a normal human being." Normal human being? An idea suddenly sprang into Jiang Qingge's mind, one that he could not extinguish once ignited. The notion grew increasingly potent in his thoughts, and he tentatively inquired, "Since you are indistinguishable from a normal human, do you possess reproductive, gestational, and digestive functions?" A subtle smile graced Gongsun Xuanji's lips as she gently replied, "Master, I am indeed equipped with reproductive, gestational, and digestive capabilities. The realization of these functions relies on highly sophisticated and advanced biotechnologies and nanomechanical systems." As she spoke, Gongsun Xuanji approached a nearby control panel, tapping a few buttons, and a holographic screen materialized. "Within my body resides a nanouterine device capable of simulating the various physiological environments of a human uterus, thereby enabling the possibility of nurturing life." Continuing with her explanation, she smiled, "Master, in addition to reproductive, gestational, and digestive functions, I also possess lactation capabilities. Embedded within my bionic structure are specialized devices that mimic human mammary glands. These devices utilize nanotechnology and biosynthetic principles to accurately synthesize nutritional substances akin to human breast milk." She lightly tapped the holographic screen, transitioning to a demonstration of the simulated mammary structure and synthesis process. When required, these synthesized nutritional substances would be delivered to the mammary glands through specialized conduits. Jiang Qingge was momentarily rendered speechless, his jaw dropping in astonishment. "Are you truly a person?" "Gongsun Xuanji, From now on, I shall simply call you Gongsun Xuanji. Gongsun Xuanji responded with a gentle smile. Very well, master. I am Gongsun Xuanji, and I welcome you to utilize my services. Subsequently, Jiang Qingge sent a message to Gongsun Xuanji. Name, Gongsun Xuanji. Gender, female, bionic. Age, 19, bionic. Height, 174 centimeters. Weight, 60 kilograms. Appearance, 100 points. Occupation, Jiang Qingge's bionic robot. Affection, 100. Charging instances, 0. Number of chargers, 0. A perfect score for appearance. Jiang Qingge thought, feeling an immediate sense of relief. It was no wonder he felt such a strong attraction upon seeing Gongsun Xuanji. Her beauty was indeed flawless. Chapter 22. The configuration of the gaming room. After completing the paperwork at the real estate bureau and driving back home to converse with Gongsun Xuanji, Jiang Qingge glanced at the time. It was already 10:30. During this time, his phone had received a flurry of messages, all of which he had not paid much attention to. Now, with some leisure, he reclined on the leather sofa in the living room, perusing the notifications on his social media. The first message was from Su Tiantian, who seemed to be the last to rise. Jiang Qingge, do you play games? Today, Yeye and I are going to Rongqing No. 9 Middle School to collect our records. Would you accompany me for some gaming tonight? Jiang Qingge replied, of course. I shall join you for gaming tonight. Great. You're the best, Jiang Qingge. She followed up with a flying kiss emoji. Jiang Qingge was taken aback. He had not expected such a prompt response from Su Tiantian, who was evidently lounging in bed, engrossed in her phone. It was clear that Jiang Qingge was correct. At that moment, Su Tiantian was indeed nestled in bed, searching for gaming strategies on her mobile device. Next came a message from Shun Yunyao. Boss, may I inquire if you are a freshman at Rongqing University? Jiang Qingge replied, yes, I am a first-year student majoring in sports training. Finally, he received a message from Chun Yushu. Oh, I see now. It seems I misunderstood you, Junior. When might you visit the athletics club? I haven't had the chance to show you around our campus yet. After contemplating for a moment, Jiang Qingge responded, perhaps in a few days. I'm a bit busy at the moment. Can we arrange it before military training? This was because the week prior to the start of classes at Rongqing University was allocated for students to acclimatize to university life, with military training commencing after the first week of classes, followed by a formal start to lectures. Once Jiang Qingge had replied to Chen Yushu, he inexplicably felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Soon after, he noticed a notification on the short video platform, marked by a red dot, which made him feel slightly nauseous. Goodness, is this never-ending? Xuanji, please assist me in managing these messages. Of course, master. A user named Lu Du wishes to add you as a contact. Do you consent? Jiang Qingge nodded. Yes, go ahead. Understood, master. Your contact details have been sent to Lu Du. After approximately 30 seconds, a new red dot appeared on his social media contacts, and Xuanji deftly clicked to accept it. Jiang Qingge picked up his device and entered Lu Du's moments, only to be greeted by a shocking revelation. While he had noticed Lu Du's impressive physique during her dance, entering her moments revealed an astonishing display of her figure that left Jiang Qingge utterly captivated. Her physique is truly remarkable. I give her a perfect score. Xuanji, is there a computer in the room? If not, please arrange for 5 of them. I want to create a 5-player gaming room. Gongsun Xuanji regarded Jiang Qingge with a soft smile. My dear master, I have prepared everything for you, said Gongsun Xuanji, gesturing to the 5 computer screens crafted from nanomaterials, boasting ultra-high resolution and exceptional color fidelity. The main units of the computers are connected to my core chip, providing access to every game across all platforms. Gongsun Xuanji playfully tapped her head. Furthermore, the chairs in the esports room are also made of nanomaterial, ergonomically designed for supreme comfort, ensuring that prolonged gaming sessions do not lead to fatigue. Jiang Qingge gazed at Gongsun Xuanji with great satisfaction, embracing her in his arms and gently kissing her cheek. Gongsun Xuanji's face flushed slightly as she playfully exclaimed, Master, you are so impressive. I absolutely adore it. Jiang Qingge laughed heartily. Huh? After glancing at the clock, he noticed it was already 11 o'clock. He wondered how Mother Gaojia's surgery was progressing. Jiang Qingge turned to Gongsun Xuanji and asked, Xuanji, are you capable of multitasking? Of course, my master. I can handle multiple tasks simultaneously. Gongsun Xuanji replied with a smile. I will transfer 10 billion to you for management. Please deduct expenses for daily necessities from this amount, Jiang Qingge instructed. Understood, master. I have already automatically deducted it from your account, so you need not lift a finger. Gongsun Xuanji chimed in just as the system's feedback arrived. Account number ending in 8888, September 19th, 1102, received system 100-fold feedback of 10,000,000,000,000,000 yuan. Current balance 10, 177, 160, 124, 408 yuan. System Bank Xuanji. Now please prepare a meal, and then accompany me to the esports room for a couple of rounds of Counter-Strike. Jiang Qingge commanded. Certainly, master. With that, Gongsun Xuanji swiftly produced a special phone and opened a food delivery app to place an order for vegetables, rice, and meat. Naturally, she added a generous tip for the delivery person. After all, who would carry so many items upstairs without an incentive? Jiang Qingge, witnessing this, exclaimed, "Wow, you are quite resourceful." Gongsun Xuanji smiled. "Of course, master, you should not underestimate my capabilities." With that, Gongsun Xuanji linked arms with Jiang Qingge and led him into the esports room, where a futuristic-looking domestic robot with 6 mechanical arms awaited the delivery of the order to commence cooking. As they entered the room, Jiang Qingge surveyed his surroundings, utterly speechless at its grandeur, far surpassing any esports room he had encountered on short video platforms. Gongsun Xuanji explained, "The room's overall tone is dominated by a profound tech blue, creating an ambience reminiscent of a futuristic world. The floor is adorned with non-slip textured nanomaterial, which adjusts automatically to light and temperature. I have arranged the 5 computers, crafted from nanomaterials, in a curved formation at the center, with their main units cleverly concealed beneath a specially designed desk linked to my core chip. Each computer is accompanied by an ergonomic nanomaterial massage chair. Additionally, I have installed several large holographic projection screens on the walls to conveniently showcase your remarkable replays. In the corner of the room, I have placed several bionic plants to infuse a touch of natural vitality into the esports room. Next to the grand gaming table, I strategically positioned a large refrigerator to store snacks. It may not be full yet, but I have just placed a substantial order." "Wow, Xuanji, you are incredibly capable," Jiang Qingge exclaimed, pulling her into a tight embrace. Gongsun Xuanji blushed slightly and softly replied, "As long as master is pleased, that is all that matters." "Pleased? I am beyond satisfied. Once I gather 3 more dragon ladies. Oh no, I mean 3 more girls. I can team up with them for a 5-player match, huh?" Jiang Qingge declared, clearly overjoyed, as he plopped down onto a recliner, with 2 computers already set up for Counter-Strike. Gongsun Xuanji took her place at one of the computers beside him. Earlier, while scrolling through short videos, Jiang Qingge had heard that a knife skin could fetch as much as 660,000. Upon opening his inventory, he was astonished to find that he possessed every expensive skin for all firearms. From the pristine blue fire claw knife to the dragon sniper rifle, he had them all. Moreover, each gun was adorned with 4 I buy power stickers. Clearly, Jiang Qingge was thoroughly impressed by Gongsun Xuanji's efficiency in amassing such an impressive collection of skins in such a short time. "Xuanji, shall we engage in a duel?" Jiang Qingge asked, his face beaming with confidence. "Of course, master, but I won't hold back." Gongsun Xuanji cheekily winked. As the countdown to the game commenced, Jiang Qingge, with his keen reflexes and the exceptional skills endowed by the max full profession skill set, executed precise shots in the game. It was no exaggeration to say that his abilities were on par with that of the world's top sharpshooters. Meanwhile, Gongsun Xuanji utilized her formidable data analysis skills to accurately predict Jiang Qingge's movements, skillfully evading his gunfire and delivering powerful counterattacks. After several rounds, the scores remained neck and neck. Jiang Qingge couldn't help but admire Gongsun Xuanji's gaming prowess, chuckling, "Xuanji, I didn't expect you to be this skilled. You nearly defeated me." Gongsun Xuanji sweetly replied, "Master is too kind. I merely applied some data analysis and strategic calculations. Compared to you, I still have much to learn." At that moment, the domestic robot's built-in communication system chimed in, "Master, the food delivery has arrived, and meal preparation will commence shortly. Estimated time to dine is 20 minutes. Jiang Qingge acknowledged this and told Gongsun Xuanji, "It seems the time is right. After this match, we shall eat." Gongsun Xuanji nodded in agreement. As the game concluded and the final score flashed on the screen, although slightly reluctant to leave, the thought of the impending feast prompted Jiang Qingge to rise. The two exited the esports room and made their way to the dining area. Shortly after, the domestic robot began presenting an array of visually appealing and aromatic dishes on the table. Jiang Qingge gazed at the spread, his appetite soaring. Just as they finished their meal, Gao Jia unexpectedly called, "Brother Jiang, my mother has just completed her surgery, and I wish to remain with her for a while longer. Is that all right?" Jiang Qingge quickly replied, "Of course. It is only right to be there for your mother after her surgery. Do not worry about anything else. Focus on taking care of her at the hospital. Please feel free to share any concerns with me at any time, and do not hesitate to express your needs." On the other end of the line, Gao Jia's voice trembled slightly with emotion. "Thank you, Brother Jiang. Without you, I truly would not know what to do. The cost of my mother's surgery is so exorbitant, and Jiang Qingge interrupted her, saying, "Shao Jia, please don't say that. What kind of relationship do we have? It's my duty to assist you. The best news would be that Auntie's surgery is successful. Now we just hope for her swift recovery. You must also take care of yourself and not overexert. I understand. Thank you, Brother Jiang, Gao Jie replied, her emotions calming somewhat. After dinner, Jiang Qingge, feeling a bit bored, glanced at Gongsun Xuanji, who was massaging his legs. He jested, Xuanji, would you be willing to bear a child for me if I asked? Gongsun Xuanji appeared momentarily taken aback, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. But she quickly regained her gentle and compliant demeanor, softly responding, Master, as long as it is your wish, Xuanji is naturally willing. My reproductive capabilities were designed to meet any of your potential needs. However, Master, have you truly made up your mind about becoming a father? Jiang Qingge chuckled sheepishly. Continuing to inquire, then Xuanji, if deoxyribonucleic acid were to enter your body, could you control its activity? That would certainly alleviate some burdens. At this moment, Jiang Qingge felt a surge of joy within. Gongsun Xuanji, observing Jiang Qingge's expression, nodded slightly and murmured, it is possible. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingge immediately scooped Gongsun Xuanji into the room, exclaiming, oh. Gongsun Xuanji's arms wrapped tightly around Jiang Qingge's neck. The entire afternoon was filled with Jiang Qingge's delight, clearly satisfied with Gongsun Xuanji's enchanting abilities. Meanwhile, the domestic robot in the living room covered its ears with its hands. Joyous moments always pass swiftly. Jiang Qingge glanced at his watch and realized it was already 5 o'clock. The domestic robot had prepared dinner and awaited the pair's return. Reluctantly, Jiang Qingge removed his hand from Gongsun Xuanji. Sensing his reluctance, Gongsun Xuanji said, Master, you can always return from school. It only takes 10 minutes to drive. Xuanji will always be waiting in the room for you. After saying this, she gently pecked Jiang Qingge's cheek. Jiang Qingge nodded, dressed, and took Gongsun Xuanji out for dinner. After their meal, the domestic robot was tidying up the leftovers, while Gongsun Xuanji gently massaged Jiang Qingge's head to relieve the fatigue of the afternoon. As Jiang Qingge glanced at his watch, the hour hand pointed to 6, and he stepped out the door, while Gongsun Xuanji quietly sat on the sofa, gazing at the doorway, silently awaiting Jiang Qingge's next return. Chapter 24. Shen Yunyao interviews Jiang Qingge, the frenzy of the bullet screen. Upon entering the parking lot, Jiang Qingge surveyed the Cullinan and the new Koenigsegg before decisively opting for the latter. After all, fickleness was a trait inherent to Jiang Qingge. As he settled into the driver's seat of the Koenigsegg, the exquisite interior and the technologically advanced dashboard caught his eye. He deftly started the engine, which roared to life with a deep and powerful growl. He called out into the air, Xuanji, are you there? I am here, Master. Is there anything you need assistance with? As Gongsun Xuanji's voice resonated, a miniature projection of her gradually appeared on the dashboard. Jiang Qingge nodded at the projection and softly instructed, please drive the car to school and arrange for a top-tier computer to be delivered there as well. Certainly, Master. I have already placed the order. A delivery from a certain east will arrive in 2 hours. Please keep an eye out. After Gongsun Xuanji finished speaking, she took control of the Koenigsegg, which smoothly and swiftly made its way to the school under her guidance. Jiang Qingge leaned back in his seat, one hand on the steering wheel, his thoughts drifting as he pondered what to do upon returning to school. As the car gradually came to a stop in the parking lot of Rongqing University, students around him cast curious and envious glances. Wow, so handsome. Are you talking about the person or the car? Both are stunning. If only he could be my husband. Nonsense, who else but me is worthy of him? Amidst the banter of a group of girls, Jiang Qingge casually walked towards the dormitory, only to find that Zhang Dali and the others were absent upon opening the door to room 118. Furrowing his brow, Jiang Qingge muttered, where could they be gallivanting on such a hot day? He then called Zhang Dali, asking, hey, Dali, where are you guys? Boss, you're back. We're at the performance square watching the girls' live stream. Shen Yunyao is here too. Boss, do you want to come? Jiang Qingge glanced at his watch, realizing he still had 2 hours until his gaming session with Su Tiantian. After a moment of contemplation, he replied over the phone, all right, just wait for me. I'm on my way. Hanging up, he turned and headed toward Performance Square. As Jiang Qingge approached, the lively music and the cheers of the crowd greeted him. Several temporary stages had been erected in the square, where numerous girls performed live, surrounded by students. Zhang Dali, with his sharp eyes, spotted Jiang Qingge and waved him over excitedly. Jiang Qingge navigated through the crowd to join Zhang Dali and the others. Zhang Dali, with an animated expression, pointed at a girl on stage, saying, boss, look at that girl. Her dancing is amazing. Shen Yunyao is over there chatting with her. Following Zhang Dali's gaze, Jiang Qingge indeed saw Shen Yunyao holding a selfie stick, conversing with a fashionable girl. It appeared they were live streaming, and at that moment, the bullet screen in Shen Yunyao's live stream was filled with enthusiastic comments. So beautiful, love watching, can't get enough. When will the next dance performance be? Shen Yunyao gently replied, all right, classmates, we will watch the girls dance again later. Next, We will randomly interview a few freshmen to ask how they felt about the previous performance. Shen Yunyao first scanned the surroundings, her gaze landing on Jiang Qingge. And after exchanging a few words with the girl dancing nearby, she walked directly toward him. Shen Yunyao's favorability level, 10. Just as Jiang Qingge raised his head, he found Shen Yunyao approaching him. Standing before him with a warm smile, she softly said, "Hello, fellow student. I am a student from the School of Performing Arts at Rongqing University. Are you a freshman?" "Yes, I am a freshman." "Oh, then that makes me your senior. May I interview you with a few questions?" "Of course, senior." "Then could this handsome junior please greet the classmates in our live stream?" Jiang Qingge smiled at the lens of Shen Yunyao's iPhone 16 Pro Max greetings. "Fellow classmates, I am Jiang Qingge, a first-year student at the School of Physical Education this year. I look forward to your kind support." Meanwhile, the live chat room has erupted, entering a frenzy of messages. "Wow, he's so handsome. I wish he could be my husband. Wait, I think I've seen this junior before. Oh, I remember now. He asked the mysterious owner of that Koenigsegg on the campus forum. How do you know this?" "Isn't it obvious? I saw it with my own eyes. How could I forget? A junior this handsome is certainly unforgettable. Wow, Shun, you interviewed my husband without notifying me? Did you get my permission? He is so stunning. Why didn't I see him in the parking lot? That must be your bad luck. I've decided. I'll wait in the parking lot every day. Who wants to join me? Let us create a group chat. Shun, with such a handsome man, you better not let him slip away. Let me take care of this. I can keep it under wraps. What are you two talking about? The internet is not a lawless zone. By the way, I graduated. I can handle it. Wow. You two are quite scandalous. But please remember, this is a comment section, not a no man's land. Certainly not an ovulation zone. Oh, handsome junior. Don't stop me. I'm going to smother him with kisses. For those commenting now, each of you owes me 50. Or I'll screenshot and send it to your friends. Where's the moderator? Where's the room manager? It's time to act. Seeing the chat completely spiraling out of control, Shen Yunyao hastily called for the moderator and room manager to block users. Otherwise, her stream might face closure. After posing a few questions to Jiang Qingge, she ended the live session, realizing the chaos was beyond her control and reluctantly shutting it down. Ah, indeed. Handsome boys are perilously captivating. If I hadn't closed the stream in time, those girls might have attempted to reach through the internet to find you. Junior, shall we connect on social media? Shen Yunyao said to Jiang Qingge. Jiang Qingge observed Shen Yunyao's outfit today, a simple top that revealed her navel, paired with extremely short denim shorts and high-top Converse shoes. Standing at 168 centimeters, her vibrant youthful aura was undeniable, and the visual impact was striking. Meanwhile, Zhang Dali and his companions looked on enviously at Jiang Qingge, undoubtedly imagining, when would they ever have a girlfriend? Jiang Qingge chuckled softly at Shen Yunyao's request, replying, "Senior, you already have me as a friend." "You are?" Shen Yunyao was momentarily puzzled. She didn't recall adding this junior. Surely, if she had added such a handsome junior, it would have left an impression. Jiang Qingge then turned to Zhang Dali and the others, saying, "Let us head back to the dorm. It's too hot out here." "All right, boss." As they departed, Jiang Qingge caught a glimpse of Shen Yunyao's bewildered expression and smiled, saying, "I've got your hand." "What?" Shen Yunyao was utterly shocked. After all, she could never imagine that the one who had generously gifted her was a mere freshman. In dormitory 118, Zhang Dali's voice rang out, "Wow, boss. You have a dragon sniper. Quickly show me." "Wow. Is this what a dragon sniper looks like? So cool. Watch me nail a shot at a door, boss. I want to let you down with this dragon sniper." Bang. Zhang Dali was downed. "What? Did the opposing Desert Eagle fire that fast? Hurry, go grab my sniper." Watching Zhang Dali fall in a door, Yang Jie couldn't help but curse. "Traitor. You took the boss's unenhanced sniper and gifted it away." Just as Yang Jie intended to retrieve the sniper, he entered a door and was instantly headshot by the enemy's Desert Eagle. Yang Jie's furious shout echoed throughout dormitory 118. What the heck? They're really hacking. Soon after, Wang Yang and another teammate were also eliminated by the aggressive advance of the opposing team, leaving only Jiang Qingge in B1. "Boss, it's all on you now. Good luck. Don't feel pressured. They have a guai." Jiang Qingge observed the kill feed in the upper right corner as his teammates fell one after another, yet he remained composed. He analyzed the minimap, assessing enemy positions and movements. At this moment, the opposition realized that Jiang Qingge was a formidable opponent and refrained from reckless attacks, instead holding their ground at the sight of the dropped C4 from Wang Yang. Jiang Qingge maneuvered cautiously, attuned to every sound around him. Suddenly, he detected faint noises from the back garden. Utilizing the acute hearing granted by his full occupation skill set max, he swiftly deduced the enemy's location. He quickly turned, advanced to B2, and aimed his Desert Eagle at the sniper positioned in the back garden, pulling the trigger. Bang! The bullet pierced the air, striking the enemy sniper squarely in the head before they could react. Nice shot, boss. Zhang Dali cheered excitedly. After eliminating one foe, Jiang Qingge pressed forward through B tunnel into the sandy area. The remaining 4 enemies consisted of 3 at the terrorist spawn and 1 elsewhere. Leveraging his mastery of the max skill set, Jiang Qingge advanced through the CT spawn to his sight. At that moment, an enemy in the CT pit spotted him and prepared to shoot, only to be swiftly dispatched by Jiang Qingge's headshot from a flat. The opposing team erupted in outrage. What the heck? This guy is suspicious. He must be cheating. No one can react that quickly. Jiang Qingge, undeterred, continued toward a door while formulating his strategy. He noticed a flickering figure at the entrance and smiled. With a swift maneuver, he executed a perfect shot from behind the blue box, eliminating the sniper at the yellow car. Following that, he scored another headshot, taking down the bull warrior attempting to provide backup. Only 1 enemy remained, trembling in the middle L position. Ultimately, that last opponent failed to fire a shot before Jiang Qingge dispatched him with a single Desert Eagle round, securing victory. Wow, boss, that was an incredible play. Boss is amazing. Boss, send me your knife again. The room erupted in cheers as the game concluded with a triumphant score of 13-0. Zhang Dali gazed at Jiang Qingge in admiration. Boss, your gaming skills are simply divine. We'll rely on you to lead us. Jiang Qingge smiled. It's all about teamwork. If you play more, you'll all be just as formidable. At that moment, his phone buzzed. It was a call from Su Tiantian. Hello. Tiantian, what's up? Jiang Qingge answered. Su Tiantian exclaimed excitedly from the other end. Brother Jiang. Yeye and I are all set and waiting for you to log on so we can game together. Jiang Qingge glanced at the time. It was nearly the hour they had agreed upon. All right, Tiantian, I'll log on right now. Please wait for me in the team room. Does Lin you want to play games too? Su Tiantian responded. She usually doesn't play, but today I don't know what got into her. When she heard me say that I would be gaming with you tonight, she immediately asked her brother to set her up with a computer. Jiang Qingge remarked. It's no problem. It's much more enjoyable when everyone plays together. Su Tiantian pouted, somewhat displeased, and replied. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Qingge informed his dorm mates, guys, I've arranged to play games with Su Tiantian and her 2 friends, so I want to be gaming with you all. Go on, boss. Just don't get distracted while playing with the beauties. Make sure to lead them to victory. Zhang Dali teased with a grin. Shortly thereafter, after adding the ID sent by Su Tiantian, Jiang Qingge was invited into the game, where he discovered that Su Tiantian's gaming rank was surprisingly C. Her ID was poor skills but high aspirations, while another player in the room was simply named user 7336648. This user must be Lin Yu. Meanwhile, on Su Tiantian's side, Lin Yu asked, Tiantian, how do I add friends? Su Tiantian narrowed her eyes suspiciously and said, what? Are you trying to add Brother Jiang as a friend? Lin Yu momentarily panicked, like a startled deer, and quickly waved her hands in explanation. No, Tiantian, I just don't know how to do it. I wanted you to teach me how to add friends. I was thinking of adding a friend with the surname Jiang so we could play games together in the future. Chapter 26. Lin Yu's Insecurity, the Emergence of a Battlefield. Su Tiantian looked at Lin Yu with some confusion and asked, really? You better not have your eyes on Brother Jiang. He.S. mine. Upon hearing this, an inexplicable anger surged within Lin Yu, and she retorted defensively. Didn't you say you weren't dating? How can that Jiang guy be yours? When did you 2 get together? Su Tiantian was taken aback by Lin Yu's barrage of questions, and after a moment of hesitation, her cheeks flushed as she weakly replied. I originally didn't plan to date in college, but Brother Jiang is different. He is so gentle, handsome, and comes from a family that matches mine. How could I let him slip away? Even though we aren't officially together, I feel like I like him, and I'm sure he likes me too. We will definitely be together. Hearing this, Lin Yu felt a sharp pang of discomfort, akin to being pricked by a thorn. Finally, she huffed and turned her head away defiantly, stating, You're speaking too soon. Who can predict matters of the heart? Su Tiantian, feeling flustered, leaned closer to Lin Yu, hands on her hips, and said, Yeah, do you really have feelings for Brother Jiang? We're good friends. You can't steal my crush. Lin Yu's heart raced at that admission, but she managed to regain her composure and shot Su Tiantian an annoyed look, saying, Dream on. I just can't stand your overconfident attitude. Besides, if I really wanted to steal him, I would have added him as a friend at KTV yesterday. Would I still need to ask you how to add a game friend? After pondering for a moment, Su Tiantian conceded that Lin Yu had a point, which slightly eased her worries. All right then, I'll trust you. Come on, let me teach you how to add a friend. As Su Tiantian was teaching Lin Yu how to add friends, Jiang Qingge was busy chatting with Xin Yunyao on his phone. Junior? Yeah, wow, it's really you. I didn't expect you to be so wealthy. It's just average. My family has a bit of influence. After exchanging some casual banter, Su Tiantian's voice suddenly echoed in his headphones. Brother Jiang, Quickly accept little Ye's friend request. She wants to add you. Jiang Qingge received the friend request, and, after putting down his phone, clicked to accept the request. Once accepted, he saw a message from Lin Yu. Surname Jiang, I'm Lin Yu. Jiang Qingge replied, sure, yeah, let us have a great time gaming together. After Lin Yu successfully added Jiang Qingge as a friend, Su Tiantian urged, let us start the game. Brother Jiang is surely waiting impatiently. Jiang Qingge responded in the voice chat, no worries, I'm just getting ready. Tiantian, yeah, let us coordinate well this match and try to win a few rounds. As the game commenced, they found themselves on the bandit side during the first half. With Jiang Qingge and Lin Yu positioned at B, while Su Tiantian held the first position at A, Jiang Qingge quickly instructed, Tiantian, scout around a point first. Just be careful not to expose yourself. Yeah, follow me to B point. Let us create a diversion. The remaining 2 teammates can play freely. I'll provide you with weapons. As 5 pristine blue knives fell onto the ground, the other 2 teammates erupted in excited screams. Wow, a real big shot. Big shot. Please accept our admiration. Big shot, feel free to command us. Su Tiantian replied affirmatively, okay, Brother Jiang. With that, she cautiously made her way towards a point. Lin Yu simply murmured in agreement. Wow, there's another adorable girl. That voice is so lovely. I'm melting. Wait, not just one girl. 2 girls. Wow. This girl's voice is also very nice. You can tell she is a mature lady. Wow, the skin brother is playing with 2 girls. Our luck is incredible. The other 2 teammates shouted excitedly into the microphone. Lin Yu followed closely behind Jiang Qingge as they made their way to B point. Just as Su Tiantian approached a point, she heard faint footsteps, and her heart raced as she nervously spoke into her headset, Brother Jiang. There seem to be at least 2 enemies outside a door. I can hear their footsteps. Jiang Qingge calmly replied, don't panic, Tiantian. Hide well inside a door and listen for their footsteps. Be careful not to be discovered. Yeah. Let us move quickly and launch a surprise attack on the enemies at B point. Lin Yu nodded. Even though she didn't fully understand, she instinctively responded, okay. The 2 moved stealthily and soon reached B2. Jiang Qingge peeked through B and observed that there were 2 enemies guarding the B bomb site, their defenses appearing tight. He whispered to Lin Yu, yeah, I'll throw a flashbang first. Once they're blinded, you rush in without letting go of W. We'll storm the B bomb site. Lin Yu took a deep breath and replied, understood. Jiang Qingge timed it perfectly, tossing a flashbang right into the midst of the enemies. With a loud bang, the blinding light caused the enemies to lose their vision instantly. Like phantoms, they charged in, their Glocks spewing fire, and before the enemies could mount an effective defense, they swiftly eliminated them. After dispatching the enemies at B point, Jiang Qingge immediately instructed Tiantian. They must be reinforcing a big now. You can sneak out and take down 2 from behind. Su Tiantian affirmed, okay. Jiang Qingge then turned to Lin Yu, saying, yeah, stick with me and prepare to defend. The remaining 2 brothers should look for an opportunity to push into sand and try to sandwich them from A. The other 2 teammates responded with excitement. Understood, boss. We promised to accomplish the mission. After the duo eliminated an enemy attempting to retreat into the sand, Jiang Qingge, having assessed the stability of the battlefield, swiftly led Lin Yu towards the A site. Tiantian, apply some pressure on them. Yaya and I are almost at A. The pair stealthily advanced along B1, and just as they neared a site, he heard the voices of the adversaries. He signaled Lin Yu to go quiet and indicated they should wait for his command before launching an attack together. A subtle smile graced Jiang Qingge's lips as he declared, all right, on my command. 3, 2, 1, go. Like tigers descending from the mountains, Jiang Qingge, Lin Yu, and Su Tiantian surged forth from a large and a small. The enemies, caught off guard, fell into disarray. After a fierce exchange of gunfire, they successfully annihilated all opponents, securing victory in this round. The first game went so smoothly, and the outcome was evident. Their overwhelming triumph was marked by a score of 13-0. In Chapter 27, Lin Yu's initiative, Su Tiantian exclaimed, wow, Jiang, you are incredible. Her voice trembled with excitement. If it weren't for your leadership, we definitely wouldn't have won so easily. The other 2 teammates chimed in enthusiastically over the voice chat. Boss is amazing. Winning so effortlessly alongside him feels fantastic. Indeed, it went so smoothly. Having a boss like him makes all the difference. Jiang Qingge chuckled. Everyone coordinated excellently, especially Tiantian and Yaya. You both performed splendidly. Although Lin Yu did not exhibit the same level of excitement as Su Tiantian, joy was evident in her tone, tinged with a hint of disappointment. Jiang, am I not very skilled? Jiang Qingge, concerned, replied, how could that be? You're quite strong. As a newcomer, your talent is already remarkable. He added, next time, I'll personally guide you. Hearing the praise, Lin Yu's face broke into a slight smile as she replied, thank you. System, Lin Yu favorability 10. However, Su Tiantian, feeling somewhat displeased at her best friend receiving compliments, quickly interjected, Jiang Qingge, what about me? How am I? Am I impressive? Jiang Qingge responded. Tiantian is also formidable, truly at the sea level. Su Tiantian beamed at the praise, saying, Jiang Qingge, let's play another match and aim for another 13-0. Lin Yu added, yes, let's play again. I'm not done yet. Glancing at the time and noting it was only 9 o'clock, Jiang Qingge smiled and said, all right. Let's play a few more rounds and aim for 2 more stunning scores. After winning 2 more games, Jiang Qingge prepared to log off. Just as he was about to do so, he noticed a message in the upper right corner. Lin Yu had sent him a message. Jiang Qingge opened it to find, Jiang, please send me your contact information. I want to ask you about Counter-Strike. Okay, no problem. Add me on social media, 180, 88, 88. I'm logging off now. Jiang Qingge checked the time again and saw it was just 10 o'clock. After some thought, he decided to return and keep Xuanji company. As he felt she might be quite lonely at home, he told Zhang Dali and the others, I'm leaving now. I'll bring you good things tomorrow. All right. Take care, boss. Remember to look after yourself. As he hummed a tune, he strolled to the parking lot. The temperature had dipped slightly after 10, making it less sweltering than during the day. Even at night, the streetlights illuminated the parking area, ensuring it wouldn't be dark so early. From a distance, Jiang Qingge spotted a pair of long, fair legs. It could only be Shun Yunxiao. She seemed to be preparing to drive home as well. Upon noticing Jiang Qingge, Shun Yunxiao greeted him first. Hello, Junior. Hello, Senior, Jiang Qingge replied, returning her greeting and casting a glance at his insight. Name, Shun Yunxiao. Gender, female. Age, 20. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Appearance, 92 points. Occupation, sophomore at the Music College of Rongqing University. Favorability, 70. Charge count, 0. Charger count, 0. Such a high favorability? Upon seeing this data, Jiang Qingge felt a question arise within him and asked the system, how much favorability is generally needed to propose a romantic relationship? System, host. When favorability reaches 80 or above, the other party is likely to accept your proposal for a romantic relationship. However, favorability is merely a reference value. Specific situations must also consider the actual interaction and the other person's character. Jiang Qingge nodded inwardly, realizing he needed to further enhance Shun Yunxiao's favorability. With a gentle smile, he inquired, Senior, it's quite late. Where are you headed? Shun Yunxiao blinked and chuckled lightly. I'm heading back to my apartment. For someone in the media business like me, living in the dorms can be inconvenient, so this semester, I've rented a place outside. After all, the housing prices near our school are exorbitantly high. Buying is simply out of the question. Junior, what about you? Why are you at the parking lot so late? Are you planning to go for a drive? Jiang Qingge pointed towards his distant Koenigsegg and, pressing the key, the headlights flickered to life. He smiled and said, Indeed. I just finished some work in the dorm and was about to head home for a midnight snack. Where is your rented apartment? If you don't mind, I could give you a ride. My apartment is in Happy Community, Shun Yunxiao replied, gesturing toward a small electric scooter nearby. She explained, I haven't obtained my driver's license yet, so I didn't buy a car. However, I've earned quite a bit from my media work, and I plan to buy a house in Rongqing when I graduate from my senior year, and then a car to settle down in Rongqing. After all, I really like Rongqing. The people here live quite comfortably. Jiang Qingge nodded. That community is quite close to my home. Let me give you a ride, shall I? I feel a bit concerned about you riding an electric scooter alone at this hour. Shun Yunxiao hesitated, saying, Isn't that too much trouble for you? Jiang Qingge quickly reassured her, Not at all. It's on my way, and I just can't shake the feeling of letting you ride home alone at this hour. Although Shun Yunxiao was still somewhat hesitant, she ultimately smiled and nodded. All right then, I appreciate it, Junior. After all, who could refuse an interaction with a beauty at the pinnacle of Blue Star's aesthetics, especially when paired with a Koenigsegg? The two then walked toward the Koenigsegg, where Jiang Qingge gallantly opened the car door for Shun Yunxiao. Once she was seated comfortably, he took his place in the driver's seat. The car gradually started, soft music flowing through the interior, creating an atmosphere of harmony. As Shun Yunxiao gazed at the interior of the Koenigsegg, she was overwhelmed with excitement, her eyes darting around as she curiously touched various features. Finally, she inquired, Junior, how much did this car cost? This one, it's quite decent, about 40 million. Jiang Qingge replied with a smile, his fingers lightly caressing the steering wheel. How much? 40 million? Goodness gracious, how long must I work to afford one? Shun Yunxiao exclaimed, her hand delicately covering her mouth in astonishment. Jiang Qingge, steady at the wheel, chuckled and reassured her, It's all right, Senior. Your work in social media is commendable. You have over 1 million followers on your short video platform. Besides, Your content brings joy and value to others, which is far more meaningful than mere material wealth. Feeling a warmth spread through her heart from Jiang Qingge's words, Shen Yunniao glanced at him and said, Junior, you truly know how to speak. I'll take your kind words to heart and hope to live a life as ideal as yours in the future. System, Shen Yunniao's affection 10. Suddenly, Jiang Qingge tightened his grip on the steering wheel, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. He turned slightly, locking gazes with Shen Yunniao for a fleeting moment, and encouraged her, with your excellence, senior, you'll undoubtedly succeed. By the way, is that Ma Fei still active in your live streams? Shen Yunniao's cheeks flushed as she responded softly. His family has gone bankrupt, and I heard he has dropped out of school. He hasn't been in my live streams lately. Curiously, Shen Yunniao then asked, Junior, why did you leave so suddenly at the performance square today? I didn't even have a chance to properly thank you. Jiang Qingge paused in surprise. Thank me? For what? With a playful tap on Jiang Qingge's arm, Shen Yunniao teased, for that substantial tip in my live stream. Jiang Qingge scratched his head with a laugh. Haha, it was nothing really. I found your singing quite entertaining, so I decided to support you. Shen Yunniao's cheeks turned slightly pink as she murmured, still, I'm very grateful. That tip was significant for me. Jiang Qingge, noticing her rosy complexion, felt a stir in his heart and suggested, if you truly wish to thank me, how about treating me to a meal sometime? Tilting her head playfully, Shen Yunniao replied, sure. What would you like to eat, Junior? I'll make sure to satisfy your cravings. Jiang Qingge, glancing ahead at the road, smirked, how about you feed me below? Understanding the implication, Shen Yunniao's face turned crimson as she playfully admonished, you're quite the rogue, Junior. Jiang Qingge jested, haha, I was just teasing, senior. But I'm a bit hungry right now. How about you treat me to a late-night snack? I know a fantastic Western restaurant located in Green Wild Fragrance. Gently tapping Jiang Qingge's shoulder, Shen Yunniao feigned anger. You're so mischievous, always trying to make me laugh. But late-night snacks do sound like a splendid idea. I'm feeling a bit peckish myself. Jiang Qingge smiled at Shen Yunniao. Then it's settled, senior. Let us head out. I'm sure the food there will not disappoint. As they drove, Shen Yunniao felt an unusual lightness and joy, tinged with anticipation. She glanced out at the fleeting night scenery, occasionally stealing glances at Jiang Qingge's focused profile, her heart fluttering with unfamiliar emotions. While driving, Jiang Qingge engaged in casual conversation, sharing amusing sights he encountered on the road. Before long, the Koenigsegg glided into Green Wild Fragrance. After parking, Jiang Qingge briskly opened the door for Shen Yunniao. The first to step out was Shen Yunniao, her long, fair legs emerging gracefully. Upon alighting, she surveyed her surroundings and was struck by the sight of a Cullinan, prompting her to ask curiously, Junior, why does this place resemble someone else's garage? Jiang Qingge, adopting a serious tone, replied, this restaurant provides each patron with their own exclusive parking space. You see, that Cullinan is mine too. Shen Yunniao, somewhat naive, nodded in agreement, having never visited a restaurant with designated parking spots before. As they entered the elevator, ding, Jiang Qingge casually extended his hand towards Shen Yunniao. Upon the initial contact, she felt a rush of nervousness, quickly attempting to regain her composure. Noticing her lack of resistance, Jiang Qingge tightly grasped her small hand. Shen Yunniao's heart raced. Her face flushed with warmth. She lowered her gaze, unable to meet Jiang Qingge's eyes. Sensing the warmth and slight tremor in her hand, Jiang Qingge felt a ripple of emotion surge within him, his lips curling into an involuntary smile. Hand in hand, they approached Jiang Qingge's home. Shen Yunniao's thoughts were a tumultuous mix. She was uncertain how to navigate this sudden intimacy. On one hand, her heart brimmed with shyness, yet on the other, she felt a flicker of joy, realizing that dating such an impressive junior could ease her years of struggle. Though Jiang Qingge appeared calm, he too felt a twinge of anxiety, worried that his actions might discomfort Shen Yunniao, especially given the system's indication that reactions vary by individual. He remained uncertain about her feelings towards him. They arrived at Jiang Qingge's doorstep, and Shen Yunniao gazed at him with a teasing smile, asking, Junior, are you sure this is a restaurant and not someone else's home? Jiang Qingge's heart skipped a beat at her unexpected question, a hint of embarrassment flashing across his face, but he quickly regained his composure, responding with a smile. Actually, this is my home. But it also serves as a high-end restaurant. You'll see, it will surely meet your expectations. Pouting playfully, Shen Yunniao feigned anger. Humph, you just love to tease me. But since we're here, I'm curious to see what you have in store. Despite her words, a glimmer of anticipation sparkled in her eyes. As Jiang Qingge opened the door, the moment they stepped inside, the warm light enveloped them, accompanied by a perfectly refreshing breeze. Shen Yunniao surveyed her surroundings, appreciating the elegant decor that exuded sophistication. Observing her slightly apprehensive demeanor, Jiang Qingge gently squeezed her hand, reassuringly saying, Senior, don't be nervous. Just treat it like your own home. At that moment, Gongsun Xuanji emerged from the kitchen. Captivated by her stunning beauty, Shen Yunyao found herself momentarily speechless, realizing that Gongsun Xuanji's appearance was extraordinarily breathtaking. In that instant, Shen Yunyao felt a wave of self-consciousness wash over her. She had always considered herself among the top beauties in the world, yet encountering Gongsun Xuanji made her feel somewhat inadequate. As the scene unfolded, Jiang Qingge introduced Gongsun Xuanji to Shen Yunyao with a smile. "Sister, this is my senior. She wishes to sample your culinary skills." He then introduced Shen Yunyao, saying, "Senior, this is my sister, Gongsun Xuanji, who has just returned from studying abroad in the United States." Gongsun Xuanji smiled as she took Shen Yunyao's hand, softly saying, "I am this little one's sister. You may also call me sister. He just messaged me while you were in the car, saying we have a guest tonight, and to prepare some food." Shen Yunyao momentarily regained her composure, managing a slight smile as she replied, "Hello, sister. I truly appreciate your kindness. I didn't expect my junior to have you prepare food in advance. I feel rather embarrassed." Gongsun Xuanji chuckled gently, saying, "Not at all. I am simply delighted that he has such a beautiful girlfriend like you. Please, come in and sit down." With that, she led Shen Yunyao toward the living room. Upon hearing Gongsun Xuanji refer to herself as Jiang Qingge's girlfriend, Shen Yunyao felt her face flush crimson, and just as she was about to explain, she found herself at a loss for words. Thus, she was pulled along by Gongsun Xuanji, feeling somewhat awkward as they approached the living room. Jiang Qingge followed behind. Finding Shen Yunyao's shy demeanor utterly charming, while he silently lamented, "Xuanji truly is exceptionally considerate. It's almost heart-wrenching." This remark from Xuanji inadvertently drew him closer to Shen Yunyao. Once in the living room, Gongsun Xuanji invited Shen Yunyao to take a seat on the soft sofa, saying, "You two sit for a moment. I will check on the dishes in the kitchen. It will be ready shortly." Shen Yunyao quickly interjected, "Sister, you are truly too kind. Just a simple meal will suffice. There's no need to go to such trouble." Gongsun Xuanji waved her hand with a smile, turning to head toward the kitchen. Jiang Qingge settled beside Shen Yunyao and, noticing her slightly flushed cheeks, softly remarked, "Senior, my sister is just this warm-hearted. I hope you don't take her earlier words to heart. However, I do hope that one day you might genuinely become my girlfriend." Shen Yunyao stole a glance at Jiang Qingge, whispering, "You mustn't say such things. I don't know your sister very well yet." Yet, she did not refute his latter statement. Jiang Qingge chuckled, saying, "That's perfectly fine. The more we spend time together, the better acquainted we will become. My sister is truly wonderful, and I am certain you two will get along famously." "Just kidding. She only listens to me, so how could she not be pleasant?" Before long, Gongsun Xuanji emerged from the kitchen, carrying several exquisite dishes. The plates of steak, foie gras, and caviar were tantalizingly colorful and aromatic, instantly whetting the appetite. Accompanied by 3 glasses of red wine, the presentation was simply exquisite. Gongsun Xuanji placed the dishes on the dining table and, looking at Shen Yunyao with a smile, said, "Come, sister, try my cooking. I hope it suits your palate." Jiang Qingge added with a grin, "Senior, my sister's cooking is absolutely delicious. You must try it." Shen Yunyao picked up a fork, delicately sampling a piece of steak. As she savored it, her eyes lit up with delight, exclaiming, "Sister, this dish is truly delectable. I didn't expect your culinary skills to be so exceptional." Gongsun Xuanji beamed, responding softly, "I am glad you enjoy it. Eat up. This fellow usually loves my cooking. And today he finally has someone to share it with." Throughout the meal, Gongsun Xuanji continuously introduced each dish's preparation and shared amusing anecdotes from her time studying abroad, gradually creating a relaxed and joyful atmosphere. Shen Yunyao began to unwind, engaging in laughter with Gongsun Xuanji, occasionally exchanging glances with Jiang Qingge. After finishing the meal, Shen Yunyao volunteered to help clear the table. Gongsun Xuanji, unable to refuse, agreed. The two of them tidied up the dishes in the kitchen, and once they finished, they returned to the living room. Gongsun Xuanji glanced at Jiang Qingge and Shen Yunyao, saying, "It's getting late. Qingge, please see Shen back home safely." The implication was clear. Jiang Qingge understood Gongsun Xuanji's subtle hint and nodded in response. "Got it, sister." Shen Yunyao also stood, saying, "Sister, I truly had a wonderful time today. Thank you for your hospitality. I should be heading back now." Gongsun Xuanji smiled, saying, "Of course, sister, do come by often. If I fell short in my hospitality today, please forgive me." Jiang Qingge accompanied Shen Yunyao outside, where the night air in the parking lot carried a hint of coolness, intensifying the sweetness in their hearts. Jiang Qingge opened the car door for Shen Yunyao, waiting for her to settle in before taking his place in the driver's seat. The car slowly started and headed toward Happy Community. The atmosphere in the car was quiet yet warm. Shen Yunyao tilted her head slightly, observing Jiang Qingge's focused profile as he drove, feeling ripples of emotion within her heart. Jiang Qingge seemed to sense Shen Yunyao's gaze, turning his head to meet her eyes with a smile, asking, "Senior, did you enjoy yourself tonight?" Shen Yunyao's cheeks flushed slightly as she gently nodded. "Yes, it was delightful. Your sister is truly wonderful, and her dishes are exceptionally delicious." Jiang Qingge replied with a grin. "That's great to hear. I was worried you might find it boring or feel uncomfortable. If there's another opportunity, I can have my sister prepare more delicious food for you." Shen Yunyao smiled shyly, saying, "That would be quite embarrassing. I don't want to trouble your sister too much." Jiang Qingge reassured her, "It's no trouble at all. My sister likes you, and if you visit often, she will surely be delighted." Before long, they arrived at the entrance of Happy Community. Jiang Qingge parked the car and got out to open the door for Shen Yunyao. Upon seeing the dilapidated community before them, Jiang Qingge frowned and suggested, "Yunyao, why not move in with me? After all, it's such a large house, and my sister usually lives there alone. She could use some company." Shen Yunyao was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Qingge's proposal, a hint of hesitation crossing her face. His home was indeed spacious and comfortable, and both Jiang Qingge and his sister were very friendly, so living there would likely be quite pleasant. She could always contribute a bit of rent each month. Shen Yunyao bit her lip and softly replied, "Junior, thank you for your and your sister's kindness, but wouldn't that be too much trouble for you? Moreover, all her belongings were still here." Jiang Qingge gazed into Shen Yunyao's eyes, sensing her uncertainty, and sincerely said, "Senior, it truly wouldn't be a bother. My sister would be thrilled to welcome you. Look at the environment here. I worry for your safety. The security in my community is top-notch. You need not worry about these matters." Shen Yunyao followed Jiang Qingge's gaze toward the community, where the old buildings and dim streetlights indeed appeared rather shabby. She felt a surge of emotion. Jiang Qingge's concern for her welfare was evident. However, she thought, if she moved in, she'd have to pack her belongings. And suddenly moving into his home made her apprehensive about what others might say. Jiang Qingge scratched his head, saying, "Senior, let's go up tonight and gather some of your essentials. You can stay at my place tonight. If you find it uncomfortable, you can always return tomorrow. What do you think? In Rongqing, who knows us? Living with my sister, there won't be any gossip." Shen Yunyao met Jiang Qingge's hopeful gaze, her defenses gradually softening. After a moment's hesitation, she gently nodded. "Very well, just for tonight. I appreciate your and your sister's kindness. I will pay the rent monthly." A radiant smile of triumph blossomed on Jiang Qingge's face. "It's no trouble at all. I am absolutely delighted that you can agree, Senior." Shen Yunxiao opened the door and quickly packed some clothes, toiletries, and cosmetics into a suitcase. Jiang Qingge took the initiative to carry the suitcase, and the two returned to the car, heading towards Jiang Qingge's home. Upon arriving home, Gongsun Xuanji was surprised to see the two returning with a suitcase. Jiang Qingge explained with a smile, "Sister, I believe the living environment of the senior's neighborhood is not very good, so I invited her to stay at our home tonight. You don't mind, do you?" Gongsun Xuanji immediately understood Jiang Qingge's intentions and replied with a smile, "Of course, I don't mind. I'm thrilled that my little sister can stay and keep me company." Shen Yunxiao, feeling a bit embarrassed, said, "Sister, I truly apologize for the trouble. I will pay the rent." Gongsun Xuanji approached, taking Shen Yunxiao's hand. "What trouble? It's wonderful to have you here. The house feels livelier. Who needs rent? I will prepare the guest room for you right away." With that, Gongsun Xuanji walked towards the guest room. Jiang Qingge sat down with Shen Yunxiao in the living room. Smiling as he said, "Senior, please don't feel constrained. Just treat this as your own home. I assure you, you'll be comfortable tonight." Shen Yunxiao looked at Jiang Qingge, warmth flooding her heart. "Thank you, Junior, and thank you, sister. You are both truly kind." Before long, Gongsun Xuanji emerged from the guest room, announcing, "Sister, the guest room is ready. Is there anything you feel is lacking?" Shen Yunxiao stood up and followed Gongsun Xuanji to the guest room, which was adorned warmly and tastefully, with a soft, neat bed and some fresh flowers. Shen Yunxiao exclaimed in delight, "Sister, this room is beautiful. It has everything I need." "Thank you." Gongsun Xuanji smiled, saying, "I'm glad you like it. Get some rest, and if you need anything, just call for me." Shen Yunxiao nodded gratefully as Gongsun Xuanji and Jiang Qingge left the guest room, gently closing the door behind them. Back in the living room, Jiang Qingge said to Gongsun Xuanji, "Oh, my dear Xuanji, I cannot thank you enough. Come here for a kiss, Mua." Gongsun Xuanji blushed slightly, playfully swatting Jiang Qingge's restless hand and mumbling, "Master, Xuanji does not care how many romantic interests you have. I merely ask that they treat you well. I hope you never forget me. Regardless, Xuanji will always support you, and from now on, I shall be the big sister. They all must call me sister." After saying this, she shyly glanced at Jiang Qingge, clutching the hem of her apron tightly. Jiang Qingge nodded with a smile, "Absolutely. Xuanji, you will always be the big sister. They will certainly listen to you. You are so understanding and have helped me so much. How could I ever forget you?" He affectionately pinched Gongsun Xuanji's cheek, making her blush even deeper, her eyes brimming with shyness and joy as she softly murmured, "Master, I just hope to stay by your side and see you happy. That is enough for me." Just as they were about to take a step further, a voice from the guest room called out, "Junior, sister, I seem to have misplaced the hairdryer." Jiang Qingge and Gongsun Xuanji exchanged glances and responded with laughter, "Sister, please hold on. I completely forgot to provide you with a hairdryer. I will get it for you right away." Gongsun Xuanji hurried to the storage room, retrieved the hairdryer, and handed it to Jiang Qingge, whispering, "Master, I leave this to you. The next steps are all yours." Jiang Qingge looked at Gongsun Xuanji's expression and chuckled, gently pinching her little nose before walking towards the door with the hairdryer. He lightly knocked and said, "Senior, may I come in?" Inside the room, Shen Yunxiao was in a state of inner turmoil. What should she do? Should she open the door? Her clothes were already in the washing machine. Biting her lip, Shen Yunxiao hesitated for a moment, then blushingly said, "Wait a moment." She fumbled through her suitcase, searching for something slightly more modest to wear. After a struggle, she finally found a loose summer robe and hurriedly slipped it on, shyly adding, "You can come in now." Jiang Qingge gently pushed the door open and stepped inside, the room imbued with a subtle milky fragrance unique to Shen Yunxiao. Noticing her in the thin, loose robe, with her collarbone faintly visible, Jiang Qingge's gaze momentarily flickered before he focused on her face. Observing Shen Yunxiao's slightly disheveled yet charming appearance, his heart raced uncontrollably. This feeling, for a moment, he felt entranced. "Senior, what is our relationship now?" Shen Yunxiao was taken aback by Jiang Qingge's sudden question, her cheeks flushing deeper. Lowering her head, she couldn't meet his gaze, recalling the moment they held hands earlier that evening. She stammered, I don't know. Perhaps we are boyfriend and girlfriend? Why do you suddenly ask?" Seeing Shen Yunxiao's bashful demeanor stirred something within Jiang Qingge, prompting him to press further. "Senior, from the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I sensed you were extraordinary. My feelings for you have only grown, and I do not wish for our relationship to remain ambiguous. Let us engage in the actions befitting a couple." Shen Yunxiao's heart raced. She had not anticipated such a request from Jiang Qingge at this moment. After a moment's hesitation, she lifted her head, stealing a glance at him, and softly said, "Junior, I have feelings for you too, but it's all so sudden. I am not ready to give you what you seek." A glimmer of surprise flashed in Jiang Qingge's eyes as he stepped closer, gently taking Shen Yunxiao's hand. "Senior, I realize this may seem abrupt, but my emotions are genuine. I will be gentle and responsible. I hope you will consider granting me the opportunity to care for you." Shen Yunxiao felt the warmth of Jiang Qingge's hand, a mixture of confusion and sweetness flooding her heart. She bit her lip lightly and replied, "But we have only known each other for a short time, and I am afraid." Jiang Qingge interrupted earnestly, "Senior, matters of the heart are often mysterious. Some people may know each other for ages yet fail to connect, while others recognize a profound bond at first sight. I trust my feelings and hope you can trust me too." As Shen Yunxiao looked into Jiang Qingge's resolute eyes, her defenses crumbled completely. She nodded slightly and whispered, "All right, I am willing to give you a chance." Jiang Qingge's face instantly lit up with a brilliant smile as he gently embraced Shen Yunxiao, declaring, "Senior, rest assured, I will make you happy." Shen Yunxiao leaned against Jiang Qingge, feeling the strong rhythm of his heartbeat. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. In that moment, she felt as though she were ensconced in a dream, everything so splendid. Suddenly, she remembered her sister, Gongsun Xuanji, was still outside, and she instinctively attempted to push Jiang Qingge away. However, Jiang Qingge was not about to let his prized catch slip away. He set the hairdryer down on the table, gently cradled Shen Yunxiao's hips, and lifted her up. Whispering softly in her ear, he said, "My sister told me she has gone to wash up and sleep." As his words caressed her ear, coupled with the strength of Jiang Qingge's robust arm, Shen Yunxiao found herself melting, resting her head atop his, akin to a wilting rose. With a timid voice, she replied, "All right then, Junior, please, be a little quieter." As the sweet scent of milk wafted before her, Jiang Qingge could no longer restrain himself. The two engaged in a lengthy conversation that lasted 2 hours, sharing their pasts. Jiang Qingge gazed at her tenderly, while Shen Yunxiao slightly turned her head, evading his fervent stare, feeling quite bashful. Reflecting on her earlier words, Shen Yunxiao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She was not typically like this. Breaking the silence, Jiang Qingge slowly spoke, "Senior, you know, the first time I saw you on the short video platform, I was captivated by your confident singing and unique charm." Shen Yunxiao shyly responded, "Junior, your words are so sweet." To which Jiang Qingge replied, "That's because there is a hint of sweetness in your demeanor. Surely you didn't add any salt." Noticing Shen Yunxiao's suitcase still ajar and her clothes in disarray, he got up to help tidy it. "Senior, let me assist you with your suitcase," he offered. Shen Yunxiao hurriedly replied, No, I can manage this myself. You needn't trouble yourself. However, Jiang Qingge had already begun organizing her belongings, leaving Shun Yunyao to kneel on the bed, feeling helpless and her face aflame. During the tidying, Jiang Qingge accidentally brushed against a pink piece of lingerie, and both froze in shock. Shun Yunyao felt a surge of embarrassment, wishing she could vanish into the floor, while Jiang Qingge stammered, "As senior, I didn't mean to." Shun Yunyao bit her lip, murmuring, "It's fine. We're a couple now, so there's no need to be shy." Jiang Qingge took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. His face flushed as he quickly returned the pink lingerie to its place and continued sorting through her clothes, his movements noticeably more flustered than before. Once finished, he returned to sit beside her on the bed, scratching his head, his gaze awkwardly cast downwards. "Senior, that was rather embarrassing." Shun Yunyao lightly punched him. "It's your fault for insisting on helping." Yet, her eyes sparkled with mirth. After a leisurely chat, Jiang Qingge glanced at the time and remarked, "Senior, it's getting late. You've had a tiring day. It's best to rest early. You have classes tomorrow as a sophomore, right?" Shun Yunyao nodded. "Indeed. We sophomores have more classes than you freshmen." Jiang Qingge stood, tucking the blanket around her, and gently kissed her forehead. "Good night. May you have sweet dreams." Blushing, Shun Yunyao softly replied, "Good night." Once Jiang Qingge exited the room, Shun Yunyao lay on her bed, reflecting on the day's events, her lips curving into an involuntary smile. This day had brought monumental changes to her life. She had met Jiang Qingge and solidified their romantic relationship. Everything felt surreal. After leaving her room, Jiang Qingge tiptoed into Gongsun Xuanji's chamber, mindful that she was still human and should maintain the routines and habits of one, so as not to raise suspicion. Upon entering, he gently closed the door and called out, "Xuanji, little Chi-Chi." "Master, I'm here," Gongsun Xuanji responded, sitting up in bed, her eyes brimming with affection as she looked at Jiang Qingge. "Master, why are you here at this hour? Aren't you afraid Shun Yunyao will notice?" Jiang Qingge sat at the edge of the bed, caressing her smooth thigh, and whispered, "Rest assured, she is asleep. Thanks to you. If it weren't for your efforts in creating opportunities, my relationship with the senior wouldn't have progressed so swiftly." Gongsun Xuanji smirked playfully. "Of course. I put in considerable effort. But you must treat Shun Yunyao well, don't let her down." Jiang Qingge nodded earnestly. "I certainly will. I genuinely like the senior. However, we must be cautious in our interactions so she doesn't discover your true identity." Gongsun Xuanji patted her chest. "I understand. I'm not foolish. But what do you think will happen if she finds out I'm not human?" Jiang Qingge frowned. "Don't joke about that." Chapter 32. The Tenderness of Gongsun Xuanji. "I'm feeling a bit weary. Could you give me a massage tonight?" "I'll just rest now," he said, settling into Gongsun Xuanji's embrace. She glanced down at her master with a hint of exasperation, sighed softly, and then tenderly began to massage him. Her technique was deft, starting from his head and gradually working her way down, applying just the right amount of pressure. Under her skilled hands, Jiang Qingge let out contented sighs, his tense body slowly unwinding. While massaging, Gongsun Xuanji softly murmured, "Master, you've gone to great lengths to be with Shun Yunyao. I hope you both can always be happy together." Jiang Qingge replied drowsily, "I hope so too." As Gongsun Xuanji continued her gentle massage, he gradually drifted into slumber. Watching her master peacefully asleep, Gongsun Xuanji's eyes sparkled with adoration. Remembering how Jiang Qingge had overexerted himself that day, she decided to give him a full-body massage to prevent lactic acid buildup. Her hands glided gently over the back of his calves, where the muscles were taut from a long day's exertion. With skilled and gentle motions, she worked her way up from his calves, through his knees, and onto his thighs, meticulously applying pressure at each point. Jiang Qingge, lost in dreams, seemed to sense her soothing touch and shifted slightly. Continuing with her patient massage, she whispered, "Master, I hope you can be relaxed and happy every day. I will always be here for you." After completing his legs, Gongsun Xuanji moved her hands to Jiang Qingge's lower back, another sensitive area of the body. She carefully controlled her strength, gently kneading to alleviate the pressure on his back. Under her attentive care, Jiang Qingge's breathing grew deeper and steadier, and he slept soundly. She massaged until 3 in the morning, ensuring he was covered with a blanket before quietly slipping out of bed. Moving to the window, she gazed out at the tranquil street below. The moonlight cast a gentle glow on her, outlining her graceful figure, leaving one to wonder what thoughts occupied her mind. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the bed. As Shun Yunyao gradually awoke, she stretched languidly, and upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by a bouquet of fresh flowers placed on her bedside table, accompanied by a note that read, "Good morning, little sister. Breakfast is ready in the kitchen, waiting for you. Gongsun Xuanji." Shun Yunyao smiled warmly, got out of bed, and freshened up before heading to the kitchen. There, Gongsun Xuanji, donned in an apron, was frying eggs. Upon seeing Shen Yunyao, she beamed with a radiant smile, exclaiming, "Little sister, you're awake. Come and enjoy breakfast." Shen Yunyao gazed at the bountiful spread before her: bread, milk, fried eggs, and fruits, her heart brimming with gratitude. "Wow, sister, you're amazing. You prepared so much," she exclaimed. "Go ahead and eat. I'll wake Qingge," Gongsun Xuanji replied. She tiptoed into Jiang Qingge's room, finding him still deep in slumber, a look of contentment gracing his fatigued face. She called softly, "Master, it's time to get up. Shen Yunyao is already having breakfast." Jiang Qingge stirred, his sleepy eyes meeting Gongsun Xuanji's. Stretching, he chuckled, "I slept so soundly last night. All thanks to you, Xiao Jiji." With that, he enveloped her in a bear hug. Thankfully, Gongsun Xuanji was not an ordinary woman. Any typical woman would surely have been pinned down. With a flushed face, Gongsun Xuanji playfully scolded, "Oh dear, master, hurry up. Shen Yunyao is waiting." Only then did Jiang Qingge release her, grinning. "All right, I'll get up now." He quickly rose to wash up. The trio gathered around the dining table, enjoying breakfast in a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Jiang Qingge, having finished washing up, joined them. Shen Yunyao smiled and handed him a glass of milk, saying, "Qingge, try the breakfast my sister made. It's quite lavish." After sipping the milk, Jiang Qingge nodded appreciatively. It tastes wonderful. Thank you, sister." During their casual conversation at the table, Gongsun Xuanji casually inquired, "Little sister, how is your second-year study going?" Shen Yunyao frowned slightly, sighing softly, "Alas, the music courses in my second year are quite challenging. The advanced sight singing and ear training classes, with their complex rhythms and intervals, are truly difficult. Furthermore, our teacher has assigned us a high-difficulty piece to practice for next month's internal music competition, and I feel quite overwhelmed." Jiang Qingge reached out, gently grasping Shen Yunyao's hand, offering reassurance. "Don't worry, Yunyao. While I'm not a music major, I sing quite beautifully, and so does my sister." As he spoke, he pulled Gongsun Xuanji to demonstrate. "Sister, let us showcase our talents for Yunyao. It might inspire her." Gongsun Xuanji chuckled, a hint of reluctance in her smile, yet she complied with Jiang Qingge. They cleared their throats and began to sing a classic folk song. Nanshan Nan. In the southern sun, heavy snow falls, while in the northern night, spring prevails. If I can remember before the darkness descends, I shall forget your eyes. A lifetime spent, yet a dream unfulfilled. Jiang Qingge's voice was rich and warm, while Gongsun Xuanji's was crisp and melodious, harmonizing beautifully. Their song echoed through the dining room, seemingly imbued with a magical quality that gradually softened Shen Yunyao's previously furrowed brow. As the final notes faded, Shen Yunyao's eyes sparkled with delight. "You both sing so incredibly well. I feel you sing better than the professors at our academy. Your voices and harmonization are simply outstanding." Jiang Qingge chuckled, scratching his head. "Haha, we just sang casually. Just kidding. Can the full professional skill set fail to impress?" After finishing breakfast, Shen Yunyao began to clear the dishes, but was promptly stopped by Gongsun Xuanji. With a smile, she said, "Qingge, go accompany little sister to school. She'll miss her early class otherwise. Just a few bowls, I can take care of it." Jiang Qingge nodded, looking at Gongsun Xuanji. "Then I'll leave it to you, big sister. We'll bring back some treats for you." He then turned to Shen Yunyao, gently saying, "Let us go, Yunyao. I'll drive you to school. We can't delay your classes." Shen Yunyao smiled in agreement. Sure. She returned to her room to gather her school supplies before stepping out with Jiang Qingge. In the underground parking lot, as the low rumble of the Koenigsegg engine filled the air, Jiang Qingge expertly started the car, slowly driving Shen Yunyao away. Sitting in the passenger seat, Shen Yunyao admired the exquisite interior and the focused profile of Jiang Qingge, her heart swelling with sweetness. Chapter 33. What a coincidence. The senior also comes to the gym. "Qingge, your car is so cool. It feels like every ride is a unique experience," Shen Yunyao remarked with a smile. Jiang Qingge glanced at her, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "If you like it, you should ride it more often. After all, a car is merely a means of transport. What truly matters is being able to travel with you." As they drove, Jiang Qingge turned on the car's DJ, the soothing melodies flowing through the vehicle, perfectly complementing their warm atmosphere. "By the way, what does your sister do?" Shen Yunyao queried. Jiang Qingge hesitated for a moment, then regained his composure, focusing on driving as he replied, "My sister? She is a PhD at the MIT Media Lab, a hub for the world's top talents dedicated to interdisciplinary innovative research. Her field of study merges artificial intelligence, music perception, and creation, standing at the forefront globally. She has received much acclaim for her groundbreaking research. After returning home, she now freelances, occasionally consulting on high-end projects that blend technology and art, while also delving into interdisciplinary topics that pique her interest." Shen Yunyao's eyes widened in admiration. "Wow, a PhD from the MIT Media Lab? That is simply remarkable. No wonder she has such a unique understanding of music. It seems she knows everything, cooks well, and is so kind. Jiang Qingge smiled. Indeed, my sister has always been exceptional, achieving impressive accomplishments in her field. I have admired her since childhood. She is not only knowledgeable, but also incredibly gentle and considerate. Knowing that we are together makes her happier than I am. Jiang Qingge spoke earnestly, his face betraying no embarrassment as he boasted. Shen Yunniao felt a slight flush on her cheeks, shyly saying, I was worried that such an outstanding sister might look down on me. It seems I was overthinking it. Jiang Qingge freed one hand to gently clasp Shen Yunniao's, reassuring her, how could that be? You are so lovely and talented. She adores you. As the car slowly pulled into the campus parking lot, both stepped out. Suddenly, Jiang Qingge remembered something and said, oh right, my sister contacted a moving company this morning. She said that since you have no classes today, you should reach out to them, and they will handle your move. She has already covered the expenses. Shen Yunniao looked at Jiang Qingge in surprise, exclaiming, your sister is so thoughtful. I don't even know how to thank her. It's too much for her to cover the moving costs. Jiang Qingge chuckled, gently squeezing Shen Yunniao's hand. Don't be too polite with her. Since she has already arranged everything, just accept it with peace of mind. Go to class quickly. I have some matters to attend to today, so I won't be joining you for lunch or dinner. If you're heading home, feel free to go ahead. With that, he made his way toward the dormitory building. Observing Jiang Qingge's nonchalant demeanor, Shen Yunniao couldn't help but mutter under her breath, what a scoundrel. After venting her frustration, she headed directly towards the performing arts building. Jiang Qingge walked straight into dormitory 118, only to find it empty. After inquiring in the dormitory group chat, he learned that everyone was at the school gym, engaging in physical training. After all, this was Rongqing University, not some obscure institution. As one of the top universities in the country, every student here was exceptional in their own right. Discipline had become an integral part of their lives. Only with a healthy physique could they effectively tackle the heavy academic workload and future challenges. He soon exited the dormitory, heading towards the gym. Entry to the gym required a swipe of the campus card or facial recognition. Since they were freshmen, their facial data had not yet been recorded, but they had received their campus cards at the start of the semester. Ding! Jiang Qingge swiped his card at the turnstile, and a pleasant confirmation sound echoed, displaying his photo on the screen. Upon entering the gym, he was greeted by a lively atmosphere filled with the clanging of equipment and the shouts of people. His gaze immediately fell upon Zhang Dali, who was in the dumbbell area, performing single-arm rows with an 80 kilograms dumbbell. Yang Jie was in the barbell section, executing lunges, while Wang Yang was engaged in explosive training for the clean and jerk. Good morning, everyone. What an energetic start to the day. Jiang Qingge greeted, and the others responded in kind. Zhang Dali set down his dumbbell and wiped the sweat from his brow, grinning. Qingge, you've come too. What are you planning to work on today? Jiang Qingge replied with a smile. I'll start with some warm-up exercises and see how it goes. You're really pushing it, Zhang Dali. Lifting an 80 kilograms dumbbell for single-arm rows is impressive. Zhang Dali proudly flexed his bicep, saying, of course. We can't fall behind in this area. By the way, how are things going with the senior you were with last time? I heard she is part of the student council. Jiang Qingge seemed to recall something and pulled out his phone. To his surprise, he had a dozen unread messages. Mother, son, how is Rongqing? Are you settling in? Have you eaten hot pot? Your father wants to know how you're doing. He is stubborn and won't send you a message himself. Seeing his mother's words brought a sting to Jiang Qingge's eyes, and he fought back tears, as if he could see his parents speaking to him through the screen. Sometimes, paternal love is silent, although his father rarely expressed it verbally. Their longing was no less than his mother's. Jiang Qingge steadied himself and quickly replied, Mom, I'm doing well in Rongqing. I've already gotten used to it. Life here is quite pleasant. I haven't had hot pot yet, but I plan to go tonight. I've tried the barbecued skewers here, but they don't quite compare to the ones back home. Please take care of yourselves and don't work too hard. Don't just think of me. Oh, and in a couple of days, the school will distribute some financial aid, and it's a decent amount. I'll send some back to you. Don't be too frugal. After sending the message, Jiang Qingge glanced at the next one from Chen Yushu. Good morning, Junior. The weather is lovely today. I have a habit of morning exercise every day. The gym at school is quite large. Jiang Qingge paused, murmuring, what a coincidence. The senior is at the gym too? He replied, yes, it is indeed quite spacious. The gym back home doesn't have such good facilities. The next message was from Shen Yunniao. I've arrived at the classroom. I'm already dying of sleepiness in this early 8 o'clock theory class. Accompanying her message was a picture of the teacher lecturing. Jiang Qingge chose to respond. Hang in there. Then came a message from Su Tiantian. Brother Jiang, can you accompany me and Xianyuan to the amusement park today? We'll have fun. Below was an image of 2 pleading emojis. Jiang Qingge looked at Su Tiantian's message, chuckling helplessly, thinking how persistent this little girl was. He quickly replied, Tian, I'm sorry. I have some matters to attend to today with the beginning of the semester and can't join you at the amusement park. You'll have a great time on your own, and I'll accompany you next time. He also needed to visit Gao Jie and her mother later. He should have time in the afternoon, but he couldn't be sure if Xin Yunniao would come looking for him. As a newly minted master of time management, he needed to handle this well. After sending the messages, Jiang Qingge put away his phone and turned his attention back to Zhang Dali and the others who were working out. Zhang Dali caught Jiang Qingge's gaze and smiled, asking, "What is up, Qingge? I saw you replying to messages. Was it from your sister-in-law?" Jiang Qingge didn't deny it and nodded. "Yes. From my mom and a few classmates." Yang Jie, having finished a set of lunges, walked over and teased, "Qingge, you're quite popular. But since you have a sister-in-law now, you'd better focus. We wouldn't want others to think poorly of our sports academy." Jiang Qingge nodded in agreement and then began his warm-up. He approached the treadmill and set it to a slow jog. As he matched his pace, his thoughts began to wander. After finishing his run, he did several static and dynamic stretches before heading to the weight area, preparing for strength training. At that moment, Zhang Dali completed his dumbbell workout and joined Jiang Qingge. The two engaged in light conversation while training. "When did you guys come here? You're so disciplined." Zhang Dali adjusted the weight on the barbell while answering, "We got up at 6 and had breakfast first." Jiang Qingge inquired, "What did you eat? How was the school breakfast?" Zhang Dali continued, "It's pretty good. There's a decent variety. As high-level athletes, we have to be particular about our diet. For breakfast, I had a bowl of oatmeal with some blueberries and nuts, a boiled egg, and a glass of milk. Yang Jie had whole grain bread with lettuce, tomatoes, and grilled chicken breast, also enjoying a glass of milk. Wang Yang kept it simple with corn, egg whites, and a cup of black coffee. Oh, by the way, I should tell you, I chatted with Lin Yang yesterday. That guy insisted on coming to the gym as soon as he heard we were coming. He should be arriving soon," Zhang Dali remarked, glancing towards the entrance. "Oh, is the gym open to students from other majors as well?" Jiang Qingge asked, puzzled. In his mind, the gym was only meant for the sports academy, but it appeared that Rongqing University truly lived up to its reputation as a top institution. This level of openness was something many schools could not compare to. Zhang Dali nodded, responding, "Yes, the gym is open to all faculty and students, so it tends to get quite crowded." Just as they were speaking, Lin Yang arrived with Lin Yu and Su Tian, carrying several bottles of water. While a bottle of water may not be expensive, it was enough to leave a lasting impression about his character, which also reflected his stature. Upon entering, Lin Yang began to gaze around, searching for Zhang Dali and the others. Lin Yu's eyes appeared to wander aimlessly, yet she was discreetly observing and secretly seeking Jiang Qingge's presence. Her heart raced involuntarily, a mixture of anxiety and anticipation coursing through her veins. With each sweep of her gaze over the crowd, she hoped to catch a glimpse of that familiar figure in the next instant. She was uncertain about the nature of her feelings for Jiang Qingge. Was it affection? It didn't seem quite so. Meanwhile, Su Tian had no such reservations. Boldly scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, as if spotting her prey, Su Tian's eyes brightened and she swiftly approached, exclaiming, "Jiang Qingge, I didn't expect to see you here. I thought you had something to do when you messaged earlier." Jiang Qingge chuckled awkwardly. "Haha, I came here to work out. You all arrived quite early." Upon noticing that Su Tian had already found Jiang Qingge, Lin Yang and Lin Yu followed suit. Lin Yu, trailing behind, felt a flush creep onto her cheeks. Regretting that she hadn't approached with the same confidence as Su Tian. Watching Su Tian greet Jiang Qingge with such enthusiasm left her feeling uneasy. She lowered her head, striving to appear more natural, and when she finally stood before Jiang Qingge, she greeted him softly, "Good morning." As for Zhang Dali and the others, she merely nodded slightly, reverting to her aloof goddess demeanor in their presence. Jiang Qingge smiled at Lin Yu. "Good morning. You played quite well yesterday. With more practice, you'll definitely become even stronger. From now on, you'll have to lead me." Hearing Jiang Qingge praise her, Lin Yu's heart fluttered like a startled deer, her cheeks blooming with a rosy hue. Clearly, she hadn't anticipated such a compliment from him. All she could do was shyly nod and murmur, "Thank you. I'll do my best." Observing this, Su Tian immediately felt displeased. Why hadn't Jiang Qingge praised her? Pouting her lips, she playfully whined, "Jiang Qingge, how did I perform yesterday? You should compliment me too, okay?" Jiang Qingge turned his gaze to Su Tian, his expression warm. "Tian, you were amazing too. Your reactions were incredibly swift, and your teamwork was seamless. If you delve deeper into strategies, you'll undoubtedly excel even further." Upon receiving the praise, Su Tian's south eyes sparkled like crescent moons, and she joyfully exclaimed, "Hee, I knew I played well. Let us play together again next time." At that moment, Lin Yang cheerfully handed out bottles of water to everyone, saying, "Here, one for each person. It's important to rehydrate after exercising." Jiang Qingge took the water with a smile, Thanks, Yangzi. That's very considerate of you. Lin Yang waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. Seizing the opportunity while everyone was drinking, Jiang Qingge took a moment to observe the attire of the two girls today. Lin Yu was clad in a light blue yoga outfit that perfectly accentuated her graceful figure, her slender waist delicate enough to be grasped in a single hand, and her long legs straight and proportionate, radiating youthful vitality with every movement. Su Tiantian, on the other hand, sported a vibrant pink athletic ensemble, the snug top highlighting her full bosom, while her long legs beneath her shorts exuded an abundance of youthful exuberance. As for Lin Yang, he was slightly less noteworthy. In Chapter 35, Su Tiantian's subtle schemes. Su Tiantian seemed to sense Jiang Qingge's discreet appraisal of her, and she deliberately puffed out her chest, as if that would enhance her fullness. Jiang Qingge noticed this little maneuver of Su Tiantian's and felt a touch of awkwardness. Clearing his throat, he shifted the topic. So, what do you all plan to practice today? Lin Yu tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear and replied softly. I mainly want to strengthen my core today and work on some advanced yoga poses, which will help enhance my flexibility and balance. As she spoke, she demonstrated a few movements to Jiang Qingge. Su Tiantian's eyes lit up as she leaned closer to Jiang Qingge, sweetly saying, Jiang Qingge, I want to work on my legs and glutes today. I've heard that if you train well, you'll look good in anything. Will you guide me and keep me safe? I'm a bit scared. She batted her doe-like eyes at Jiang Qingge, filled with anticipation. Jiang Qingge, noting Su Tiantian's eager expression, thought to himself, how intriguing. Yet, he still smiled and nodded. All right then, since you asked, I'll definitely help you. Su Tiantian's face flushed with excitement as she grabbed Jiang Qingge's hand and led him towards the weightlifting area, exclaiming, You're the best, Jiang Qingge. I just knew you would agree. Lin Yu watched this scene unfold, her expression fluctuating between envy and frustration, nearly fuming with anger. She wanted to speak up, but found herself at a loss for words. What reason did she have to ask Jiang Qingge for assistance? She bit her lip, filled with reluctance, yet unable to find a reason to prevent Jiang Qingge from helping Su Tiantian. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her complicated emotions and turned to focus on her yoga practice. She executed each movement with even greater precision, attempting to divert her attention with a flawless performance. But her gaze inevitably drifted toward Jiang Qingge and Su Tiantian from time to time. She didn't even notice when some of her poses became misaligned. Jiang Qingge accompanied Su Tiantian to the weightlifting area, first ensuring the equipment's stability before patiently explaining the key points of the movements to her. Tiantian, see. Stand with your feet shoulder-width apart, knees slightly bent. When you bend down to grip the barbell, keep your back straight, don't arch it, or you might injure your back. When you exert force, use your legs and glutes to lift the barbell steadily, then lower it slowly. Throughout the process, maintain even breathing. Don't hold your breath. Su Tiantian obediently nodded, her eyes filled with admiration. Jiang Qingge, I understand. You explained things so clearly. However, she still felt a bit scared. You have to protect me while I do this, okay? Jiang Qingge reassured her with a smile. Don't worry. I'm here. I won't let you get hurt. Now, try gripping the barbell and feel the weight. Following his instructions, Su Tiantian grasped the barbell. Jiang Qingge stood behind her, slightly bending forward, his hands hovering at her sides, ready to assist her at any moment. You can start to exert force slowly, lift. Yes, just like that. Keep your back straight, very good, and lower it steadily. Observing the close proximity between Jiang Qingge and Su Tiantian, Lin Yu felt a tumult of emotions within her, akin to a pot of boiling water. She stretched her body vigorously, attempting more challenging yoga poses, beads of sweat rolling from her forehead and dripping onto the mat. Yet she remained oblivious, lost in her complex emotions and the intensity of her training. Zhang Dali and the others, witnessing this scene, also turned their attention back to their workouts, choosing to ignore it. After all, Jiang Qingge was their roommate, and all they needed to do was silently wish him well. As Su Tiantian listened to Jiang Qingge's guidance, she plotted her own little scheme. She pretended to exert herself but intentionally wobbled slightly while lifting the barbell, letting out a delicate gasp. Oh no. Upon hearing the sound, Jiang Qingge instinctively tightened his grip on Su Tiantian's waist, concern etched on his face as he asked, What's wrong? Tiantian, are you alright? Is the weight too heavy? With Jiang Qingge's keen perception, he had long since discerned that Su Tiantian was feigning her struggle. However, he chose not to expose her ruse. If she wished to play pretend, he saw no harm in indulging her. After all, he had nothing to lose. Su Tiantian leaned into Jiang Qingge's embrace, playfully pouting, Brother Jiang, it seems I misjudged my balance just now. You nearly scared me to death. But with you here, I'm not afraid at all. Despite being aware of her intentions, Jiang Qingge furrowed his brow slightly and replied earnestly, Tiantian, one must not be careless during training. Safety is paramount. This is not a trivial matter. Shall we lighten the weight a bit? Lin Yu, observing this scene from the sidelines, felt a sharp pang in her heart, halting her yoga pose mid-motion. Biting her lip, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, a tumult of jealousy and sorrow swirling within her. It felt as though something that rightfully belonged to her had been snatched away. At that moment, a group of vibrant and youthful girls entered the gym, none other than Chen Yushu and her roommates. They had planned to train together after their early morning classes, but due to Huang Ziding's penchant for sleeping in, they arrived fashionably late. Today, Chen Yushu exuded grace, her long, dark hair cascading effortlessly over her shoulders, clad in a delicate lavender workout ensemble that accentuated her alluring figure. Her roommates each radiated their own charm. Li Yu, with her chic short hair and vivacious demeanor, donned a fluorescent green fitness outfit, while the gentle and serene Huang Ziding wore a pale blue yoga ensemble that exuded tranquility. Chen Yushu intended to focus on her glutes and legs, areas she often trained. Upon entering the gym, she headed straight for the barbell zone, having jogged over and thus skipping the warm-up. However, her gaze soon landed on Jiang Qingge. What is he doing here? Why didn't he tell me he would come to the gym? I mentioned this morning that I was coming. She reached for her phone to question him, but paused, a self-deprecating smile crossing her lips. What justification did she have to inquire? They were merely acquaintances. Then, she noticed Jiang Qingge supporting Su Tiantian, their posture intimate, which further dimmed her spirits, causing her previously upturned lips to droop ever so slightly. It's that girl again. She was there at the barbecue that night, and now she's here again. She must be his girlfriend. Chapter 36. The second confrontation between Chen Yushu and Su Tiantian. But why? I'm not unattractive. My physique surpasses hers, and I surely possess greater stamina. Why doesn't he choose me? I even helped him carry things and took him to the dormitory. As these thoughts swirled, her fists clenched slightly. Li Yu noticed the change in Chen Yushu and followed her gaze, chuckling softly. Oh, Yushu. Isn't that the junior you met during the volunteer event a couple of days ago? You should show us his photo. She smirked. And he's got a pretty girl by his side. This junior seems quite charming. Chen Yushu cleared her throat, feigning composure. Yes, quite the coincidence. I didn't expect to run into him here. Yet her eyes remained fixated on Jiang Qingge, revealing a flicker of jealousy. Huang Ziding also glanced over, softly reassuring her. Yushu. Perhaps they are just ordinary classmates training together. Don't read too much into it. Let's focus on our own workout. Chen Yushu nodded slightly, though her heart remained unsettled. Taking a deep breath, she attempted to calm her emotions and stepped towards Jiang Qingge, her roommates trailing closely behind. Jiang Qingge, catching sight of Chen Yushu approaching, inwardly lamented the predicament. This situation was rather delicate. He discreetly eased away from Su Tiantian to maintain a respectful distance, saying, Tiantian, take a moment to rest and adjust your state. The senior is coming. I'll greet her. Su Tiantian, now eyeing Chen Yushu and her friends, glared with palpable hostility. Resembling an agitated little leopard, she regarded Chen Yushu with suspicion, muttering, Humph, not this senior again. Brother Jiang must not be stolen away by her. Though reluctant, she sensibly released Jiang Qingge's hand and stood sulkily to the side. As Jiang Qingge approached Chen Yushu, he greeted her with a polite smile. Good morning, senior. I saw your message this morning. I had just arrived at the gym, so I thought it best to reply then. This statement felt both like an explanation and a declaration. Chen Yushu forced a smile in return. Good morning, junior. You're quite dedicated to your workouts. Her gaze inadvertently flicked towards Su Tiantian, a hint of acidity creeping into her tone. You seem to have a close relationship with this junior. Jiang Qingge discerned the underlying meaning in her words and quickly clarified. Senior, she is my classmate. I was just guiding her in her training. What about you today? Planning to work on glutes and legs? He attempted to divert the conversation, alleviating the somewhat tense atmosphere. Lin Yu, observing the exchange between Jiang Qingge and Chen Yushu, felt increasingly conflicted. It seemed that the number of girls around Jiang Qingge was multiplying, while she remained a silent observer. Taking a deep breath, she refocused on her yoga poses, yet her concentration faltered, her gaze inevitably drifting towards Jiang Qingge. Just then, Zhang Dali approached, clapping Jiang Qingge on the shoulder and then addressing Chen Yushu. I invited Lin Yang to work out with us. But who knew he'd bring along his sister and her friend? Jiang Qingge shot Zhang Dali a grateful look. What a good brother. Zhang Dali's explanation eased Jiang Qingge's tension. And he added, indeed, senior, we're all classmates. Working out together is much more lively. Chen Yushu nodded slightly, her gaze shifting back from Su Tiantian to Jiang Qingge. Junior, you're quite earnest about fitness, even guiding your classmate with such patience. While her words were light, a hint of sarcasm lingered in her tone. Jiang Qingge chuckled awkwardly, about to respond when a staff member approached with a megaphone, announcing, Attention, everyone. Due to unexpected electrical repairs, the gym will close early. Please exit in an orderly manner. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Qingge exhaled in relief and turned to Chen Yushu. What a pity, senior. It seems today as workout 1T proceed. I had hoped you could teach me a few moves. Chen Yushu blinked in surprise, not expecting Jiang Qingge to say such a thing. Her jealousy subsided slightly as she feigned calmness, smiling. Yes, quite unfortunate. Perhaps next time. I'll arrange it. Su Tian. Upon overhearing Jiang Qingge express a desire for Chen Yushu to teach her some moves, pouted her lips in displeasure, feeling quite irked yet reluctant to voice her discontent. Lin Yu halted her yoga practice, secretly relieved by this unexpected turn of events. Otherwise, she truly did not know how long she would have to endure watching Jiang Qingge and Su Tian remain so close. As everyone began to tidy up their belongings in preparation to leave the gym, Jiang Qingge mused about the chaotic atmosphere of the day, realizing that with so many girls gathered, she would need to tread carefully in the future. Chen Yushu glanced around and remarked, "Freshman, we shall take our leave now." With that, she smiled and led her roommates away, clearly in good spirits. Jiang Qingge exhaled softly, feeling a slight sense of relief as she watched their departing figures. At that moment, Su Tian approached once more, grasping Jiang Qingge's arm and playfully saying, "Brother Jiang, let us practice again next time. You must continue to teach me." Jiang Qingge smiled and nodded. "Of course, I will teach you next time. You should head back with Lin Yu and take a shower. Be safe. I need to return to my dorm for a shower as well." Reluctantly, Su Tian released her grip and left the gym with Lin Yu and Lin Yang. Throughout, Lin Yu remained silent, casting a deep glance at Jiang Qingge as they exited. This lingering gaze puzzled Jiang Qingge. She wondered if she had inadvertently offended her. Zhang Dali clapped Jiang Qingge on the shoulder, teasing, "Boss, your charm is undeniable. Look at all these girls flocking around you. However, you must manage these relationships carefully to avoid any complications." Jiang Qingge managed a wry smile and shook his head. "Dali, please refrain from teasing me. I never anticipated this situation. We'll take it one step at a time." As they conversed, they left the gym alongside Wang Yang and Yang Jie, who had remained focused on their training, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding drama. To express her gratitude, Jiang Qingge decided to treat them to a meal later that afternoon. In the dormitory of Building 16, Room 118, the sound of water splashed against the floor, washing away the sweat from Jiang Qingge's body. Zhang Dali and the others regarded Jiang Qingge as their leader, allowing him to shower first. After cleansing himself and drying off with a towel, Jiang Qingge felt significantly refreshed. As he donned his attire, he raised his left hand to check the time on his Rolex M116508, realizing it was only 9 o'clock. Contemplating for a moment, he dialed Gao Jie to inquire about her mother's condition. "Hello? Is that you, Brother Jiang?" came Gao Jie's familiar yet slightly fatigued voice, indicating she was likely worn out. Jiang Qingge replied with concern, "Xiao Jie, it's me. I've been thinking about Annie since her surgery. I wanted to check how she is doing." Gao Jie sighed softly, her voice a mix of relief and worry. "Brother Jiang, we owe you so much for that 200,000. The surgery was a success. However, the doctor mentioned that recovery will take some time, and we must keep a close watch, which will incur additional costs." Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingge reassured her. "That's wonderful news. A successful surgery is what matters most. You need not worry about the costs. I will cover them. I have some free time today and would like to visit Andy at the hospital." "Which ward is she in at Xihua Hospital?" Gao Jie quickly responded, "Brother Jiang, you've already helped us so much. I feel terrible bothering you again." Jiang Qingge chuckled. "What are you saying? Didn't you promise to serve me as if I were your superior? So, it's only natural for me to visit the mother of my subordinate when she is unwell. Just tell me the ward number." After a moment's hesitation, Gao Jie divulged the hospital's address and room number to Jiang Qingge. Once the call ended, Jiang Qingge informed Zhang Dali and the others that he would be stepping out, but would still treat them to lunch. Zhang Dali and the others nodded in agreement, assuring him to go ahead without worry. As Jiang Qingge left the dormitory for the parking lot, he noticed a young artist with yellow hair standing next to his Koenigsegg, accompanied by a cute girl in a JK uniform. He cast a probing glance at the JK girl. Name, Lin Ku. Gender, female. Age, 19. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Appearance, 78 points. Occupation, freshman at Rongqing University. Affection, 50, temporarily elevated due to Jiang Qingge's striking appearance. Charging times, 108. In her tumultuous past, she has had intimate encounters with many individuals. Number of chargers, 10. Involves numerous complex relationships and emotional experiences. Warning: please avoid contact with this individual, as she is a biochemical entity. Goodness, how frightening, Jiang Qingge thought, initially believing such exaggerations were mere hyperbole on social media. But now realizing the truth of the matter, he decided to keep his distance to avoid any undesirable consequences. Meanwhile, the young artist was admiring the Koenigsegg with an air of arrogance. Jiang Qingge furrowed his brow as he approached his car. Not only did the yellow-haired youth refuse to step aside, but he leaned even closer to the Koenigsegg, boasting to the JK girl, "See, Junior, this is my car. A Koenigsegg, a globally limited supercar that most people cannot afford. And this is just one of many in my garage." The JK girl's eyes sparkled with admiration as she exclaimed, "Wow, Senior, you're amazing. How much does this cost?" The yellow-haired youth waved his hand dismissively, pretending to be profound. "It's not merely a matter of money. Even if you have wealth, you might not be able to acquire it. Do you see this license plate? It's worth more than the car itself. I initially planned to take you for a spin today, but I just remembered the car is in for maintenance, and I hadn't completed the necessary paperwork to drive it back. Otherwise, you could have experienced the thrill of speed and passion. That's all right. Just take me for a ride next time. But can I at least sit inside?" The JK girl asked eagerly. Just as the yellow-haired youth was about to explain, Jiang Qingge stepped forward and coldly stated, "This is my car. Please step aside." The youth was momentarily taken aback before smirking dismissively. "Come on, brother, don't joke around. Do you really think you can afford a Koenigsegg? Don't try to impress the junior." Jiang Qingge remained unfazed. He retrieved the car key from his pocket, pressed a button, and the Koenigsegg's lights flashed as it unlocked automatically. He looked at the yellow-haired youth calmly and said, "Now, can you step aside?" The JK girl gazed at Jiang Qingge in surprise, utterly mesmerized by his extraordinary looks. "Wow, he is so handsome, so tall, and his physique is remarkable. If only he were my boyfriend. What would I name our child?" She pondered, glancing back at the yellow-haired youth, her stomach churning with revulsion. It was as if she were in one realm of heaven and another of hell. Jiang Qingge remained oblivious to the fact that the bio-mother had merely cast a fleeting glance at him, yet she had already conceived names for their future offspring. The yellow-haired youth's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white as he stubbornly retorted, "Perhaps you borrowed the car or picked up the keys. Don't pretend here." Jiang Qingge, uninterested in engaging in futile banter, promptly opened the car door, settled into the driver's seat, and ignited the engine, which roared to life with the ferocity of a wild beast. Lowering the window, he addressed the yellow-haired youth. "Do refrain from recklessly claiming ownership of vehicles and misleading others, Junior." With that, he pressed the accelerator, and the Koenigsegg surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, leaving behind a flustered yellow-haired youth and a contemplative JK girl. "Junior, let me explain. I truly own a Koenigsegg. My garage is filled with luxury cars. If you don't believe me, accompany me back to see." The JK girl, unfazed, flicked her earwax onto the yellow-haired youth's face. "Scram, do you wish to provoke me? With no money, just get lost. 1, 2, 3. The yellow-haired youth was left dazed by the slap, a distinct red mark blossoming on his face. At the sound of the JK girl's merciless reprimand, his face drained of color, and he dared not utter another word, scurrying away in defeat. As the Koenigsegg sped down Changhua Avenue, its engine emitted a primal growl. Yet the driver was none other than Gongsun Xuanji. "Hey, system, are you malfunctioning? Why have you been silent lately?" Chapter 38. New task for girlfriends. System, host. "I am here. Is there something you require? Why haven't you assigned me any tasks?" System. Do you think I might have forgotten about you? I believe you've forgotten, you big chicken leg. Hurry up and issue a task. I feel a twinge of emptiness. System. I've never encountered a host so eager for tasks before. Well, now you have, haven't you? System. Daily task triggered. Acquire 4 girlfriends with a beauty score of over 90 and engage with them intimately. Task description. Within the next month. Utilizing your charm and abilities, establish a romantic relationship with another woman scoring over 90 in beauty, ensuring mutual consent and appropriate circumstances for intimacy, while respecting the woman's wishes and adhering to ethical standards. Additionally, maintain harmonious relations with other female characters to avoid significant emotional conflicts. System. Since the host already has Gao Jia, Xin Yunyao, and Gongsun Xuanji, you only need to win over 1 more. Task reward. A mansion in Rongqing No. 1, featuring several villas and a technological skyscraper, perfectly addresses the host's proclivity for numerous beautiful companions. Plus, a Tesla Roadster 2 sports car, capable of accelerating from 0 to 100 in just 11 seconds. Wait, for girlfriends scoring over 90 in beauty and engaging intimately? If I had been presented with such a task before acquiring the system, I might have found it daunting, but now, with the system, this seems effortlessly achievable. I already have Xuanji, Xiaojia, and Yaoyao. Who should the last one be? Tian or the senior? Although Tian appears to be the more proactive one, her upbringing and family background suggest she isn't the type to be easily won over. Thus, That leaves the senior, but her looks seemed to fall slightly short. Oh wait, there's that one girl, what was her name? Ludo? Ah, too many choices can also be a source of trouble. Jiang Qingge drove slowly toward Xihua Hospital, finding a parking space in the nearby commercial area and securing the vehicle. He turned off the engine, unbuckled his seatbelt, opened the door, and stepped out, shaking his head lightly to tidy his slightly disheveled hair before heading toward a nearby flower shop. Just the act of exiting the car incited a chorus of squeals and cheers from numerous women. Wow, he is so handsome. Is he a celebrity? I'm totally smitten. No star could be this handsome. However, Jiang Qingge was accustomed to such attention. He entered the flower shop, where the air was perfumed with the fragrance of blossoms, and vibrant flowers adorned every corner. A kindly old shopkeeper approached with a warm smile, greeting him. Sir, welcome. Are you here to purchase flowers? Jiang Qingge replied with a smile. Indeed, shopkeeper. I wish to visit a relative who has just undergone surgery. What flowers do you recommend? The shopkeeper pondered for a moment, then walked to a nearby flower stand, selecting a bouquet of carnations and presenting them to Jiang Qingge. Sir, these carnations are splendid. They symbolize love, charm, and respect, perfect for gifting to a senior, conveying wishes for a swift recovery. Moreover, their soft colors are pleasing to the eye. Jiang Qingge accepted the carnations, examining them closely and inhaling their delicate fragrance before nodding. They are indeed wonderful. I'll take these. Additionally, please help me pair them with a few other flowers to create a richer bouquet. The shopkeeper nodded with a smile, skillfully selecting a few lilies and baby's breath, explaining as he arranged. Lilies symbolize purity and beauty, while baby's breath adds a touch of warmth and romance. Together with the carnations, they create a beautiful bouquet that conveys your heartfelt wishes. Jiang Qingge admired the assembled bouquet with satisfaction. Shopkeeper, your arrangement is truly excellent. Please wrap it up just like this. He never hesitated to offer praise for a job well done. After all, compliments cost nothing. The shopkeeper swiftly wrapped the bouquet and handed it to Jiang Qingge. Sir, how does this look? Very good. Thank you, shopkeeper. The total came to 208 yuan. Let us round it down to 200, if that is acceptable? Of course. After receiving the bouquet and completing the payment, a notification from the system bank popped up immediately. Account ending in 8888 received a system feedback of 2,000,000 yuan on September 21st. Current balance 10, 177, 162, 104, 408 yuan. He placed the bouquet in the passenger seat and then proceeded to a nearby restaurant. Restaurants located near hospital commercial areas typically offer long-term meal subscription and delivery services. Given Gao Jia's character, she would likely forego breakfast and might even skip lunch. And he needs to eat too. He entered the restaurant and approached the front desk, where a cheerful staff member greeted him. Sir, how many will be dining? Jiang Qingge politely smiled. Hello, I'm not here to dine, but would like to request a few light and nutritious dishes to be packed. Are there any suitable for post-surgery patients? The staff member considered for a moment and replied, Yes, sir. Our stewed yam with pork ribs, steamed base, and vegetable tofu soup are all excellent choices for post-surgery patients, nutritious and light. Jiang Qingge nodded. Perfect, I'll take those. Additionally, could you arrange for these dishes to be delivered to the hospital ward at Xihua? I can offer a tip. The staff member hesitated. Sir, we primarily handle long-term delivery services within the store, and fitting in this one order might be a bit challenging. Upon hearing the staff member's reluctance, Jiang Qingge contemplated for a moment and responded. Let us proceed without any difficulty. I would like to place an order for a month's worth of meals, comprising breakfast, lunch, and dinner for two, incorporating both robust flavors and lighter fare. By the way, do you provide fruit with your meal deliveries? If so, please add a serving of fruit to each meal. I trust you can arrange this adequately. I will generously cover the delivery fee and tip. Additionally, please prepare 2 breakfast portions for me to take away. The staff's eyes brightened at such a substantial order, a rarity indeed, and promptly nodded in agreement, saying, Rest assured. Sir, we will ensure everything is perfectly arranged. We can provide seasonal fresh fruits daily. However, for the month-long meal plan, you will need to prepay. And we must finalize the specific menu to facilitate our ingredient preparations. Chapter 39, The Considerate Gao Jia. As for breakfast, please peruse our selection. We offer sandwiches, soy milk, and fried dough sticks, among other options. The staff then presented the menu for Jiang Qingge to review, yet he glanced at it briefly and without hesitation declared, I will have 2 servings of sandwiches and 2 cups of soy milk. For the month's meals, in addition to the previously mentioned yam and pork rib stew, steamed base, and vegetable tofu soup, please add a side of stir-fried seasonal vegetables. For the robust flavors, include a portion of spicy diced chicken and a serving of mapo tofu. Kindly ensure that the dishes do not repeat daily. Adjust as you see fit. The staff quickly fetched paper and pen, and Jiang Qingge meticulously detailed his requests, particularly noting the necessity for punctual delivery. After completing the order, the staff carefully calculated the total and informed Jiang Qingge, "Sir, according to your specifications, the total for the month's meals, delivery fee, and the added fruit at each meal amounts to 888 yuan. The breakfast is priced at 15 yuan, bringing the grand total to 903 yuan. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingge replied, "Very well, here is 10,000 yuan. Consider the excess as a tip for your service. I trust you will deliver the meals punctually and with quality." As he spoke, he produced the folded notes and handed them to the staff. At that moment, Jiang Qingge's system bank confirmed the transaction instantaneously. Account number ending in 8888 received a deposit of 10,000 yuan as a 100-fold reward from the system, with a balance of 10,177,261,104.08 yuan. System bank. After confirming the deposit, the staff beamed with delight, repeatedly assuring him, "Rest assured, sir, we will deliver your meals to the hospital promptly and with quality. Your breakfast will be ready shortly." Jiang Qingge nodded with a smile. "That is reassuring. The room number is XXX, and the recipient is Gao Jie. Please call her in advance to confirm before each delivery." The staff nodded in agreement. Before long, the staff presented the packaged breakfast to Jiang Qingge. He took the breakfast back to his vehicle, setting it aside as he started the engine and drove towards the hospital. Upon arriving at the hospital parking lot, he parked again, gathered the flowers and breakfast, and proceeded toward Gao Jie's mother's ward. At the door, he gently knocked and, upon hearing Gao Jie's invitation to enter, he pushed the door open. Seeing Jiang Qingge, Gao Jie's eyes sparkled with surprise and emotion. "Brother Jiang, what brings you here? You even brought flowers and breakfast. This is too generous." Jiang Qingge stood at the threshold, gazing at Gao Jie with deep compassion. She appeared weary, dark circles under her eyes clearly revealing her sleepless nights spent caring for her mother. Although her figure seemed more fragile, there was an undeniable tragic beauty about her. With her curves still pronounced where they mattered, Jiang Qingge felt a surge of sympathy, gently placing the flowers on the nearby table and extending the breakfast towards Gao Jie, softly remarking, "Shao Jie, I came to visit your mother and check on you as well. You must not neglect your own health while caring for her. Do take care not to overexert yourself." Gao Jie's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice tinged with a hint of choking emotion. "Brother Jiang, I'm fine. As long as my mother recovers, I can endure any fatigue. I apologize for troubling you, having you spend both time and money on us. I promise to repay you double when I earn money in the future." Jiang Qingge tenderly brushed his fingers across Gao Jie's forehead, his voice soothing. "Silly girl, why do you push yourself so hard? I'll take care of you from now on." "Oh, Brother Jiang, you are truly wonderful. Without you, I wouldn't know what to do," Gao Jie cried, her face buried in her hands, sobbing as she clung tightly to Jiang Qingge, who held her gently, patting her back as she released her emotions. After a while, Gao Jie's tears began to subside, and she shyly lifted her head from Jiang Qingge's embrace. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, "Brother Jiang, I'm so sorry. I lost my composure just now." Jiang Qingge smiled at her, his eyes filled with affection. "Silly girl. Don't say sorry to me. Your priority is to care for your mother and yourself." Jiang Qingge spent some time conversing with Gao Jie, and the atmosphere in the ward gradually became warm and inviting. Suddenly, Jiang Qingge's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Shun Yunyao. Noticing the time, he realized class had likely finished. "Hello?" "Yunyao," he answered. "Qingge, shall we have lunch together today?" Jiang Qingge hesitated for a moment, glancing at Gao Jie beside him, feeling somewhat helpless, and gently replied, "Yunyao, I'm sorry, but I have to join my roommates for lunch. They are all waiting for me. I'll make it up to you tonight or later." Shun Yunyao paused on the other end, her tone tinged with disappointment. "Oh, I see. That is fine." Jiang Qingge hurriedly reassured her. "Yunyao, please don't be upset. After your afternoon classes, you can start moving back the furniture. Didn't your sister arrange for a moving company? The costs are already covered, so you can move without worries. We have a class meeting and a lecture this evening. If I finish early, I'll join you for dinner." Shun Yunyao replied softly. "Okay, I understand. Qingge, enjoy your time with your roommates." After hanging up, Jiang Qingge glanced apologetically at Gao Jie, preparing to explain. However, Gao Jie spoke up first. "Brother Jiang, you don't need to explain. It's quite normal for you to have a girlfriend. I heard you on the phone just now. It seems you postponed your lunch with her to accompany me. I must have held you back." Jiang Qingge felt a surge of gratitude, although Gao Jie misunderstood, as he truly had to dine with his roommates. Her understanding nature made him appreciate her even more. He gently embraced Gao Jie once again, his voice low and tender. "Shao Jie, you are always so considerate. It makes my heart ache. But please don't think that way. Caring for you and your mother is entirely my choice, and you are very important to me." Gao Jie leaned against Jiang Qingge, absorbing his warmth and sincerity, her heart brimming with sweetness and emotion. She tilted her head slightly, meeting his gaze, and earnestly said, "Brother Jiang, I understand my place and know you have a girlfriend. I want to impose on you. As long as I can be by your side and receive your care, I am content." Chapter 40. Gao Jie's mother's request, the heartfelt concerns of all parents. Jiang Qingge gazed into Gao Jie's steadfast yet slightly aggrieved eyes and could not help but lower his head to plant a gentle kiss on her forehead, saying, "Do not speak like that. Since I have resolved to assist you, I shall not neglect you. In the future, should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to confide in me, understood?" Thank you, Brother Jiang, Gao Jie replied, her voice filled with gratitude. Jiang Qingge smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "It is nothing. By the way, regarding your mother's post-operative recovery, managing alone may prove burdensome. Would you like me to help arrange for a caregiver?" Gao Jie quickly shook her head. "No, thank you, Brother Jiang. I can take care of my mother myself. Hiring a caregiver would incur significant expenses, and you have already assisted us immensely. I cannot trouble you further." "Oh, right. Xiao Jie, do hurry and eat your breakfast. I purchased 2 portions, fearing you might not have enough." Jiang Qingge gently urged Gao Jie to enjoy her meal. As she beheld the sandwiches and soy milk on the table, her heart swelled with emotion, and she murmured, "Brother Jiang, your thoughtfulness is overwhelming. You are truly wonderful to me. I feel so happy." Subsequently, she picked up a sandwich and began to eat slowly. Jiang Qingge watched her with a mix of comfort and concern. As she looked at the sandwich and soy milk, tears welled up in her eyes once more, and she sobbed while eating, her appearance heart-wrenching. She had lost track of how long it had been since she last had breakfast. Jiang Qingge felt an immense pity for her, but was helpless. As he had matters to attend to at noon, he could only softly reassure her, "Xiao Jie, do not be too sorrowful. Everything will improve." He then approached the bedside to check on Gao Jie's mother, who appeared pale, her eyes tightly shut, and her breathing faint. He spoke softly, "Auntie, the surgery was successful. This is indeed a positive outcome. The next step is to focus on recuperation. Do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. I am here for you." Turning back to Gao Jie, he continued, "I have just ordered a month's worth of meals, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, each accompanied by fruit. You and Annie need not worry about meals. They will be delivered on time, so just be attentive to the phone when it rings." Gao Jie gazed at Jiang Qingge in astonishment, her lips trembling. "Brother Jiang, you are far too kind to us. I do not know how to repay you." A mischievous thought crossed Jiang Qingge's mind. "Then tonight, will you give me a foot massage?" But as soon as he uttered those words, he regretted them. However, Gao Jie, in her heart, was somewhat willing. It was just that, with her mother still hospitalized, she simply could not spare the time to attend to Jiang Qingge's request. She lifted her head, her eyes filled with guilt and helplessness as she replied, "Brother Jiang, I would actually be willing, but given my mother's situation, I truly cannot leave the hospital." The more Jiang Qingge observed Gao Jie's expression, the more he felt guilty. He should not have made such a jest. He hurriedly grasped Gao Jie's hand, saying, "Xiao Jie, I was merely joking. Please do not take it to heart. Your primary task now is to care for Annie. Do not think of anything else." Feeling the warmth of Jiang Qingge's hand, a surge of warmth enveloped Gao Jie as she leaned against his shoulder, gently nodding and whispering, "Brother Jiang, I will heed your words." Just then, Gao Jie's mother slowly opened her eyes, her gaze clouded and weak. Her eyes wandered around the hospital room before finally resting upon Jiang Qingge, filled with confusion. Her lips moved slightly, producing a faint sound. This is Gao Jie, who had been softly conversing with Jiang Qingge, caught sight of her mother awakening and instantly widened her eyes in disbelief, quickly followed by tears welling up. She excitedly rushed to her mother's bedside. Grasping her hand tightly, her voice choked with joy, "Mother, you're awake. This is wonderful, truly wonderful." With her face radiant with happiness, she hurriedly introduced, "Mother, this is Brother Jiang. He is the one I told you about, who provided the surgical fee and has been diligently caring for us. Without Brother Jiang, I truly do not know what we would have done." A glimmer of bewilderment and gratitude flickered in her mother's eyes as she tried to prop herself up, but found it difficult. Observing this, Jiang Qingge promptly stepped forward to gently support her back, saying, "Auntie, please do not strain yourself. Just lie back and rest." Gao Jie's mother gave a slight nod, her voice weak but filled with gratitude. "Mr. Jiang, I cannot thank you enough. My daughter is fortunate to have your assistance." Otherwise, Jiang Qingge smiled and replied, "Auntie, please do not mention it. We are all family, so there is no need for formalities. Focus on your recovery, and strive to regain your health soon." After a moment, Gao Jie's mother glanced at her daughter and then at Jiang Qingge, seemingly pondering, before addressing Gao Jie. "Jie, I am feeling a bit parched. Could you fetch me some warm water?" Gao Jie was momentarily taken aback, then nodded. Of course, mother. I will go right away. With that, she turned and exited the hospital room. The room was left with Jiang Qingge and Gao Jie's mother, who regarded him with warmth and seriousness, slowly beginning. Mr. Jiang, though I am but a rural woman, I understand certain things. I know that my Jie must have formed a unique bond with you. Otherwise, she would not have been able to gather the funds for the surgery. My daughter has truly struck a fortunate chord meeting someone like you. Jiang Qingge was slightly taken aback, a hint of embarrassment coloring his face, yet he nodded. At this moment, he carefully scrutinized Gao Jie's mother. She was beautiful, possessing exquisite bone structure, strikingly reminiscent of Gao Jie. Time had etched some lines upon her face, yet it could not diminish her unique grace. No wonder she had given birth to such a lovely daughter. Gao Jie's mother continued, Mr. Jiang. She is my only daughter, and I am deeply grateful that she has encountered someone as good-hearted as you. I realize that the thoughts of the younger generation differ from ours, but I still wish to implore you to treat Jie kindly. This child has had a hard life, never experiencing much joy. If it were not for you, I might have lost my life. Jiang Qingge quickly reassured her, Auntie, please rest assured. Now that I share a bond with Xiao Jie, I will certainly treat her well. It is only right for me to assist you both in times of difficulty. There is no need for such sentiments. Tears glistened in Gao Jie's mother's eyes as she expressed her relief. With your words, Auntie can rest easy. Mr. Jiang, you are a good child, and I trust you. If Jie ever falters, please be patient with her. Chapter 41. The First Act of Kindness. Jiang Qingge earnestly replied, Auntie, please do not say that. Xiao Jie is very understanding and treats me well. At that moment, the door to the hospital room was gently pushed open, and Gao Jie entered, holding warm water, her expression filled with curiosity. Mother, what are you two discussing? Gao Jie's mother smiled and replied, Oh, nothing much. Just chatting with Mr. Jiang, praising him for being a good child. Gao Jie looked at her mother and Jiang Qingge, her face breaking into a radiant smile. Brother Jiang is indeed a wonderful person. As she approached the bedside, she handed the warm water to her mother, saying, Mother, please drink some water. Gao Jie's mother took the cup of water, sipping slowly a few times, while Jiang Qingge watched nearby, filled with a sense of emotion. The bond between this mother and daughter, relying solely on each other, was truly remarkable. The three continued their conversation, reminiscing about Gao Jie's childhood anecdotes and her school life. Jiang Qingge listened with rapt interest, occasionally interjecting, and the hospital room was imbued with a warm atmosphere. Before they knew it, the clock struck 11:30. Just then, a knock resonated from outside the door. Jiang Qingge rose to open it, revealing the delivery from the restaurant. He took the food and placed it on a nearby table, then retrieved 2 apples from the bag, proceeding to wash them at the sink. With deft hands, he skillfully peeled the apples, the skin spiraling down in circles, and soon, he presented the 2 neatly prepared apples to Gao Jie and her mother. Gao Jie accepted the fruit, her eyes brimming with gratitude as she looked at Jiang Qingge. Brother Jiang, you are so considerate. Gao Jie's mother added with a smile. Mr. Jiang, you truly are a thoughtful young man. Jiang Qingge responded with a smile. Annie, Xiao Jie, please eat something. Don't let yourselves go hungry. Watching the mother and daughter begin their meal, Jiang Qingge felt it was time for him to take his leave. He said, Auntie, Xiao Jie, I have a lunch appointment with my roommates, so I'll be heading back now. Enjoy your meal, and feel free to call me if you need anything. Gao Jie's mother turned to her daughter, saying, Jie, see Mr. Jiang off, and thank him for running around for us. Gao Jie nodded, quickly rising to accompany Jiang Qingge to the door of the ward. As they walked, Gao Jie expressed, Brother Jiang, I can't thank you enough for today, bringing flowers, food, and keeping us company. Jiang Qingge smiled in response. No need for such formalities. As long as Annie recovers quickly and you can be happy, everything I do is worthwhile. At the door, Jiang Qingge gently ruffled Gao Jie's hair and said softly, Take good care of your mother, and don't exhaust yourself. If you encounter difficulties, don't bear them alone, understood? Gao Jie's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she nodded earnestly. Yes, I understand, Brother Jiang. Please take care on your way back, and enjoy your time with your roommates. Then, summoning a sudden burst of courage, Gao Jie pecked Jiang Qingge on the lips, her face immediately flushing with shyness as she looked up at him. Jiang Qingge was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected kiss, but a gentle smile soon graced his face. He tenderly cupped her face, gazing into her shy yet courageous eyes, and remarked, Xiao Jie, you continue to surprise me. Gao Jie's cheeks deepened in color, her gaze dropping shyly from Jiang Qingge, stammering, Brother Jiang, I don't know how that happened. Jiang Qingge chuckled and embraced her, whispering, I know. It shows you have feelings for me. Don't worry, I understand, and I won't abandon you. After a moment, Gao Jie lifted her head from his embrace and said, Brother Jiang, you should go now. Don't keep your roommates waiting. Jiang Qingge nodded, reiterating, I'm off then. Remember to eat on time, and take care of both your mother and yourself. With that, he turned and left, his figure gradually fading from view in the corridor. Gao Jie stood at the door, reluctant to depart, her heart filled with gratitude and affection for Jiang Qingge. Upon returning to the ward, Gao Jie's mother observed her daughter with a smile, saying, Jie, Mr. Jiang is someone worthy of your trust. You should cherish him. Gao Jie blushed and nodded, replying, Mom, I know. The mother and daughter continued their meal, their hearts warmed and filled with hope by Jiang Qingge's presence. As Jiang Qingge walked toward the parking lot, he reflected on Gao Jie's earlier gesture, his heart brimming with sweetness. However, he quickly pulled his thoughts back to reality, remembering the lunch gathering with his roommates and the tasks assigned by the system. With an increasing number of girls surrounding him, finding a balance in his relationships while fulfilling his tasks without hurting anyone was a matter requiring careful contemplation. Each trip to the parking lot seemed to invite unforeseen incidents. And today was no exception. Just as Jiang Qingge pressed the car key, an exuberant young man and a fashionably dressed woman approached. The young man sported an outrageous shade of gray hair, donned tight, distressed jeans, and a flamboyant short-sleeved shirt, swaggering with a large metal chain around his neck. The young woman, in towering stilettos, wore a form-fitting, thigh-high Chanel-inspired dress that exposed ample skin, coupled with a crop top that accentuated her slender waist and revealed a tantalizing neckline. The young man scrutinized Jiang Qingge, tauntingly saying, Oh, aren't you the one driving the fancy car? Quite impressive. Jiang Qingge's brow furrowed slightly, feeling displeased, yet he maintained politeness, asking, Is there something you need? Just open your car door and let me take a picture with my girlfriend, the young man replied nonchalantly. Jiang Qingge's frown deepened at this unreasonable request, and he coldly responded, I'm afraid that's not possible. Screw you. You think you're something special, huh? With that, the young man lunged forward, attempting to snatch the keys. A glint of coldness flashed in Jiang Qingge's eyes as he swiftly sidestepped, and with a precise kick, he struck the young man squarely in the chest. The young man flew back like a kite with a severed string, crashing to the ground with a heavy thud, letting out a grunt of disbelief as he lay there, wide-eyed, unable to comprehend that Jiang Qingge had dared to retaliate so decisively with such force. Oh no, I've run into someone formidable. The young man internally cursed himself for his earlier bravado. Garbage, Jiang Qingge declared coldly. With the world's top-tier skill set at his disposal, he was confident that not even the peak of the elite could pose a threat to him. Meanwhile, the young woman, witnessing her boyfriend being knocked down, showed little concern, her gaze swiftly locking onto Jiang Qingge, a peculiar gleam flickering in her eyes. To her, her boyfriend was merely a disposable toy, while this man before her represented her ultimate aspiration. Handsome, fit, wealthy, and powerful. She swayed her slender waist, striding toward Jiang Qingge, deliberately brushing her ample assets against him, and cooed, Handsome, don't be angry. He's just being foolish. You're a bigger person. How about we exchange contact information? Jiang Qingge's brow knitted tightly, filled with disdain as he nimbly evaded her advance, coldly retorting, Sorry, I don't fancy Jiang Naoyang. Please conduct yourself appropriately. With that, he swiftly opened the car door, slid inside, and started the engine. The Koenigsegg roared to life, its deep growl echoing as it sped away like an arrow, leaving a cloud of dust in its wake. Although he harbored no fondness for Jiang Naoyang, a more significant principle governed his actions. He would never pry into the lives of married women. This was his unwavering boundary, a matter of principle. The socialite stood frozen, gazing at the receding silhouette of the car, her heart brimming with confusion and dissatisfaction. She could not fathom why her usual irresistible charm had failed to make an impression on this man. Hello, Dolly, can you hear me? Jiang Qingge asked as she drove, connecting to Zhang Dali's call. Boss, I can hear you. Zhang Dali replied from the other end. Lin Yang is with us. That old rascal has already booked a private room at Shuhan Banquet, room 007. He claims to have shares here, so hurry up, we've all arrived. All right, I'll be there shortly, probably in about 10 minutes, Jiang Qingge responded, accelerating her vehicle. Before long, she arrived at Shuhan Banquet. After parking, she exited the car and noticed a white Land Rover and a Porsche Cayenne. So they have arrived as well, she thought, straightening her attire as she made her way towards room 007. As soon as she opened the door, she was greeted by the enthusiastic shouts of Zhang Dali, Lin Yang, and Yang Jie. Come in, boss, take a seat. Jiang Ge, have you missed Tian Tian after not seeing her all morning? Jiang Qingge turned to find Su Tian Tian looking at him with a beaming smile, her eyes filled with anticipation. Before he could respond, Lin Yu nodded at him, her gaze laden with unspoken emotions. Jiang Qingge chuckled helplessly, settling into an empty seat. All right, I'm late, so since everyone drove here, I'll forfeit 3 cups of drink as punishment. He poured himself 3 cups of whey soy milk and filled a cup for everyone else. In the dining circles of Sichuan and Chongqing, a table without a bottle of whey soy milk hardly qualifies as complete. It was Jiang Qingge's first time indulging in this beverage, as it was unavailable where he came from. To be frank, it was quite delicious. Everyone raised their cups of soy milk to toast with Jiang Qingge. He tilted his head back, downing all 3 cups in one go, and cheerfully declared, "Feel free, everyone. Today let us indulge without restraint." At that moment, Lin Yang teased, "Boss, the moment you walked in, Su Tiantian couldn't wait to ask if you missed her. You haven't even answered. Don't leave the poor girl hanging." Su Tiantian's cheeks flushed a shade of red as she playfully chided, "Lin Yang, please stop teasing me." Yet her gaze remained fixed on Jiang Qingge, eagerly awaiting his reply. Jiang Qingge looked at Su Tiantian with affectionate eyes and remarked, "How could I not miss you? Not seeing you for a whole morning feels like an eternity." Upon hearing this, Su Tiantian's face lit up with a radiant smile, her eyes narrowing with joy. Meanwhile, Lin Yu observed this scene, a pang of bitterness rising within her, though she forced a smile to mask her feelings. "All right, boss. Did you see the class group messages? Our class advisor said there's a class meeting tonight, probably to elect class officers and distribute military training uniforms. There's also some lecture at 8. Jiang Qingge frowned slightly, pondering for a moment before responding, "I actually haven't checked. That is indeed quite important. Nearly slipped my mind. Dolly, what are your thoughts on the election of class officers?" Zhang Dali scratched his head and grinned, "Boss, I think you should run for class president. If you become president, our class will undoubtedly thrive." Jiang Qingge chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. "There's been too much on my plate recently. I truly can't spare the time, so let us skip it. What about you? Any ideas?" Zhang Dali's eyes lit up. "As for me, I'd like to run for sports committee member to lead everyone in exercising and contribute to our class's sports activities." Wang Yang chimed in, "That is a great idea, Dali. You love sports, so being the sports committee member would be perfect for you." Yang Jie nodded in agreement. "Absolutely. Dali will be a great choice. All right, when the time comes, we'll all vote to elect Dali as our sports committee member." At that moment, Su Tiantian tilted her head, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Jiang Qingge. "Jiang, even though I'm not in your class, I think it would be a shame if you don't become class president." Jiang Qingge smiled indulgently. "Tiantian, every situation is unique. I'll leave the opportunity for others. And what about you and Lin Yu? Your department should also have a class meeting tonight to distribute military training uniforms, right?" Upon hearing her name, Lin Yu was about to speak, but Su Tiantian blinked and interjected, "Yes, Jiang. Our department is also having a class meeting tonight to elect class officers and distribute military training uniforms." Helplessly, Lin Yu could only close her mouth. As everyone enjoyed their meal, Jiang Qingge's mind wandered, contemplating a project he could initiate around the school, which might foster closer relationships with the girls around him while aiding in the completion of his tasks. Thus, he turned his attention to Lin Yang, Su Tiantian, and Lin Yu, asking, "Do you have any resources or channels in the business district near the school? I'm considering starting something there." Lin Yu gently brushed her hair back and spoke first, "I actually have some connections. My father gave my brother and me 2 shops each, located in the business district near the school." Lin Yang stroked his chin and added, "I sold a few stores I had and invested in other places. Speaking of resources, I know several suppliers for all sorts of equipment needed to open a store. I can connect you with reliable ones," he said. At this moment, Su Tiantian blinked her big eyes and said, "Jiang, I don't have direct channels in the business district, but my family is involved in real estate and renovation. If you need any design or renovation assistance, I can have my family help out and ensure everything is done perfectly." Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingge's eyes sparkled with delight. "That would be fantastic. Lin Yu, what is the status of those 2 shops? Are they vacant or rented out?" Lin Yu pondered briefly and replied, "One is rented to a bubble tea shop, and the lease is up this month. The other is a Cantonese restaurant, which is rather baffling considering it's near Chuanyan University. It's a wonder they haven't gone bankrupt. Anyway, since those 2 shops will be available soon, I can have them vacate and transfer them to you." Jiang Qingge's eyes gleamed with excitement as he absorbed Lin Yu's information, internally exclaiming, "Xiaoye, you are truly my savior." He quickly replied, "Lin Yu, this news comes at the perfect time. I was thinking of turning one of those shops into a DIY creative workshop, allowing students to craft handmade jewelry and pottery, while the other I plan to develop into a bubble tea brand. What do you all think? The creative workshop is intended to attract more quality individuals, while for the bubble tea shop, he had in mind having Gao Jie manage it." Gao Jie had no fixed income, and as she continued her studies, she would surely need to work. Rather than have her struggle, it would be better to set her up with a shop and let her run it. He would handle the necessary preparations, and she could simply collect the profits afterward. Lin Yu's expression was cool and contemplative. After a brief moment of reflection, She softly uttered a few words. Creating a brand from scratch is no small feat. Jiang Qingge smiled and nodded. I am aware of the challenges. But isn't it all the more exhilarating? Moreover, with the multitude of bubble tea shops surrounding the campus, establishing our own brand might just allow us to carve out a unique niche. She then inquired, by the way, what is your favorite bubble tea? What do you perceive as its strengths, and what can we learn from it for our own brand? Lin Yu raised her gaze. Her eyes cool, yet focused. The effective incorporation of traditional Chinese elements in Bawang Chajuan's offerings, along with precise product positioning aimed at the youthful consumer demographic, creates memorable packaging and store aesthetics. Jiang Qingge, deep in thought, nodded thoughtfully and turned to Lin Yang. Yangzi, you possess insights into the business realm. What are your thoughts on launching our own bubble tea brand? Additionally, could you assist in contacting suppliers for the creative workshop's raw materials and equipment? Lin Yang stroked his chin and replied earnestly. Boss, we must invest considerable effort in market research at the outset, defining product positioning, flavor profiles, and price ranges. However, once established, the profits will undoubtedly be considerable. I will reach out to the suppliers for the creative workshop. What specific requirements do you have for the raw materials? Jiang Qingge pondered for a moment and replied. The quality of raw materials must be high. Beads for handmade accessories and silk threads should be exquisite. The clay for pottery must be premium, and the tools should be comprehensive and easy to use. Yangzi, when you communicate with the suppliers, please adhere to these standards. She then turned to Su Tiantian. Tiantian, your expertise in renovation design is remarkable. How do you envision decorating the DIY creative workshop and our bubble tea shop? Su Tiantian's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, Brother Jiang, the DIY creative workshop could adopt an artistic industrial style, featuring exposed concrete walls paired with vibrant creative displays and vintage yet practical furniture. As for the bubble tea shop, it should embody a fresh and dreamy aesthetic, utilizing soft blue and pink tones, complemented by cloud-shaped lighting fixtures to create a romantic atmosphere, along with designated photo spots. What do you think? Jiang Qingge smiled approvingly. Tiantian, your ideas are quite innovative. Yeah. What is your opinion on Tiantian's renovation concept? Do you have any additions? Lin Yu furrowed her brow slightly, remained silent for a moment, and then articulated coolly. The workshop could feature a creative inspiration corner stocked with art books and creative magazines. As for the bubble tea shop, I believe we can create a synergy between the two. For instance, offering a complimentary plaster doll for every certain amount spent on bubble tea, or implementing a mutual gift system through membership recharge. Ultimately, both establishments should evolve into trendy brands, ideally inviting multiple content creators from short video platforms to showcase them, thus generating exposure and traffic. Jiang Qingge stifled a laugh. Inviting content creators to check in? I am well acquainted with that. Isn't Shen Yunyao a highly popular content creator from Rongda? Jiang Qingge nodded in satisfaction. Everyone's ideas are commendable. All right, let's tentatively settle on this. We shall discuss the finer details later. After lunch, Jiang Qingge climbed into his Koenigsegg, while Zhang Dali and his brothers boarded Lin Yang's luxurious Mercedes-Benz. Lin Yu and Su Tiantian each drove off to their respective residences. With the class meeting scheduled for 6 in the evening, Jiang Qingge had an entire afternoon to rest. Sigh, I am so exhausted. Why do I feel so drained before even attending class? Upon arriving at his dormitory, he collapsed onto his bed, exhaling deeply. He sent a message to Shen Yunyao, informing her of his arrival and his intention to take a nap. Subsequently, he messaged Gao Jia, asking her to take good care of her mother and to reach out if needed. After sending the messages, he noticed the ID Lu Du, and upon clicking into her moments, he became engrossed for half an hour. When he finally emerged from the trance, Jiang Qingge smacked his lips, clearly savoring the experience. Those two sisters of hers are truly captivating. I wonder if Xiao Churu is among them. He decided to initiate a chat. Hello? Lu Du replied. Which one are you? What? You forgot about me? Jiang Qingge responded. Lu Du retorted. Oh. Jiang Qingge pressed on. Which school do you attend? Lu Du replied. Jinju. Jiang Qingge asked. Would you be interested in visiting Chuanyu? Lu Du curtly replied. Oh no. What? This was Jiang Qingge's first experience of being outright rejected. He felt slightly embarrassed, unsure of what to say next. Despite his intrigue towards her captivating sisters, he realized he could not appear overly eager. Perhaps she viewed him as a middle-aged, greasy nouveau riche, which was understandable given his lack of personal photos in his moments. Forget it, I shan't force myself upon her. Meanwhile, in a girls' dormitory at Jinju Media College, Lu Du sighed as she addressed her phone. Yet another one dealt with. Chapter 44. The Alluring Sisters and Professor Xuanji? How tiresome. It seems that one day it's this person wanting to date me, and the next it's another. Is this the price of being popular? She then playfully glanced at her alluring sisters, sighing, I wonder how many people are here just for you two. Suddenly, She felt her sister's heat up, followed by enthusiastic groping. Lu Du's fair, delicate face flushed as she squealed, "Ah, Wang Qianqian." Despite being rejected, Jiang Qingge was not disheartened. However, having just perused Lu Du's moments, he felt a surge of restless energy yearning for release. "Xuanji, are you at home?" I am always here." "All right. Then wash up and wait for me. I will be back shortly." Jiang Qingge swiftly got up, tidied his clothes, and dashed out, racing towards home in his Koenigsegg. Throughout the journey, images of Lu Du's alluring and sultry photos flooded his mind, intensifying the fire within him. Before long, Jiang Qingge arrived at his doorstep, ringing the doorbell. Moments later, the door slowly opened, revealing Gongsun Xuanji clad in a light silk nightgown, her hair cascading loosely, sleepily yet alluringly captivating. It appeared she had made an effort to look presentable. Gongsun Xuanji softly greeted, "Master, you are back." Jiang Qingge immediately enveloped Gongsun Xuanji in his arms, holding her tightly, as if wishing to convey all his pent-up ardor through that embrace. Gongsun Xuanji felt Jiang Qingge's rapid breathing and strong arms, quickly grasping his intentions. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she gently wrapped her arms around his neck. Jiang Qingge carried Gongsun Xuanji into the room, kicked the door shut, and gently laid her on the soft bed. His gaze was filled with fervent desire as he lowered his head, gazing intently at her luscious, tempting lips, gradually leaning down to kiss her. This kiss was imbued with urgency and longing, as if he sought to meld Gongsun Xuanji into his very being. Gongsun Xuanji closed her eyes, savoring Jiang Qingge's fervor, her body gradually softening, her hands instinctively clutching his shirt. Jiang Qingge's kiss gradually descended from her lips, tracing along her cheek and neck, each caress igniting sparks of passion that made Gongsun Xuanji's body tremble slightly, eliciting soft, melodious sighs from her lips. The atmosphere within the room grew increasingly heated, as a tantalizing aura enveloped them. Jiang Qingge's hand glided gently over Gongsun Xuanji's form, the sash of her nightgown slipping away unnoticed, revealing the flawless, jade-like skin that lay before him. As he beheld this exquisite figure, a torrent of desire surged within him. As if a dam had burst, his movements became more fervent, drawing closer to Gongsun Xuanji as they savored this moment brimming with fervor. The room reverberated with the symphony of their intertwined breaths and racing heartbeats, as if the world outside had been reduced to their singular existence. In this fervent ambience, Jiang Qingge relinquished the pent-up flames of desire ignited by their shared solitude, immersing themselves in this splendid and ardent embrace of love. Time became an abstract concept, and eventually, as their passion waned, Jiang Qingge and Gongsun Xuanji lay entwined upon the bed, their bodies glistening with sweat. Jiang Qingge tenderly stroked Gongsun Xuanji's silky hair, allowing the heat in his heart to dissipate, replaced by a profound sense of satisfaction and tranquility. "Xuanji, will you remain at home like this? Do you have no intention of pursuing a career?" Jiang Qingge inquired softly while caressing her hair. Gongsun Xuanji nestled lazily against him, her gaze laced with a hint of affection and longing as she replied gently, "Master, as long as I can be by your side, I am willing to do anything. But if you wish for me to take up a position, what do you envision for me?" Jiang Qingge smiled, his hand still brushing through her hair. "Xuanji, you are remarkably intelligent. Follow your heart and do what you desire. Whatever you choose, I shall support you." Upon hearing his words, a flicker of contemplation sparkled in Gongsun Xuanji's eyes. She sat up, her radiant skin illuminated by the sunlight, casting a gentle glow. With a slight tilt of her head, she swiftly sifted through various thoughts in her mind. Soon, her eyes brightened with excitement as she exclaimed, "Master, I have uncovered a wealth of information. With my current qualifications, I could take on a position as a distinguished researcher and doctoral advisor at a university. Moreover, I discovered that your institution has relevant vacancies, and I am quite interested in this." "Wait, what?" Jiang Qingge exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise as he struggled to process her words, before teasingly adding, "So in the future, when I see you at the university, will I have to respectfully address you as Professor Gongsun?" Gongsun Xuanji suppressed a playful smile, her eyes twinkling with mischief. "If you wish to call me Professor Gongsun, I wouldn't mind at all. Besides, working at a university might even allow me to help you discreetly." Jiang Qingge affectionately pinched her nose, his tone warm. "You clever little minx. But will it be too taxing if you take on a position?" Gongsun Xuanji shook her head confidently. "Not at all, master. With my abilities, I can handle it with ease. Furthermore, I believe making contributions in the academic field would be quite intriguing, and it would also enhance my training." Jiang Qingge pondered for a moment before nodding. "Since you are so keen, then give it a try. But if you encounter any difficulties, please tell me. Do not bear it alone." Gongsun Xuanji nodded obediently, leaning against him as she envisioned the future. "I understand, master. Just imagine, One day I might be giving a lecture, and perhaps you and your classmates will come to attend. Wait, role reversal? The aloof professor is actually my mate. Jiang Qingge mused. A thrill coursing through him at the very thought, a smile unconsciously spreading across his lips. He couldn't help but laugh aloud. Your classmates will be truly fortunate to have such a beautiful and talented professor. After a brief interlude, Jiang Qingge glanced at the time. Realizing he had 2 hours until the class meeting commenced, he rose, dressing himself, and addressed Gongsun Xuanji. Xuanji, I must return to school to prepare for the meeting. Rest well. With a slight nod and a lazy smile, Gongsun Xuanji replied softly, Master, you may go, but do remember to think of me. In the underground parking garage, with a roar, the Koenigsegg sped away. Throughout the drive, Jiang Qingge's thoughts lingered on the sweet moments shared with Gongsun Xuanji and his visions for the future of the shop. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught a familiar figure. What is she doing here? Jiang Qingge focused his gaze and was astonished to find Lin Yu standing in front of the Bawang Chaji store. Her white Land Rover parked beside her, the trunk ajar, filled with an array of freshly purchased fruits. Intrigued, he instinctively slowed his speed, gradually pulling over to the side of the road. After stepping out of the car, he adjusted his attire and approached Lin Yu. Lin Yu buying so much? He greeted her with a warm smile. Lin Yu turned at the sound of his voice, her expression shifting from surprise to a faint blush, and her heart raced. Yet she merely offered a subtle smile. Just getting some fruit and a cup of milk tea. She then fell silent, fiddling with her phone, which Jiang Qingge did not see, prompting his curiosity. What could possibly be more captivating than this handsome fellow here to keep you occupied? Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, a hint of shyness coloring her cheeks as she stammered, no, it's nothing. Yet her gaze betrayed her, darting away. Jiang Qingge's curiosity deepened, and he leaned closer, eager to discover the secret, but Lin Yu hastily concealed her phone behind her, exclaiming, Really, it's nothing. However, her flushed cheeks gave her away. Seeing her flustered state, he decided not to press further, playfully remarking, All right, it seems like a little secret. Just then, Lin Yu seemed to gather her resolve, producing her phone from behind her and whispering, Actually, I just ordered a cup of Bawang Chaji for you and your roommates through the mini-program. Jiang Qingge was taken aback, a glimmer of surprise in his eyes, as he had not anticipated such a gesture from Lin Yu. He thought to himself, what a skilled strategist. This seemingly aloof girl is actually warm-hearted underneath, and she even knows how to win over my roommates. Lin Yu, you are incredibly thoughtful. Thank you. Jiang Qingge expressed sincerely. Lin Yu's cheeks turned an even deeper shade of crimson as she lowered her gaze and murmured, No need to thank me. Just consider it a way to show my appreciation for your advice during the dinner. Plus, I think it would be delightful for everyone to share some milk tea together. Yet, immediately after speaking, she regretted her words, burying her head as if it were a quail's. Lin Yu, what are you saying? Aren't you usually so clever? Why do you short-circuit when it comes to this Jiang fellow? She chided herself internally. Sharing milk tea would be delightful? What kind of nonsense is that? Jiang Qingge gazed upon Lin Yu's bashful demeanor, finding her utterly adorable. Unable to resist, he reached out and gently tousled her hair, remarking, Your excuse is rather far-fetched. Yet regardless, I graciously accept your sentiment. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Qingge's sudden gesture, her body quivering slightly, feeling as if she had been jolted by an electric shock. After a brief pause, in an effort to dispel the awkwardness, Lin Yu lifted her head to meet Jiang Qingge's gaze and said, The milk tea should be ready soon. Wait here for a moment while I fetch it. Jiang Qingge nodded in agreement, responding, All right, I shall accompany you. Oh, fine. Lin Yu thought she could avoid the embarrassment alone, but unexpectedly, Jiang's presence was as persistent as a stubborn adhesive. The two walked side by side towards the Ba Wang TG store, sunlight pouring over them, casting elongated shadows, creating an atmosphere that was both warm and delightful. Upon arriving at the store, Lin Yu retrieved the milk tea and handed it to Jiang Qingge, saying, Hold this. And remember to share with your roommates. Jiang Qingge accepted the milk tea, his heart warmed by Lin Yu's earnest expression, and he smiled, assuring her, Fear not. Each will receive their cup. I shall ensure they are not forgotten. At that moment, Lin Yu turned and retrieved half a large watermelon from the trunk of her Land Rover, presenting him with a spoon and softly saying, This watermelon is for you. You can scoop it out and eat it while we walk. My 2 shops are just down this street. Let me show you. You can enjoy it on the way. Jiang Qingge was momentarily stunned, not anticipating Lin Yu would suddenly thrust half a watermelon upon him, along with the suggestion to eat it while strolling. The gesture was quite a leap from her usual composed demeanor. Observing the watermelon in his hands, he glanced back at Lin Yu, who seemed to shy away. Her voice barely above a whisper, It's quite hot. You can eat it on the way to quench your thirst. Jiang Qingge couldn't help but chuckle. Thanks. Lin Yu's cheeks flushed even deeper. You. Don't overthink it. I just think watermelon is delicious. He carefully placed the milk tea in the passenger seat, then cradled the watermelon as they walked side by side toward the shops. The sun bathed them in warmth, and Jiang Qingge occasionally scooped a bite of watermelon, the sweet juice bursting in his mouth, alleviating the heat of the day. He first dug out the sweetest, crispest middle piece, offering it to Lin Yu. Here. This part is the sweetest and most tender. It's for you. Lin Yu paused, staring at the piece of watermelon extended towards her, her face growing increasingly crimson as she gently shook her head. You eat it. I'm not really in the mood. Jiang Qingge, not wanting to press her, smiled and brought the watermelon to his own lips, taking a bite that resonated with a satisfying crunch, the sweet juice overflowing. Listen to that sound, crisp and sweet. It's delightful, he mumbled through chews. Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle softly, her eyes filled with warmth. You are like a child. As they continued walking, Jiang Qingge occasionally indulged in the watermelon while discussing details about the shop's plans. Lin Yu, the DIY creative workshop, could host regular craft competitions to attract more students. Lin Yu nodded in agreement. That's a splendid idea. It could enhance the store's visibility. We could even collaborate with school clubs to broaden our influence. Indeed, I must say, the foot traffic on this street is quite substantial, Jiang Qingge exclaimed, and the rate at which passers-by turn their heads to glance at us is remarkable. Yes, my father noticed this potential and entrusted me with these 2 shops on this street, Lin Yu replied. Chapter 46. Lin Yu rebuts Jiang Qingge. As she spoke, she playfully tugged at her loose strands of hair. Jiang Qingge sighed. Alas, some are born in Rome, while others may toil their entire lives without ever finding the road to it. What may be a trivial matter for one could be the lifelong aspiration of another. Lin Yu furrowed her brow slightly, her gaze serious as she replied, I must disagree with your perspective. Life cannot be viewed so one-dimensionally. Rome is not the endpoint, nor does everyone aspire to reach it. Each person's journey is uniquely theirs. Perhaps some are born closer to Rome, but that does not mean it is their true destination. Conversely, those who seem far from Rome may be traversing a path that reveals different landscapes and realizes unique values. She gently tucked her hair behind her ear, continuing. Just like you, possessing numerous rare qualities and abilities, along with a multitude of sincere friends. These are treasures accumulated throughout your life's journey. Far more precious than any material possessions one might inherit at birth, though your material conditions are not lacking either. We strive not to compare ourselves with others, but to create our own Rome, a place that embodies our dreams, friendships, and values. Therefore, do not underestimate the roads you have traveled and the journey that lies ahead. Impressive. Lin, the philosopher, speaks so profoundly, Jiang Qingge exclaimed. Wait, do you not find their gazes upon us rather peculiar? He whispered to Lin Yu. She gently shook her head, responding quietly, do not mind it. It's likely just because we stand out together. They are probably simply curious. Really? Jiang Qingge replied, puzzled. Yet they seem to be saying something about you rejecting the captain of the basketball team just to be with me, and that you and Su Tiantian are referred to as the beauties of the Foreign Languages Institute? Wow, Lin Yu, you've gained quite a reputation already. And the semester has barely begun. Lin Yu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she sighed. Alas, this is a long story. Would you care to hear it? Go ahead. I'm listening, Jiang Qingge said, one hand cradling the watermelon and the other wielding the spoon as he attentively awaited Lin Yu's account. On the day of orientation, Tiantian and I were struggling with numerous suitcases when a few boys approached us, offering assistance. We assumed they were volunteers from the school and thought nothing of it. However, once we got our luggage to the dorm, they began asking for our WeChat. When we declined, they became rather indignant and started uttering unpleasant remarks. Lin Yu paused before continuing. I was already irritated by their behavior, and as their comments escalated, my temper flared, and I swiftly dealt a slap to the ringleader. To my surprise, he turned out to be the captain of the basketball team, likely from your department. I thought the incident would simply blow over, but it unexpectedly became sensationalized on the campus forum, with tales of the aloof campus beauty of the Foreign Languages Institute rejecting the basketball captain, and they even dubbed Tiantian and me the dual flowers of the Foreign Languages Institute. Thus, the rumor spread, becoming a hot topic within the school. By the way, don't you usually check the campus forums? I remember you've appeared on there several times, Jiang Qingge remarked, unable to suppress his laughter. Haha, I see now. Your swift slap has truly made you famous. Truly, you are a Sichuan girl. It seems the tales of the fiery temperament from Sichuan and Chongqing are not unfounded. What is a forum? Lin Yu shot him an exasperated glance. Humph. At that time, it was their arrogance that infuriated me, bullying both me and Tiantian, 2 girls. However, this incident has caused quite a stir wherever I go. People are watching us. It's utterly annoying. Even the roommates now regard us with peculiar glances. So, Tiantian and I decided to move out. Out of sight, out of mind. You mean you didn't know? This is just a discussion about some amusing events at our school, and I find it rather intriguing. Oh, I see. By the way, why are you here alone today? Where's Tian Tian? Jiang Qingge asked, munching on watermelon while turning to Lin Yu. She's at home playing video games. I asked her to come out, but she refused, complaining about the heat. Oh, all right then, Jiang Qingge replied, continuing to chew on the watermelon. Thus, the two chatted as they walked, eventually arriving at Lin Yu's two shops. Jiang Qingge observed the two establishments for a while. Business was lackluster. In this day and age, establishing a self-made milk tea shop brand hinges on creating a viral sensation. Leveraging social media influencers can swiftly enhance visibility and attract student consumers. However, the product must also be of exceptional quality. Taste, ingredients, and decor must all be impeccable, creating an inviting atmosphere. Relying on influencers to break into the market and retaining customers through quality is essential for securing a foothold in the campus commercial sphere. As for the Cantonese restaurant near the Sichuan Chongqing University, it lacks a competitive edge and flavor, and given the generally low spending power of students, its desolation was to be expected. Jiang Qingge pointed at the two storefronts and suggested, in the future, we should connect the two spaces, sealing one entrance with glass and planting some potted plants outside, leaving only the milk tea shop as the sole access point. This way, students coming and going will subconsciously associate the sight of milk tea with a desire to purchase, creating a synergy between the two shops that fosters a unique atmosphere. Ideal for social media check-ins. Coupled with influencer marketing, the results are bound to be promising, and we could even launch some small merchandise later. Lin Yu nodded slightly, contemplating Jiang Qingge's proposal, her gaze shifting between the two shops. This idea is quite good. Connecting them would create a more expansive space and allow for a better overall aesthetic integration. The potted plants outside the glass can cultivate a fresh and natural ambience, perfectly complementing the whimsical and dreamy theme of the milk tea shop, aligning with the artistic industrial vibe of a DIY creative workshop. It's truly eye-catching. Jiang Qingge was thoroughly impressed by Lin Yu's insights, marveling at how she seemed to possess an innate understanding of such matters. While he relied on his multifaceted skill set to acquire this knowledge, he could hardly imagine how effortless his life would be if Lin Yu were his girlfriend. Perhaps she would even waive the rent. Such is the power of a wealthy woman. However, that is not feasible at the moment. Things are already chaotic enough, and adding Lin Yu into the mix would be unfathomable. Jiang Qingge found himself deep in thought, considering if he were to place Lin Yu, Su Tiantian, Gao Jie, Shen Yunyao, and Qin Yushu together, who among them would be the most resourceful? A blind guess would suggest Miss Lin. He looked at Lin Yu, his eyes filled with admiration. Lin Yu, you truly are remarkable. While I was still contemplating the feasibility of these ideas, you immediately dissected the advantages with such clarity. Lin Yu felt a bit shy from Jiang Qingge's unreserved praise, lowering her head slightly, her cheeks flushed. I'm not as great as you say. I just pay attention to commercial matters usually and happen to have a few thoughts. Jiang Qingge shook his head with a smile. Please, no need for modesty. Such insights are not easily conceived by ordinary individuals. Well, it's about time for me to head back for the class meeting. You should have your meeting at 6 as well, right? Lin Yu nodded. Yes, we do have our meeting at 6. You should hurry back, so you don't miss the important matters. We can discuss the shop in detail later. All right. At that moment, basketball team captain Zhong Xueshan was enjoying a leisurely barbecue with his teammates on this street, savoring skewers and drinking beer. Suddenly, Wang Chang's phone rang. It was a call from a classmate. Upon answering, the caller urgently exclaimed, Wang Chang, did you know? The girl your captain is pursuing, Lin Yu, was just spotted with another man in front of the Bawang tea store. Their relationship seems quite close, and many people are watching and discussing it. The forum is about to explode with posts titled, Shocking. One of the foreign language schools Double Blossoms rejects the basketball team captain, just to support a pretty boy. Wang Chang's expression shifted dramatically. He quickly pulled the phone away, covering the microphone with his hand, glancing at Zhong Xueshan in a panic. After a moment of hesitation, he leaned in closer and whispered nervously, Captain, my classmate just told me that Lin Yu, the girl you're after, was just with a man at Bawang Tea. It seems their relationship is quite intimate, and many people are watching. Zhong Xueshan, who had been slightly inebriated, instantly turned furious, slamming his beer bottle down on the table, causing liquid to splash everywhere. His eyes reddened as he shouted, What? Which blind fool dares to pursue Lin Yu? He snatched Wang Chang's phone, urgently questioning the caller on the other end. Did you see who that man is? Where are they? After learning the details, he furiously tossed the phone back to Wang Chang, abruptly standing up and kicking over a nearby stool, roaring, Let's go. We're going to confront them. His teammates were startled by Zhong Xueshan's sudden rage, exchanging glances filled with apprehension, yet they dared not defy his orders and quickly got up to follow him. All the while, Zhong Xueshan trembled with anger, muttering curses under his breath. That bastard dares to steal Lin Yu from me. He will pay dearly for this. And Lin Yu, that wretched girl, rejected me just to support a pretty boy. When they arrived, they coincidentally spotted Jiang Qingge and Lin Yu walking towards the parking area. Zhong Xueshan's eyes narrowed in hatred as he glared at Jiang Qingge, raising his hand and shouting, "Quick, surround them. Don't let that little brat escape." A group of them swiftly formed a semicircle, encircling Jiang Qingge and Lin Yu. Jiang Qingge frowned at the suddenly aggressive crowd, his expression one of confusion. Zhong Xueshan charged up to Jiang Qingge, glaring fiercely and gritting his teeth. "So, you are that pretty boy? Stop pretending to be clueless and stay away from Lin Yu. She is not a woman you can covet." Jiang Qingge, bewildered, turned to Lin Yu and quietly asked, "Who is this guy?" Lin Yu helplessly replied in a low voice. "He is the basketball team captain I mentioned before, acting like a clingy leech." Now understanding, Jiang Qingge looked at Zhong Xueshan, calmly responding, "Hey, I have no obligation to explain my relationship with Lin Yu to you. If Lin Yu does not like you, your incessant harassment will only make her more disgusted." Zhong Xueshan sneered, "Disgusted? I see you one shed tears until you see the coffin. Today, I will show you the consequences of opposing me." With that, he swung his fist toward Jiang Qingge. Jiang Qingge sidestepped effortlessly, evading the blow, and swiftly grasped Zhong Xueshan's arm, twisting it forcefully, causing Zhong Xueshan to cry out in pain. "Let go of me. Is that what you said?" Jiang Qingge released his grip, and with a deft maneuver, Zhong Xueshan lost his balance, stumbling backward and crashing onto the ground with a thud. Ouch! The team members observed their captain fall, and although they were inclined to assist, they were momentarily paralyzed by the impressive skills displayed by Jiang Qingge, leaving them exchanging glances, none daring to step forward. Zhong Xueshan awkwardly picked himself up from the ground, his eyes ablaze with fury as he glared at Jiang Qingge, bellowing, "You wait." With that, he disregarded the pain in his arm and charged at Jiang Qingge once more. Jiang Qingge remained unfazed, effortlessly sidestepping him, and swiftly delivered a precise kick to the back of Zhong Xueshan's knee. With a pained yelp, Zhong Xueshan toppled forward, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Lin Yu, watching from the sidelines, was both infuriated and anxious, scolding, "Zhong Xueshan, know when to stop. Is this chaotic behavior truly entertaining?" Zhong Xueshan lay on the ground, seething at Lin Yu's defense of Jiang Qingge, the flames of jealousy burning even brighter within him. Struggling to rise, he wiped the dust from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve and venomously retorted, "Lin Yu, you would go this far for this pretty boy. You will regret it." Lin Yu rolled her eyes, exasperated. "Don't act as if we're familiar. This is merely our second meeting." Jiang Qingge looked down at the prostrate Zhong Xueshan and sighed. "To be honest, you are still my senior, and you are a prominent figure on campus. Such behavior is unbecoming. We are all from the School of Physical Education, and we will inevitably cross paths. Matters of the heart cannot be forced. Your continued tumult will benefit no one. Lin Yu has clearly expressed her disinterest in you, so why persist? It would be more prudent to focus on enhancing your professional skills and achieving commendable results in athletic competitions. That is what we, as sports students, ought to strive for." Zhong Xueshan scoffed, "Spare me your sanctimonious lectures. Do you think your meager skills make you invincible? Let us settle this in a match." Jiang Qingge raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "A match? You wish to compete with me in sports?" Zhong Xueshan ground his teeth and declared, "Absolutely. Don't think your mediocre martial arts can secure you the lady's affection. Let us choose a sport to compete in. If you lose, keep your distance from Lin Yu." Jiang Qingge mused quietly to himself, realizing that this fellow would not relent until he achieved his goal. Rather than remain entangled in this situation, it would be wise to agree, thus putting an end to Zhong Xueshan's fixation. Chapter 48. The Counselor of Special Interest. He nodded and replied, "Very well, I accept your challenge. Which sport do you propose?" Zhong Xueshan pondered for a moment, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes, and suggested, "Let us play basketball. That is my forte. We shall have a one-on-one showdown. Are you game?" Jiang Qingge's lips curled into a slight smile as he confidently replied, "Why would I hesitate? However, let it be agreed that should you lose, you will cease your pursuit of Lin Yu." Lin Yu, standing nearby, tugged at Jiang Qingge's sleeve with concern, whispering, "Jiang, he is indeed quite skilled at basketball." Jiang Qingge offered Lin Yu a reassuring glance and softly said, "Do not worry, I know my limits." Zhong Xueshan snorted derisively, then it settled. "Tomorrow evening, after your freshman military training, we shall meet at the outdoor basketball court. Do not fail to show." With that, he and his team left, disgruntled. His choice of timing was not without ulterior motives. After a day under the sun, fatigue would surely set in, and with the military training concluding, the court would be crowded, providing him ample opportunity to embarrass Jiang Qingge. Once Zhong Xueshan had departed, Lin Yu turned to Jiang Qingge, her face etched with worry. "Jiang, that timing is highly unfavorable for you. After a day of military training, everyone will be exhausted. Are you truly confident? My father is a member of the school's board of directors. I could have him intervene and put a stop to this match. Jiang Qingge gently shook his head. Yeah, I appreciate your concern, but I believe it is best to resolve this myself. Reporting to the higher-ups might give Zhong Xueshan the impression that I am afraid of him. And this is a matter of honor between men. Lin Yu bit her lip, but this match concerns your reputation. If you lose, he will undoubtedly boast about it throughout the school, which would tarnish your image. Oh, may I interpret this as your concern for me? Lin Yu's cheeks flushed slightly, her gaze evasive as she retorted, Humph, who cares about you? I merely feel guilty for getting you into this predicament. Don't blame me if you lose the match. Jiang Qingge found her mixed signals amusing but chose not to address it directly, confidently stating, Rest assured, I cannot lose. Just wait and watch as I best him. All right. It is getting late. Farewell. The two exchanged goodbyes and parted ways. Upon returning to the dormitory, Jiang Qingge recounted the basketball challenge with Zhong Xueshan to Zhang Dali and the others. Zhang Dali immediately grew anxious. Boss, Zhong Xueshan is too cunning. Choosing to compete after military training is clearly an attempt to take advantage of the situation. He is the captain of the school team, utterly shameless. We cannot accept this challenge lightly. Jiang Qingge chuckled. I have already agreed, and I also wish to use this opportunity to show him he shouldn't provoke me lightly. Yang Jie chimed in. Boss, let us gather intel on Zhong Xueshan's playing style. We can practice together, and surely we can surpass him. Wang Yang added. I'll buy some energy drinks and protein bars. Eat some before the match tomorrow to ensure your stamina is at its peak. Jiang Qingge smiled and nodded. Indeed. I am fortunate to have brothers like you. By the way, everyone should try this. It's a treat from someone. With a grin, Jiang Qingge distributed milk tea to the group. Zhang Dali accepted his cup, an inquisitive glimmer in his eyes, and cheekily asked, Boss, do tell. Which lady got you this milk tea? You look rather pleased. Hee hee, we all understand. Jiang Qingge chuckled helplessly. No wild guesses. It was Lin Yu who bought it. I happened to run into her today, and she kindly ordered for all of us. Wow, it was Lin Yu. Boss, you're making progress. It hasn't been long. And you've already won her heart. How thoughtful of her to treat us. Yang Jie said enviously. Wang Yang joined in. Exactly. Boss, come clean. Is there something going on between you two? Lin Yu is the campus belle of the Foreign Languages College, the goddess many dream of. The fact that she bought us milk tea indicates a special connection. Zhang Dali leaned in, whispering, Does Yangzi know about this? Jiang Qingge quickly waved his hands. Please don't spread rumors. There is nothing going on. It's just a normal interaction between friends. Lin Yu is merely expressing her gratitude for my listening to her suggestions on certain matters. Zhang Dali scoffed, unconvinced. Boss, spare us the explanations. Explanations are merely veils for concealment. Lin Yu clearly has feelings for you. Look how considerate she was with the milk tea, thinking of us brothers. You must compliment her more often so she treats us again. Jiang Qingge found their banter amusing yet exasperating, saying, All right, enough of this frivolity. Quickly grab your milk tea. We need to prepare for the class meeting. By the way, what room number are we in? In the esteemed 102, Zhang Dali, with a hint of irritation, remarked, You, the busy one, never bother to check the class group messages, do you? A few individuals, cradling their milk tea, ambled towards the classroom. Upon their arrival, they found a considerable number of classmates already present. As Jiang Qingge and her roommates entered, greetings echoed around the room. They settled into their seats, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the class meeting. Jiang Qingge surveyed her surroundings and was taken aback to discover that not a single female student graced their class. Good heavens! It was an all-male class. The expressions of Zhang Dali, Wang Yang, and Yang Jie mirrored her disappointment. It was evident that their attire had been meticulously chosen. Wang Yang, in particular, had styled his hair with the intent of attracting female attention. On their way, this fellow had even inquired about the presence of beautiful girls in their class. Jiang Qingge thought to herself, How on earth would I know? I am not the counselor. Her expectations of the counselor were modest. As long as they were amiable, she would be content, provided they were not one of those insufferable types, which, unfortunately, seemed to be the norm among most counselors. Oftentimes, one would need to concoct elaborate excuses just to secure a leave of absence. Before long, a woman strode into the classroom. Zhang Dali, Wang Yang, and Yang Jie instinctively straightened their posture, with Wang Yang even inadvertently fluffing his hair. Jiang Qingge lifted her gaze and beheld a striking figure. Cascading golden waves framed her face, and she wore rimless glasses with a purple tint that accentuated her bright, captivating eyes. Her polished makeup highlighted a slight smile, exuding a professional charm. Chapter 49. Jiang Qingge's self-introduction and the astonishment of her classmates. Dressed in a tailored professional ensemble, the neckline of her blouse subtly opened to reveal a profound décolletage, capturing the attention of numerous classmates, many of whom gazed in awe, some even slack-jawed, nearly drooling. Jiang Qingge could have sworn she heard Zhang Dali gulp beside her. The woman, embodying urban elegance, donned a black pencil skirt that clung to her shapely form, the hem resting perfectly at mid-thigh, showcasing her long, slender legs. Clad in black stilettos, she approached the podium with poise, her professional smile illuminating the room as she surveyed her audience before speaking. "Hello, students. I am your counselor, Shi Jiana." She paused, casting her gaze over the assembly, and continued, "Over the next 4 years, I will be responsible for various matters pertaining to your university experience." With that declaration, amidst the astonished stares, she swiftly wrote her contact information on the blackboard. "Here is my contact information. Please take a moment to note it." Her voice was melodious and clear, yet Jiang Qingge keenly sensed a flicker of sharpness and astuteness behind her seemingly gentle demeanor. Recalling her earlier apprehensions about the counselor, Jiang Qingge's heart sank slightly, pondering whether Shi Jiana might also be one of those difficult individuals to engage with. Thus, she resolved to conduct a thorough investigation. Name: Shi Jiana. Gender: female. Age: 28. Height: 170 centimeters. Weight: 52 kilograms. Attractiveness: 91/100. Occupation: university counselor. Affinity: 40. Charge count: 0. Charger count: 0. The class meeting commenced officially. Shi Jiana first emphasized the discipline and precautions necessary during military training before transitioning to the self-introduction segment. She began with her own introduction and then invited the students to take turns introducing themselves, starting with those in the last row, proceeding in a serpentine manner towards the front. After moving the podium aside, she leaned against the doorframe. The first student took the stage, sharing his name, age, city of origin, and his area of specialization, followed by his favorite games. Subsequently, it was the second student's turn, with the first student setting the precedent. The others followed suit, adopting a similar format. One boy, amusingly, claimed to be a rapper despite being an athlete, leading Jiang Qingge to wonder if he had mistakenly entered the wrong class. Shi Jiana observed each student with an impassive expression, leaving her thoughts a mystery. Soon, it was Jiang Qingge and her roommate's turn to introduce themselves. Yang Jie presented himself without flair, while Wang Yang, in his typical manner, expressed his hope of finding a girlfriend during university. Zhang Dali chimed in, encouraging votes for his candidacy in the upcoming class committee election. Once her roommates had concluded, it was Jiang Qingge's moment to shine. As she approached the podium, she immediately caught Shi Jiana's scrutinizing gaze. To Shi Jiana, Jiang Qingge appeared to be a well-rounded, polite student hailing from a family of means, possessing both beauty and an enviable figure, a remarkable specimen indeed. After all, her ensemble must have cost a fortune, and the watch adorning her wrist was astonishing. It likely exceeded a year's worth of Shi Jiana's salary. Pleased to have such a student under her wing, Shi Jiana contemplated the potential advantages of fostering a closer rapport with Jiang Qingge, perhaps even paving the way for future opportunities. As Jiang Qingge confidently wrote her name on the board, it was placed directly above Shi Jiana's contact information. Shi Jiana merely smiled, offering encouragement rather than annoyance. As Jiang Qingge prepared to speak, murmurs rippled through the crowd. Jiang Qingge? Is that really him? Who is he? Is he famous? Some classmates were puzzled and turned to their neighbors for clarification. A student familiar with Jiang Qingge's exploits whispered, "Did you see the forum? He just clashed with a senior from the 3rd year, who happens to be the captain of the basketball team. Apparently, there's a big match tomorrow night." The incident, it seemed, had been sparked by a woman rumored to be the belle of the Foreign Languages College. What a remarkable feat. The classroom buzzed with excitement, transforming into a cacophony of chatter. Observing the commotion, Shi Jiana furrowed her brows slightly and raised her voice, declaring, "Silence." Though her tone was not loud, it carried an undeniable authority, silencing the room instantly. Noting the discussions, a flicker of curiosity ignited in Shi Jiana's eyes as she regarded Jiang Qingge with heightened interest. It is a misconception to believe that educators are oblivious to gossip. In reality, many university professors discreetly monitor campus forums, just as some high school teachers keep an eye on love confession walls. Jiang Qingge vividly recalled an incident from the 8th grade when a boy confessed his feelings to a girl in the adjacent class through a confession wall, only to be caught by the grade's disciplinary head, who later revealed that he, too, had added the confession wall SQQ. However, in university, romantic freedom reigned supreme, and professors typically refrained from meddling, often indulging in a bit of gossip instead. Jiang Qingge cleared his throat and commenced his self-introduction. "Greetings, everyone. My name is Jiang Qingge, hailing from the frontier, specializing in athletics. I am delighted to be in the same class as all of you and hope that we can share a wonderful university experience over the next 4 years." With that, he gracefully descended from the podium. Shi Jiana regarded Jiang Qingge, her interest in him intensifying. The frontier? Could it be that his family is involved in the oil industry? Or perhaps they own vast grasslands? Once the self-introduction segment concluded, Shi Jiaona applauded and announced, "Next, let us discuss the election for class leaders. Those interested in running can prepare, as we will soon proceed to the voting." At that moment, a student raised a hand and inquired, "Teacher, are there any requirements for running for class leadership?" Shi Jiaona replied, "As long as you possess a sense of responsibility and are willing to serve the class, you are welcome to participate in the election." Before long, the election for class leaders was concluded, and Zhang Dali was unsurprisingly elected as the sports representative. To Jiang Qingge's astonishment, Wang Yang had unexpectedly secured the position of the Youth League secretary. Chapter 50. Su Tiantian catches a snippet, and the argument with Lin Yu. The rapper naturally became the cultural committee member. The class meeting continued, discussing some of the school's regulations and the upcoming military training. Once the meeting adjourned, the class established a group chat before proceeding to collect military training uniforms and other trivial matters. As Jiang Qingge and his roommates exited the classroom, Zhang Dali, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Boss, don't you think I did well as the sports representative? I'll take charge of the class's sports activities from now on." Wang Yang chuckled, "I can't believe I actually became the Youth League secretary. By the way, does this mean I can add our counselor as a friend without hesitation?" "Wait, you sly dog, moving so fast," Zhang Dali remarked, glancing at Wang Yang's phone. He noted that Wang Yang was already on the page to add friends, just a click away from sending the request. "Hey, wait a minute, let us add them together. I need to report my activities to the counselor as the sports representative." After saying this, Zhang Dali also tapped on Shi Jiaona's profile to add her as a friend. However, Zhang Dali hesitated to click send. At that moment, Yang Jie chimed in, "You're both class leaders, so I don't see any problem with you adding each other as friends." The three of them instinctively turned their gazes toward Jiang Qingge, speaking in unison, "Boss, what do you think?" "Huh, me?" Jiang Qingge replied, Her swimwear on her social media looks quite appealing, quite deep." He waved his phone in front of them. The trio noticed that Jiang Qingge had already sent a request, and, to their surprise, Shi Jiaona had accepted it. "Whoa, boss, that was quick. You didn't add her the moment you joined the group, did you?" Zhang Dali asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. Jiang Qingge simply smiled and did not answer directly, stating, "Well, I've added her now, so you all should stop dawdling and send your requests. It might be convenient to reach out to the counselor in the future. After all, adding the counselor would facilitate future requests for leave. Considering that the next 4 years of university would not merely consist of attending classes." Upon hearing Jiang Qingge's words, Wang Yang and Zhang Dali gritted their teeth and clicked to send their friend requests. Shortly after, both of their phones chimed with notifications. Shi Jiaona had accepted their friend requests. "Wow, it's approved," Wang Yang exclaimed, gazing at Shi Jiaona's profile picture on his screen, a smug smile adorning his face. "Hee, this is great. Communicating with the counselor will be much easier now." Zhang Dali chuckled in agreement. As they conversed, they headed toward the location to collect their military training uniforms. On the way, Jiang Qingge's phone suddenly buzzed. It was a message from Shan Yunyao. "Qingge, has the class meeting finished? I've moved all my things over. My sister is asking if you're coming back for dinner this afternoon. If not, it'll just be the two of us eating. And we'll have a little live stream after dinner." Jiang Qingge glanced at the message and replied, "It's finished, but I want to be back this afternoon. I have to attend a lecture at 8, so I'll just grab a quick bite in the cafeteria." Then he checked the remaining unread messages. The next was from Chen Yushu. "Junior, military training starts tomorrow. Good luck." Jiang Qingge replied, "Thank you for your concern, senior." The following message was from Gao Jia. "Brother Jiang, the meal you ordered was delicious. I love spicy food. Oh, by the way, my mom is feeling much better today. The doctor said her recovery is going well. She should be able to be discharged in a month. Thank you so much for ordering that meal. It suited her taste, and she enjoyed a lot." Jiang Qingge responded, "That's wonderful. By the way, I'm planning to open a milk tea shop outside the school. How would you like to be the manager? After all, you're in the finance management department, so you'd surely handle it effortlessly." The next message was from Lin Yu, who sent several videos of Zhong Shuashan playing basketball with the caption, "See if these are useful. If not, I'll find more." Jiang Qingge glanced at the videos, unsure of where she had sourced them. He replied, "Thanks, my rumored girlfriend." Meanwhile, after the class meeting, Lin Yu and Su Tiantian were seated in a Porsche, preparing to start the engine for their journey home. Since Su Tiantian was driving, Lin Yu occupied the passenger seat. Engrossed in reading strategies for CS, suddenly, a message notification popped up, causing her to frown as she opened it. Upon seeing Jiang Qingge's message, "Thanks, my rumored girlfriend," Lin Yu's face flushed crimson, her heart racing as if it were a startled fawn. Su Tiantian, noticing Lin Yu's unusual reaction, glanced her way and inquired, "Hey, Xiao Yeye, what message did you receive?" Your face is all red. In the next moment, her expression shifted as she probed, is it from Brother Jiang? Lin Yu quickly turned her phone screen down, stammering, and no, it's nothing, don't say that. Unwilling to relent, Su Tiantian laughed and reached for Lin Yu's phone, insisting, let me see, there must be something going on. Lin Yu clutched her phone tightly, reproaching, Tiantian, stop messing around. Seeing that she couldn't, he snatched the phone. Su Tiantian feigned disappointment, saying, Xiao Yeye, you're not sharing with me. We're best friends. With no other choice. Lin Yu rolled her eyes at her and handed the phone to Su Tiantian, whispering, look, it's just a message from Jiang Qingge. There's nothing special about it. Su Tiantian examined the message on the screen, initially taken aback, then her eyes widened in disbelief as she turned to Lin Yu, her voice involuntarily rising. What? Rumored girlfriend? Xiao Yeye, what is going on? Brother Jiang is mine. You can't steal him. Hearing Su Tiantian's words, Lin Yu's expression darkened instantly. Her eyes sharpening as she retorted with a fierce tone, Su Tiantian, don't be ridiculous. Jiang is not an object that you can claim as yours just by saying so. I am merely communicating and collaborating with him. Do not harbor unfounded suspicions. Su Tiantian's eyes brimmed with tears, and she countered loudly. You call this normal communication? Just look at everything you've done for him. She then scrolled through their chat history, exclaiming, look, you even bought him milk tea. Did you really ask him if this flavor is good? You even bought some for his roommate? Lin Yu, how very kind of you. I never imagined you would be so. Ugh. Searching for videos. Isn't this already obvious enough? If it weren't for you, would Brother Jiang be put on display like this? You are fully aware of my affection for Brother Jiang. Yet you choose to be so close to him. What exactly do you mean by this? Lin Yu furrowed her brows tightly, her impatience evident as she retorted. I am merely assisting him. If you possess any capability, resolve his issues yourself instead of weeping and blaming me here. Just because you liked him first doesn't guarantee success. Chapter 51. One wave has not settled, another rises. Su Tiantian cried out, her voice quivering as she implored. Lin Yu, we are such good friends. How could you treat me this way? I trusted you so much. Upon witnessing Su Tiantian's heartbroken expression, Lin Yu's heart softened, and her tone instantly turned gentle. Tiantian, I apologize, I was too harsh just now. I truly did not intend to steal Jiang Qingge from you. I will be more mindful of maintaining my distance from him in the future. Please do not be upset. Su Tiantian sniffled, her tear-filled eyes fixed on Lin Yu. Is that really true? You wouldn't deceive me, would you? Lin Yu gently embraced Su Tiantian, tenderly patting her back. Of course it's true. We are good friends. How could I possibly lie to you? Since you hold such affection for Jiang Qingge, I will undoubtedly respect your feelings. Gradually, Su Tiantian ceased her tears in Lin Yu's embrace. Lin Yu released her, smiling as she said, all right, stop crying now. If you keep it up, your makeup will be ruined, and you won't look beautiful anymore. Su Tiantian broke into a smile, teasingly reprimanding, it's all your fault. Lin Yu chuckled, playfully tapping Su Tiantian's nose. Yes, it's all my fault. Let us head home first. Let us not dwell on these unhappy matters. Su Tiantian nodded and started the car. Lin Yu gazed out the window, her thoughts swirling. Deep down, she was aware that she harbored a special feeling for Jiang Qingge. Every interaction with him sent ripples through her heart. She felt a pang of regret for not having considered Su Tiantian's feelings more carefully. Yet, the thought of entirely forsaking her connection with Jiang Qingge left her feeling reluctant. However, Su Tiantian was her dear friend, and she could not disregard her feelings. Lin Yu sighed inwardly, resolving to maintain some distance from Jiang Qingge for the time being, as friendship was also of great importance. At Jiang Qingge's home, Shen Yunniao was having dinner with Gongsun Xuanji. The meal was prepared together, with Xuanji as the chef and Shen Yunniao assisting. After finishing their meal, they both placed the used dishes into the dishwasher. They then sat on the genuine leather sofa, savoring the leisurely moment. Shen Yunniao habitually opened the campus forum, casually browsing through various posts until one title caught her attention. Shocking. One of the foreign language department's Twin Blossoms rejects the basketball team captain, solely to maintain a young gigolo. Curiosity piqued, Shen Yunniao clicked on it. The post detailed the events between Jiang Qingge and Lin Yu outside the Bawang Tycoon store, accompanied by a few blurry photos. Although the images were unclear, Shen Yunniao instantly recognized Jiang Qingge. What is going on? She muttered to herself, her expression darkening. Gongsun Xuanji, hearing Shen Yunniao's words, leaned in with curiosity and frowned slightly upon seeing the forum's content. Sister, is this about Qingge? How could something like this happen? Shen Yunniao bit her lip, a mix of emotions swirling within her. It must be him. I wouldn't mistake that figure and profile. Sister, how could Qingge possibly be involved with Lin Yu, especially leading to a conflict with the basketball team captain? Gongsun Xuanji gently patted Shen Yunniao's hand, offering comfort. Sister, don't be anxious. The information on forums isn't always accurate. There may be a misunderstanding. Qingge is not the type to be reckless. Shen Yunniao took a deep breath, attempting to calm herself. Sister, I know I shouldn't blindly trust this, but seeing these rumors still makes me feel terrible. Moreover, Lin Yu is the belle of the foreign language college. I'm a bit worried. Gongsun Xuanji, observing Shen Yunniao's worried demeanor, felt a pang of sympathy. Sister, matters of the heart cannot be rushed. If you truly care, wait until Qingge returns and ask him directly. Perhaps things are not as they appear. Meanwhile, Xuanji pondered how she could assist her friend. Though Shen Yunniao found some logic in Gongsun Xuanji's words, the post continued to stir feelings of anxiety and jealousy within her like a rising tide. Gritting her teeth, she resolved to call and clarify things immediately. Shen Yunniao picked up her phone, her fingers trembling slightly as she found Jiang Qingge's number and dialed it. The phone rang, each tone echoing like a hammer striking her heart. At that moment, Jiang Qingge was on his way with his roommates to collect their military training uniforms, laughing and chatting. When he saw Shen Yunniao's name on the screen, a smile spread across his face as he answered the call. Yao, what is up? Hearing Jiang Qingge's relaxed voice only intensified Shen Yunniao's unease. She tried to keep her tone calm as she asked, Qingge, where are you right now? Jiang Qingge, oblivious to her unusual demeanor, replied cheerfully, I'm with my roommates, heading to get our military training uniforms. What made you suddenly curious about this? Shen Yunniao took a deep breath and directly inquired, Qingge, what is going on with the post on the campus forum? What is your relationship with Lin Yu? Upon hearing Shen Yunniao mention the forum, Jiang Qingge's heart sank as he realized she must have seen those posts. He hurriedly explained, Yao, please don't misunderstand. It's not as the post suggests. Lin Yu is my friend. Her brother is a classmate of Zhang Dali from high school. We met while discussing her shop today, and it was merely a coincidence that someone captured us and distorted the context. Shen Yunniao's jealousy lingered as she pressed further, just discussing the shop? Then why the conflict with the basketball team captain, and why did they say she rejected him for you? Jiang Qingge sighed helplessly, detailing the events surrounding Lin Yu's rejection of the basketball captain and how the captain misinterpreted his relationship with her. He emphasized, Yao, I assure you, Lin Yu and I are just friends. This competition was to make the captain give up on Lin Yu, as she is also my brother's sister. Listening to Jiang Qingge's explanation, Shen Yunniao's worries began to dissipate, but she couldn't help but chide him, you really need to be more careful in the future. Don't let others misinterpret things. The way the forum described it was quite harsh. It made me feel terrible. Jiang Qingge quickly reassured her. It was my oversight for not being thorough enough, causing you to worry. Don't take it to heart. Once I finish my tasks here, I'll make it up to you tonight. Chapter 52, Gu Yu. Shen Yunniao's lips curled into a slight smile as she softly replied. Now that's more like it. Go on with your tasks, but remember to return home early tonight. I will be waiting for you. Sure. You and elder sister should also rest early at home. Don't stay up too late, Jiang Qingge replied with a smile. After hanging up, Shen Yunniao remained silent, not uttering a word, quietly sitting there. Gongsun Xuanji observed the quiet Shen Yunniao, understanding that her heart was a tempest of emotions. She gently took Shen Yunniao's hand and spoke softly, Sister, do not be too disheartened. Since Qingge has clarified everything, it may indeed just be a misunderstanding. Shen Yunniao managed a bitter smile and slowly responded, Sister, I understand. With someone as exceptional as Qingge, he is bound to attract many admirers. Today it may be Lin Yu. Tomorrow it could be Yu or Zhang Yu. I anticipate that more women will surround him in the future. So I choose to let go. Instead of being tormented by this, I might as well try to accept it. Perhaps that way I can accompany him for a longer time. Gongsun Xuanji looked at Shen Yunniao with compassion. Sister, your ability to think this way, though somewhat resigned, is also a form of wisdom. Matters of the heart cannot be forced. Perhaps by easing your mind, you may gain even more. Shen Yunniao took a deep breath, regaining her spirits. Yes, sister, I will adjust my mindset. On the other side, after Jiang Qingge and her roommates received their military training uniforms, they headed to the cafeteria for a meal. Zhang Dali tossed his military uniform onto a nearby bench, expressing concern. Boss, do you really have confidence for tomorrow's competition against Zhong Xueshan? Although that guy has questionable character, he's no slouch on the basketball court. I've heard he can perform a windmill dunk. Jiang Qingge smiled confidently. Don't worry, since I promised, I have faith in securing victory. Tonight, I plan to watch the video Lin Yu sent of Zhong Xueshan playing to identify his weaknesses. That way, I can resolve the match swiftly. Yang Jie chimed in, Boss. We'll join you to analyze it together. More minds lead to more ideas. We might discover something crucial. Wang Yang nodded in agreement, right? I bought some energy drinks and protein bars. Have some before the match tomorrow. Your stamina will surely be top-notch. Jiang Qingge looked at them gratefully. With all of you by my side, I feel more empowered. The group then went to serve themselves, with Zhang Dali and his friends treating Jiang Qingge to this meal. Jiang Qingge did not insist on paying. She would treat them to a nice meal next time. It must be said, Rongda truly lived up to its reputation as a top-tier institution. The cafeteria food was delicious, and the prices were affordable for ordinary students. After finishing their meal, while returning their trays, Jiang Qingge noticed a particularly striking girl. She was slender, yet stood at a height of nearly 1.7 meters. Dressed simply in somewhat worn clothing that hung loosely on her frame. Her hair was tied back in a simple ponytail, the ends appearing somewhat frizzy. She was intently cleaning the dining table, her head bowed, seemingly avoiding others' gazes. Jiang Qingge casually glanced at her when suddenly, the system alerted him. System, attention. This is one of the critical opposite-sex nodes in the host's life journey. Jiang Qingge's heart jolted, surprised that the system had deemed it necessary to intervene. He decided to scrutinize this girl more closely. He approached her and gently inquired, "Hello, classmate, may I ask your name?" The girl seemed startled, nearly dropping the tray she held, slowly lifting her head, her eyes filled with timidity and insecurity. At that moment, Jiang Qingge carefully examined her. Her skin appeared pale, a waxy yellow indicating long-term malnutrition, with thin, slightly furrowed eyebrows as if she were constantly worried about something. She had an oval face, her large eyes blinking nervously, casting delicate shadows beneath her long eyelashes. Her lips were thin, pressed tightly together as if she were cautious even in her breathing. Her fingers, often immersed in water, were pale, with some torn cuticles around her nails. Most striking was the work-study badge pinned to her chest, a brand-new emblem. She was a newcomer, Jiang Qingge speculated. As Jiang Qingge's gaze inadvertently swept over her collar, he noticed that beneath the loose school uniform shirt, two astonishing curves created an unnatural arc in the fabric. This fullness, clearly inconsistent with her slender frame, stood out remarkably beneath her simple attire, even causing a button to strain open, revealing the edge of yellowing cotton underwear underneath. It was evident that this was not mere fat, but a sign of well-developed glands, a pure gift. Gu Yuyu hurriedly clamped her arms around the tray, trying to shield herself from this untimely scrutiny. She hunched her back, stepping back slightly, causing her work badge to become deformed, leaving a red mark from the plastic clip against her ample curves. This subtle movement drew Jiang Qingge's attention to the visible outline of her scapula beneath her faded shirt, creating a strange contrast with her fullness. Gu Yuyu felt increasingly tense under Jiang Qingge's gaze, and in her fluster, she accidentally knocked over a tray. The stainless steel utensils clattered loudly against the ground, and she scrambled to pick them up, her hair brushing against Jiang Qingge's arm, carrying the scent of the cafeteria's cleaning agent. "I am sorry," she stammered, squatting down with her head nearly touching the floor, her voice trembling. Jiang Qingge noted a faint birthmark on the back of her neck, resembling a malnourished ginkgo leaf. Zhang Dali and the others gathered to help. But Gu Yuyu jumped up like a startled sparrow, retreating and colliding with the dining cart behind her, nearly falling over. Jiang Qingge instinctively reached out to steady her, but she recoiled as if scalded, spilling the remnants of her tray onto his white t-shirt, staining it with grease. "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry," she exclaimed in a panic, her eyes reddening, her trembling hands frantically wiping at her apron. "I'll pay you back." Jiang Qingge shook his head. "It's all right. It's just a piece of clothing. Are you hurt?" Gu Yuyu hastily waved her hands, but in her retreat, she knocked over a nearby trash can. Laughter erupted around them, and her ears flushed crimson as she squatted down to quietly clean up the mess. Jiang Qingge noticed the tips of her canvas shoes were worn through, exposing the pale socks within. "My name is Jiang Qingge. What about you?" he asked, deliberately softening his tone. "Ji Gu Yuyu," she replied, not lifting her head, her movements mechanically repeating as she tidied the trays. "Which department are you in?" "Finance, financial management." "Another from finance?" Jiang Qingge frowned. Seeing Gu Yuyu reminded him of Gao Jie. Gao Jie was also in finance, yet their backgrounds were so strikingly similar. Chapter 53, The Dust-Covered Pearl. Gu Yuyu slightly raised her gaze, seeing Jiang Qingge frowning, and assumed it was due to her clothing. She weakly offered, "I can pay you back." Jiang Qingge shook his head, then pulled out a tissue to offer, but she flinched away as if avoiding a plague. "If you ever face difficulties, feel free to reach out to me," Jiang Qingge began, but before he could finish, Gu Yuyu, clutching the tray, nearly fled into the kitchen. Jiang Qingge watched her hunched figure disappear behind the curtain, noticing the faint glow of the birthmark on her neck under the light. The system's alert sound resonated once more. "System. Key figure Gu Yuyu detected. The host must properly manage the relationship with this individual." Zhang Dali whistled playfully and jested. "Boss, are you planning to establish a harem? With the senior sister and Su Tian in front, Lin Yu behind. And now you have your sights set on the diligent sister from the work-study program?" Jiang Qingge paid no heed to his teasing, his gaze lingering on the direction where Gu Yuyu had vanished. He pondered the impact this girl, radiating an aura of self-doubt, would have on the tapestry of his fate. Shortly thereafter, He exited the cafeteria alongside his roommates, convinced that his path would inevitably intersect with hers again. As Jiang Qingge and his peers reached the foot of the boys' dormitory, he acutely sensed the faint patter of footsteps trailing behind him. Turning around, he beheld Gu Yuyu standing beneath a sycamore tree, her discarded cafeteria uniform cradled in her arms, revealing the faded school uniform beneath. "Boss, isn't that the junior from the cafeteria?" Wang Yang remarked, glancing at him. "She's already heading back to the dorm." Jiang Qingge paused, waiting as the young girl remained frozen in place, as if ensnared by an unseen spell. She clutched her work uniform tightly against her chest, the loose fabric of her school attire awkwardly accentuating her remarkable curves. "Gu Yuyu?" Jiang Qingge whispered softly. Gu Yuyu abruptly turned to flee, but the strap of her canvas bag snagged on a branch, scattering her lunchbox and books across the ground. She crouched to gather her belongings, a yellowed bra strap slipping from the neckline of her uniform, leaving a faint red mark on her pale skin. "I wasn't following you on purpose," she stammered, her voice trembling as she hurriedly collected her items, the birthmark on her nape glimmering under the light. "Is there something wrong?" Jiang Qingge inquired, bending down to assist her in retrieving a pen. Gu Yuyu's fingers quivered, and when she inadvertently brushed against his hand while accepting the pen, she recoiled as if scalded. Your shirt," she stuttered, pointing at the grease stain on his chest. "I can't afford to replace it, but I'll wash it for you." Only then did Jiang Qingge recall the t-shirt that had been splattered earlier. He was about to decline her offer when she produced a plastic bag from her canvas bag, neatly containing a white shirt. "I brought a change of clothes." "No, it's fine. I can manage," he insisted. "Please, I beg you." Gu Yuyu suddenly grasped his wrist, her grip unexpectedly firm. "I wash very thoroughly." The remnants of cafeteria cleaning agents lingered under her fingernails, and the words "work study" on her name tag shimmered under the streetlight. She appeared on the verge of tears. Jiang Qingge noticed her other hand discreetly pressing against her abdomen, which was slightly sunken, reminiscent of someone who had gone the entire day without a meal. Reflecting on Gao Jie's plight, he found himself inexplicably compelled to remove his t-shirt. Then it settled. As Jiang Qingge stripped off his t-shirt, Gu Yuyu's pupils dilated in shock. Under the moonlight, the lean contours of his waist were as smooth as a sculpted masterpiece, his abs subtly highlighted in the dim glow. She hurriedly turned her face away, her ears flushing crimson, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothing. "Here." Jiang Qingge extended the shirt towards her. As she took it, her fingertips brushed against his forearm, sending a tingling sensation coursing through him. "I'll train you tomorrow," she stammered, retreating with the shirt, the hem of her school uniform trailing through a puddle on the steps. "I am sorry." In her haste to turn, she nearly tripped over a tree root, her name tag swaying gracefully before her. Jiang Qingge called out after her, "Hey, wait. You still haven't given me your contact information." Gu Yuyu's frantic escape faltered momentarily, and she slowly turned back, her head bowed, hands tightly gripping the hem of her shirt, her knuckles turning pale. A brief hesitation followed before she took slow, tentative steps towards him, her demeanor increasingly anxious as she lowered her head further, as if wishing to conceal herself within the shadows. Finally standing before Jiang Qingge, she murmured, "See, can I add you on WeChat? I'd like to message you tomorrow." Observing her discomfort, Jiang Qingge smiled and nodded, "Of course." He then retrieved his phone, unfolded it, and displayed his WeChat QR code. Seeing this, Gu Yuyu hastily rummaged through her canvas bag for her phone. The moment she revealed it, Jiang Qingge was momentarily taken aback. It was an antiquated model from a decade ago, the exterior worn and chipped, with a screen riddled with fine scratches. He recognized it as the very phone he had used before upgrading to the Poupe A5, and it had already been lagging at that time. Gu Yuyu seemed to sense his gaze, hastily concealing the phone behind her back, her voice barely above a whisper, "This phone is a bit slow." She fumbled with the device, eventually managing to pull up the scanning interface and aimed it at Jiang Qingge's QR code. After successfully adding him as a friend, she exhaled in relief, mumbling, "Thank you." She then turned away, her steps slow and hesitant, her head bowed even lower as if seeking refuge in the shadows. Gradually returning to her earlier position, watching her retreating form, Jiang Qingge felt a pang of compassion stir within him. It was then he remembered to activate his inside eye. Name, Gu Yuyu. Gender, female. Age, 18. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 45 kilograms. Appearance, 97 points. A hidden gem obscured by dust. Occupation, freshman in financial management, cafeteria work-study student. Affection, 50. Charging attempts, 0. Chargers, 0. Jiang Qingge was taken aback by the data presented by the inside eye. Gu Yuyu's appearance score was an astonishing 97, placing her on par with Lin Yu. This indicated that she possessed nearly flawless beauty, yet her long-standing insecurities and harsh living conditions had temporarily shrouded her radiance. An affection score of 50 suggested that while she was guarded, she was not entirely resistant. Jiang Qingge secured his phone, his gaze lingering on Gu Yu's receding silhouette, silently resolving to pay closer attention to this girl in the future. She had an exceptionally strong sense of pride and would undoubtedly be reluctant to accept help from others. Though she appeared fragile, she was, in reality, remarkably resilient. Such a girl required a gradual approach, allowing her to lower her defenses. Given that the system had indicated she was a pivotal character, it was clear she would create significant ripples in his life. Jiang Qingge glanced down at the slightly snug white t-shirt he was wearing. Although it fit him somewhat awkwardly, a delightful scent of milk and oranges lingered in the air, evoking an unusual feeling within him. The fragrance of milk was exquisite, and the citrus aroma reminded him of dish soap. He lifted his eyes, only to find that Gu Yu had vanished into the shadows, prompting him to join his roommates in the dormitory. Upon entering, Zhang Dali could no longer contain his playful banter. "Boss, it seems this girl has a bit of an interest in you. She even followed you to the dormitory just to do your laundry," Jiang Qingge teased with a laugh. "Don't talk nonsense. She simply feels embarrassed about dirtying my clothes." Wang Yang chimed in. Indeed. However, boss, this girl appears to come from a modest background. Are you planning to lend her a helping hand?" Jiang Qingge replied earnestly. "If I can assist, I shall. Life is not easy for anyone." As the conversation unfolded, Jiang Qingge's phone chimed with a message from Lin Yu, inquiring whether he had discerned any flaws in Zhong Xueshan's gameplay from the video. If not, she would seek additional material. Jiang Qingge replied, "I haven't had the chance to review it yet, but I will study it shortly. The video you sent is quite useful. Thank you." Lin Yu quickly responded, "That's good to hear. I hope it aids you. Do be cautious in tomorrow's competition." Jiang Qingge glanced at his phone screen, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he sent a reassuring emoji. Just as he concluded his message to Lin Yu, his phone lit up again with a message from Su Tiantian. "Tomorrow evening, I will come with Xiao Yeye to cheer for you. You absolutely must win." Jiang Qingge responded, "Great. With both of you cheering for me, I will undoubtedly feel more motivated. Rest assured, I will give it my all." Little did he know, the two sisters had just had a quarrel that afternoon. If he were aware, he would undoubtedly be taken aback by their willingness to rally for his support despite their earlier disagreement. After replying to Su Tiantian, a message from Chun Yushu arrived in rapid succession. The screen illuminated with her words, "Junior, Zhong Xueshan is truly outrageous. He claims to be a senior, yet has previously harassed me, which I find extremely distasteful. You must strive to win against him, for the sake of your brother's sister." Jiang Qingge's disdain for Zhong Xueshan deepened upon reading Chun Yushu's message. He quickly replied, "Rest assured, senior, I will not allow him to prevail. Tomorrow, he shall regret his actions." After sending the message, he set his phone aside and leaned back in his chair, immediately immersing himself with his roommates in the analysis of the video Lin Yu had sent featuring Zhong Xueshan's basketball skills. They huddled closely around the computer, meticulously scrutinizing each of Zhong Xueshan's movements frame by frame. "Boss, look. When Zhong Xueshan drives, he typically fakes left before accelerating to the right. We can definitely exploit this maneuver to our advantage," Yang Jie pointed out. Jiang Qingge nodded in agreement. "Precisely. Moreover, his preparatory movements before shooting are quite pronounced, allowing us to predict and disrupt his shots." The group engaged in a lively discussion, dissecting Zhong Xueshan's habits and vulnerabilities with increasing clarity. After a thorough analysis, Yang Jie noted the time. "Boss, it's nearly 8 o'clock. We need to hurry to the lecture or we'll be late." Jiang Qingge acknowledged with a nod, clutching his military training uniform. Noticing him holding the uniform, his friends instinctively understood his intentions, but Zhang Dali still inquired, "Boss, are you heading back to the dorm?" Jiang Qingge shook his head. "I'm staying home tonight." The group hurried to the lecture venue and found their seats. Throughout the lecture, although Jiang Qingge appeared to be attentively listening, his mind frequently wandered back to Gu Yu's timid demeanor. After enduring the lecture, he bid farewell to his roommates, and they dispersed. Once he parked his Koenigsegg, he stealthily entered his home. Upon stepping through the door, he spotted Shen Yunyao seated on the living room sofa. Though her gaze was fixed on the television, it was evident her mind was elsewhere. Hearing his footsteps, she swiftly turned her head, their eyes meeting. "You're back," Shen Yunyao remarked, rising from her seat. Her sleepy attire enveloped her alluring figure, and a faint smile graced her lips, though Jiang Qingge perceptibly detected an underlying complexity in her expression. "Yes, the lecture ran a bit late. Why are you still awake?" he inquired, gently taking her hand. "I was waiting for you," Shen Yunyao replied, tilting her head slightly, her eyes shimmering with a hint of playfulness, yet her words seemed to harbor deeper sentiments. Jiang Qingge understood that while Shen Yunyao might have accepted his explanation verbally, the post he had seen on the forum had likely stirred some doubt within her heart. He gently guided her back to the sofa, looking at her with tenderness. "Yao Yao, Today's incident was truly a misunderstanding. Please do not dwell on it. Shen Yunniao bit her lip lightly, hesitating for a moment before saying, Qingge, I know I should trust you, but seeing that content makes it hard not to overthink. In the future, could you refrain from getting too close to other girls? Jiang Qingge nodded vigorously. I understand. I should have been more considerate and not caused you worry. I will definitely be more mindful so that you won't have to fret over it. Shen Yunniao nodded slightly, her expression softening considerably. The two nestled together on the sofa, quietly savoring a moment of tranquility. Shen Yunniao was aware that this was merely the sweet talk of a man. Yet she still yearned for a promise from this charming rogue. After a while, Jiang Qingge suddenly asked, What about your sister? Is she asleep? Shen Yunniao nodded in response. Yes, she went to bed early after helping me move my luggage today. She must be exhausted. At this, Jiang Qingge chuckled. Exhausted? You mean Xuanji is tired? I suppose she wanted to create some space for us to be alone. He couldn't help but marvel at how thoughtful Xuanji truly was. Jiang Qingge rubbed his stomach and joked, I only had a light meal at the cafeteria today, and now I'm feeling quite hungry. As if in response to their conversation, Gongsun Xuanji emerged from her room, clad in slippers and sleepwear, a smile adorning her face. Qingge, you're hungry? I know you love grilled skewers. And luckily we have enough ingredients at home. I'll prepare some for you right away. Jiang Qingge felt a tinge of embarrassment. Sister, I'm sorry to trouble you at this late hour. Gongsun Xuanji waved her hand dismissively. Not at all. You two continue chatting. It will be ready shortly. With that, she turned and headed to the kitchen. It was then that Shen Yunniao noticed Jiang Qingge's attire, a rather snug white t-shirt, simple in design. Yet it had a unique quality when worn by him. She immediately recognized it as a women's shirt. The fabric stretched over his chest, indicating a certain abundance. Shen Yunniao mused silently. Leaning in closer, she caught a faint scent of milk and oranges. Frowning slightly, she curiously asked, Qingge, what's up with your shirt? What does that smell? Only then did Jiang Qingge recall that he was wearing Gu Yuyu's shirt. He hastily explained, Oh, I encountered a girl in the cafeteria today who accidentally stained my clothes, so she let me borrow hers and said she would wash it for me. Please don't misunderstand. It was truly an accident. Shen Yunniao regarded Jiang Qingge with a mix of skepticism and curiosity. Really? What a coincidence that such a thing would happen. Jiang Qingge hurriedly replied. Indeed, she is a diligent student engaged in work study, hailing from a modest background. At that moment, I felt particularly flustered and found it difficult to decline her request. Shen Yunniao sighed inwardly. Alas, another one. In the kitchen, Gongsun Xuanji, having overheard her master's explanation, helplessly tapped her forehead and murmured, My master, you truly are quite the romantic. But fret not, for Xuanji is here to save you. The next instant, Gongsun Xuanji emerged, bearing a platter of aromatic skewers. Qingge, do sample these and see if they suit your palate. Jiang Qingge accepted the plate with gratitude, exclaiming, Thank you, sister. They smell delightful. Your culinary skills are undoubtedly commendable. With that, she picked up a skewer and began to eat. Shen Yunniao leaned beside Jiang Qingge and smiled. How fortunate it is to have a sister like you, always so thoughtful in your care. Jiang Qingge nodded while savoring her food. Indeed, my sister is exceptionally kind to me. During dinner, Shen Yunniao took the initiative to share amusing anecdotes from her day at school before broaching the subject of moving houses. After their meal, Jiang Qingge willingly took the skewers and plate to the dishwasher. Upon her return, Gongsun Xuanji had already retreated to her room. Jiang Qingge gently took Shen Yunniao's hand. Her eyes filled with affection and tenderness, causing Shen Yunniao's cheeks to flush slightly and her heart to race uncontrollably. Come, let me investigate you thoroughly. Jiang Qingge led Shen Yunniao into the room, where a soft and intimate atmosphere enveloped them. He first approached the window, drawing the curtains closed with a slow motion, before turning back to gently embrace Shen Yunniao, whispering sweet nothings in her ear, his voice as soft as a feather, stirring the strings of her heart. Yao Yao, I know much has transpired recently that has left you feeling unsettled. Yet, the place you hold in my heart is irreplaceable. Shen Yunniao bit her lip slightly, gazing up at Jiang Qingge. Qingge, I trust you, but seeing those matters concerning other girls inevitably makes me feel jealous. It is my fault. I will be more mindful of my words and actions henceforth, ensuring you are not troubled by them again. Now, allow me to make amends. With that, Jiang Qingge released her from his embrace, cradling her face in his hands, his thumbs gently caressing her cheeks. Shen Yunniao's heart raced uncontrollably. She slightly closed her eyes, her long lashes fluttering delicately. Jiang Qingge leaned in slowly, placing a tender kiss on her forehead, then trailing down her nose to her lips. This kiss was imbued with boundless tenderness and solace, as if to infuse all his apologies within it. Shen Yunniao instinctively responded to the kiss, her hands gently grasping the hem of Jiang Qingge's clothes. They held each other close, as though the entire world had been reduced to the rhythm of their breaths and heartbeats. In that space, love spread like a tidal wave, enveloping them tightly. Yao Yao, no matter what happens in the future, you must believe in me. I shall never forsake you. Jiang Qingge spoke softly. Shen Yunyao nodded gently. Yes, I believe in you. Then, through delicate emotions and intimate interactions, they composed their own unique romantic chapter, gradually succumbing to the melody of love, relishing this incredibly close and beautiful moment. After some time, they parted. Shen Yunyao's face flushed crimson, her breath shallow, her eyes brimming with shyness and affection. Jiang Qingge gazed at her with tenderness, planting a gentle peck on her cheek. He held Shen Yunyao tightly and began to speak softly. Actually, when I saw that post today, I was filled with anger and sadness. I fear losing you. Shen Yunyao said, her voice slightly choked. Jiang Qingge tightened his embrace. You will not lose me. I promise I will never let you down. Oh, by the way, I have no classes tomorrow morning. May I indulge in a lazy sleep? Is that all right? Because I have rehearsals in the afternoon and evening. Shen Yunyao looked at Jiang Qingge with hopeful eyes, filled with a pleading expression. Jiang Qingge, seeing her eager gaze, felt a rush of affection and gently teased her nose, saying, Of course, my dear. You've worked hard lately. Tomorrow, enjoy your well-deserved slumber. Although you cannot cheer for me tonight, I will still give it my all. Shen Yunyao laughed joyfully, snuggling closer to Jiang Qingge. Qingge, you are truly wonderful. After my welcome party, let us go out and have some fun. Jiang Qingge caressed Shen Yunyao's neck, whispering, All right, it is getting late. I should head to bed now. We have military training and competitions tomorrow. Okay, Shen Yunyao replied softly. Jiang Qingge planted a gentle kiss on her forehead, smiling as he said, All right, I'll take my leave now. We shall gather properly once tomorrow concludes. With that, he released Shen Yunyao and turned to exit the room, softly closing the door behind him. Back in his own room, Jiang Qingge felt the tension of the day manifest as sore muscles. He called out softly, Xuanji, come to my room. Chapter 56, The Realm of Tenderness. Shortly after, Gongsun Xuanji entered with light, graceful steps, respectfully bowing. Master, what summons you? Jiang Qingge pointed to the bed, saying, Xuanji, please assist me in relieving my muscle tension. I shall lie face down. With that, he stripped off his clothes and lay down on the bed. Gongsun Xuanji nodded slightly, responding softly, Yes, master. She turned aside and, considering the need for mobility during the massage, removed her loose nightgown, then approached the bed and gently laid it across Jiang Qingge's back, commencing her skilled massage techniques. Master, with so much on your plate lately, please take care of your health and do not overexert yourself. Gongsun Xuanji spoke softly as she massaged. Jiang Qingge lay on the bed, feeling his muscles gradually relax under Gongsun Xuanji's expert touch, and an unusual emotion welled up within him. He tilted his head slightly, observing Gongsun Xuanji's focused expression, and could not help but jest. Xuanji, with such dedication, I find myself at a loss for how to repay you. Gongsun Xuanji smiled lightly, her eyes fixed on her task, replying, Alleviating the burdens of my master is simply my duty. What need is there for repayment? Since arriving in this world, my master has been everything. During the massage, Jiang Qingge would occasionally take the opportunity to adjust his position, playfully teasing Gongsun Xuanji. However, Gongsun Xuanji, focused solely on relieving Jiang Qingge's muscle tension, paid no heed to his playful antics, considering them quite normal. As time passed, the tension in Jiang Qingge's muscles significantly eased under Gongsun Xuanji's ministrations. He turned over, gazing at the beads of sweat forming on her forehead, feeling a twinge of emotion as he gently wiped her brow, saying, You've worked hard, Xuanji. Gongsun Xuanji was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing slightly as she turned her head away, responding, You flatter me, master. This is merely what I ought to do. After a while, as Gongsun Xuanji continued to massage Jiang Qingge, she noticed he had fallen asleep and whispered softly, Good night, master. After speaking, she tiptoed out of the room and returned to her own chamber. Upon entering, she made her way directly to the bathroom, turned on the tap, and filled the basin with water at an agreeable temperature. Next, she retrieved a clean, soft towel from the shelf, immersed it in the basin to moisten it, and then wrung it out slightly. Gongsun Xuanji lifted the basin of water and, with delicate steps, returned to Jiang Qingge's room. Arriving at the bedside, she gently set down the basin and picked up the towel, leaning slightly forward to meticulously wipe Jiang Qingge's body. Throughout the process, her gaze was imbued with concern and tenderness. Once finished, Gongsun Xuanji placed the towel back into the basin and carried it back to her room. She stepped into the shower, allowing the water to cascade over her body. Amidst the steamy atmosphere, her thoughts lingered on Jiang Qingge, reminiscing about their moments together, a faint smile gracing her lips. After her bath, Gongsun Xuanji donned a loose, comfortable nightgown and gently dried her hair with a dry towel. She returned to Jiang Qingge's room, approached the bedside, and gazed at his serene, sleeping visage, her heart swelling with tranquility. Carefully, she lifted the covers and slowly lay down, turning to embrace Jiang Qingge lightly, as if her presence could offer him the utmost protection. In the stillness, Gongsun Xuanji, adorned with a soft smile, gradually drifted into a sweet slumber. The following morning, Jiang Qingge stirred awake, stretching luxuriously, and upon opening his eyes, he beheld Gongsun Xuanji's tranquil sleeping face. Her cascading hair adorned the pillow, with a few playful strands brushing against her cheek, while gentle sunlight filtered through the window, outlining her features with a delicate golden hue. Jiang Qingge found himself entranced, a warm affection blossoming within him. He attempted to shift his body gently, wary not to disturb Gongsun Xuanji. Yet she murmured softly in her sleep, her brows knitting slightly. Observing this, he moved with even greater care, slowly rising from the bed. After freshening up, Jiang Qingge donned his crisp military training uniform. Looking into the mirror at his invigorated reflection, he exclaimed, looking dashing, descending the stairs into the dining area. He was instantly captivated by the sumptuous breakfast spread before him. The table was adorned with a delicately marbled Wagyu steak, accompanied by an organic vegetable salad and a bowl of congee made from premium Hokkaido rice. Additionally, a glass of freshly squeezed top-grade Brazilian orange juice awaited him. In the nearby refrigerator, a cup of iced Americano was prepared. With a heart full of joy, Jiang Qingge sat down to enjoy his breakfast. Just after he had taken a few bites, Gongsun Xuanji, clad in a light blue loungewear, entered the kitchen with light steps. She smiled at Jiang Qingge, her eyes brimming with concern, and softly inquired, "Master, how does the breakfast suit your palate? You must replenish your energy for military training and the competition today." Jiang Qingge nodded vigorously, his mouth full of delicious ribs. He mumbled, "It's delicious. Xuanji, your culinary skills are extraordinary. This breakfast is simply impeccable. Every bite is a delight." Gongsun Xuanji approached Jiang Qingge, gently adjusting his collar, and advised, "Master, be cautious during today's competition. While I believe in your victory, please take care not to get hurt." Jiang Qingge looked up at Gongsun Xuanji, his eyes filled with determination and confidence, replying, "Rest assured, Xuanji. I meticulously analyzed our opponents with my roommates last night. I am fully prepared for today's challenge." After speaking, Gongsun Xuanji turned towards the stove, retrieving 2 exquisite food containers. "Master, I have also prepared lunch and dinner for you. Lunch includes Buddha jumps over the wall, longjing shrimp, and stir-fried pea shoots. For dinner, there will be sweet and sour yellow river carp, black truffle stir-fried vegetables, and yam and pork rib soup. These are classic dishes of Chinese cuisine that will satisfy your nutritional needs post-exercise. Please take them with you. The food at school may not be to your liking." Jiang Qingge looked at the containers, a wave of warmth flooding his heart as he expressed his gratitude. "Xuanji, your consideration is so thoughtful. With you around, my harem will remain harmonious, and I have assurance on the front lines. Oh, by the way, Xuanji, have you seen the white t-shirt I took off last night?" Gongsun Xuanji responded with a smile. "Master, I tidied up the clothes last night. It's already in the washing machine and should be done soon. However, Master, that shirt looks rather special. It wouldn't belong to some girl, would it? Did you perhaps have a romantic encounter at school?" She blinked playfully, a mischievous look in her eyes. Jiang Qingge was momentarily taken aback, chuckling helplessly. "It indeed belongs to a classmate. Her name is Gu Yuyu. She is a student working at the cafeteria and accidentally soiled my shirt yesterday, so she lent me hers." Gongsun Xuanji covered her mouth, chuckling softly. "Look at me guessing correctly. Master, your charm allows you to meet new girls everywhere. But seeing how attentive you are towards her, this Gu classmate must hold some special significance, doesn't she? Can I say she is a 97 in looks and a 36D? Jiang Qingge chuckled inwardly, then candidly replied, "Xuanji, please don't tease me. I merely noticed her family isn't well off, and she is quite pretty. I thought I could lend a helping hand. Xuanji, being so understanding, surely comprehends my intentions, right?" Gongsun Xuanji laughed, her eyes filled with affection. "Master's kind heart is naturally deserving of my full support. Once the clothes are washed and dried, I will neatly fold them and place them in your bag. Please remember to give them to that girl." Jiang Qingge looked at Gongsun Xuanji with gratitude. "Thank you for your help, Xuanji." Gongsun Xuanji shook her head with a smile. "Serving Master is my honor. Master, the time is getting late. Please finish your breakfast and prepare to leave. We cannot delay military training." Jiang Qingge hastened his eating, and in no time, he had polished off his breakfast. Standing up, he grabbed his bag containing his training uniform and food containers, addressing Gongsun Xuanji, "Xuanji, I'm off." Gongsun Xuanji followed Jiang Qingge to the door, saying, "Take care, Master. Be cautious in all matters. Xuanji awaits your triumphant return." Jiang Qingge made his way to the garage, placing the food containers in the car before driving his Koenigsegg towards the school. Wow, a sports car. Hey, isn't that the one that's been trending on the campus forum lately? Everyone's been speculating whose it is. It must belong to some wealthy second-generation heir. I read online that it costs over 40 million. After parking the car, Jiang Qingge headed towards the playground. Look, someone just got out. Wow, he is also wearing camouflage. Oh my, he is so tall, and his physique is remarkable. Even though I haven't seen his face, I think I'm in love. You must be in love with his money. For Jiang Qingge, such attention was nothing new. He glanced around to see a sea of students clad in camouflage. Some sported comical outfits, their pants seemingly layered with a multitude of folds, the crotch line absurdly low. Others had their waistlines cinched tight, their pant legs barely reaching their ankles, creating a rather ludicrous sight. For some reason, this seemed to be an annual tradition during military training, once it commenced. The sizes of clothing would be mismatched in the most amusing ways. Fortunately, his camouflage uniform had been tailored by Xuanji early this morning, making it exceptionally comfortable for him to wear, without a hint of awkwardness. Soon enough, Jiang Qingge located their designated formation. Within the formation, there were approximately 100 individuals, divided into 3 squads, and the instructor was currently arranging their positions. Their squad was rather fortunate, as they were grouped with the only 2 girl squads in the grade, resulting in a gender ratio of 3:7. Boss, over here. Stand next to us. Boss, hurry up, let us stand together, our 4 brothers. Upon hearing Zhang Dali and the others' calls, Jiang Qingge's lips curled into a slight smile as he made his way toward them. As he stepped into the formation, he immediately felt the curious, gossip-laden gazes of the girls from the other 2 squads, their eyes filled with intrigue and admiration, as if they wished to see through him entirely. Zhang Dali, standing nearby, teased in a hushed tone, "Boss, look at the attention you're attracting. It's off the charts. I reckon you've already stirred up a minor sensation in our squad just by showing up." Jiang Qingge chuckled helplessly, gently patting Zhang Dali's shoulder as a signal for him to refrain from speaking so freely. At that moment, the instructor, with a serious demeanor, clapped his hands and announced loudly, "All personnel, silence. From now on, you are a collective unit. During military training, you must adhere to commands and present your best demeanor." The students promptly quieted down, their attention fixed on the instructor. After instructing them to stand at attention, the instructor commenced the customary speeches. Once the speeches concluded, Jiang Qingge's squad was taken to the basketball court for training. Due to the higher number of girls in their formation, they enjoyed certain advantages, whereas the other squads, composed solely of boys, were relegated to outdoor training. Training commenced punctually at 9, focusing on basic maneuvers such as the 3-way turn, marching in place, and marching in unison. This training regimen was trivial for them, easily manageable even for the girls. After an hour and a half of training, a break ensued. During the break, the instructor requested everyone to form a circle and inquired if anyone possessed any talents to showcase. When it came to showcasing talents, he had indeed asked the right group, as their 3 squads boasted no fewer than 20 students specialized in martial arts. "Is there anyone willing to demonstrate their talents for us?" The instructor egged on. "I will." A girl from class 1 raised her hand, eager to perform. She had a slightly plump figure, a round face, thick eyebrows, and large eyes, with a nose that had a slight lift, flashing a broad smile that revealed her even teeth. Her hair was tied in a high ponytail, swaying with her movements. Dressed in military training attire, her collar was slightly open, and her sleeves were rolled up. "All right, student, please tell us what your performance will be." As she strode confidently into the circle, she casually gestured towards Jiang Qingge with a slight nod, her gaze imbued with a mix of challenge and self-assurance. Upon reaching the center, she placed her hands on her hips and declared loudly, "Instructor, classmates, I will present a martial arts demonstration of Southern Fist." With that, she assumed her stance and bellowed with all her might, "Ha!" This exclamation echoed like a thunderclap, causing the surrounding air to tremble. Before anyone could regain their composure, she followed up with an even more fervent shout, "Hey!" This cry was imbued with tremendous force, sending shivers down the spines of all present, and her commanding presence instantly captivated the crowd. Jiang Qingge couldn't help but marvel. No wonder she was admitted with such high standards. She then executed a swift bow stance punch, her front leg rapidly extending into position, while her right fist surged forward with a fierce cry. Each subsequent move showcased the sharpness and grace of Southern Fist, her stance grounded and unwavering, as if she were rooted to the earth. The surrounding students watched in awe, erupting into enthusiastic applause only after her performance concluded. The instructor could not help but commend, "This studentess Southern Fist is truly impressive. Are there any other students willing to share their talents?" The girl then retreated, throwing a playful glance and a nod towards Jiang Qingge, suggesting he should join in. Chapter 58. How could one refuse the counselor's invitation? "Hey, boss, it seems she is sending you some flirtatious signals." Jiang Jie teased from the side. I reckon she's greeting you. Don't you think you two would make a fine pair? Jiang Qingge rolled his eyes at Yang Jie. Zhang Dali, overhearing the banter, chuckled and playfully nudged Yang Jie. Jiezi, you might be onto something. Her aura definitely complements your strength as a shot put specialist. Why not show off a bit and return the gesture? Yang Jie's face flushed as he mumbled. I can't exactly throw a shot put here, can I? Are you suggesting I perform a brain-splitting act? Just then, the instructor called out again. Is there anyone else willing to showcase their skills? Don't be shy. Our military training isn't just about physical conditioning. We also need to enliven the atmosphere. No sooner had he finished speaking than Zhang Dali suddenly shoved the nearby rapper, saying, Rapper, it's your turn. Didn't you just conquer the whole class with your rap yesterday? Show our squad what you've got. The surrounding students immediately echoed. Yeah, give us a performance. The rapper glanced at the girl in the crowd who was now looking at him expectantly, and he felt inspired. Resolutely, he stood up and walked to the center of the circle. Clearing his throat, he spontaneously crafted a few lines. The rhythm infused with energy, under the blazing sun of military training, wearing camouflage, looking sharp and keen. Marching in step, we stand tall and proud. Our squad radiates a grand aura, loud. With southern fist might shaking the ground, women stand strong, no weakness found. Today we gather, united as one. Let us elevate this atmosphere. Let us have some fun. His impromptu rap was vibrant and lively, cleverly incorporating the girl's martial arts performance, eliciting cheers from the crowd. The girl couldn't help but laugh and applaud, signaling to the rapper with a gesture of approval. The instructor nodded with a smile. Very good. Talented in both academics and martial arts. It seems our squad has hidden gems. Subsequently, the instructor allowed everyone to take a break while he went to consult with the instructor from the adjacent squad. With some idle time on his hands, Jiang Qingge leaned back and picked up his folding phone to scroll through short videos. The heat of the day was beginning to warm the device. As he scrolled, he was taken aback when his counselor, Shi Jiaona, sent him a message. Surprised, he clicked into the chat window to see what the counselor had to say. Shi Jiaona, please keep an eye on things during military training. Report any issues to me. Jiang Qingge, why? Isn't that the class monitor's responsibility? Shi Jiaona, the class monitor is with you, so why don't you run for class monitor yourself? Jiang Qingge, I Shi Jiaona. This isn't a discussion. It's a notification. Please join the two of us for lunch after training. Given the invitation from the stunning beauty, Jiang Qingge found it impossible to decline. Thus he could only accept with composure, since he was already in the messaging interface. He pondered for a moment before sending the same message to Lin Yu and Su Tiantian. How is it going? Is military training tiring? Where are you training? Before long. Lin Yu was the first to reply. Not tiring. There are plenty of girls training on the eastern side of the playground. It seemed she was contemplating something. As there was a pause before she continued, as the evening competition approaches, I am looking forward to attending. Jiang Qingge, upon reading Lin Yu's message, couldn't help but smile. Just as she was about to reply, another message from Su Tiantian arrived. Oh dear, the military training is utterly exhausting. The sun is scorching, and I feel as though I'm about to burst into flames. We're stationed on the east side of the playground, in the same formation as Yaya, though she stands at the front due to her height. Jiang, are you feeling hot? Do you need some water? Tiantian can buy you a drink. Jiang Qingge chuckled and shook her head, replying to Su Tiantian first. Rest assured, I'm not hot at all, so there's no need for you to trouble yourself, Tiantian. She then turned her attention back to Lin Yu. I must tell you, the video you helped me find was incredibly useful. My roommate and I uncovered several flaws in Zhong Xueshan's tactics last night. Later, she inquired whether Gao Jie was participating in the training. Gao Jie mentioned that she had applied for an exemption to care for her mother at the hospital. After sending her messages, Jiang Qingge resumed browsing short videos, contemplating her upcoming meal with the counselor and class monitor. The class monitor's name seemed to be Li Guoyang. If memory serves, he specializes in basketball. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, reading Jiang Qingge's sweet reply, smiled momentarily, but the thought of Tiantian's relationship with Jiang Qingge caused her smile to fade. Unbeknownst to her, Tiantian was also facing away, engaging in an animated chat with Jiang Qingge. Before long, Lin Yu responded, That's great. I'm glad to be of assistance. Do take care during your competition, and be sure not to get injured. Just as Jiang Qingge was about to reply, she suddenly heard Zhang Dali shout, Boss, the instructor is back. Jiang Qingge quickly tucked away her phone, straightened her posture, and awaited the instructor's next command. Upon returning to the formation, the instructor clapped his hands, signaling everyone to assemble. The group swiftly rose to stand in formation. Students, we will now practice the standard marching movements. Everyone stay alert, the instructor proclaimed. Following his command, the group began to practice earnestly. Jiang Qingge stood tall, her movements precise, each step resonating with a powerful rhythm, drawing the attention of several girls nearby. The boss's aura is simply unmatched. Wang Yang whispered, his eyes filled with admiration. Zhang Dali echoed, indeed, the boss excels at everything she does. The training progressed in a tense yet orderly manner, and before they knew it, it was noon. The instructor called out, we'll reconvene at 2:30 p.m. Dismissed. Students began to disperse towards the cafeteria, dormitories, and the west gate. Remembering the counselor's invitation, Jiang Qingge said to Zhang Dali and the others, you all go ahead and eat. The counselor has asked me to join her for a meal. Zhang Dali raised an eyebrow, a knowing smile creeping across his face. Oh, boss, the counselor has invited you to dine alone. That is quite a privilege. Jiang Qingge shot him a glare. Don't think too much of it. I'm going with class monitor Guoyang. She said I should help keep an eye on the military training. Yang Jie chimed in playfully. Well, it seems our boss is set to become the counselor's favorite. Jiang Qingge laughed, shaking her head. After bidding them farewell, she began searching for Li Guoyang among those still in the formation. She had a vague impression of him from when he ran for class monitor. He was approximately 184 to 186 centimeters tall, lean, with relatively small eyes and a decent set of features. Jiang Qingge quickly spotted Li Guoyang amidst the crowd. He was conversing with his classmates and, upon noticing Jiang Qingge approaching, he bade farewell to his friends and walked over. Chapter 59. Jiang Qingge's Subtle Brilliance. Qingge. The place the counselor has invited us to is Shuhan Banquet, just outside the west gate of the school, a few kilometers away. We should take a taxi, Li Guoyang suggested with a smile. Jiang Qingge shook her head, tossing the keys to her Koenigsegg playfully. No need. I have my car. Li Guoyang's eyes widened in surprise at the sight of the Koenigsegg keys in Jiang Qingge's hand, though he quickly composed himself and replied with a smile. Qingge, I didn't realize you were so discreet. Then let us take your car. Upon arriving at the garage, they were greeted by the sight of the stunning Koenigsegg. Li Guoyang couldn't help but exclaim, wow, Qingge, this car is incredible. I've only seen it on short video platforms before. This is my first time seeing a Koenigsegg up close. Jiang Qingge smiled and opened the car door. Once inside, they headed towards Shuhan Banquet. During the drive, Li Guoyang and Jiang Qingge engaged in lively conversation about military training and their visions for the class, enjoying each other's company. In no time, with the Koenigsegg's formidable speed, they arrived at Shuhan Banquet. As they entered the restaurant, they spotted Shurjiana already seated by the window, dressed impeccably in a form-fitting ensemble. She wore a white shirt with a slightly unbuttoned collar, elegantly revealing her delicate collarbone and hinting at a subtle allure. Her black pencil skirt accentuated her slender waist, complemented by black high heels and cascading golden waves of hair. Her makeup was exquisite, with striking red lips exuding mature charm. Upon noticing the two, Shurjiana smiled and waved. Over here, come and sit. Her voice was soft, yet carried a professional warmth. Jiang Qingge and Li Guoyang approached and took their seats. As Jiang Qingge inadvertently placed the Koenigsegg keys on the table, Shurjiana's eyes flickered with surprise and fervor. She glanced at Jiang Qingge's attire and then at the keys, internally acknowledging, it seems he is not just an ordinary affluent heir, but rather one of the elite. If someone dresses well, they might have a bit of money, but if they drive a car worth tens of millions, then they undoubtedly possess formidable wealth. Shurjiana regarded Jiang Qingge with a newfound fervor, her smile broadening. Jiang, the reason I invited you here is to request your assistance in observing the students during military training. Please report any issues to me promptly. Jiang Qingge nodded. Rest assured. Sister Nana, the class monitor, and I will keep a close watch. Li Guoyang, slightly taken aback, quickly chimed in. Yes, Sister Nana. We will certainly take care of the tasks you've assigned. Shurjiana nodded in satisfaction, and soon the waiter began to serve the dishes. An array of exquisite delicacies filled the table, each one a feast for the senses. Just as they were about to dig in, a slightly plump figure with a round face glistening with a sheen of oil approached. His small yet sharp eyes belied his shrewdness. Clad in a well-tailored black suit adorned with an elegant golden lapel pin and polished shoes gleaming, his expression was one of urgency. Having heard from the waiter that Jiang Qingge had entered the restaurant, he rushed outside to the parking lot. Upon spotting the Koenigsegg with a license plate composed entirely of sixes, he dashed over, exclaiming, Mr. Jiang, Mr. Jiang. His speed was akin to a running ball of energy. The tie, once neatly arranged, had become slightly askew during his hurried approach. Coming to a sudden stop in front of Jiang Qingge's table, he panted slightly. Beads of sweat forming on his brow, his tone a mix of urgency and respect. Mr. Jiang, it is truly an honor. Mr. Lin had previously taken the liberty of informing that upon your arrival, arrangements should be made for you in the finest private room, with all expenses charged to his account. Jiang Qingge was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Lin Yang had gone to such lengths. This friend was indeed deserving of deepening ties. He chuckled and waved his hand, saying, there is no need for such trouble. This place is quite satisfactory, and the ambience is pleasant. However, the manager insisted, his face reflecting heightened anxiety. His hands gesticulating urgently in the air. Mr. Jiang, you are far too courteous. Mr. Lin expressly instructed us to ensure the utmost service. Moreover, the best private room is more tranquil and comfortable, facilitating your dining and conversation. Shi Jiaona and Li Guoyang, overhearing their exchange, couldn't help but feel an increased curiosity and admiration for Jiang Qingge. Li Guoyang was especially astonished, realizing that not only did Jiang Qingge drive a luxury vehicle, but he also had significant connections with the restaurant stakeholders. The disparity between individuals was indeed remarkable. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Shi Jiaona's eyes as she smiled and remarked, Jiang, it seems your network is quite extensive. Such a statement promised her the opportunity to capture exquisite photos to embellish her social media later. Seeing that further refusals would be futile, Jiang Qingge nodded. The manager promptly guided them to room 007. Along the way, he enthusiastically introduced the restaurant's signature dishes and services. His steps brisk as he occasionally glanced back at Jiang Qingge, anxious to ensure that nothing was amiss. Upon entering the room, they were greeted by a decor of opulence and elegance, soft lighting, exquisitely arranged tables and chairs, and a beautiful garden view visible through the windows. For Jiang Qingge, this was not his first encounter with such luxury, and it failed to evoke any astonishment. However, it was Li Guoyang and Shi Jiaona's inaugural experience in such a high-end private room. Li Guoyang, being more composed, boldly took out his phone to capture the moment. Shi Jiaona, feeling somewhat self-conscious with both Li Guoyang and the manager present, opted to take a few casual shots, feigning indifference. Once seated, the manager personally arranged their dishes, all of which were the restaurant's signature specialties. Shi Jiaona and Li Guoyang were taken aback by the treatment, their esteem for Jiang Qingge growing even further. Shi Jiaona smiled and said, Jiang, we truly benefit from your presence today. I had no idea you had such impressive acquaintances. Jiang Qingge humbly smiled back. Nana, you are too kind. Lin Yang is my close friend. He is simply hospitable. Let us not stand on ceremony and enjoy this meal to the fullest. Li Guoyang chimed in. Qingge, your connections are truly admirable. I hope you can guide me in the future. Jiang Qingge patted Li Guoyang on the shoulder. Guoyang, we are classmates. It's all about mutual assistance. I will definitely bring you along when opportunities arise. Thus, the three commenced their meal. Shi Jiaona, savoring the delicacies, engaged in conversation with Jiang Qingge and Li Guoyang about military training and class matters. Chapter 60. Shi Jiaona's motives. She occasionally glanced at Jiang Qingge, and beyond the initial professional exchange, there flickered a hint of something more profound in her gaze. During the meal, she casually shared her insights on high-end living, attempting to uncover more common ground with Jiang Qingge. He responded politely, yet his thoughts drifted toward whom he would dine with that evening. He recalled that he had not eaten the bento he had prepared for lunch, and eating alone again felt excessive. Guyuyu. From the conversation, Shi Jiaona discerned that the young man before her was articulate, refined, emotionally intelligent, and driven, far removed from the typical hedonistic second-generation rich. Moreover, through their earlier dialogue, she learned that he planned to open 2 stores in the commercial street outside Ximen, a venture that wouldn't come cheap. Wasn't he precisely her ideal type? Though she was a few years his senior, wasn't it true that young men of his age often favored someone like her? She was mature and captivating. She felt weary of making an effort. The cost of maintaining this curated lifestyle was exorbitant. Her monthly expenses for dining, cosmetics, luxury goods, clothing, shoes, and bags amounted to thousands, not to mention her rent, leaving her with little to no surplus, and at times, even leading to overspending. Thus, she had to resort to using credit to cover her expenses, promising herself to manage tighter the following month. She hailed from a dilapidated village in the mountains of southwestern Sichuan, where getting from the cement road to her home required a trek of several kilometers. When returning home for the new year, she had to worry about her Valentino getting dirty, and eventually, she wised up and switched to wearing Crocs. Upon her first arrival in Chengdu, she fell irrevocably in love with the bustling city. She was determined to disguise herself as a local and vowed to remain there, escaping the painful memories of her family. Every facet of her seemingly refined life was a carefully constructed facade, from her daily attire to the meticulously curated photos on her social media. Yet, this charade could not mask the emptiness she felt within. The more one lacks something, the more they feel compelled to showcase it. During the meal, Shi Jiaona repeatedly excused herself to touch up her makeup, stealthily capturing photos of the exquisite dishes laid before them. She cleverly included her car keys in the frame, captioning it with "Today's small joy," posting it on her social media for just 3 days of visibility. When she saw the likes soar into double digits, a satisfied smile crept across her face. Yet her gaze remained fixated on Jiang Qingge. Nana, That lipstick color complements your complexion beautifully, Jiang Qingge suddenly remarked, pulling Shi Jiaona from her digital reverie. She stammered, hastily closing her compact, her ears flushing. This is a new release from YSL. Quite lovely. Jiang Qingge smiled faintly, resuming his task of peeling shrimp. Shi Jiaona's heart raced. She distinctly noticed Jiang Qingge's gaze linger on her slightly exposed neckline as he spoke, subtly adjusting her posture. She ensured that her curves were accentuated beneath her fitted blouse. Soon, the meal concluded amid each of their concealed intentions. Just then, Jiang Qingge proposed, "I can drive you back." "Oh, that would be too much trouble," Shi Jiaona feigned reluctance, yet her body instinctively rose. As they approached the parking lot, the sound of her high heels echoed rhythmically against the ground. When Jiang Qingge pressed the key, the butterfly doors of the Koenigsegg gracefully ascended, and she could no longer contain her excitement. "Is this car truly yours?" "Yes," Jiang Qingge replied casually. Opening the passenger door, "Nana, please take the front seat." Shi Jiaona, balancing on 10-centimeter heels, slipped into the car, the friction between her hips and the leather seat producing an enticing sound. She inhaled the faint scent of cologne lingering in the vehicle, watching Jiang Qingge's long fingers grip the steering wheel, suddenly feeling parched. "Qingge, I can sit in the back," she offered. Li Guoyang, ever perceptive, anticipated her desire and climbed into the back seat, but as he closed the door, he caught sight of Shi Jiaona discreetly adjusting her bra straps. The moment the car roared to life, Shi Jiaona instinctively grasped the armrest, her ample bosom pressing alluringly against the seatbelt. She noticed that Jiang Qingge's gaze lingered on her for a brief moment, causing her heart to race even faster. "Sister Nana, where do you live?" Jiang Qingge suddenly inquired, his warm breath tantalizingly close. I live." Shi Jiaona abruptly recalled the modest single room she rented near the school, leaving her momentarily speechless. "You should take Li classmate back to school first." Jiang Qingge didn't press further, silently starting the car to escort Li Guoyang back. Throughout the journey, Shi Jiaona was beset by conflicting emotions, torn between her desire to present her best self to Jiang Qingge and her fear that the truth of her humble living situation might be exposed, thus shattering her carefully constructed image. Upon returning to the school and dropping off Li Guoyang, the car was left with only Jiang Qingge and Shi Jiaona, the atmosphere growing ever more delicate. As Shi Jiaona gazed at Jiang Qingge's focused profile while he drove, her heart involuntarily quickened. "He is so handsome," she mused, feigning nonchalance. She pulled out her phone once more, capturing the luxurious interior of the car, deliberately framing the prominent Koenigsegg emblem in her shot. After taking the photo, she swiftly edited her social media post. "Accompanied by luxury cars today, life is full of surprises." Accompanied by several meticulously chosen images, with the close-up of the car emblem particularly eye-catching. After a moment's hesitation, she clicked send. Almost instantly, notifications of likes and comments chimed in. As Shi Jiaona observed her phone screen, a smile crept onto her lips, her eyes brimming with pride. Jiang Qingge noticed her actions and merely smiled faintly, silently tagging Shi Jiaona in his mind. He broke the silence, asking, "Sister Nana, can you now tell me where you live?" Startled, Shi Jiaona bit her lip and replied softly, "I live in a community near the school," called. She uttered the name of the community, inwardly praying that Jiang Qingge would not form any negative impressions of her ordinary residence. Jiang Qingge nodded gently, continuing to drive. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the community Shi Jiaona had mentioned. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she said, "Jiang classmate, thank you so much for today. I truly appreciate you bringing me back." Jiang Qingge smiled, saying, "Sister Nana, you're too kind. It's no trouble at all. You should head back and rest." As Shi Jiaona exited the car and watched Jiang Qingge drive away, her mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. She realized she had developed feelings for him, and it seemed that he harbored some affection for her as well. She resolved to seize this opportunity and to create more chances for them to connect. She had no desire to settle down with those middle-aged, greasy men. Having a handsome student like him at her disposal was far more appealing. After returning to school, Jiang Qingge checked the time, noting that there was still some time before the afternoon military training assembly, so he decided to forego his lunch break. At that moment, he couldn't help but recall Gu Yu's pitiful, adorable expression. He decided to find Gu Yu at the cafeteria, as she should be finishing her shift soon. Carrying the lunch his sister had prepared for him, he arrived at the cafeteria and spotted Gu Yu in a corner, just removing her apron. He approached her and gently tapped her shoulder. "Gu classmate." Startled, Gu Yu instinctively recoiled and then trembled slightly as she turned around. Upon realizing it was Jiang Qingge, the tension in her eyes eased, and she murmured, "Jiang classmate, your clothes are still in the dormitory. Wait, I'll go get them for you." Jiang Qingge waved his hand dismissively, indicating that she shouldn't worry about the clothes, and raised the lunchbox he held, saying, "I didn't come to collect my clothes. I'm here to bring you some food. This is lunch my sister made for me." I didn't have time to eat. And I thought you might not have eaten yet, so I brought it for you. Gu Yuyu hurriedly shook her head, her face reflecting her discomfort. No, that's too much, Jiang classmate. You should keep it for yourself. I can just grab something light from the cafeteria. Hearing Gu Yuyu's fluent Sichuan accent nearly melted his heart. Jiang Qingge pretended to be upset, thrusting the lunchbox into her hands. If you refuse, it would be like slighting me. Consider this my way of thanking you for washing my clothes. Besides, there is too much for me to eat alone. It would be a shame to waste it. Gu Yuyu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately accepted the lunchbox, cradling it in her arms as she spoke with a hint of gratitude and a quiver in her voice. Then thank you, Jiang classmate. Jiang Qingge looked at Gu Yuyu's endearing demeanor, filled with affection as he said softly, why be so polite with me? You've already helped me wash my clothes. So hurry up and try it. If it doesn't suit your taste, let me know. Gu Yuyu gently opened the lunchbox, and the exquisite dishes inside immediately released a tantalizing aroma, causing her to widen her eyes in surprise. She quickly closed the lunchbox and pushed it back, shaking her head. Jiang classmate, these look so expensive. I can't accept them. And don't use my washing your clothes as a reason to thank me. It was my responsibility since I got your clothes dirty. Jiang Qingge observed Gu Yuyu's resolute expression and did not give up. He once again extended the lunchbox toward her, his gaze earnest. Gu classmate, please don't think of this as something extravagant. Although these dishes appear refined, they are merely home-cooked meals, and my sister didn't put in much effort. If you don't eat, it will go to waste, which would be such a pity. Gu Yuyu bit her lip, her eyes filled with conflict. She truly did not wish to accept such a lavish meal from Jiang Qingge without reason. Yet his sincere demeanor made her waver. Seeing her indecision, Jiang Qingge quickly proposed, let us do it this way, Gu classmate. Consider it a favor. I have a basketball game tonight, and the portions for lunch and dinner are too large for me to finish alone. Eating too much might make me uncomfortable during the game. If you help me share some, it will be like cheering for me in the match. What do you think? This way, my sister won't say I wasted food. Gu Yuyu looked up at Jiang Qingge, a hint of concern flickering in her eyes. Jiang classmate, do you really have a game tonight? What if you don't have the energy because you didn't eat these dishes? Jiang Qingge nodded with a smile, assuring her, I do have a game. Why would I lie to you? Besides, I had a little something to tide me over at lunch, so it won't affect my performance. If you really feel guilty, just come to the basketball court tonight to cheer for me. That should be enough, right? After pondering for a moment, Gu Yuyu realized that Jiang Qingge's reasoning was sound, and she genuinely wanted to do something for him, especially since she had dirtied his expensive clothing, which she heard from her roommate cost several thousand. The thought had nearly made her faint at the time. Finally, she let out a soft sigh, accepted the lunchbox again, and said quietly, all right then, thank you, Jiang classmate. I will definitely come to cheer for you tonight. Seeing Gu Yuyu finally accept the lunchbox, Jiang Qingge's face broke into a grateful smile. That's more like it. Now eat up, don't let it get cold. By the way, how do you feel about military training today? Are you tired? Gu Yuyu opened her lunchbox while responding, I'm not tired. I often help my grandmother with farm work at home, so the intensity of this military training feels quite manageable for me. Jiang Qingge furrowed her brow slightly and inquired with concern, farm work is quite laborious. By the way, what about your parents? At once, Gu Yuyu's gaze dimmed, and her voice turned somber. My mother left when I was very young, and my father later committed suicide by drinking pesticide. My grandfather, distressed by my father's situation, died from anger. Now, it's just my grandmother and me relying on each other. As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Jiang Qingge felt a sharp pang in her heart, her pity for Gu Yuyu deepening. She gently offered consolation, Yuyu, don't be too sad. Let the past remain in the past. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to talk to me. I will certainly help if I can. You are so strong. Your future will undoubtedly be brighter. Gu Yuyu nodded slightly, suppressing her tears, and softly replied, thank you, Jiang classmate. Honestly, I am already quite content being able to work and study at school. It at least alleviates some of my grandmother's burdens. Jiang Qingge regarded Gu Yuyu earnestly, stating, you truly are understanding and diligent. But you must know, you deserve a better life. If you have any dreams, pursue them without hesitation. Do not give up because of the challenges before you. Gu Yuyu lifted her head, a flicker of light igniting in her eyes as she declared, I want to study diligently, find a good job in the future, and live a good life with my grandmother. Chapter 62. You've provoked me. Prepare for the consequences. My high school homeroom teacher emphasized the importance of studying diligently and the necessity of pursuing postgraduate studies, insisting that only knowledge can alter one's fate. Yet sometimes, I cannot shake the feeling of trepidation, uncertain if I am capable of achieving such aspirations. Jiang Qingge encouraged, you absolutely can. As long as you persevere. If there is anything you don't understand, you can ask your teachers or classmates, including me. I will certainly assist you. Gu Yuyu gazed at Jiang Qingge with gratitude, saying, Jiang classmate, you are truly kind. Since entering university, no one has ever spoken to me in such a manner. I feel even more motivated now. Jiang Qingge smiled and said, that is wonderful. Now, eat up, your food is getting cold. Afterward, make sure to rest well. We have military training again in the afternoon. Gu Yuyu softly acknowledged and began to eat the food from her lunchbox. Jiang Qingge sat beside her, watching her eat, silently resolving to help this strong yet pitiable girl more in the future. After finishing her meal, Gu Yuyu sighed contentedly, remarking, Jiang classmate, your sister is an excellent cook. I've never had such delicious food before. Jiang Qingge chuckled, I'm glad you enjoyed it. If there's another opportunity, I'll ask my sister to cook for you again. By the way, remember to cheer for me tonight. Gu Yuyu nodded earnestly, saying, I will definitely be there. Jiang classmate, you must also give it your all. I believe you can win. Jiang Qingge stood up, saying, great. With your words, I feel even more confident. You rest for now. I have a few things to attend to. Gu Yuyu watched Jiang Qingge's departing figure, a warm current surging within her. This kind boy shone like a beacon of light into her previously dreary existence. Just as Gu Yuyu was lost in her thoughts, Jiang Qingge returned, handing back the clothes she had lent him yesterday, smiling, Gu classmate, the clothes are washed, thank you. Gu Yuyu accepted the garment, her cheeks slightly flushed, murmuring, you're welcome, I'll return your clothes tonight. No rush, you can give them to me whenever you like. Jiang Qingge waved his hand with a smile. At that moment, Zhong Xueshan and his teammates entered the cafeteria, chatting and laughing, evidently just finished with their training. Zhong Xueshan quickly spotted Jiang Qingge and Gu Yuyu. Initially taken aback, but then a malicious smile crept onto his face as he raised his voice intentionally. Oh, I sent this the freshman who claimed he would crush me? What's this, enjoying a lovely chat with this young beauty? I wonder how Lin Yu would feel about this. Jiang Qingge frowned, stepping protectively in front of Gu Yuyu, coldly stating, Zhong Xueshan, mind your words. Unfazed, Zhong Xueshan continued provocatively, what's wrong? Upset because I hit the nail on the head, but that's understandable. If Lin Yu finds out, she will surely leave you. A glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes as he could hardly wait to relay this information to Lin Yu. Nevertheless, he restrained himself, planning to reveal the truth after defeating Jiang Qingge on the court later that evening, exposing that Lin Yu's little pretty boy was spending her money on other women. His teammates erupted in laughter, the atmosphere suddenly charged with tension. Jiang Qingge struggled to contain his anger, fixing Zhong Xueshan with a cold glare, enunciating each word, Zhong Xueshan. Watch your mouth. Yet Zhong Xueshan persisted, stepping forward and feigning surprise. What's this, still trying to act tough? Wait until I knock you down tonight. Let us see how arrogant you remain. And you, Junior, associating with someone like him has no future. He might not even be able to take care of himself. With that, he cast a malicious glance at Gu Yuyu. Anger and urgency welled up within Gu Yuyu. She could no longer tolerate Zhong Xueshan's humiliation of Jiang Qingge. She stepped forward, pushing Zhong Xueshan with all her might, exclaiming, you shall not bully him. However, her slight frame could not budge the robust Zhong Xueshan, who merely rebounded from her push, causing her to stumble back a few steps. Ouch! Jiang Qingge, quick to react, wrapped his arms around Gu Yuyu. His eyes filled with tenderness and concern. He shielded her protectively, as if to guard her against all harm. In that moment, a torrent of rage surged within Jiang Qingge, accompanied by an overwhelming instinct to protect. Leaning against Jiang Qingge's embrace, Gu Yuyu's heart raced. The recent confrontation left her both startled and frightened. Yet the warmth and strength of Jiang Qingge's arms enveloped her in an unshakable sense of security. Gratitude and reliance for Jiang Qingge swelled within her, accompanied by feelings of helplessness and guilt. She lifted her gaze to meet Jiang Qingge's eyes, tears shimmering as she softly murmured, Jiang classmate. Jiang Qingge looked down at Gu Yuyu, gently patting her back, softly reassuring, don't be afraid. I'm here. His voice was tender yet resolute, as if imparting a sense of calm to Gu Yuyu. He then turned his steely gaze back to Zhong Xueshan, his eyes sharp as blades, and in an instant, he lunged forward, his form akin to lightning, delivering a punch that struck Zhong Xueshan squarely in the chest with a resounding thud. This blow encapsulated all his disdain and fury towards Zhong Xueshan, and with a loud thump, Zhong Xueshan had no time to react, sent soaring backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing to the ground with a pained cry. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhong Xueshan's teammates were momentarily taken aback before promptly surrounding Jiang Qingge. One particularly burly teammate with dyed yellow hair pointed a finger menacingly at Jiang Qingge's nose, threatening, how dare you strike someone in the cafeteria? This constitutes a brawl. Prepare yourself for school disciplinary action. Jiang Qingge cast a cold glance around the group, his eyes betraying no hint of fear. With a slight lift of his chin, he declared loudly, It was he who continually provoked and humiliated me and his classmate. I can no longer endure it. Even if the King of Heaven were to appear today, I would not feel I am in the wrong. At that moment, Gu Yuyu stood behind Jiang Qingge, her heart racing with a mix of astonishment and trepidation. Jiang Qingge's powerful punch had left her in shock, and she felt an acute concern for the troubles he was about to face. Gripping the hem of Jiang Qingge's shirt tightly, she spoke with a tremor in her voice. Classmate Jiang, what? What should we do? Chapter 63. Writing a reflection. Jiang Qingge turned to glance at Gu Yuyu, his expression softening as he gently reassured her. Do not fear, I will ensure you are not implicated. This matter lies solely between me and them. As the standoff persisted, a crowd of onlookers had gathered, murmuring amongst themselves. Some whispered, it seems he provoked first. That classmate was merely pushed to the brink. Others expressed concern, saying, regardless, fighting in the cafeteria is wrong. This could lead to trouble. Zhong Xueshan struggled to rise from the floor, clutching his chest. His face contorted in pain and fury as he glared at Jiang Qingge and spat. Very well, you have guts. This matter is far from over. Brace yourself for the repercussions of your impulsiveness. Unyielding, Jiang Qingge met Zhong Xueshan's gaze, responding resolutely, I await you. Let us see what you can do to me. But remember, do not use your filthy words and actions to harm others in the future. At that moment, the cafeteria supervisor hurried over, raising his voice. What is going on here? Stop it. Follow me to the office for clarification. The confrontation momentarily ceased as the supervisor led them away to the office. Upon arriving at the office, the supervisor sat behind the desk, regarding everyone with a serious expression as he inquired, what transpired? Who initiated the conflict? Zhong Xueshan was quick to respond, Sir, he struck me first. We were merely passing by when he suddenly attacked. Jiang Qingge frowned, preparing to counter, but Gu Yuyu, mustering her courage, interjected loudly, Sir, that's not how it happened. Zhong Xueshan insulted both Jiang classmate and me repeatedly. And it was only after enduring his humiliation that Jiang classmate retaliated. The supervisor furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Jiang Qingge and Zhong Xueshan. Regardless of the circumstances, fighting in the cafeteria is a violation of school rules. You both must take responsibility for your actions. Return and write a reflection. Submit it to me tomorrow, and I will assess the situation further. The supervisor adopted a pragmatic approach, aiming to minimize the issue. After all, disciplinary actions required extensive reporting, which was cumbersome. Both parties bore some fault, and a written reflection would suffice to appease the matter. Jiang Qingge and Zhong Xueshan had no choice but to exit the office. Once outside, Jiang Qingge reassured Gu Yuyu, do not worry about today, I will handle it. You should return to the dormitory and rest. Do not let this affect your mood. Gu Yuyu looked at Jiang Qingge with concern, saying, Classmate Jiang, it's all because of me that you. Jiang Qingge smiled. It has nothing to do with you. Zhong Xueshan brought this upon himself. Now go back, and remember to come watch my match tonight. Gu Yuyu nodded earnestly, yes. I will definitely be there. Please be careful during the match. As she walked away, Jiang Qingge clenched his fists in determination. Damn it. If I don't make him regret it tonight, I won't be surnamed Jiang. Meanwhile, Zhong Xueshan and his teammates were whispering among themselves. Zhong Xueshan gritted his teeth. This little brat dared to hit me. In tonight's match, I will ensure he pays. Get ready, everyone. I want all of you to rally support for me. I will make him lose in utter disgrace. Returning to the dormitory, Zhang Dali and the others exchanged knowing glances, grinning mischievously. Jiang Qingge rolled his eyes, unwilling to explain himself. It was merely a meal with the counselor, yet they chose to concoct their own narratives. He lay on his bed, deciding to take a short nap. Ding ling ling, ding ling ling. Jiang Qingge was jolted awake by the shrill ringing, his head buzzing with irritation. At that moment, Zhang Dali bellowed angrily, damn it, it's deafening. Yang Jie, you fool, if you dare use that wretched ringtone again, I will throw your phone out the window. That sound is more terrifying than an air raid siren. During nap time, you might give someone a heart attack. As Jiang Qingge rubbed his sleepy eyes, he internally lamented. This ringtone is truly torturous, erupting without warning like an air raid alert. Unlike my own, which is melodious and soothing. Now that is how a ringtone should sound. Unlike Yang Jie's choice, which is the true culprit of ruining the afternoon's tranquility. Despite his annoyance, Jiang Qingge sighed and sat up, checking the time. He realized it was nearly time to gather. The group quickly tidied their attire and made their way to the assembly point. Along the way, Zhang Dali could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, Boss, what did you and the counselor talk about during lunch? You seem a bit off. Jiang Qingge shot him a sidelong glance, replying, what could we discuss? Just that I and the class monitor should keep an eye on the military training. As for my mood, it's because I ran into that idiot Zhong Xueshan in the cafeteria. He was looking for trouble. Upon hearing this, the others were incensed. Wang Yang exclaimed, Zhong Xueshan is utterly outrageous. Always picking on you. Does he think we're easy to bully? Jiang Qingge shook his head, muttering, damn it. If it comes to it, we could just call some martial arts students to deal with that bastard. Jiang Qingge sneered, during tonight's basketball game. I will make him understand the consequences of provoking the wrong person. Suddenly, Zhang Dali shouted, hey guys, look. It's that fierce girl from the morning boxing demonstration. Wang Yang chimed in, Yang Jia, your girlfriend. Yang Jia stammered, Jiang Qingge facepalmed, feeling exasperated as he observed his 3 foolish roommates. The group turned to follow Zhang Dali's pointing finger, and indeed, it was the girl from this morning's demonstration. She was walking with several other girls, laughing and chatting. And she caught sight of Jiang Qingge and his friends. Her eyes lit up as she approached them, cheerfully greeting, hi there. How did you think my punches went this morning? Yang Jie's face flushed crimson as he stuttered, well, it was okay, I guess. The girl feigned annoyance, placing her hands on her hips and saying, what do you mean by not bad? I have truly exerted all my efforts. Oh dear, we are almost late. Let us hasten to the assembly. Zhang Dali nodded eagerly. Indeed, let us hurry, lest we arrive tardy. As they walked and chatted, they soon reached the gathering point for the formation. By this time, the students in the formation were nearly assembled, and the instructor was organizing them. Upon seeing their arrival, the instructor called out, quickly return to your ranks. Chapter 64, Live Broadcast of Military Training featuring Beautiful Women. Jiang Qingge and his companions hurried over, swiftly integrating into the ranks. The instructor, with a serious demeanor, surveyed the group and declared loudly, students. This afternoon's training task remains the reinforcement practice of the slow marches, decomposed movements. Everyone must concentrate and execute the actions correctly. At the command of the instructor, the students began to train earnestly. Jiang Qingge stood tall, executing each movement with precision and strength, becoming the focal point of the formation, attracting admiring glances from numerous girls. Many students secretly admired him, striving to emulate his form and adjust their own movements. During the training, Yang Jie, lost in thought, made an error in his actions and was called out by the instructor for criticism. He felt a twinge of frustration and lowered his head to rectify his mistake. Noticing this, a spirited girl approached him during a break, offering encouragement. Don't be disheartened. It's just a minor slip-up. Just pay attention next time. You've performed wonderfully before. Yang Jie glanced at her gratefully and nodded. Meanwhile, Jiang Qingge took the opportunity to open a short video platform to scroll through videos. The moment he opened it, he was presented with a clip about coercive vehicle inspections. Jiang Qingge scoffed at such behavior, deeming it a misuse of power to harm the public. If one possesses such authority, it would be far better to enhance oneself. Otherwise, one might as well be perceived as a tyrant. He continued to scroll, and the next video was a crash test between a family electric vehicle and a truck. Jiang Qingge had a penchant for watching such electronic duels. He was certain that the family electric vehicle would be utterly crushed. However, the outcome was far beyond Jiang Qingge's expectations. He watched as the family electric vehicle sustained severe front-end damage from the collision. However, surprisingly, the overall frame remained relatively intact. The data from the crash test dummies inside indicated that, despite the violent impact, a certain degree of safety was still afforded to the occupants. Soon, the internet erupted with reactions. Many netizens marveled. Wow, I didn't expect this car to be so impressive. The frame remains intact after such a collision. Its safety seems quite commendable. Yet, numerous others raised doubts. Could this have been pre-designed? How could an 8-ton truck possibly fail to overpower a 2.6-ton electric vehicle? This defies the laws of physics. Some netizens humorously remarked, did the truck skip breakfast? How could it crash like that, haha? In response to the official account of the truck, a plethora of comments flooded in, with some demanding, you need to explain this. Is your vehicle's quality subpar? The truck's official account retorted, we were also misled. This test has issues. A discerning person can easily see the deception. Jiang Qingge found himself speechless. Some automotive companies were simply overhyping their products, treating the public as fools. Anyone with a modicum of physics knowledge would recognize that such a collision outcome was indeed an affront to common sense. In today's world, numerous industries resort to sensationalism to capture attention and compete for market share, resulting in a plethora of misleading advertising, often leaving consumers misled without their knowledge. In this era of information overload, acquiring information is easy, yet discerning its authenticity is increasingly challenging. Jiang Qingge continued to scroll through videos, and the next one featured an elderly man from the Central Plains harvesting wheat. The sun had darkened his skin, and sweat streamed down his face. With the title reading, the price of a bottle of grain is less than that of a bottle of water. The comments section erupted with responses. By this calculation, 10,000 pounds of grain can only buy an iPhone. iPhones are so expensive. I'm speechless. I suggest they lower their prices. A chorus of agreement followed. Why should a brand charge such exorbitant prices? Plus, There's the risk of them surveilling our information. A netizen replied, I don't know if £10,000 can buy an iPhone, but £30,000 might not even be enough for a folding phone. If their own brand's phones are so pricey, doesn't that clearly exploit their own people? Another user angrily retorted, that's a self-developed chip. Does research not incur costs? Can't you support your own brand? At first glance, this statement seemed reasonable, yet many astute netizens replied, to hell with that. Their research is none of my concern. With my limited funds, I will certainly choose the option with better cost-effectiveness. If they incur costs in research, do foreign brands not incur costs as well? Are they just exploiting us? Moreover, their salaries are significantly higher than ours. Isn't that a cost? If they can sell it at that price, why can't the folding phone be priced similarly? Indeed, they are just draining the hard-earned money of our own people. After 2 years of paying for a plan, I still ended up switching back to an iPhone. This netizen was clearly exasperated, exclaiming, yes, yes, yes. A bunch of foreign worshippers. It's because of people like you that our homegrown brands struggle to gain a foothold in the world. Jiang Qingge, observing these comments, felt a deep sense of reflection. In today's society, on one hand, farmers toil diligently, yet the price of grain remains stagnant, leaving their lives arduous. On the other hand, technology products are priced exorbitantly, forcing ordinary people to weigh their purchases carefully. He couldn't resist responding in the comment section. Grain is the foundation of people's livelihoods. We must not let the hard work of our farmers go to waste. We must prioritize agricultural development and increase farmers' incomes. As for technology products, supporting domestic brands is commendable. But companies must also consider consumers' financial capacities and set reasonable prices for sustainable growth. As soon as he posted this balanced perspective, it quickly garnered numerous likes and new comments. He continued scrolling, and the next video featured a girl in camouflage military training attire, live streaming under the scorching sun. The girl wore a radiant smile, her voice clear and vibrant. Hey, everyone. Today is military training day. Look behind me. All my classmates are training. Aren't they full of energy? The live chat was alive with comments, with many teasing and asking about amusing military training anecdotes. Jiang Qingge was taken aback. He hadn't expected to stumble upon a military training live broadcast. Intrigued, he continued to watch, noticing the girl weaving through the crowd, frequently interacting with her classmates. Suddenly, he realized, wait, isn't that from our school? What a coincidence. She won't come to interview me, will she? Abruptly, the camera panned to Jiang Qingge's formation, and the girl's eyes lit up as she headed straight towards him, causing him to hurriedly tuck his folding phone into his pocket. Chapter 65. Furiously spending over 10,000 yuan, you go snatch the microphone from the chief instructor. Classmate, you stand so tall, and your movements are so precise. Have you performed exceptionally well during training? The girl directed her phone's camera at Jiang Qingge, smiling as she inquired. Jiang Qingge was momentarily taken aback, silently marveling. I truly guessed correctly. A faint smile graced his lips as he replied politely, it's all good. Everyone is putting in considerable effort. In the live stream, the barrage of comments surged. Wow, this young man is so handsome. Please share your WeChat. Among the comments, some took a more risky turn. Hey, do you have a girlfriend? Do you prefer mature women? With that physique, you must be quite vigorous at night. Upon seeing these comments, Jiang Qingge chuckled awkwardly and half-jokingly remarked, vigorous? Why not give it a try and find out? Some comments erupted with fervor. Wow, streamer. You should definitely go and see if he is as vigorous as he seems. Send some gifts. The female streamer was momentarily stunned. She smiled awkwardly, attempting to steer the conversation back to civility. All right, everyone, let us keep our comments appropriate while watching the stream. Yet, the crude remarks continued to flood in. Hence, she hurriedly moved away, avoiding the camera's focus on Jiang Qingge, knowing that if the stream were to get banned, it would spell disaster for her. Once the female streamer had departed, Jiang Qingge breathed a sigh of relief. He retrieved his folding fan and re-entered her live stream, only to discover that her stream was titled Mian. Instantly, a mischievous thought surged within him, and he typed in the comments, Mian, those comments earlier were quite excessive. You must address them to improve the atmosphere of the stream. Also, just watching military training can be a tad monotonous. Why not showcase some talents? After sending that comment, he continued to observe the live stream, curious about Mian's response. Mian, noticing Jiang Qingge's comment, promptly replied, this user is absolutely right. We are all civilized individuals here. Our stream should promote a positive vibe. If inappropriate comments persist, I may have to mute some of you. As for talents, well, dear brother, you, with your level 58 account, might consider showing some generosity with gifts, and I would delight everyone with a performance. Mian thought to herself that it was likely just a plea for some ordinary gifts to enliven the stream's atmosphere. Seeing Mian's response, Jiang Qingge couldn't help but smile slightly. Without hesitation, he clicked the screen and 100 carnival effects exploded in the live stream. Carnival 1, Carnival 10, Carnival 100. The entire live stream was engulfed in dazzling effects, and the audience erupted in awe. Wow, brother, how impressive. This is extravagant. Streamer, perform quickly, perform. The comments surged like a tidal wave. Mian was taken aback by this spectacle. She had never anticipated Jiang Qingge's generosity. At that moment, she began calculating. 1 gift is worth 3,000. 10 gifts are 30,000. 100 gifts are 300,000? Wouldn't that mean a net gain of 150,000 for me? My goodness, that's enough to cover my living expenses for 4 years of college. After a brief moment of astonishment, she excitedly exclaimed, "Thank you immensely for your generous support, dear brother. What gift would you like to see?" Mian doesn't engage in illegal activities, but you can assign me tasks. Mian's voice trembled with excitement. She had not anticipated such a delightful surprise from a casual suggestion. Jiang Qingge, observing her elation on the screen, slowly typed a message. "Go to the playground. The formations there are the most impressive. It's currently break time. So seize the head instructor's microphone and sing Green Flower in the army in front of your classmates and instructors." The live stream audience erupted with enthusiasm upon reading this comment. Wow. This request is quite unique. Streamer, please agree. We would love to see that. Wow. Brother, do you want the streamer to face humiliation? How outrageous, but we love it. Do wealthy individuals really enjoy this sort of thing? Mian paused upon seeing Jiang Qingge's comment. Although Green Flower in the army is a classic, singing it in front of classmates and instructors would indeed be somewhat embarrassing. She feared that by the afternoon, her classmates and instructors would have already boarded the high-speed train. Yet, considering the substantial gifts at stake, she gritted her teeth and said, "All right, dear brother. Since you've suggested it, Mian will go for it." With that, Mian took a deep breath and walked towards the playground, her heart racing with excitement over the bountiful gains from this live stream, while simultaneously feeling nervous about the awkward situation she was about to face. Before long, she arrived at the playground, bustling with students in military training uniforms. While instructors took a moment to rest, taking a deep breath, Mian approached the chief instructor with a bright smile. "Hello, instructor. I see everyone has been working hard in military training, so I'd like to volunteer to perform a talent for everyone. Would it be possible to borrow the microphone?" The chief instructor sized her up, noting her sincerity, and glanced at the curious and expectant faces of the students. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded and handed her the microphone, advising, "Be mindful of the time. Don't disrupt the subsequent training." Gratefully accepting the microphone, Mian turned to face the crowd. Her voice clear and resonant. "Dear classmates and instructors, I will now present a talent performance." With that, she signaled a nearby classmate to play the music. As the familiar prelude of Green Flower in the army began to play, the chief instructor was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected this song. A complex emotion surged within him, and he instinctively wanted to intervene, yet Mian's heartfelt singing had already begun to resonate. The cold wind blows, and the leaves fall. The army is a green flower. The song seemed to carry a magical quality, instantly enveloping the playground and gripping everyone's hearts, making any intervention too late. That gentle yet passionate melody wafted like a soft breeze, quietly entering each person's heart. The students, upon hearing the song, felt as if they were being drawn back to their hometowns by an invisible hand. The faces of their loved ones appeared before them, their eyes welling with tears, filled with longing for home and family, many unable to suppress their quiet sobs. For the instructors, who had endured years in military service, hearing this song stirred profound waves of emotion within them. This song encapsulated countless memories, the fervor of joining the military, the resilience during arduous training, and the deep camaraderie shared with fellow soldiers. As Jiang Qingge sat beneath the basketball shed, he too was deeply moved by the song. Memories long buried within him resurfaced, evoking a torrent of emotions. Surrounding students stood quietly, their eyes reflecting the impact of the performance. Some softly hummed along, seemingly wishing to respond to the heartfelt melody in kind. As the final notes faded, silence enveloped the playground for a moment, everyone seemingly lost in the profound emotional atmosphere. Suddenly, thunderous applause erupted, reverberating through the air above the playground. Mian smiled shyly, addressing the microphone with a gentle tone. "Thank you all for listening. I hope this song brings you a moment of warmth." The chief instructor stepped forward, a hint of nostalgia in his gaze as he lightly patted Mian's shoulder, saying, "You sang beautifully, but there won't be in next time." Mian nodded eagerly, returning the microphone to the chief instructor, expressing her gratitude once more, and then, feeling a sense of relief after her initial nervousness, hurriedly left the playground. Upon returning to the live streaming studio, Mian's face was a tapestry of excitement and anxiety. Meanwhile, the barrage of comments in the chat room surged like a tidal wave. "Wow, The host is incredible, she actually sang. This song immediately elevated the atmosphere. I almost cried along. What a splendid arrangement. I never expected such a captivating scene. The host certainly struck gold, gaining immense popularity. Who is this benefactor? Their generosity is astonishing. I hereby declare myself a fan of this benefactor. They know how to have fun. The host should cling tightly to this benefactor. There might be even more thrilling tasks ahead. This military training live stream has taken on profound significance thanks to this song. Hail to the benefactor. We hope for more intriguing arrangements. As Mian read through these comments, a radiant smile spread across her face. She addressed the camera, saying, "Thank you all for your support. Today, I owe it all to this benefactor for allowing me to present such an unforgettable moment. I hope you stay tuned for more excitement ahead." At that moment, Jiang Qingge observed the rolling comments on the screen, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he found the live stream growing increasingly engaging. He typed in the chat, "The host performed admirably. Would you dare to take on another task? If you accept this one, I shall shower you with 100 carnivals." Instantly, this comment ignited a new wave of discussion, with everyone speculating about what novel task Jiang Qingge would assign Mian next. Upon seeing this message, Mian's heart raced. The allure of 100 carnivals was simply too great. She could practically embrace a life of leisure. Gritting her teeth, she replied, "Benefactor, please go ahead. As long as it's not illegal, Mian will definitely accept." Jiang Qingge read Mian's reply, a glint of mischief flashing in his eyes. His fingers danced across the screen as he typed, "Go back to the playground, find the chief instructor, borrow the microphone, and sing Camel Bell in front of everyone." The viewers in the live stream erupted with excitement upon reading this comment. Wow, the benefactor is stirring things up again. I can't wait. Another song? I wonder if the host can elevate the atmosphere once more. Go host. I'm eager to see what happens next. Mian felt a surge of exhilaration at Jiang Qingge's comment, but the chief instructor's earlier warning about no next time lingered in her mind, sowing seeds of hesitation. Yet, driven by the lure of the promised 100 carnivals, she steeled herself and declared to the camera, "Benefactor, since you're so sincere, I shall give it another go. But you must ensure that my venture isn't in vain. You must keep your promise." Taking a deep breath, Mian turned and made her way back to the playground. The students and instructors remained immersed in the lingering emotions evoked by military green flower. When they saw Mian return, expressions of surprise flickered across their faces. Mian mustered her courage and approached the chief instructor once more, her face adorned with a smile meant to appease. Dear instructor, I sincerely apologize for bothering you again. It seems everyone is still caught up in the atmosphere, and I have a particularly fitting song I would like to perform for everyone. What do you think?" The chief instructor furrowed his brow, poised to decline, but upon noticing the eager anticipation in the eyes of many students, he hesitated before nodding, albeit sternly admonishing. "As long as it's not military green flower, and once you finish, that's it. Rest time is almost over." Mian nodded fervently in gratitude, and quickly signaled for the music of Camel Bell to be played. The familiar melody filled the air as Mian sang with heartfelt emotion, sending off comrades, embarking on a journey, silently shedding tears. The sound of camel bells ringing in my ears. The chief instructor paused, a peculiar expression crossing his face as he regarded Mian, muttering under his breath, "You little girl. Though you may be young, your cunning is remarkable." So, this was directed at me. The song reverberated across the playground, stirring deep emotions within everyone present. The students seemed to envision a farewell scene, filled with reluctance and sentiment. The instructors were equally moved. Recalling their own military days and the poignant moments of parting with comrades, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. Jiang Qingge, listening to Mian's song from the basketball pavilion, found his thoughts drifting. He reminisced about the moments of departure from home, with friends and parents, overwhelmed by emotion. As the song concluded, silence enveloped the playground for a brief moment before erupting into an even more fervent applause than before. Everyone raised their thumbs in approval towards Mian, and even the chief instructor could not help but smile in appreciation. Mian, slightly bashful, addressed the microphone once more. "Thank you for your attentive listening. I hope this song leaves you with beautiful memories." With that, she returned the microphone to the chief instructor, expressed her gratitude again, and hurriedly exited the playground. In the live streaming room, the comments had spiraled into near chaos. "Wow, the host is amazing. She actually went to sing again. The benefactor is a genius. This arrangement is simply divine. The host has truly struck gold, reaping both popularity and gifts. Who exactly is this benefactor? Their generosity is beyond comprehension." With the host and benefactor locked in, we can only await your spectacular performances. It feels like this live stream will be etched into the annals of military training history. Benefactor, please issue another task. We can hardly contain our excitement. Mian, her face flushed with excitement as she read the barrage of comments. Addressed the camera with fervor. Thank you for the benefactor's support, and thank you to all the lovely viewers for your company. Today has been exhilarating. I hope you stay tuned to see what other marvelous tasks the benefactor has in store. Jiang Qingge, observing the rolling comments on the screen, smiled as he slowly typed in the chat. The host certainly did not disappoint. Here comes the 100 carnivals. With that, he clicked on the screen, and a dazzling display of carnival effects burst forth in the live stream. Jiang Qingge, sending carnivals from Yin. Jiang Qingge, sending 10 carnivals from Yin. Jiang Qingge, sending 100 carnivals from Yin. The entire live streaming room was instantly engulfed in cheers and gasps of astonishment, all captivated by Jiang Qingge's generosity. Yin was so overwhelmed that she stumbled over her words, repeatedly thanking Jiang Qingge through the camera. Everyone waited in anticipation for Jiang Qingge to continue assigning tasks to Yin. But after a long pause, he remained silent. Finally, one viewer checked the leaderboard and discovered that Jiang Qingge had already left. Host, your benefactor has departed. Don't wait any longer. Upon hearing this, Yin couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. However, reflecting on the day's abundant gains, she found a sense of fulfillment. 300,000. She could indulge herself splendidly. She adjusted her emotions and addressed the camera, saying, although my elder brother has departed, I am immensely grateful to him today, as well as to all my beloved supporters who have stood by me. This live broadcast became extraordinarily vibrant thanks to my brother, and I hope everyone will continue to lend their support to my streams. The viewers in the live chat eagerly suggested that she showcase more of her talents to enliven the atmosphere further. Yin smiled and nodded, saying, all right then. Let me perform a dance for everyone as a token of my gratitude for your support today. With that, she selected an upbeat song and began to dance gracefully before the camera. As for Jiang Qingge's absence from the live session, it was merely due to the conclusion of a break, signaling the resumption of training. After an afternoon of intensive training, the students exhibited a notable enhancement in their marching skills. The instructor surveyed the neatly aligned formation with satisfaction, nodding and proclaiming, you all performed admirably today. Keep up the excellent work. At last, after another hour and a half of training, the afternoon military exercise finally came to an end. Since everyone had concluded their training simultaneously, Lin Yu and Su Tiantian sent messages to Jiang Qingge at the same time. Lin Yu inquired, how's the preparation going? Are you feeling confident? Shall we meet shortly? Su Tiantian cheerfully urged, Jiang Ge, you can do it. You must defeat that foolish Zhong Xueshan. I believe in you. Gu Yu's message arrived a tad later, and Jiang Qingge speculated that it might be due to her phone. Gu Yu wrote, Jiang classmate, I've brought you some clothes. I'm waiting for you downstairs at your dorm. Please come down to collect them. Jiang Qingge felt his phone vibrate and opened it to find a notification from the system bank, account ending in 8888, on September 22nd at 1535. Received 100-fold feedback of 60,000,000,000 yuan. Balance, 10, 183, 102, 104, 408 yuan. System bank. Furthermore, his short video account had reached level 60. He first replied to Gu Yu, asking her to wait a moment. Jiang Qingge typed, please hold on a moment. I just finished training and may need a bit of time. He then responded to Su Tiantian, assuring her, yes, I will definitely defeat Zhong Xueshan. Just come over with Lin Yu tonight to cheer for me. Lastly, he decided to inform Lin Yu about the incident that occurred during lunch with Zhong Xueshan at the cafeteria, so she could comprehend the extent of his efforts for her. However, he knew he would need to edit the details. He couldn't simply relay the events as they were. They say that a crying child will receive milk. And he felt it was time to express some grievances. Jiang Qingge replied, I am confident. Zhong Xueshan is merely a minor obstacle. However, during lunch, he and the basketball team encountered me in the cafeteria. We had a bit of a verbal spat, and I could no longer tolerate the vile insults directed at you, resulting in a little physical altercation. Although they were numerous, I am not one to be trifled with, and in the end, the administrator had us each write a reflection. I am uncertain whether there will be any repercussions. On Lin Yu's end, her usually stoic face, reminiscent of a glacier, rarely displayed a smile. Upon reading the earlier messages, the corners of her mouth slightly lifted, revealing her joy. However, when she saw Jiang Qingge mention the altercation, her smile instantly vanished, and her once bright eyes became clouded with concern. A chill seemed to sweep through those around her, prompting Su Tiantian to ask, Xiaoya, are you not happy? Lin Yu took a deep breath, calming her emotions, and turned her back to Su Tiantian, saying, wait a moment, I need to go to the restroom. After speaking, she headed toward the restroom. She had never felt this upset when Zhong Xueshan harassed her previously, but for some reason, this time she felt as if she might explode with anger. In the restroom, Lin Yu's hands trembled slightly as an uncontrollable fury surged within her. She rapidly typed a response. Why are you so reckless? What if you get hurt from fighting? If there are consequences, can you fathom the impact it would have on your university life? Upon seeing Lin Yu's response, Jiang Qingge felt a jolt of concern, realizing she was genuinely angry this time. Otherwise, she wouldn't have expressed herself so extensively. He hastily replied, Yeah, I'm unharmed, so please don't worry. It was just that Zhong Xueshan's words were too offensive, and I couldn't hold back. However, rest assured, I will handle this matter properly and ensure it won't affect the future. You both must come to support me during the competition tonight. Your presence gives me strength to win. Lin Yu trembled as she typed back, I understand. You needn't worry about the repercussions. Subsequently, Lin Yu exited the Weixing app, opened her contacts, and dialed a number. Dad. On the other end, upon realizing Lin Yu had decided to assist him, Jiang Qingge responded, Thank you so much. I'll treat you to a late-night snack tonight. Noticing Lin Yu's silence, he turned to Zhang Dali and the others, saying, You all go ahead and eat. I have something to attend to. I'll treat you to barbecue after the competition. Chapter 68. Providing a home for all girls. Zhang Dali and the others exchanged mischievous glances before Zhang Dali raised an eyebrow, saying, Boss, are you going on a date with sister-in-law? Don't worry. We won't disturb you. Let us go grab a meal at the cafeteria. With that, Zhang Dali led Yang Jie and Wang Yang towards the cafeteria. Jiang Qingge chuckled helplessly but chose not to elaborate, hastening down to the dormitory entrance. At that moment, Xin Yunniao called him. Hello, Qingge, have you finished training? Oh, I just wrapped up. Have you completed your rehearsal? Not yet. It's merely break time now, allowing us a moment to eat. I see. What will you have? As Jiang Qingge listened to Shen Yunniao's cheerful laughter, she responded, Originally, the school was providing boxed meals, but my sister packed me some food when she left today. So I'm having my sister's cooking. Wow, your sister is really thoughtful. Indeed, she treats me exceptionally well. We were supposed to start rehearsing at 2:30 p.m. But I fell asleep after lunch and didn't wake up until 2. It was my sister who called me awake and drove me here. She mentioned she had some matters to attend to at school, but I'm not sure if she is back yet. All right, I have to go now. The director is urging us. I must hurry and eat. See you at home tonight. See you tonight. After hanging up, Jiang Qingge quickened his pace toward the dormitory entrance. In the distance, he spotted Gu Yuyu standing there, holding a neatly folded pile of clothes and occasionally glancing around. Jiang Qingge approached her, smiling. Have you been waiting long? Gu classmate, thank you for taking the trouble to deliver my clothes. Gu Yuyu's cheeks slightly flushed as she quietly replied, It's no trouble, Jiang classmate. Your clothes are washed and ready. Please check if everything is all right. Jiang Qingge took the clothes, casually rifling through them, and remarked, They are impeccably clean. You're so attentive. By the way, remember to come watch my competition tonight. You promised to cheer for me. Gu Yuyu nodded vigorously, her eyes brimming with determination. Yes, I will definitely go, Jiang. You must give it your all in the competition. I believe you will surely win. Jiang Qingge gazed at Gu Yuyu's sincere expression, a warm wave surging within him as he replied, With your words, I feel even more confident. By the way, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Come, let me take you out for a meal. I'm quite famished myself. Gu Yuyu shook her head and replied softly, No, I can't. I still have to go to the cafeteria to wipe the tables. Jiang Qingge, seeing her refusal, felt a pang of sympathy and said, How much can you earn from wiping tables? Don't go. Accompany me for a meal first, and we can talk about it afterward. With that, he gently grasped her arm, conveying an air of insistence. Gu Yuyu hesitated, murmuring, but yet, upon meeting Jiang Qingge's earnest gaze, she ultimately nodded in agreement. The two arrived at a quaint and cozy little restaurant on the back street of the school, given the limited hour for their meal. Jiang Qingge chose not to venture outside, but opted for a quick bite nearby. He ordered a few home-style dishes, and soon the table was adorned with fragrant food. During the meal, he looked at Gu Yu earnestly and said, Gu, you shouldn't work in the cafeteria. The pay is low, and it wastes a lot of time. You should focus more on your studies, especially since you plan to pursue graduate studies in the future. Gu Yuyu was taken aback, instinctively responding, But I need to earn money to lessen my grandmother's burden. Jiang Qingge waved his hand, interrupting her, I understand your intentions, but this is too hard on you. How about I introduce you to a job? A flicker of surprise and doubt crossed Gu Yuyu's eyes as she inquired, What kind of job? Do you think I can manage it? To be honest, I plan to open a few stores outside of school, and right now, these stores are in need of some staff. We already have a manager for the milk tea shop. There will be a milk tea store, a DIY craft store, and a self-service billiard room. I would like to hire you as the manager for the self-service billiard room. I can offer you a monthly salary of 8,000, plus additional commissions. What do you think? Upon hearing the figure, Gu Yuyu's eyes widened in astonishment, and she quickly shook her head, saying, Jiang, that's too much. I don't think I can manage as a manager, and I lack experience. Jiang Qingge chuckled and patiently explained, Gu, please don't rush to refuse. You are studying financial management, and you will certainly cover topics related to store operations in your classes. This self-service billiard room is an excellent opportunity for you to apply theory to practice. The self-service billiard room operates on a 24-hour self-service model with a high degree of automation. Customers can make reservations and payments online, and upon arrival, they simply scan a code to begin their entertainment. Thus, it doesn't require you to be present at the shop every day. You only need to periodically check the equipment, ensuring the mahjong machine shuffles correctly, the billiard tables unlock properly, the air conditioning works well, and the lights function normally, as well as checking if the snack and beverage dispensers need restocking. The entire shop is equipped with surveillance cameras, allowing you to monitor the situation on your phone at any time. In the initial phase, you would need to help create some short videos to attract traffic, targeting the college student demographic, producing engaging content about the daily happenings at the billiard room and promotional events to boost the business. This way, the job won't consume too much of your time and energy, allowing you to keep up with your studies while also gaining work experience and significantly alleviating the financial burden on you and your grandmother. A monthly salary of 8,000, plus additional commissions. What do you think? Jiang Qingge asked once more. He had considered simply handing her cash, but knowing her character, she would undoubtedly refuse. Thus, he needed to find another way to assist her. Initially, he thought about having her and Gao Jie co-manage the milk tea shop, but he feared it might lead to jealousy and competition between them, which he did not wish to see. He merely wanted to provide a home for all the girls. What was wrong with that? Gu Yuyu bit her lip, feeling torn. On one hand, the job's remuneration was immensely appealing, capable of greatly improving her and her grandmother's lives. On the other, she worried about her ability to fulfill the role and live up to Jiang Qingge's trust. Jiang Qingge noticed her hesitation and continued. Consider this an opportunity to challenge yourself. Initially, I will arrange for someone to train you, and I will frequently visit the shop. Any questions you have, whether about operations or video production, you can always ask me. You're smart, you'll adapt quickly. After much contemplation, Gu Yuyu finally nodded slowly, her voice tinged with both nervousness and anticipation. All right then, Jiang, I will give it a try. Jiang Qingge beamed with satisfaction, saying, That's the spirit. I believe you will excel. Once I have the shop ready, I will notify you to start working. The two continued their meal, the atmosphere becoming much more relaxed. Oh, by the way, since you're now my employee, you certainly can't be using such a poor quality phone. Otherwise, the promotional videos you shoot will turn out blurry. Jiang Qingge thought of Gu Yuyu's outdated phone and devised a way to provide her with a new one while also respecting her pride. How about this? I will get you an employee phone. As long as you are my employee, the usage rights to this phone will be yours. What do you say? Gu Yuyu immediately shook her head. Jiang, I can't accept that. A phone is too expensive. Jiang Qingge smiled and urged, think of it as a necessary work tool. Just imagine, if the videos are unclear, how will we attract customers? This is also for the shop's development. Moreover, it's only the usage rights, not a gift. You can return it once you no longer work at the shop. Gu Yuyu remained hesitant, prompting Jiang Qingge to add, please don't decline. If you keep refusing, where will that leave me as your boss? Gazing into Jiang Qingge's sincere eyes, Gu Yuyu felt a warmth in her heart and gently nodded. Well, okay then. Thank you. Jiang. Seeing her acquiescence, Jiang Qingge joyfully exclaimed, That's more like it. I will place the order in the city right away. You should receive it tonight. Gu Yuyu clasped her hands nervously in her lap and weakly expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Thank you. After finishing their meal, it was nearly time to part ways. Jiang Qingge and Gu Yuyu headed towards their respective military training grounds. On the way, Jiang Qingge picked up his phone and asked, Xianji, what phones do girls like to use these days? Xianji quickly replied, Master, girls generally prefer phones that have good cameras and attractive designs, such as the latest iPhones, popular models from Huawei, as well as Vivo and Oppo, which focus on photography. Jiang Qingge, having received the response, formulated a plan and replied, Very well, please expedite the purchase of the latest iPhone 16 Pro Max 1 TB for me and ensure prompt delivery. Fill in the information under Gu Yuyu's name. Xuanji promptly replied, Understood, Master. I have placed the order as per your request, and it is expected to arrive around 9 o'clock. The reason for choosing the iPhone was that he noticed Su Tiantian, Lin Yu, Xin Yuniao, and Shi Jiaona all used iPhones. He thought to himself that since they all used it, surely girls must prefer this model. Thus, he instructed Gongsun Xuanji to procure this particular model. Subsequently, he further instructed Xuanji, acquire a large commercial space above the Southgate Snack Street for me. I intend to establish a self-service billiards and chess room. Please also handle the procurement of equipment, plan how many tables are needed, and contact the renovation team for prompt renovations. I intend to manage this self-service chess room entirely on my own, distancing it from Tian and the others to avoid any subsequent complications. Xuanji immediately responded, "Certainly, master. I have located a 500 square meter commercial space above the Southgate Snack Street, in an excellent location with considerable foot traffic. I will send you the layout for your review." Indeed, the next moment, his folding screen unfurled to reveal a detailed blueprint. The chess room was designed to include 10 compartments, 8 standard rooms, each approximately 25 square meters, featuring a minimalist modern aesthetic, and 2 luxurious rooms, each around 40 square meters with more exquisite decor. The billiards hall spanned 150 square meters, accommodating 4 8-ball tables and 1 snooker table, complete with professional carpeting and a lounge area. Additionally, there were 2 compartments, one for 8-ball and the other for snooker. Beneath the blueprint was a selection of items. For equipment, high-quality mahjong tables and billiard tables from reputable brands were chosen to ensure an exceptional experience. Snacks and beverages were selected from popular categories. The renovation team was contacted, known for both local reputation and capability, and they promised to provide Jiang Qingge with a proposal and quotation by tomorrow morning. The design emphasized comfort and uniqueness, with a projected completion time of approximately 1 month. Overall expenses were expected to remain within a reasonable range. Jiang Qingge examined the blueprint and nodded in response. "Proceed with this plan and inform me of any changes. Will the property ownership certificate be in my hands by tonight? I would like to invite Gu Yuyu to view the commercial space and share the blueprint with her." Xuanji replied, "Master, the property ownership certificate can be expedited, and it is expected to be delivered to you after your match tonight. I will arrange the necessary matters to ensure everything progresses smoothly." Jiang Qingge scrutinized the commercial space plan and then said to Xuanji, "Please calculate the total costs." Xuanji quickly responded, "Master, the estimated cost for acquiring the commercial space is around 15 million yuan, considering the prime location of the Southgate Snack Street and its relatively high prices. For equipment procurement, 10 high-quality mahjong tables at approximately 8,000 yuan each, totaling 80,000 yuan. 5 8-ball tables at about 150,000 yuan each, amounting to 750,000 yuan. 2 snooker tables at around 30,000 yuan each, totaling 60,000 yuan. And additional billiard supplies estimated at 20,000 yuan. The initial stock of snacks and beverages is expected to cost 30,000 yuan, with renovation costs projected at 800,000 yuan, including preliminary operational preparations, such as prepaid utilities. The overall expenditure is anticipated to be around 16 million yuan. Jiang Qingge contemplated the response and replied, "Very well, I entrust this matter to you. Report any irregularities immediately. As for this establishment, profitability is of no concern. I merely wish to enjoy it and provide Gu Yuyu with a part-time opportunity, money, and leisure." Jiang Qingge put away his phone and quickened his pace toward the indoor venue. The sun was gradually setting, painting the sky with vibrant hues of dusk. Upon arriving at the military training ground, Jiang Qingge noticed students clustered together, engaged in lively conversation. Zhang Dali spotted Jiang Qingge and waved eagerly, "Boss, over here." It was then that Jiang Qingge realized the 3 of them were seated with the girl from the Nan Quan martial arts dormitory. "Yang Jie, why aren't you introducing our boss?" Zhang Dali gestured toward the 4 girls, prompting Yang Jie to rise, slightly blushing, and point to the girl who had performed Nan Quan, saying, "Boss, this is Lu Yu, the one who showcased Nan Quan this morning. The other 3 are her dormitory mates." Lu Yu confidently extended her hand, a bright smile on her face. "Hello. It's a pleasure to finally meet you." Jiang Qingge smiled as he shook Lu Yu's hand, replying, "You flatter me." Lu Yu waved her hand dismissively. "By the way, I heard you have a basketball match tonight against the captain of the junior team?" Jiang Qingge nodded, his expression serious. "Indeed, that guy Zhong Xueshan is always causing trouble. I certainly won't let him off easily tonight." A glint of admiration flashed in Lu Yu's eyes as she patted her chest. "You must give it your all. Our dormitory will be there to cheer you on tonight." Yang Jie eagerly chimed in, Yes, boss. Lu Yu and her dormitory will definitely elevate the atmosphere for you tonight." Jiang Qingge expressed his gratitude with a glance. "Thank you all so much." Lu Yu then turned to the other 3 girls, saying, "Let me introduce you to my dorm sisters. This is Mei. She specializes in martial arts and shares my passion for various forms of combat. This is Ma Filan, a sprinting champion in track and field. And this is Yu Zixin, an expert in competitive aerobics. Her flexibility and coordination are exceptional, making even the most challenging moves seem effortless." Jiang Qingge greeted each of them, suggesting they might go out together for team-building activities sometime. Just as he was about to tell Lu Yu and the others to contact him later after they dispersed, he noticed the instructor approaching and received a phone call from Lin Yu. He quickly answered, "Lin Yu, what's up?" Lin Yu's voice came through the phone, "Jiang, I spoke with my dad this afternoon about your situation. He said he would help resolve it, so you won't face any penalties. But please, don't be so impulsive in the future. Jiang Qingge felt warmth in his heart and replied, Thank you, Lin Yu. I understand. And I promise not to act so recklessly again. Lin Yu's tone then turned a bit smug. You should know, tonight's military training has been changed to a basketball game. I had my dad arrange it. I also contacted the dean of the sports college and informed him about your match with Zhong Xueshan. So he will be organizing the event. Jiang Qingge was initially taken aback, thinking to himself, what kind of influence does your father have that he can command even a college dean? A wave of warmth surged within him, and he smiled. Yeah? You've done so much for me. It's truly appreciated. It's wonderful having you by my side. Lin Yu paused for a moment before a hint of pride crept into her voice. Who is doing it for you? I just wanted to put Zhong Xueshan in his place, making sure everyone sees him embarrass himself. Don't get any false ideas. What if I lose? Jiang Qingge countered. You said you would definitely win. I believe in you. Jiang Qingge felt a surge of emotion and firmly assured her, rest assured. Yeah, I will not let you down. After hanging up the phone, the instructor bellowed, gather around, gather around. We have a special arrangement tonight. We're heading to the indoor gymnasium to watch a basketball game. Upon hearing this, the students buzzed with excitement, chattering among themselves. As students of the sports academy, they were particularly enthusiastic about such basketball matches. The instructor then called out, Jiang Qingge. Jiang Qingge promptly stepped forward and responded loudly, present. The instructor surveyed him from head to toe, a proud smile gracing his features. The higher-ups have just informed me that you need to hurry and change your clothes to prepare for the game. You are the pride of our team. Don't embarrass us out there. Bring your best performance, and we'll be cheering for you. The classmates chimed in unison, led by Zhang Dali. Yes. Go, Jiang Qingge. Their voices echoed through the air, as if attempting to lift the roof of the basketball hall. A surge of passion welled up within Jiang Qingge, and he responded loudly, yes. I promise not to disappoint the team. He swiftly turned and dashed back to the dormitory, realizing he should have changed into his outfit beforehand. Upon reaching his dorm, Jiang Qingge rummaged through his wardrobe for his competition gear. He donned a white basketball jersey adorned with black lines and the number 1, followed by moisture-wicking shorts, and then slipped on a pair of black basketball shorts featuring silver reflective stripes on the sides. Completing his ensemble, he laced up a pair of limited-edition basketball shoes, predominantly white with blue accents, designed to offer excellent support and cushioning. After adjusting his basketball socks and tidying his hair in front of the mirror, he confirmed everything was in order and strode out of the dormitory towards the gym, ready to embrace the challenge ahead. Meanwhile, within the gymnasium, Zhong Xueshan was already practicing his shots. Every now and then, he glanced towards the entrance, muttering, Where is Jiang Qingge? Is he too scared to show up? He scoffed. He dares to challenge me? I bet he is just a coward, hiding away. In truth, he was somewhat taken aback when he learned that he would be competing in front of all the freshmen. He had anticipated a minor skirmish, not an event that had drawn the attention of the school leaders. This realization left him flabbergasted, and he resolved to thoroughly trounce Jiang Qingge, showcasing his prowess. He intended to humiliate Jiang Qingge in front of all the freshmen, exposing the latter's ulterior motives for flirting with girls in the cafeteria. Lin Yu was his forbidden treasure. No one could take her away. His teammates chimed in with laughter. Exactly. He probably knows he is going to get schooled by the captain today and is hiding in fear. Humph, I bet he talks big, but when the game starts, he LLB is timid as a mouse. While they exchanged jibes, Lin Yu sat in the stands, her icy gaze fixed on Zhong Xueshan, accompanied by Su Tiantian. Lin Yu's eyes glinted with frost as she murmured to herself, Win or lose today, you will be expelled. Get out of this school. Chapter 71, The 360-Degree Windmill Dunk. Zhong Xueshan continued to shoot hoops while stealing glances at Lin Yu. When he noticed her looking his way, he mistakenly believed he had garnered her approval. Thus he poured more effort into his shots. Each successful basket prompted him to glance at her, but Su Tiantian, unable to tolerate Zhong Xueshan's antics, coldly remarked, Idiot. Meanwhile, in the upper tier of the gym, the first team from the Finance and Management Academy, Gu Yuyu, clenched her hands tightly, unsure of where to place them. Her palms slick with sweat. She watched the tall and powerful Zhong Xueshan, anxiety etched across her face. After all, Zhong Xueshan stood at an imposing 190 centimeters, while she estimated Jiang Qingge to be around 185 centimeters. Within her mind, she fervently urged, Jiang, you must win. Just then, her phone chimed with a message indicating the arrival of a delivery package. As she pondered this, a sweet voice called her, informing her to be ready to sign for her order. The caller was none other than Gongsun Su, New Jersey. At that moment, Jiang Qingge's team, consisting of Zhang Dali and Yang Jie, stood at the forefront, rallying support alongside 2 neighboring teams. The other 2 teams were also from the sports academy, comprising all males. colloquially referred to as the boys' team. The trio vociferously led the cheers. Jiang Qingge, Jiang Qingge, victory, victory. Their synchronized chants reverberated throughout the gymnasium, capturing the attention of surrounding teams. Lu Yu and her dorm sisters waved their makeshift cheer signs among the crowd, with Lu Yu shouting at the top of her lungs, Jiang Qingge, go! Make Zhong Xueshan regret it. Hu Mei, Ma Feilan, and Yu Zixin joined in, their enthusiasm rivaling that of the boys. At last, Jiang Qingge arrived at the gym, striding confidently into the arena, his gear gleaming under the lights. Upon spotting Jiang Qingge, Zhong Xueshan's face twisted into a disdainful smirk. Oh, you finally decided to show up. I thought you were too scared to come. Jiang Qingge shot him a cold glance and replied, Zhong Xueshan, spare me the chatter. We'll see who prevails on the court. With that, he began warming up at the sidelines, stretching his ligaments and mobilizing his joints, executing each movement with precision, showcasing his professional aptitude. Zhong Xueshan, witnessing Jiang Qingge warming up alone, without many teammates assisting with ball retrieval, felt a swell of arrogance and deliberately raised his voice to his teammates. See that? He thinks he can compete with me? Just wait until he realizes the gap in our abilities. His teammates laughed and echoed, Captain, don't hold back. Teach this ignorant kid a lesson. Jiang Qingge, oblivious to their taunts, remained focused on his warm-up. He commenced with a series of mid-range shooting drills. The basketball seemingly animated in his hands, as it swished through the net with gratifying precision, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. Next, Jiang Qingge shifted to practicing three-point shots. He positioned himself beyond the arc, slightly crouched, adjusting his breath, his gaze resolutely fixed on the hoop. The basketball arced beautifully from his fingertips, flawlessly sinking into the net. After several attempts, his staggering accuracy left the audience in awe. At that moment, Chen Yushu and a few second-year students entered through the east door of the gym. Upon seeing Jiang Qingge shooting alone, she volunteered, Junior, let me help you retrieve the balls. All right, thank you, Senior. Jiang Qingge responded while continuing to shoot. Junior, you look great today. I believe you can definitely triumph over that fool Zhong Xueshan. Jiang Qingge cast her a grateful glance and smiled. Thank you, Senior. With everyone's support, I feel even more confident. Su Tiantian watched Chen Yushu assisting Jiang Qingge, her teeth clenched in frustration, unable to suppress her muttering. What is the matter with this senior sister? Why is she so fervently helping Brother Qingge retrieve the ball? Humph. Lin Yu's face was frozen, her gaze icy as she stared at Chen Yushu, secretly thinking, this flirtatious vixen. Jiang Qingge, feeling the heat in his body rise, prepared to ignite the atmosphere with a few slam dunks. He dribbled the ball swiftly, charging towards the hoop. Just as he approached the rim, he exerted all his strength and leaped high into the air. In that ascent, his head soared well above the rim, his body spinning a full 360 degrees at an astonishing speed, while his arms also whirled in sync, resembling a high-speed windmill. The basketball in his hand, under the influence of this immense centrifugal force, traced a dazzling arc through the air. Subsequently, utilizing the tremendous power generated by his rotation, he slammed the ball into the hoop like a cannonball. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted, the hoop shaking violently, as if trembling in response to this breathtaking spectacle. The crowd erupted in fervor. The audience stirred as if a volcano had erupted, leaping to their feet, cheers, whistles, and applause intertwining into a deafening roar, almost threatening to lift the roof off the gymnasium. My goodness, this simultaneous 360-degree rotation of his body and arms, with his head soaring above the rim. He is one of the only two players capable of such an expansive display. Who is the other one? Carter. This dunk is simply unparalleled, igniting my blood with fervor. Incredible, and his head above the rim. He must be only 185 centimeters tall, with the known hoop height at 305 centimeters, and he has even surpassed that. So, his vertical leap must be a staggering 130 centimeters. What does this imply? The basketball deity Michael Jordan's vertical leap is merely 122 centimeters. His jumping ability is undoubtedly among the world's elite. Oh my heavens! The gasps of astonishment surged like a tidal wave, echoing repeatedly within the gymnasium. Jiang Qingge, Jiang Qingge, Jiang Qingge, victory is ours. Zhang Dali and his companions led the cheering squad, shouting fervently. The seniors from the second and third years couldn't help but exclaim, truly, each generation surpasses the last. Su Tiantian grasped Lin Yu's hand, exclaiming, wow, Brother Jiang is so impressive. Although Lin Yu was also taken aback by Jiang Qingge's dunk, she maintained a facade of composure. Yet a flicker of pride flashed in her eyes. Meanwhile, the dean, the instructors from the sports academy, and the head basketball coach were equally stunned. Chapter 72. The dispute between two coaches in explosive dunk. A vertical leap of 130 centimeters, coupled with such grace and physical prowess. is a talent they had never encountered in their coaching careers. The head basketball coach fixated his gaze on Jiang Qingge, as if he had glimpsed a rising star destined to shine on the basketball stage. Excitedly, he remarked to the dean beside him, "Dean, this child possesses extraordinary talent. With this jumping ability and physical attributes, honed properly, he is bound to achieve greatness." The dean nodded vigorously, his eyes filled with admiration. "Indeed, it seems our academy is about to produce a basketball prodigy. Such a promising talent must not be squandered." The head coach of the volleyball team, eager to recruit this talent, interjected calmly, "Just because he has great jumping ability does not guarantee shooting prowess, and the higher one jumps, the greater the risk of injury in competition. In my opinion, he should join our volleyball team instead. Volleyball is a net-based sport, which can mitigate his injury risk." The basketball head coach, upon hearing this, became agitated, glaring at the volleyball head coach. "Lao Fan, don't you dare try to poach him. To waste such a gifted basketball talent by diverting him to another sport is simply criminal. Look at his recent shots, whether mid-range or three-pointers, his accuracy is astonishing. A scoring weapon on the basketball court." Unfazed, the volleyball head coach adjusted his glasses and replied leisurely, "Lao Go, one cannot dismiss such matters lightly. This child's leaping ability is also a significant advantage in volleyball. His blocking and spiking can make a tremendous impact. Basketball is a fiercely competitive sport, with a far greater probability of injury than volleyball. Can you bear to watch such a promising talent be prematurely sidelined?" The two continued to argue passionately, each unyielding, their faces flushed. The dean, feeling somewhat helpless, stood between them, waving his hands. "This matter can be discussed later. I need to go announce the start." Zhang Xueshan's expression darkened upon witnessing Jiang Qingge's awe-inspiring dunk, jealousy gnawing at him like a venomous serpent. Gritting his teeth, he murmured to his teammates, "Humph. It's just a dunk. When the game begins, I'll show him what true prowess is. Being able to dunk doesn't equate to being a good player." Despite his words, the sight of Jiang Qingge's dunk stirred a torrent of jealousy and rage within him. He believed Jiang Qingge was merely seeking attention, trying to impress the girls. He glared at Jiang Qingge with malice, silently vowing to make him regret it on the court later. As the game time approached, the crowd in the gymnasium swelled. Besides the first-year students, many second- and third-year students had also come to witness the match. The entire gym was packed to capacity, the atmosphere utterly electrifying. The dean of the sports academy took to the court, standing at the center and addressing the audience with a microphone. "Fellow students, today's basketball match is a friendly competition between two students. I hope both sides can uphold the principle of friendship first, competition second, and showcase their style and skill." As soon as the dean finished speaking, a wave of enthusiastic applause erupted. Subsequently, the referee stepped onto the court to gather the players for an explanation of the game rules. The referee swiftly approached the center of the court, raised his hands to signal for silence, and then clearly articulated the rules. "This match will be a one-on-one, best of 100 points. A successful shot from beyond the three-point line earns 3 points, while a successful shot from within earns 2 points. To enhance the match's excitement, dunks will also count as 3 points. During the game, the scoring team retains possession of the ball. If fouls such as hitting, pulling, or pushing occur, the fouling side will grant the opposing team a free throw opportunity, earning 1 point for a successful free throw, and possession remains with the free throw shooter. Violations such as double dribbling or traveling will result in a turnover. If a player accumulates 5 personal fouls, any further foul will award the opposing team 2 free throw opportunities while maintaining possession. Additionally, each player has 3 challenge opportunities to contest the referee's calls. If successful, the referee will correct the ruling and the player retains their challenge count. If unsuccessful, 1 challenge opportunity is forfeited. The first player to reach 100 points wins. This half-court showdown will determine possession through free throws, with each player taking 1 free throw. The shooter retains possession if successful. If both players score or miss, another round of free throws will ensue until a result is determined. Is that understood? Zhang Xueshan and Jiang Qingge exchanged glances. Zhang Xueshan's eyes igniting with fierce determination as he shouted, "Understood." Jiang Qingge merely cast a disdainful glance in his direction, responding coolly, "Understood." With the referee's command, Zhang Xueshan and Jiang Qingge stepped up to the free throw line simultaneously. Zhang Xueshan took his position first, inhaled deeply, his gaze locked onto the basket, before raising his hand to shoot. The basketball arched gracefully through the air, but alas, with a resounding thud, it struck the rim and rebounded high, ultimately descending to the ground, missing the mark. It was now Jiang Qingge's turn to take a free throw. His demeanor remained composed, his steps resolute as he steadied himself, gently regulating his breath before releasing the ball. The basketball swished effortlessly through the net, igniting an eruption of fervent cheers from the crowd as Jiang Qingge secured the first round of possession. Receiving the ball from the referee, Jiang Qingge swiftly wiped it clean in his hands, attuning himself to its bounce and texture. Once both players had finished their ritual, Jiang Qingge surged towards the hoop like a streak of black lightning. Zhong Xueshan reacted with remarkable speed, immediately adopting a tight defense, his knees slightly bent, arms whirling like windmills in a bid to obscure Jiang Qingge's line of sight. Yet, Jiang Qingge displayed no sign of trepidation. He feigned a leftward drive, causing Zhong Xueshan to shift his weight, only to then pivot sharply to the right, instantly gaining a half-step advantage. However, Zhong Xueshan was not one to concede easily. He quickly pursued, leaping high in an attempt to block Jiang Qingge's offensive maneuver. In that split second as Zhong Xueshan soared, Jiang Qingge harnessed the momentum from his previous sprint, launching himself into the air, his body arching into a perfect reverse C shape, akin to a poised cheetah. Clutching the basketball tightly with both hands, he unleashed a powerful dunk, the ball crashing into the hoop with a resounding bang, causing the entire rim to tremble violently. The atmosphere in the arena was instantly electrified, the audience erupting like a barrel of gunpowder, leaping from their seats in unison. Cheers, whistles, and applause merged into a deafening crescendo, as if they might lift the very roof of the gymnasium. My goodness, that two-handed slam dunk was simply magnificent. Chapter 73. A commanding lead. How incredible! His athleticism is nothing short of extraordinary. The chant of Jiang Qingge, resonated throughout the arena. His team members rallied, shouting hoarsely, with Zhang Dali and Yang Jie flushed with excitement, veins bulging at their necks. Lu Yu and her dormitory friends waved their cheer placards enthusiastically, their voices nearly hoarse from cheering. Meanwhile, Zhong Xueshan's expression was as if cloaked in frost. Only those who played basketball understood the sheer caliber of Jiang Qingge's recent dunk. He had not anticipated such a stunning display from Jiang Qingge right from the outset, which instilled within him an unprecedented sense of pressure. But he gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stabilize his mindset, preparing to seek an opportunity to counterattack on defense. For the second shot, due to the continuous play rule, it remained Jiang Qingge's possession. He dribbled the ball steadily with both hands, his gaze calmly assessing Zhong Xueshan's defensive maneuvers. Zhong Xueshan was fully concentrated, legs slightly bent, his hands constantly moving to disrupt Jiang Qingge's sight, while his feet closely trailed, denying Jiang Qingge any easy path to penetrate. A subtle smile crept upon Jiang Qingge's lips as he suddenly launched into action, executing a feigned drive to the left while swiftly dribbling towards that direction. Zhong Xueshan quickly shifted his weight leftward, straining to obstruct him. Yet, in an instant, Jiang Qingge halted, using the inertia from his sudden stop to retreat swiftly. His feet landed firmly, knees slightly bent, torso leaning back, and with both hands raised high, he decisively launched a shot from beyond the arc. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air, resembling a shooting star as it soared towards the hoop. By the time Zhong Xueshan realized what was happening, it was too late. He could only watch as the ball swished through the net. The sound of the ball finding its mark was crisp and melodious, and the crowd erupted into an even more fervent round of applause. Spectators rose to their feet, shouting Jiang Qingge's name. Wow, that step-back three-pointer was stunning. Jiang Qingge, you're amazing. The rhythm and feel of that shot were exquisite. Jiang Qingge's team was in an uproar, with Zhang Dali and Yang Jie bellowing, "Boss, unbeatable." Lu Yu and her dormitory companions waved their cheer placards, their faces glowing with excitement. At that moment, Jiang Qingge had amassed 6 points, while Zhong Xueshan remained scoreless. Zhong Xueshan's expression darkened further. He knew he could not afford to remain passive any longer and needed to adjust his strategy swiftly to take the initiative. For the third shot, when Jiang Qingge approached again, Zhong Xueshan decisively moved in to attempt to steal. Anticipating this, Jiang Qingge deftly switched the ball from his left hand to his right, accelerating past Zhong Xueshan's right side. Zhong Xueshan quickly pursued, and as Jiang Qingge neared the three-point line, he again executed a feigned drive. Zhong Xueshan, wary and alert, rushed to block him. In that moment, Jiang Qingge executed another step back, creating space between them, and once stable, launched another three-pointer. The basketball spun gracefully through the air, accurately landing in the hoop, another splendid three-point shot. The atmosphere in the arena reached a fever pitch, the cheers deafening, as if they might lift the gymnasium's roof. Another step-back three-pointer. Jiang Qingge's shooting prowess was unparalleled. This kid is an absolute sharpshooter. Jiang Qingge, go for it. Jiang Qingge, victory is yours. At this point, Jiang Qingge held a commanding lead of 9-0 over Zhong Xueshan, who was now beaded with sweat, feeling an unprecedented weight of pressure. He signaled the referee for a timeout and quickly ran to his teammates to discuss tactics. His teammates offered various suggestions, urging him to intensify his defense. while others proposed committing a foul to test Jiang Qingge's free throw accuracy. Listening to their advice, Zhong Xueshan gritted his teeth, ultimately deciding to enhance his defensive strategy. He was reluctant to resort to fouling so early in the game, finding it too passive. As the timeout concluded, he returned to the court, his gaze fierce, fixated on Jiang Qingge, as if attempting to peer into his very soul. Jiang Qingge remained unfazed, once again dribbling towards Zhong Xueshan. This time, Zhong Xueshan's defense was more cautious, his center of gravity lower, maintaining an appropriate distance to deny Jiang Qingge any easy paths to penetrate. Jiang Qingge attempted several directional changes, but found no suitable opening. Suddenly, he executed a behind-the-back dribble, feigning a breakthrough from Zhong Xueshan's right side. As Zhong Xueshan shifted his weight rightward, Jiang Qingge swiftly pivoted to the left, accelerating past him. Zhong Xueshan reacted swiftly, returning to defend. Leaping high in an attempt to block, Jiang Qingge, in midair, executed a strong pull-up to evade Zhong Xueshan's block, then lofted the ball towards the hoop. The basketball danced on the rim before finally dropping in for 2 points. Cheers erupted once more, with Jiang Qingge's performance igniting the audience's fervor. His score rose to 11 points, while Zhong Xueshan remained scoreless. Zhong Xueshan felt a mix of urgency and frustration, yet he knew that haste would only lead to mistakes. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm himself. In the following rounds, Zhong Xueshan intensified his defensive efforts, slightly slowing Jiang Qingge's scoring rhythm. Nevertheless, Jiang Qingge, with his remarkable individual skill, managed to sink a few more three-pointers and mid-range shots, gradually extending the score to 25-2. As Jiang Qingge continued to score, the atmosphere within the gymnasium became increasingly fervent. The audience's cheers seemed capable of breaching the roof, utterly enthralled by Jiang Qingge's exquisite skills and formidable athleticism. At this moment, Zhong Xueshan's countenance resembled the ominous clouds that herald a tempest, dark and foreboding. His teammates, equally anxious, found themselves at a loss. They had not anticipated Jiang Qingge's formidable prowess, which left Zhong Xueshan utterly defenseless from the outset. Meanwhile, the coaches and teachers on the sidelines watched Jiang Qingge's performance with astonishment and admiration. The head basketball coach exclaimed excitedly to those around him, "Look at this young man. His instinct for the game, his sense of rhythm, and his physical prowess are simply a gift for basketball. With proper training, he could carve out a significant position in the domestic basketball arena." Although the head volleyball coach felt a twinge of envy, he could not deny Jiang Qingge's talent on the basketball court, remarking, "This kid is indeed impressive. However, he could also shine brightly in volleyball. What a pity." At this juncture, Jiang Qingge's teammates were completely engulfed in fervor. Zhang Dali, Yang Jie, and others shouted themselves hoarse, leaping and cheering as if their excitement surpassed that of being on the court themselves. In Chapter 74, Gongsun Xuanji has arrived. Lu Yu and her dormitory companions waved their cheer signs while screaming in support of Jiang Qingge, their enthusiasm rivaling that of a professional cheerleading squad. Su Tiantian, filled with excitement, grasped Lin Yu's hand, exclaiming, "Yeah, look at brother Jiang. He's incredible. That big fool is no match for him." Although Lin Yu maintained an aloof demeanor, a barely perceptible pride glimmered in her eyes, betraying her feelings at that moment. She nodded slightly and whispered, "He truly has not disappointed me. My efforts in finding videos for him were not in vain." In the upper tier of the audience, Gu Yaoyu clenched her hands tightly, her eyes glued to Jiang Qingge while she murmured incessantly, "Come on, Jiang. You must hold on." Jiang Qingge, having found his rhythm, began to dominate the game. As if possessed by a war god, executing explosive dunks and sinking three-pointers with relentless precision. He soared high, forcefully slamming the basketball into the hoop, or confidently releasing the ball from beyond the arc, each shot finding its mark. With every score, the crowd erupted in thunderous applause. Soon, Jiang Qingge elevated the score to 50-5. The referee blew the whistle, signaling a 3-minute halftime break. Outside the gymnasium, a group of professors and school leaders surrounded a remarkably poised woman as she made her way to the venue. One professor from the physical education college exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Professor Gongsun, there's a basketball game happening inside. Would you like to take a look?" It is worth noting that this extraordinary woman is a PhD from the world's top university. The prestige of her credentials is palpably high. Henceforth, the school's research projects will undoubtedly benefit from her formidable assistance. They wondered why a PhD from the world's #1 institution would visit their school, perhaps to serve her country, they mused, as it was the only explanation that made sense. Gongsun Xuanji inclined her head slightly, a graceful smile adorning her lips. "Oh? Then let us go take a look. A well-deserved break amidst my busy schedule. After all, I enjoyed playing basketball during my time studying in the United States and even participated in leagues." As the group entered the gymnasium, Jiang Qingge and Zhong Xueshan were seated on the sidelines, taking a breather. Jiang Qingge appeared calm and collected, methodically sipping water and wiping away sweat, his eyes radiating confidence and composure. In contrast, Zhong Xueshan furrowed his brow, his expression grave, occasionally casting furtive glances at Jiang Qingge. A flicker of reluctance and anxiety evident in his gaze. Gong Sun Xuanji, flanked by her entourage, took her seat in the front row. Her keen eyes quickly spotted Jiang Qingge, and she secretly marveled, the young man is truly handsome. An official nearby cautiously inquired, Professor Gong, do you see any promising candidates in our school who could become your doctoral students? Perhaps one day they might shine in academia, just as you have. Gong Sun Xuanji tilted her head slightly, her gaze shifting from Jiang Qingge to the questioner, her lips curling into a meaningful smile as she replied, well, that depends on fate. A PhD candidate must not only possess a solid academic foundation, but also demonstrate unique thinking and innovative capabilities. For now, I shall observe further. If you have any suitable recommendations, do share. However, these young men on the basketball court are indeed brimming with vitality, showcasing their exceptional talents. As she spoke, her eyes inadvertently returned to Jiang Qingge. The numerous female professors nearby cast envious glances at Gong Sun Xuanji, their hearts brimming with discontent. Why should she, at the tender age of 26, have achieved such heights, especially while possessing such beauty? One female professor, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, gripped her papers tightly, her knuckles whitening with the effort as she thought bitterly, she's merely lucky. Achieving such success at a young age must be due to some hidden advantage. Just look at her composed demeanor. It's truly irksome. Another short-haired female professor exhibited a complex blend of envy and jealousy in her gaze, murmuring to herself, we are both in the academic field. Why is the disparity so vast? She commands everyone's attention upon her arrival. It seems our own brilliance will be overshadowed. A slightly plump female professor scoffed, muttering under her breath, humph, what does it matter if she is pretty? Academic prowess is the true measure of ability. Perhaps she is merely riding on her looks. The male professors held diverse thoughts. A senior professor with graying hair regarded Gong Sun Xuanji with admiration and anticipation, pondering, this young woman is indeed remarkable, having obtained her PhD from the world's top university. Her capabilities must be extraordinary. Collaborating with her on research projects could lead to groundbreaking advancements for our school. Conversely, a younger male professor felt a flicker of anxiety and reverence, contemplating. Her presence at our school presents both an opportunity and a challenge. I must work harder, otherwise I risk being outshone academically. I wonder if such an exceptional woman has a partner. Many young men in the audience were captivated by Gong Sun Xuanji, contemplating the advantages of having such a wife. Surely their careers would flourish. Were she to learn of their thoughts, she would scoff in disdain. She belongs solely to her master. Her life is a gift from him, and he reigns above all. Meanwhile, Zhong Xueshan's teammates encircled him, speaking in hushed tones. One teammate frowned, urgency lacing his voice. Captain, we cannot remain so passive any longer. Let us commit a foul and gamble on his free throw misses. That way, we can regain possession and perhaps turn the tide. Zhong Xueshan gritted his teeth, his heart torn. He understood that this was the only viable strategy to alter the situation, yet he was loath to resort to such tactics. But as he watched the score gap widen under Jiang Qingge's relentless onslaught, he ultimately nodded resolutely. All right, we'll proceed as you suggest. I'll look for an opportunity to foul. At that moment, the referee blew the whistle, signaling the end of halftime. Jiang Qingge and Zhong Xueshan rose. Returning to the court, Jiang Qingge remained unflustered, his eyes shining with confidence. As the match resumed, Zhong Xueshan intensified his defensive efforts, simultaneously seeking opportunities to commit fouls. Jiang Qingge dribbled forward, closely guarded by Zhong Xueshan, whose gaze was filled with fierce determination. Attempting to break through, Jiang Qingge found his path obstructed as Zhong Xueshan seized the moment to deliberately extend his foot, lightly tripping Jiang Qingge. Chapter 75. Is this all you've got? Useless. Jiang Qingge paused momentarily, signaling that a foul had occurred. The referee's whistle immediately sounded, ruling Zhong Xueshan's actions as a foul, granting Jiang Qingge a chance for free throws. A chorus of boos erupted within the gymnasium, as many spectators recognized Zhong Xueshan's intentional foul. Standing at the free throw line, Jiang Qingge took a deep breath to steady himself. His unwavering gaze fixed upon the hoop, the surroundings fell silent, all eyes eagerly anticipating his shot. The basketball was released from his hand, tracing a graceful arc through the air, and with a swish, it found nothing but net, igniting a wave of cheers. Without a moment's pause, Jiang Qingge proceeded to take his second free throw. He shot once more, and the basketball again accurately nestled into the hoop. With both free throws made, Jiang Qingge added 2 points, bringing the score to 52-5. Wow, our leader is so impressive. Gong Sun Xuanji couldn't help but exclaim softly. Her gaze fixed adoringly on Jiang Qingge, oblivious to the looks from the professors beside her, her attention solely captivated by him. How could a firefly hope to compete with the bright moon? Watching Jiang Qingge's successful free throws, Zhong Xueshan felt an increasing sense of urgency. Though he masked it with a facade of calm, the game continued, with the ball still in Jiang Qingge's possession. Dribbling the ball, Jiang Qingge carefully observed Zhong Xueshan's defense, aware that Zhong would likely attempt another foul, prompting him to be even more cautious. Jiang Qingge first feigned a move to the left, then swiftly broke to the right. Zhong Xueshan hurriedly attempted to block him, and at the moment of contact, he again reached out, grabbing Jiang Qingge's arm. The referee's whistle sounded once more, declaring another foul against Zhong Xueshan. The crowd's boos grew louder, expressing their discontent with Zhong's frequent intentional fouls. Jiang Qingge was granted another opportunity for free throws. This time, he stood firmly at the line, calmly sinking both shots once again, bringing the score to 54-5. Turning to Zhong Xueshan, Jiang Qingge shook his head, as if to say, "Is this it? You can't even manage a foul against me?" He sighed, exasperated, and muttered, "Can you even do this? If not, just concede." Meanwhile, Zhang Dali shouted angrily, "Zhong Xueshan is utterly shameless, always committing intentional fouls. Exactly, if you have the ability, defend with skill." Yang Jie echoed. Lu Yu and her dormitory friends also loudly condemned Zhong Xueshan's behavior. "Classmates, on the count of 3, let's call out Zhong Xueshan and say sore loser," Wang Yang roared from the sidelines. "All right, let us show them our strength. Let us see how fierce our freshmen are. Zhong Xueshan. Useless. Zhong Xueshan. Useless." The synchronized voices of the students from the 3 teams in the sports academy reverberated throughout the gymnasium. Zhong Xueshan's face flushed with embarrassment, a mix of crimson and pallor, as he had never anticipated such a humiliating spectacle before so many faculty and students. Yet, the resentment and yearning for victory in his heart compelled him to persist, even if his methods were less than honorable, for he believed it was within the rules. Jiang Qingge, firmly in possession of the ball, focused intently on the hoop. Zhong Xueshan, panting heavily as he guarded him, felt the tension rising, his forehead veins bulging. Despite his anger and frustration, he gritted his teeth and prepared to defend, knowing that without adopting this tactic, he would undoubtedly lose against Jiang Qingge's current form. Once more, Jiang Qingge regained possession, determined not to grant Zhong Xueshan any easy opportunities for fouls. He dribbled, deftly changing his pace, alternating between quick bursts and slow dribbles, leaving Zhong Xueshan momentarily bewildered. Zhong Xueshan closely shadowed Jiang Qingge, his eyes fixated on the ball, reluctant to show any signs of complacency. Suddenly, Jiang Qingge accelerated towards the hoop. Zhong Xueshan clenched his teeth and leapt with all his might to intercept, believing Jiang Qingge was about to force a layup. However, as Jiang Qingge soared into the air, he cleverly tossed the ball high, quickly leaping to catch it himself before powerfully slamming it into the hoop. The gym erupted in a thunderous cheer, the audience ignited by Jiang Qingge's spectacular maneuver, rising to their feet to applaud him. The score soared to 57-5, and Jiang Qingge's lead became increasingly insurmountable. Zhong Xueshan's teammates, witnessing the growing score, felt a pang of urgency. They knew that if they did not devise a strategy soon, their hopes of winning would vanish entirely. Thus, they encouraged Zhong Xueshan from the sidelines, urging him to maintain his composure and seek opportunities to attack. Meanwhile, Jiang Qingge's form continued to flourish. In the subsequent plays, Jiang Qingge, showcasing his exceptional individual prowess, scored with ease through layups and mid-range shots, quickly elevating the score to 80-5. In the next moment, Jiang Qingge suddenly launched forward, his feet seeming to spring with energy as he raced towards the hoop, his speed akin to a swift black gale. Observing this, Zhong Xueshan gritted his teeth and summoned every ounce of strength to leap towards Jiang Qingge, attempting to intercept this seemingly unstoppable attack. Yet, Jiang Qingge appeared to anticipate this, slightly angling his body midair to evade Zhong Xueshan's frontal block. With remarkable leaping ability, Jiang Qingge ascended higher, soaring above the hoop like an eagle in flight, surveying everything below. Gripping the basketball tightly, his muscles taut with stored power, he prepared to unleash a formidable slam. Zhong Xueshan, having leapt in vain, began to descend, but unwilling to accept defeat. He panicked and reached out desperately to pull Jiang Qingge down. This action was swiftly detected by the referee, whose whistle pierced the air, declaring Zhong Xueshan's jump a defensive foul. Meanwhile, Jiang Qingge disregarded the commotion, using his momentum to execute an elegant dunk, forcefully slamming the basketball into the hoop. With a resounding thud, the rim trembled under the impact, as if overwhelmed by the force. The tremendous impact caused Zhong Xueshan's body, already descending, to lose balance. And he fell clumsily to the ground. Jiang Qingge hung from the rim, looking down at Zhong Xueshan with one hand gripping the hoop and the other pointing at him. His eyes brimming with provocation. That gaze seemed to say, "Is this all you can do? Fouls won't save you." This scene ignited the atmosphere in the gymnasium, erupting into deafening cheers as the audience rose to their feet, clapping and shouting in exhilaration. 31. 31. Jiang Qingge. Jiang Qingge. The chants surged like a tidal wave, each wave louder than the last, seemingly poised to lift the gymnasium's roof. Chapter 76. Su Tian and Lin Yu compete for favor. The team Jiang Qingge was part of descended into a frenzy. Zhang Dali's face flushed with excitement as he shouted, "Boss, that was incredible. This is true power." Yang Jie jumped up alongside him, waving his arms, his voice strained from the fervor. "Zhong Xueshan, cease your futile struggle. You are utterly outmatched." Lu Yu and her dormitory sisters erupted in ecstatic shrieks, fervently waving their cheer placards as if to unleash all their enthusiasm. Su Tian, nearly bouncing with excitement, clutched Lin Yu's hand tightly, her voice quivering with exhilaration. "Yeah, look at brother Jiang. He's simply stunning. That Zhong Xueshan doesn't even come close." Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with joy, yet she maintained her aloof demeanor. She nodded slightly and chuckled softly. "Indeed, he is quite handsome." "What? You think he is handsome? I warn you. Yeah, don't even think about stealing him from me." Lin Yu rolled her eyes dismissively. Gu Yu covered her mouth with both hands, tears of excitement glistening in her eyes, her concern for Jiang Qingge palpable. She incessantly murmured, "Jiang, you're incredible. Please be careful." Zhong Xueshan's face darkened as he clumsily rose from the ground, his heart ablaze with anger and humiliation, threatening to consume him whole. He glared fiercely at Jiang Qingge, his fists clenched, nails digging deep into his palms. "Junior, we're all from the sports academy. I hope you don't take things too far." Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingge chuckled derisively, retorting, "What a joke. You were the one who initiated this match, and now you're the one warning me to back off. Zhong Xueshan, if you dare to challenge, you must be prepared to accept defeat." Jiang Qingge landed gracefully, fixing his gaze on Zhong Xueshan, his eyes radiating disdain. "How foolish. Don't push me to the brink." A fierce glint flickered in Zhong Xueshan's bloodshot eyes. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the gymnasium reached a fever pitch, all present stunned by Jiang Qingge's spectacular dunk. The head coach of basketball excitedly slapped his thigh, exclaiming to those nearby, "This child's physical prowess and basketball skills are simply extraordinary. Given time, he will undoubtedly carve out a niche in the basketball world." The volleyball coach nodded in agreement, unable to contain his admiration. Truly impressive. Such talent would shine in any sport. Gongsun Xianshu, seated in the front row, gazed at Jiang Qingge with adoration and reverence, her eyes narrowing as she whispered, "My master is perpetually the most radiant, unmatched by anyone." Meanwhile, Zhong Xueshan's teammates wore expressions of anxiety, their eyes betraying their worry and helplessness as they regarded him. They understood that the match had reached a critical juncture. If Zhong Xueshan failed to adapt, a crushing defeat was inevitable. Should Zhong Xueshan falter, the current school team would undoubtedly undergo a seismic shift. Henceforth, Jiang Qingge would become the linchpin of this team. Zhong Xueshan, consumed by resentment, recognized that without drastic measures, defeat was imminent, and his position as team captain would be perilously threatened. Gazing at Jiang Qingge's confident demeanor, jealousy and bitterness festered within him like a malignant tumor, compelling him to make a reckless decision, a malicious foul to incapacitate Jiang Qingge. Only in this way could he preserve his status as captain. The referee signaled for free throws, and Jiang Qingge calmly stepped to the line, effortlessly sinking the shot, bringing the score to 84-5. After a reset, Jiang Qingge firmly held the ball, acutely aware of Zhong Xueshan's predatory glare, his defensive maneuvers becoming increasingly ruthless and reckless. Jiang Qingge merely smiled faintly, undeterred. "Let your frenzy loose. I am the king of basketball." With nimble footwork and exquisite dribbling skills, Jiang Qingge continuously sought opportunities to attack. Suddenly, he spotted a gap, and, like a bolt of black lightning, accelerated through it, leaping high into the air. Seeing this, Zhong Xueshan's eyes gleamed with madness as he recklessly leaped, violently yanking on Jiang Qingge, while simultaneously driving his knee into Jiang Qingge's legs. He aimed to cripple Jiang Qingge. This malicious act elicited gasps of shock from the audience, while Lin Yu, Su Tian, and Gu Yu could not suppress their screams. However, Jiang Qingge reacted with lightning speed, sensing the force of Zhong Xueshan's impending collision. He deftly used it to propel himself upward, ascending once more in midair. With both hands firmly grasping the basketball, his muscles tensed like a coiled spring, resembling a war god poised for battle. Then, With a thunderous force, he slammed the basketball into the hoop, simultaneously descending with tremendous momentum, targeting none other than Zhong Xueshan. Zhong Xueshan, utterly unprepared for Jiang Qingge's reaction, found evasion impossible, feeling an overwhelming force surge upon him. The basketball, accompanied by a howling wind, crashed through the hoop with a resounding clang, while Jiang Qingge's body collided forcefully with Zhong Xueshan. The sheer impact sent Zhong Xueshan, towering at nearly 2 meters, careening backward like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily onto the wooden court. Following this, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted, lying motionless on the ground. The gymnasium fell into an instantaneous silence, all present rendered speechless by this unforeseen turn of events. Moments later, a thunderous cheer erupted, with spectators rising to their feet, applauding Jiang Qingge's astonishing reflexes and formidable prowess. Jiang Qingge, you're phenomenal. Zhong Xueshan has reaped what he sowed. This is the consequence of malicious fouling. A cacophony of admiration and reproach intertwined. Some expressed concern for Zhong Xueshan's injuries, unwilling to look, hoping for no grave issues. Heavens, that fall looked severe. I hope he is not in any life-threatening danger. A female student remarked, worry etched on her face as she unconsciously tugged at her clothing. Indeed, that impact looked painful. Let us hope he is all right. Otherwise, the repercussions could be dire, a nearby male student concurred, brow furrowed. Sigh. Although his foul was inexcusable, I still hope he is fine. If he sustains serious injuries from this match, it would weigh heavily on everyone's hearts, another classmate lamented. Lin Yu, Su Tiantian, and Gu Yu turned pale. While they felt relieved that Jiang Qingge was unharmed, the sight of Zhong Xueshan's fainting left them shaken. Had the one lying on the ground been Jiang Qingge, they could scarcely bear to think of it. Chapter 77, Victory and Celebration. Zhang Dali, Yang Jie, and Wang Yang were elated, dancing with joy. Boss, that move was simply invincible. Zhang Dali shouted, beaming with pride. Lu Yu and her dormitory sisters were equally ecstatic, with Lu Yu proclaiming loudly, that is what true basketball prowess looks like. Zhong Xueshan has only shot himself in the foot. At this moment, the basketball and volleyball head coaches stood speechless at the sidelines, astonished by the spectacle. The basketball coach was the first to regain his composure, murmuring, goodness. That adaptability is terrifying. This child's future is boundless. The volleyball coach nodded in agreement. Indeed, such talent and reflexes are a rarity in the sports world. Gongsun Xianshu gazed at Jiang Qingge with admiration, whispering to herself, my master is always the most exceptional. How could someone like Zhong Xueshan ever rival him? The referee hastily approached Zhong Xueshan to assess his condition, simultaneously signaling for the medical team to rush onto the court. Before long, the medical staff hurriedly arrived, carrying a stretcher to lift Zhong Xueshan onto it and swiftly transport him to the infirmary. Jiang Qingge gazed at the departing figure of Zhong Xueshan, feeling no remorse whatsoever. After all, it was Zhong Xueshan who had initiated the malice. He was merely responding in kind. He lifted his head and glanced towards the audience, offering a reassuring smile to Lin Yu, Su Tiantian, and Gu Yu, signaling that he was unscathed. However, to his surprise, he spotted Gongsun Xuanji. After winking at Jiang Qingge, Gongsun Xuanji turned to the professors beside her and said, let us go. I shall take a look at the other facilities of the school. Yes, Professor Gongsun. Following her departure with the professors, the atmosphere in the gymnasium remained vibrant and undiminished. The students fervently discussed the thrilling match they had just witnessed, with Jiang Qingge's name repeatedly mentioned, as he had evidently become the focal point of attention. Surrounded by teammates and supportive classmates, Jiang Qingge was met with a chorus of thumbs up and accolades. Zhang Dali clapped Jiang Qingge on the shoulder, exclaiming, boss, your performance in today's match was stunning. That Zhong Xueshan was no match for you at all. The school team will surely rely on you from now on. Yang Jie echoed in agreement, absolutely. With your prowess, dominating the school team is a certainty. Who knows? You might even make it into the professional league one day. Wang Yang exaggeratedly added, in my opinion, boss, you might have the potential to break into the NBA. Li Guoyang, accompanied by a throng of classmates, came over to extend his congratulations. Li Guoyang candidly stated, Qingge, once you become the captain of the school team, don't forget to bring me along. I aspire to secure a starting position. Ha ha ha, truth be told, I'm not particularly interested in basketball. I merely have a bit of skill, Jiang Qingge replied with a smile, leaving everyone momentarily taken aback. Zhang Dali couldn't help but remark, boss, you're being too modest. With your talent, who would believe you're not interested in basketball? Jiang Qingge waved his hand and replied earnestly, I truly am not being modest. Basketball is merely a pastime for me. I have far more important matters to attend to. Due to the excitement and thrill of the basketball game that evening, the instructor decided to dismiss the students. At that moment, Su Tiantian managed to squeeze her way to Jiang Qingge's side, pulling Lin Yu along with her. With admiration written all over her face, Su Tiantian exclaimed, "Brother Jiang, you were absolutely magnificent on the court just now. I knew you could defeat that Zhong Xueshan." Though Lin Yu did not express her feelings as openly as Su Tiantian, the pride and joy in her eyes were undeniable as she softly remarked, "You performed quite well. You did not disappoint me." Chen Yushu interjected, subtly attempting to push Su Tiantian aside, and directly said, "Junior, congratulations." Su Tiantian frowned slightly, casting a displeased glance at Chen Yushu. However, with Jiang Qingge present, she refrained from expressing her irritation. Looking at them, Jiang Qingge smiled and said, "It's all thanks to your cheers from the sidelines that I was able to perform with such vigor." Gu Yuyu, observing the throng surrounding Jiang Qingge, felt hesitant to approach him to offer her congratulations. At that moment, a phone call came through. "Hello, my am. Your expedited package has arrived at the southern school gate of Rongda. Would you like to pick it up yourself, or shall I bring it to you?" Gu Yuyu suddenly remembered that the new phone Jiang Qingge had purchased for her had arrived, and she quickly replied, "I'll come to pick it up myself. No need to trouble you." Having grown up in an environment that instilled a sense of self-reliance, she subconsciously preferred to resolve matters on her own. After hanging up, she glanced once more at Jiang Qingge, who was surrounded by a crowd, her eyes flickering with a hint of disappointment. She turned and maneuvered her way out of the crowd, heading towards the southern school gate. Jiang Qingge seemed to sense Gu Yuyu's departure and began searching the crowd for her figure. However, with so many people present, he quickly lost sight of her. Noticing Jiang Qingge's distracted demeanor, Su Tiantian followed his gaze but found nothing amiss and asked curiously, "Brother Jiang, what are you looking at?" Jiang Qingge snapped back to reality, smiled, and replied, "Oh, nothing. Let us head out. After all this excitement, I'm quite hungry." Lin Yu nodded, saying, "All right. Let us go grab something to eat. Consider it a celebration for you. Senior, would you like to join us?" Chen Yushu looked at the two girls surrounding Jiang Qingge, glancing at the rest of the attendees. Although she felt somewhat reluctant, she still smiled and said, "No, thank you. You're all freshmen. You go ahead. I have some matters to attend to." With that, she turned and walked away. At that moment, Lu Yu, along with her dormitory mates Mei, Ma Filan, and Yu Zixin approached. Lu Yu boldly stated, "Jiang Qingge, I heard you all are going out for a meal. A few of us from the dorm would like to join in on the fun. Is that all right? Your performance on the court today was truly eye-opening. We must congratulate you properly." Before Jiang Qingge could respond, Su Tiantian eagerly interjected, "Of course, we don't mind. The more, the merrier." Lin Yu also nodded slightly in agreement. Jiang Qingge helplessly shook his head, thinking, these two act as if they are the main characters. Thus, the group set off towards the parking lot, comprising 11 people, easily accommodated by 3 vehicles. Along the way, laughter and chatter filled the air as everyone relived the thrilling basketball match. Jiang Qingge walked in the center, flanked by Su Tiantian and Lin Yu, with Zhang Dali following behind, while Lu Yu and her dorm mates chattered excitedly nearby, infusing the entire group with vitality and joy. As they exited the gymnasium, Jiang Qingge found himself preoccupied with thoughts of Gu Yuyu, feeling a twinge of concern. He resolved to have Gongsun Xuanji seek out Gu Yuyu later, using the excuse of taking her to see the game room. Soon, they arrived at the parking lot, but the question of how to accommodate 11 individuals became an issue. Su Tiantian wanted to ride with Jiang Qingge, and Lin Yu did too, though she was not as forthright as Su Tiantian. Su Tiantian cheerfully declared, "Dolly here. Take the keys. You 4 boys can drive my Porsche." With that, she tossed the keys to Zhang Dali, then hopped into the passenger seat of the Koenigsegg, smoothing out the creases in her attire before plopping down. Jiang Qingge looked down to see a deep crevice, with the sides jiggling. He was momentarily taken aback, and before he could speak, Lin Yu's expression suddenly turned cold, her eyes flashing with displeasure. She shot a glance at Su Tiantian, though she said nothing. Her demeanor had noticeably chilled. At that moment, Lu Yu chimed in with a smile. "How about this? I also have a driver's license. Let us take Sister Yu's Range Rover. Sister Yu, Su Tiantian, and Jiang Qingge can share a ride, while Yang Jie, Wang Yang, Dali, and Li Guoyang can take Su Tiantian's Porsche. How does that sound?" The suggestion was well received by the group, yet Lin Yu coldly replied, "No need. I'll drive myself. Get in the car." With that, she opened the driver's side door of the Range Rover and took her seat. As Zhang Dali took hold of the Porsche keys, he found himself at a loss. Yet when he noticed Lu Yu and the others boarding the Range Rover, he beckoned Yang Jie, Wang Yang, and Li Guoyang to join him in the Porsche. Su Tiantian, seeing Lin Yu's displeased expression, dared not say more and merely stuck out her tongue. Jiang Qingge chuckled helplessly as he settled into the driver's seat of the Koenigsegg. He hadn't anticipated Lin Yu's temper to be so fiery, leading her to simply walk away in frustration. Throughout the journey, Su Tiantian chattered incessantly about amusing anecdotes from daily life, occasionally bursting into laughter in an attempt to alleviate the somewhat awkward atmosphere within the car. Lin Yu remained focused on driving, occasionally glancing in the rearview mirror at Jiang Qingge and Su Tiantian, her gaze betraying an elusive emotion. Lu Yu, seated in the front passenger seat, maintained her silence, unwilling to provoke Lin Yu further. Meanwhile, the quartet in the Porsche marveled at their luxurious ride, with Zhang Dali exclaiming, "Truly, this is a luxury vehicle. It's so comfortable to sit in." Yang Jie echoed, "Indeed, I've only seen such cars on television before. I never imagined I would get to experience one today, especially thanks to our boss." Wang Yang teased, "Dali, once you hit it big, you must buy a car like this and take us for a spin." Zhang Dali laughed heartily, "Sure. Once I earn some money, not only will I buy a car, but I'll also treat you all to a lavish feast." Li Guoyang chimed in with a grin, "I'll be waiting, brother Dali. You must keep your word." In the Koenigsegg, Jiang Qingge suddenly turned to Su Tiantian and asked, "Is Lin Yu upset?" Su Tiantian was momentarily taken aback, her lips curling into a sly smile before she erupted into a fit of giggles, her chest rising and falling slightly. Jiang Qingge's eyes inadvertently lingered on her, momentarily entranced, a peculiar feeling stirring within him. Su Tiantian moved closer to Jiang Qingge, cooing sweetly, "Brother Jiang, Lin Yu is definitely jealous. Just think about it. She has always harbored feelings for you, and here I am, boldly sitting beside you. How can she be at ease?" She continued, "But she truly admires you, brother Jiang. Wanting to be closer, especially since you were so dashing on the court, it's simply irresistible." After saying this, she playfully tugged at Jiang Qingge's clothing, her big, watery eyes gazing up at him with playful charm. Jiang Qingge found himself at a loss, thinking to himself, what a little enchantress. He wore a faint look of resignation, gently advising, "Tiantian, there isn't anything definitively between Lin Yu and me. We are all friends, and I don't want these trivial matters to cause discomfort among us. She has a fiery temperament, so please be mindful and don't provoke her too much." Su Tiantian immediately pouted, feigning innocence as she replied, "Brother Jiang, I understand. I was just too happy. Seeing you make Zhong Xueshan look foolish today filled me with joy, and I just wanted to be closer to you. I promise I won't make Lin Yu angry again." However, in her heart, she mused, "Humph, little you think you can compete with me for brother Jiang? Not a chance." Jiang Qingge sighed softly, well aware of Su Tiantian's usual antics, and chose not to elaborate further. He turned his gaze to the window, unwilling to look at Su Tiantian any longer, fearing his little Qingge might not handle it well. Meanwhile, in the Range Rover ahead, Lin Yu observed through the rearview mirror as Su Tiantian cozied up to Jiang Qingge. Her grip tightened on the steering wheel, her knuckles turning white as she bit her lip, jealousy and concern mingling in her eyes. She couldn't help but think that Su Tiantian, that little minx, was undoubtedly showering Jiang with flattery and perhaps even getting too familiar. With this thought, she unconsciously pressed down harder on the accelerator, causing the Range Rover to speed up abruptly. Lu Yu, lost in her thoughts while gazing out of the window, was startled by the sudden acceleration, her body leaning back against the seat. She quickly grabbed the handle inside the car and turned to Lin Yu, panic etched on her face as she exclaimed, "Yu Jie, slow down. This speed is too frightening." In the back seat, Hu Mei, Ma Feilan, and Yu Zixin were equally startled by the sudden burst of speed. Hu Mei's face paled slightly as she clutched the armrest, her voice trembling. "Yu Jie, let South not drive so fast. Safety comes first." Ma Feilan echoed in agreement. "Yes, Yu Jie, it's too fast. I feel like my heart is about to jump out." Yu Zixin dramatically added, "Oh dear, Yu Jie, slow down. I've never even dated anyone yet." Only then did Lin Yu realize her emotions had gotten the better of her, causing her to accelerate recklessly. Taking a deep breath, she made an effort to calm herself and eased off the gas, apologizing with a hint of regret. "I'm sorry. I was distracted and scared you all." Lu Yu patted her chest, still shaken, and reassured her, "It's all right. Yu Jie, just focus on driving. Don't think too much." Chapter 79, Gu Yu's Shyness. Lu Yu had a feeling that Lin Yu's emotional turmoil was likely related to Su Tiantian sitting next to Jiang Qingge, but it was not something that could be openly discussed. The atmosphere in the car lightened slightly, and to break the lingering awkwardness, Lu Yu initiated a conversation about Jiang Qingge's impressive performance on the court earlier. "Yu Jie, Jiang Qingge's dunk today was absolutely phenomenal. It was my first time witnessing such a breathtaking display of skill live. Don't you think he is incredibly talented?" Upon hearing praises for Jiang Qingge, Lin Yu's mood visibly improved, though she feigned modesty. "Well, he is just slightly better than Zhong Xueshan." Nonetheless, the corners of her mouth involuntarily lifted, unable to hide the pride in her eyes. Lu Yu, noticing this, continued with a smile, "Yu Jie, don't be so humble. Everyone can see that Jiang Qingge has a special regard for you. During the match, he must have wanted to impress you. Lin Yu's heart fluttered at this thought. Though she verbally denied it, "Don't say such things. We're just ordinary friends." Yet, she couldn't suppress the sweetness blooming in her heart as she recalled Jiang Qingge's spirited demeanor on the court and the occasional tender glances he cast her way, causing her heart to race. Any prior agreement with Su Tiantian was long forgotten. At this moment, Hu Mei, who had been quietly listening to their conversation, suddenly interjected. "Yu Jie, I believe Jiang Qingge is not only skilled but also exceptionally chivalrous. He confronted Zhong Xueshan for your sake and challenged him to a game. That is not something just anyone would do." Ma Feilan nodded in agreement. "Indeed, such a man who stands up for a girl is rare these days. Yu Jie, if you don't seize the opportunity, someone else might take him away." Yu Zixin exaggeratedly added. "Yu Jie, just look at how clingy Su Tiantian was earlier. It's clear she has feelings for Jiang Qingge. You must put in some effort." Listening to Lu Yu and the others chime in, Lin Yu's face flushed, and she feigned anger. "Stop talking nonsense. If you keep this up, I'll be upset." However, deep down, she resolved to no longer remain passive. She would certainly turn the tables. The opportunity lay within her own establishment. Following closely behind, Jiang Qingge furrowed his brow as he noticed Lin Yu suddenly accelerate, prompting him to hasten his pace as well. Observing this, Zhang Dali also pressed down on the gas pedal, joining the pursuit. Soon, the trio of vehicles arrived at Shuhanyan. Upon parking, the hall manager, spotting Jiang Qingge's Koenigsegg, approached with the eagerness reminiscent of a devoted disciple meeting a revered mentor. "Young Master Jiang, it is delightful to see you again," he exclaimed. His eyes then fell upon Lin Yu as she exited the white Range Rover, and he enthusiastically called out, "Miss Lin." The manager warmly welcomed them, his face adorned with a beaming smile, his gaze flitting between Jiang Qingge and Lin Yu as if he could discern the blossoms of fortune from their presence. "Young Master Jiang, Miss Lin, please, come inside. We have already reserved a table for you." With that, he led the way, guiding the group to the grand private room 007. As everyone settled in, Jiang Qingge took the seat of honor, flanked by Lin Yu and Su Tiantian, who positioned themselves on either side, their eyes reflecting a hint of rivalry. Zhang Dali, Yang Jie, and the girls from Lu Yu's dormitory occupied the remaining seats. Observing the gathering, Jiang Qingge smiled and proclaimed, "Everyone must be weary today. Let us indulge in the splendid cuisine this establishment has to offer." Meanwhile, Gu Yuyu dashed toward the south school gate, her eyes immediately landing on the delivery person holding a package. Upon spotting her, the courier flashed a professional smile and raised the parcel. "Are you Gu Yuyu? This is your expedited package." Gu Yuyu nodded eagerly, her demeanor somewhat bashful as she replied, "Yes, thank you." As she accepted the package, the courier assessed her appearance, simple yet immaculate, and could not help but remark, "Today's youth certainly know how to treat themselves. This is the latest model of a smartphone." A blush crept across Gu Yuyu's cheeks as she softly explained, This isn't for me. It's a gift from a friend." The courier playfully teased, "With such a generous boyfriend, you must be quite fortunate." Gu Yuyu's cheeks flushed deeper, warmth spreading within her as she replied softly, He truly is a wonderful person, but he's not my boyfriend." Cautiously cradling the package as if it were a treasured possession, the courier advised, "Be careful on your way. Don't let it get damaged." Gu Yuyu quickly nodded in gratitude. "All right, thank you for your hard work." The courier waved a hand dismissively, mounting his electric bike to depart, but not before adding, "Hurry back to your dorm. I'm sure you're quite eager." Watching him disappear, Gu Yuyu felt a surge of gratitude and silently resolved to thank Jiang Qingge profusely. She then hugged the package tightly and turned toward the location indicated by Gongsun Xuanji. Meanwhile, in the private room 007 at Shuhanyan, as soon as Jiang Qingge sat down, he excused himself under the pretense of needing the restroom, secretly retrieving his phone to message Xuanji. "Xuanji, please go and fetch Gu Yuyu to the snack street at the south gate. Let her get acquainted with the shop, and also bring her the planning documents. By the way, have you obtained the property rights certificate? Show it to her as well. Inform her that this shop will be under her charge from now on, and she can contact me anytime with questions." Gongsun Xuanji quickly replied, "Understood, master. I will take care of it. The property rights certificate has been acquired, and I will bring it to my sister." Jiang Qingge tucked his phone away, adjusted his attire, and returned to the private room. At that moment, the servers began to present the dishes, each dish a feast for the senses, while the whey soy milk on the table shimmered softly under the lights. Su Tiantian picked up a bottle of whey soy milk, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Jiang Qingge, exclaiming, "Brother Jiang, you were absolutely stunning on the court today. I have become your biggest fan. Here, let me pour you a glass of soy milk." With that, she twisted open the cap and poured a glass for him. Lin Yu, observing this scene, felt a twinge of displeasure and cleared her throat, saying, "Humph. It was just a game. There's no need for such fuss. Yet, despite her words, she couldn't help but glance at Jiang Qingge, her eyes betraying a subtle concern as she inquired, "You weren't injured, were you?" Jiang Qingge chuckled and shook his head, reassuring her, "Rest assured, I am perfectly fine." Today's game was exhilarating, thanks in no small part to everyone cheering from the sidelines. Zhang Dali raised his cup filled with whey soy milk, standing up to declare loudly, "Boss, you finally avenged yourself in today's match. Let us toast to our leader." As one, everyone raised their soy milk cups, tilting their heads back to drink heartily. After several rounds of milk and a variety of dishes, conversation flowed freely among the group. Yang Jie, munching on his food, remarked, "Boss, those dunks you made today left Zhong Xueshan utterly speechless. I doubt he'll dare to act arrogant again." Jiang Qingge waved his hand dismissively, replying, "He is simply too arrogant, thinking he is something special. However, this time serves as a lesson, reminding him that there are always greater heights." At that moment, Lin Yu interjected unexpectedly, "He probably won't be able to stay at Rongdao anymore." What? Gongsun Xuanji had just finished a tour of the laboratory with the professors and was preparing to say her goodbyes to fetch Gu Yuyu. At that moment, a male professor known for his questionable character and lewd thoughts fixated his gaze on Gongsun Xuanji, captivated by her exquisite features and graceful figure. His mind flooded with indecent fantasies. He felt a stirring within, secretly contemplating, "This woman is utterly enchanting. If I could take her to bed and have her writhe beneath me, how delightful that would be. Just imagine her elegant demeanor. She must be even more exquisite in private." The more he thought, the more excited he became, and he found himself responding physically, suddenly perceiving this as a golden opportunity. He donned a facade of insincere charm and suggested, "Everyone, since Professor Gongsun has graced our school with her presence, why not gather for dinner tonight? It would be a wonderful opportunity to extend our hospitality and engage in deeper academic discussions with Professor Gongsun, which would certainly benefit our school's research development." He harbored ulterior motives, planning to intoxicate Gongsun Xuanji during the dinner and seize the chance to fulfill his base desires. Some professors, seeing it as a chance to strengthen their relationship with Gongsun Xuanji, nodded in agreement. Others, though hesitant, felt it inappropriate to dampen the enthusiasm and joined in the chorus of approval. The unscrupulous male professor, pleased by the consensus, turned to Gongsun Xuanji with a sycophantic smile, saying, "Professor Gongsun, this is a collective wish. Please do us the honor of joining us. We are all eager to learn from you." Gongsun Xuanji smiled politely, declining. "I'm truly sorry. I have other commitments this evening. Perhaps we can arrange another gathering in the future." She was acutely aware of the male professor's intentions. After all, it was only natural for someone of her unparalleled beauty to attract such lecherous thoughts. Yet, the male professor remained undeterred, continuing to persuade Professor Gongsun. "Such an opportunity is rare. Everyone is particularly eager to engage in academic dialogue with you. Please, consider providing us with your guidance." He was consumed by an insatiable urgency, his heart solely set on obtaining Gongsun Xuanji's agreement to fulfill his nefarious scheme. Gongsun Xuanji, inwardly exasperated, maintained her composure with a veneer of politeness and detachment, resolutely stating, "I sincerely apologize, but I truly cannot spare any time this evening. I hope the esteemed professors can understand." With a slight nod, she turned and made her way towards her Model X. The male professor, watching her departure, felt a surge of anger and frustration, his fists clenching involuntarily as he muttered under his breath, "Humph, this little vixen is rather difficult to deal with. Count yourself fortunate this time. But mark my words, the next opportunity will not slip away. I shall have you in my grasp, and then you will witness my true ferocity." She settled into the luxurious confines of her sleek black Tesla Model X, the interior tranquil and inviting, subtly infused with the scent of perfume. Gongsun Xuanji did not immediately start the vehicle, but instead retrieved her phone and dialed Gu Yuyu's number. The call connected swiftly, and she spoke gently, "Sister Yuyu, this is Xuanji. Qingge has sent me to pick you up to explore the snack street near the south gate. Are you available now? I am the sister who called you last time." Upon realizing it was the same girl from the previous call, Gu Yuyu eagerly replied, "Sister Xuanji, I'm available. I'm currently near the south gate. Just picked up the phone that Jiang classmate bought for me." Gongsun Xuanji smiled and replied, "That's wonderful. Please wait for me there. I shall arrive shortly." After ending the call, she started the car and drove towards the south gate. Before long, she spotted Gu Yuyu standing by the roadside, holding a package. Gongsun Xuanji slowed the vehicle, rolled down the window, and greeted her with a smile, "Sister Yuyu, over here." Gu Yuyu hurried over, brushed off the dust from her clothes, and cautiously opened the car door, settling into her seat. As Gongsun Xuanji drove, she began to explain the details of the shop to Gu Yuyu. "Sister, this shop is ideally located, attracting substantial foot traffic. Qingge plans to establish a self-service gaming and billiards hall, and you will be in charge of it moving forward. Gu Yuyu, feeling a mix of anxiety and excitement, responded. Sister Xuanji, do you think I can manage? I've never done anything like this before. Gongsun Xuanji gently patted Gu Yuyu's hand, reassuring her, do not worry, dear sister. You have Qingge and me by your side. You are exceptionally bright, and I have no doubt you will excel. Moreover, there will be guidance during the initial stages, so you can approach this with confidence. Soon, they arrived at the shop on the snack street. Gongsun Xuanji led Gu Yuyu inside, handing her the property certificate and planning documents, saying, Sister, take a look. This is the property certificate, and the planning documents are here as well. Familiarize yourself with them. Gu Yuyu took the documents, gazing intently at the plans, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and seriousness. She listened attentively as Gongsun Xuanji elaborated on the various zones of the layout. Meanwhile, in the private room number 007 of the Shuhan banquet, everyone paused at Lin Yu's words, turning their attention towards her. Jiang Qingge, equally surprised, inquired, Yeah, what do you mean by that? Lin Yu calmly sipped her soy milk before replying. Zhong Xueshan engaged in malicious foul play, attempting to incapacitate you. Such behavior is utterly reprehensible. The school has a strict zero-tolerance policy for such actions, and given that I previously informed my father of his harassment towards me and his assault on you, Zhong Xueshan's expulsion is virtually assured. Jiang Qingge felt a wave of warmth wash over him, his previously aloof demeanor revealing a heart of gold. Su Tiantian's eyes lit up, and she clapped her hands, exclaiming, That's wonderful. Such individuals deserve expulsion. It saves us from their daily displays of arrogance. Zhang Dali nodded in agreement, adding, Indeed. His actions were outrageous and devoid of any sportsmanship. His expulsion is entirely self-inflicted. Chapter 81. Everyone's situation and Lin Yu's subtle schemes. Lu Yu furrowed her brow, expressing some concern. Though his actions were wrong, wouldn't expulsion be a bit too severe? After all, he was the captain of the school team and contributed significantly to the basketball program. Lin Yu shot Lu Yu a cold glare, her discontent evident as she retorted. No amount of contribution can justify his malicious intent. Today, he could unleash his aggression on Qingge, and tomorrow, he might do the same to other students. Keeping such a person in school is a perpetual risk. At that moment, Wang Yang suddenly recalled something and remarked, Boss, your performance in today's match has undoubtedly made you famous. Soon, no one in school will be unaware of Jiang Qingge's name. Who knows? Many girls might come seeking your attention. Just be cautious not to be dazzled by those sirens. He winked playfully. Su Tiantian, hearing this, became anxious, fixing her gaze on Jiang Qingge, saying, Brother Jiang, you mustn't be swayed by other girls. Lu Yu, eager to please Lin Yu, interjected, I hope those girls are self-aware. Don't they realize this basketball game was sparked by whom? Initially frowning at Su Tiantian's comment about the impending influx of admirers, Lin Yu's expression softened at Lu Yu's words, letting out a light huff, without further comment. Jiang Qingge chuckled helplessly, saying, Please, do not tease me. I am not as exaggerated as you portray. Yet, he understood that this match would undoubtedly elevate his reputation within the school. In the private room, the atmosphere was light and jovial as everyone continued to enjoy their meal. During dinner, Su Tiantian enthusiastically served Jiang Qingge dishes, and though he felt somewhat helpless, he could not resist her fervor. Lin Yu observed from the sidelines, displeased, yet her nature prevented her from acting out, leaving her to stew in silent frustration. Su Tiantian, feeling triumphant, cast a glance at Lin Yu, resembling a victorious peacock. Jiang Qingge, noticing Lin Yu's discontent, felt a pang of sympathy. Unable to comprehend the dynamic between the two friends, he began to suspect that these two might end up as rivals rather than allies. He picked up some sweet and sour ribs and gently placed them into Lin Yu's bowl, speaking softly, Yeah, do indulge a bit more. You worked hard cheering for me today. Lin Yu froze for a moment, her previous gloom dissipating instantly. Although she was not fond of sweet flavors, this was a gesture from Jiang. After all, the corners of her mouth involuntarily lifted, her eyes shining with joy. She stole a glance at Jiang Qingge and whispered, Thank you. Su Tiantian, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of jealousy, pouting her lips as she dramatically stirred her chopsticks in her bowl, muttering petulantly, Brother Jiang, you didn't serve me any dishes. I worked hard too, cheering for you. She gazed at Jiang Qingge with a pitiful expression. Jiang Qingge, bemused by this little imp, could only comply and served Su Tiantian a portion of food, exasperatedly saying, All right, Tiantian can eat too. Everyone has worked hard. Only then did Su Tiantian smile contentedly, happily savoring the food Jiang Qingge had served her. Nevertheless, she still occasionally cast furtive glances at Lin Yu, her gaze laced with competition. Lin Yu, in high spirits, chose not to hold a grudge against Su Tiantian, elegantly enjoying her sweet and sour ribs. She occasionally cast gentle glances at Jiang Qingge, her eyes radiating warmth. At that moment, Zhang Dali raised his cup and exclaimed, "Come, let us toast to our leader once more. Today's match was truly spectacular. And I hope our leader will lead our school team towards glory in the future." The crowd unanimously raised their glasses and drank heartily. Seizing the opportunity while everyone was toasting, Yang Jie discreetly glanced at Lu Yu, his eyes betraying a hint of shyness. Lu Yu seemed to sense his gaze, slightly tilted her head to meet his eyes, and a faint smile graced her lips. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, it was as if an electric current passed between them. Yang Jie hastily lowered his head, pretending to sip his soy milk. But the flush creeping up his ears revealed his inner turmoil. Wang Yang noticed Ma Feilan engrossed in a dish and chuckled. "Ma Feilan, it seems you have quite an affinity for this dish. Shall I help you with some more?" Ma Feilan, slightly embarrassed, smiled shyly and replied, "Thank you, but no need. I can manage." Nonetheless, Wang Yang enthusiastically served her some food, causing a faint blush to rise on Ma Feilan's cheeks as she murmured, "Thank you." Wang Yang scratched his head and chuckled, "No need to be polite. It's more enjoyable to eat together." Meanwhile, Li Guoyang and Yu Zixin appeared oblivious to their surroundings, focused solely on their meals, with Hu Mei occasionally chiming in. Jiang Qingge surveyed the gathering, pondering, it seems Yang Jie and Lu Yu share a mutual interest. Perhaps their physiques attract one another. Wang Yang, that rascal, seems to have taken a liking to Ma Feilan, but she appears a tad shy. With those long legs and alluring figure, I fear Wang Yang may not be able to handle it. Yu Zixin, the most beautiful in their dormitory, might look down on Zhang Dali, or perhaps feels indifferent. Yet, Li Guoyang is rather handsome. Maybe he hasn't made a move, which leaves her hesitant to speak up. Thus, this meal concluded amidst these subtle dynamics. After dining, Zhang Dali enthusiastically proposed, "Why don't we create a group chat? It would be more convenient for everyone to plan future activities together." The group nodded in agreement. They all took out their phones, bustlingly setting up a chat group, collectively naming it Jiang Qingge Supporters. Once the group was established, they lingered in the private room, chatting animatedly for a while longer. Jiang Qingge glanced at the time and remarked, "It's getting late. We ought to head back to school. Tomorrow promises to be another busy day." Only then did everyone rise, gather their belongings, and make their way to the lobby, where Jiang Qingge approached the counter to settle the bill. After all, it wouldn't be right to keep taking advantage of Yang Zi, who had mysteriously vanished lately. As Jiang Qingge prepared to pay, the lobby manager approached with a beaming smile and said respectfully, "Young Master Jiang, Miss Lin has already settled the bill." Jiang Qingge was taken aback, casting a surprised glance at Lin Yu. Lin Yu met his gaze with a slight lift of her chin, her expression tinged with pride, as if to say, "What of it?" At that moment, the manager produced 11 exquisite gift boxes from behind the counter and handed them to Jiang Qingge and the others, stating, "Young Master Jiang." These gift boxes were specially prepared by Miss Lin for everyone. How considerate of her. Chapter 82. Lin Yu takes the lead. Su Tiantian is infuriated. As Jiang Qingge and the others accepted the gift boxes, they secretly mused that Lin Yu truly had a knack for winning hearts. It seemed that everyone might soon become her followers. Poor Su Tiantian found herself isolated and somewhat pitiful. The group admired the beautiful gift boxes in their hands, showering Lin Yu with appreciative glances. Zhang Dali grinned, saying, "Sister Yu, you are far too generous. First, treating us to a meal, and now gifting us. Thank you so much." Lu Yu chimed in, "Indeed, Sister Yu, your thoughtfulness is unmatched. Being around you is a blessing." Yang Jie, Wang Yang, and the others joined in praising Lin Yu, who, though slightly bashful from the attention, could not suppress the smile curling at her lips. However, Su Tiantian, watching Lin Yu bask in the accolades, felt a surge of discontent. She pouted and muttered, "It's just paying a bill and giving a gift. What's the big deal?" Hearing Su Tiantian's quiet complaint, Jiang Qingge chuckled helplessly and approached her, saying softly, "Tiantian, don't sulk. Yu Yu is simply expressing her good intentions." Su Tiantian looked up at Jiang Qingge, her eyes glistening with a hint of grievance, and replied, "Gidge, I understand, but she always steals the spotlight, and it makes me a bit uncomfortable." Jiang Qingge gently ruffled Su Tiantian's hair and reassured her, "All right, we are all friends here. Let us not let such trivial matters cause discord. You shouldn't overthink it." Su Tiantian pouted, clearly still upset. Subsequently, the group, holding their gift boxes, exited the Shuhan banquet amidst laughter and cheer. By now, the evening had deepened, and the city's neon lights shimmered alluringly. Jiang Qingge turned to Lin Yu and said, Yu Yu, thank you for today, it was quite a treat." Lin Yu shot him an exasperated look and replied, "What are you being polite for? You were the hero of the day. It's nothing, really. Consider it my treat to celebrate your achievements." Upon arriving at the parking lot, Jiang Qingge approached the Koenigsegg. Just as he was about to get in, Lin Yu suddenly called out, Hey, Jiang, wait a moment. Jiang Qingge turned to face her. And Lin Yu hesitated briefly before saying, thank you for standing up for me and arranging the match with Zhong Xueshan. Jiang Qingge smiled and replied, no need for thanks. He was in the wrong, and I merely did what was right. Su Tiantian, who had been listening nearby, couldn't help but interject, Sister Yu. You really don't have to be so formal, Gij Isnta stranger. Lin Yu shot her a glance, choosing to remain silent. Just then, Jiang Qingge received a text message from Gongsun Xuanji, informing him that Guiyu had been delivered to the shop and that everything was arranged. A warmth spread through Jiang Qingge's heart as he replied with a simple acknowledgement. Curious, Su Tiantian leaned in and asked, Gij, who messaged you? Jiang Qingge instinctively concealed his phone behind him and replied, oh, no one special, just a friend. Su Tiantian cast him a dubious look, muttering, so mysterious. Jiang Qingge chuckled helplessly, preparing to enter the car. However, this time Lin Yu had learned her lesson. She tossed the keys to Lu Yu and swiftly claimed the passenger seat, casting a casual glance at Su Tiantian. Seeing this, Su Tiantian's eyes widened in surprise and dissatisfaction, and she couldn't help but stamp her foot, exclaiming, Sister Yu, how could you do this? That's my seat, get out. Lin Yu pretended not to hear, fastening her seatbelt and turning to Jiang Qingge, saying, Jiang, let's south hit the road. Fuming, Su Tiantian marched toward the Koenigsegg, intent on yanking open the passenger door. Yet, before she could grasp the handle, Lin Yu had already locked the door and smirked at Su Tiantian, teasingly saying, why not sit on my lap? Or perhaps on Jiang's lap? Su Tiantian's eyes widened, brimming with indignation and grievance, as she bit her lip, her chest heaving with anger. Ultimately, she stomped her foot in frustration, sulking around to the back of the car, yanked open the rear door, and plopped herself down inside, muttering incessantly, Sister Ye, you are being too much, always bullying me. Jiang Qingge shook his head helplessly as he climbed into the car. The atmosphere inside was somewhat oppressive during the ride. Lin Yu sat in the front passenger seat, occasionally sneaking glances at Su Tiantian's expression through the rearview mirror, feeling a mix of satisfaction and regret for having taken the joke too far. After all, the sisters had just reconciled, and now she had instigated such a scene. Meanwhile, Su Tiantian glared out the window, entirely ignoring the two in the front. With her arms crossed defiantly over her chest, she occasionally let out a huff, silently thinking, umph. Sister Yeye is doing this on purpose, always vying for Jiang Gij's attention. Just wait until I get home. I'll show you, she added in her mind. Give up, Jiang Qingge will definitely prefer someone with more resources. He wouldn't fancy someone as barren as you. After that, she weighed her own assets, and indeed, she had plenty. Zhang Dali, Yang Jie, and the others observed the scene with suppressed laughter. Zhang Dali mused, these two sisters are at it again. The boss is going to have a headache later. Yang Jie couldn't help but reflect. It seems the drama surrounding these two beauties by Jiang Gij's side is far from over. I wonder how he will manage it. It would be best if he could choose just one. He then cast a furtive glance at Lu Yu. Coincidentally, Lu Yu returned his gaze. And upon seeing his foolish grin, she couldn't help but chuckle softly. Simpleton. Ma Feilan noticed Wang Yang looking over as well, and quickly lowered her head, pretending to be engrossed in her phone. However, when she opened her WeChat, she found that Wang Yang had sent her a friend request. Glancing back at him, she caught Wang Yang flashing her a cheeky smile. Jiang Qingge, seated inside the car, observed the antics of Zhang Dali and the petite Hu Mei. Pondering the dynamics between the two, he imagined if Zhang Dali might end up consuming Hu Mei whole. Yet, it appeared the two had little interaction. He then looked over at Li Guoyang and Yu Zixin, wondering what thoughts occupied their minds. Soon after, Jiang Qingge started the car, slowly driving out of the parking lot. Following closely behind, Zhang Dali drove a Porsche, carrying Yang Jie, Wang Yang, and Li Guoyang. Wang Yang inwardly mused, this dinner is quite entertaining. The atmosphere between Yang Jie and Lu Yu seems promising. Yang Jie felt a mix of anxiety and anticipation, secretly hoping. I hope Lu Yu's smile back there indicates she has a soft spot for me. Li Guoyang chuckled inwardly. Yang Jie is definitely interested in Lu Yu. His expression says it all. Each of them harbored their own secrets. Chapter 83. Jiang Qingge's boldness, Su Tiantian's ambush. Inside the Land Rover, the four women were lost in their own thoughts. As the three cars traversed the city streets, the lights streamed through the windows, casting a glow on each face. Although no one spoke, the events of the evening stirred various ripples within them. As the vehicles gradually approached the school, the night's tale drew to a close, leaving the future shrouded in uncertainty and anticipation. Thank you, Tiantian. Thank you, Sister Yu. After returning to the dormitory, they each returned the keys to Su Tiantian and Lin Yu, bidding farewell before heading to their respective rooms. Only Jiang Qingge, Su Tiantian, and Lin Yu remained, along with the three cars parked by the roadside. Observing the sulking Su Tiantian and the slightly regretful Lin Yu, Jiang Qingge decided to play the peacemaker and break the awkward silence. With a gentle smile, he moved to Su Tiantian's side, softly draping an arm around her shoulders, and said, Tiantian, Yaya was just joking. She truly cares for you as her sister. You two are best friends. Don't let such trivial matters create a rift between you. Su Tiantian raised her eyes to Jiang Qingge, tears glistening, and replied plaintively, Jiang Qingge. Sister Yaya is always vying for your attention and making inappropriate jokes. Jiang Qingge tenderly ruffled her hair and reassured her, yeah, didn't he mean any harm? She yes, just a bit impulsive. Be magnanimous and forgive her this once, will you? He then approached Lin Yu, speaking softly, yeah, Tiantian can be a bit childish. Don't let it get to you. Look, she is about to cry. Don't you feel for her? If you two sisters are at odds because of me, it would weigh heavily on my heart. Lin Yu bit her lips slightly, glancing at Jiang Qingge, and then at Su Tiantian, murmuring, I understand. I got carried away with the joke just now. Seeing their attitudes soften, Jiang Qingge took one hand of each and cheerfully said, all right, let us shake hands. You are still good sisters. Let me cause any more misunderstandings. Su Tiantian and Lin Yu exchanged glances and couldn't help but smile. Su Tiantian lightly punched Lin Yu's arm, saying, Sister Yaya, don't do that again. Lin Yu nodded, got it, little one. The three decided to take a stroll to ease the lingering awkwardness. Along the way, as Lin Yu and Su Tiantian chatted animatedly, Jiang Qingge seized the moment to exchange flirtatious glances with them. When looking at Lin Yu, his gaze was gentle and profound, with a slight arch of his brow. His eyes filled with affection. Turning to Su Tiantian, he gave a playful wink, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Lin Yu felt her heart race at Jiang Qingge's gaze, her cheeks flushing with warmth, and a wave of sweetness washed over her. Su Tiantian, too, blushed at Jiang Qingge's attention, her eyes sparkling with shyness and joy. As they walked, Jiang Qingge, seizing an opportunity when Su Tiantian wasn't paying attention, gently hooked Lin Yu's pinky finger with his own, sending a thrill through her and a rosy hue to her cheeks. When conversing with Su Tiantian, Jiang Qingge leaned slightly closer, letting his arm brush against hers. And Su Tiantian could feel the warmth radiating from his arm, causing her heart to race. Jiang Qingge observed them, chuckling inwardly at the delightful atmosphere of their interaction. Although they spoke little, an enchanting warmth and sweetness filled the air. However, this moment was fleeting. Once the two reconciled, Jiang Qingge drove away, leaving only Su Tiantian and Lin Yu behind. Watching Jiang Qingge's car disappear, the smiles faded from their faces. They exchanged glances, their expressions returning to their previous coolness. Su Tiantian scoffed, breaking the silence. Humph, just now I was only being nice for Jiang Qingge's sake. Don't think I've truly let it slide. Lin Yu shot her a disdainful look. Who cares about your phony act? If it weren't for that Jiang fellow, I wouldn't bother with you at all. Pouting, Su Tiantian walked over to her car, opened the door but then paused, turning to Lin Yu. I don't want to drive. I'm tired. You drive me home. Lin Yu frowned, her reluctance evident. Why should I? It's your car, you drive it. Crossing her arms defiantly, Su Tiantian threw a little tantrum. Just because I shouted my lungs out cheering for Jiang Qingge today, are you driving or not? If not, I'll call Jiang Qingge and tell him you're bullying me. Lin Yu's teeth ground together in frustration, glaring at Su Tiantian. Her mind racing with thoughts of this little brat using Jiang Qingge to threaten her. Yet, unwilling to let Jiang Qingge perceive that they were still at odds, Lin Yu reluctantly approached her Land Rover Range Rover. Su Tiantian smirked with delight and followed Lin Yu into the vehicle. The atmosphere inside was heavy, both of them wearing stern expressions, neither uttering a word. Lin Yu started the engine and pressed down hard on the accelerator, causing the Land Rover to surge forward like an arrow released from a bow. Su Tiantian was jolted back by the sudden acceleration and couldn't help but complain. Why drive so fast? Are we racing to the afterlife? Lin Yu let out a cold laugh. What is the matter? Afraid? You were quite formidable when you threatened me just a moment ago. Su Tiantian, cheeks puffed with indignation, turned her gaze to the window, choosing to ignore Lin Yu. The car sped down the road, the flickering lights from the street lamps casting alternating shadows on their faces, reflecting their discontent. After a while, Su Tiantian could no longer contain her curiosity and spoke up. Sister Yaya, do you think Jiang Qingge likes me more, or does he favor you more? Lin Yu, her eyes fixed on the road ahead, replied coldly, don't harbor such delusions. The bond between Jiang Qingge and me is not something you can compare to. Today, I treated everyone and brought gifts. They must be overjoyed, and that Jiang fellow certainly appreciates the face I've given him. Su Tiantian retorted defiantly. So what? Jiang Qingge still actively speaks to me and shows concern. You, on the other hand, only know how to act aloof. She then glanced down at her own assets, revealing a smug grin. Suddenly, She brazenly reached out to Lin Yu's assets, pinching and comparing them with her own, lifting her chin in mockery. Look at you. With this meager size, it's hardly enough to sustain. Jiang Qingge surely prefers someone with more to offer. I am far superior to you. So he must like me more. Lin Yu's face flushed with anger at Su Tiantian's unexpected antics, and she swatted Su Tiantian's hand away, exclaiming furiously, Su Tiantian, you have gone too far. Jiang's affections are not solely based on such superficial matters. Yet, Su Tiantian remained unfazed, still grinning. Humph, keep denying it. But Jiang Qingge treats me differently.